Chapter 1. My Journey with Aunt Wang on a Deserted Island. As the first rays of sunlight gently kissed the beach, Wang Xiufang awakened from her slumber, only to find herself embracing Lu Fan. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Wake up, Lu Fan, quickly!" Lu Fan, still lost in dreamland, gradually stirred awake at the sound of Wang Xiufang's slightly irritated voice. "What is it, Aunt Xiufang?" he mumbled. You dare to ask? Just look at what you've done." Wang Xiufang stammered, gesturing towards Lu Fan. Realizing the situation, Lu Fan quickly sat up, turning his back to her in a flurry of modesty. At that moment, Wang Xiufang spoke in a commanding tone. "Lu Fan, remember, I am your aunt. You must never harbor any improper thoughts about me, understand? Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." With that, she playfully nudged him with her foot. "Yes, I understand," Lu Fan replied in a voice barely audible, as if it were the faint buzz of a mosquito, his head bowed low, nearly buried in the sand. Lu Fan was originally a young man from a rural village who had come to the city to work. During the sweltering summer, he felt parched while working at a construction site and decided to step outside to buy some water. Unfortunately, this very action caught the attention of his unscrupulous boss. The world is often filled with unscrupulous individuals, and upon witnessing Lu Fan's moment of respite, the heartless employer assumed he was slacking off and erupted in fury, berating Lu Fan mercilessly. Young and impetuous, Lu Fan could hardly endure such humiliation, and he retaliated verbally against his boss. The outcome was predictable. He was summarily dismissed. After receiving his paycheck, which had been unjustly docked by nearly half, he trudged out of the site, burdened by heavy luggage and an even heavier heart. As he wandered aimlessly among the crowd, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. He had initially planned to earn extra money this year to return home, hoping that the women in the village, including his aunts and sisters-in-law, would introduce him to a potential match. Now that plan lay in ruins. Returning home at this moment seemed unwise, for he had only been working for 6 months. If he returned so soon, the villagers would undoubtedly think he was idle and unambitious. Yet, if he did not go home, where could he possibly go? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, a poster advertising a 7-day cruise for 599 yuan caught his eye. The poster featured alluring images of bikini-clad beauties with stunningly fair skin and curvaceous figures. The sight ignited a flush of heat within a young man, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. How beautiful! Lu Fan marveled, having never encountered such scantily clad women up close. The last time he had seen a woman bathing was when he had surreptitiously watched Widow Wang in his village, a memory that had captivated him utterly. The thought of being able to gaze freely at such beauty aboard a cruise ship instantly piqued his interest. He mused, perhaps it is time to grant myself a little holiday to explore the world beyond my village. Who knows what unexpected treasures I might discover. Without hesitation, Lu Fan fished his phone from his pocket and dialed the tour group's registration number. The staff on the other end of the line was evidently well-trained, and soon a warm, enthusiastic voice echoed through the receiver. After a brief exchange, Lu Fan successfully completed the payment process and received a detailed itinerary. The following morning, filled with anticipation, Lu Fan finally laid eyes upon the luxurious cruise ship that was said to offer 7 days of romantic encounters. Standing at the dock, he gazed upward, and the vessel appeared as a colossal castle floating upon the sea, breathtaking in its grandeur. Estimating its length, the ship was no less than 200 meters, with a height that reached several stories. When Lu Fan set foot on the deck, he was utterly awestruck by the scene before him. For someone who had grown up in the countryside, the level of opulence was beyond his wildest imagination. The interior of the cruise ship was resplendent, adorned with exquisite decorations that radiated luxury and refinement in every detail. As Lu Fan wandered through the corridors, he felt as if he had stepped into a fantastical realm. Here, one could find a spacious outdoor swimming pool, vibrant bars, and a bustling nightclub. He curiously scanned his surroundings, absorbing the unique allure of this maritime palace. However, what astonished Lu Fan the most were the stunning women around him. Dressed in revealing attire, they showcased their alluring figures and exuded confidence. This starkly contrasted with the rural environment he had known, causing him to blush and feel a flutter in his heart, even shying away from direct gaze. Upon further exploration, he was taken aback to discover that this so-called travel group was, In fact, a gambling organization masquerading as a tour. It dawned on Lu Fan why the prices for the tour were so incredibly low. Yet, he found some solace in the fact that the ship offered not only luxurious hotel suites for rest, but also a diverse and delicious buffet available for free. This was undoubtedly a small consolation during his journey, as it ensured he would not suffer too greatly in material terms. Just as Lu Fan was quietly relieved that he had not lost too much, a flamboyantly dressed woman with exquisite makeup appeared beside him like a specter. Her presence seemed to radiate light, instantly capturing Lu Fan's attention. "Handsome, care to try your luck at the tables?" Her soft, alluring voice reached Lu Fan's ears, laced with temptation. "You might just strike it rich overnight." Gazing at her enchanting figure, Lu Fan felt a stirring within, swallowing hard and wishing he could instantly draw closer to her. However, he quickly regained his composure and shook his head in refusal. "No, thank you. I'm not particularly interested in gambling." Yet, the woman was clearly not inclined to let him off so easily, persisting, "Oh, come on. It's no big deal if you lose, you can owe us, and settle up once you're back on shore." At that moment, a cunning female tour guide sauntered over, swaying her alluring figure and fanning the flames of persuasion. "Exactly. A man should indulge in manly pursuits. Why be so timid? Besides, you have such a stunning beauty accompanying you." Lu Fan felt a flicker of uncertainty at their words. Upon reflecting on his current dire financial situation, it became evident that he required supplementary income to alleviate his burdens. Moreover, gambling occasionally presents the tantalizing possibility of sudden wealth. Meanwhile, the woman before him continued to flirt and allure him with her charms. However, after a moment of contemplation, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. Lu Fan inhaled deeply and resolutely addressed the woman. "I must decline, thank you." With that, he turned and made his way toward the dining area, leaving the woman and the unscrupulous tour guide to cast disdainful glances in his direction. Just as he distanced himself, the tour guide's scornful taunts echoed behind him. "What a miser!" Lu Fan momentarily hesitated, but did not look back instead. He quickened his pace, as if to escape this realm rife with temptation and derision. Upon entering the dining area, Lu Fan was immediately captivated by the splendid array of culinary delight. Steaks, river crabs, and fine wines were all available. "Wow, this is an incredible value," he exclaimed, and without a second thought for decorum, indulged himself heartily. Just as he was relishing his meal, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. A middle-aged woman, adorned in a floral dress and white high-heeled sandals, entered the restaurant. It was evident that she had made an effort to present herself attractively, with heavy makeup and bold red lipstick. Yet, the combination of flesh-toned stockings with sandals betrayed her rural origins, rendering her out of place amidst the sea of beauty aboard the cruise. With keen eyes, Lu Fan instantly recognized her, his mouth agape in astonishment as he stared unblinkingly at the woman, nearly dropping his food. Wang Xiufang, what is she doing here?" It turned out that this middle-aged woman was Wang Xiufang, a neighbor from Lu Fan's village, who, according to local customs, he should refer to as Aunt. Chapter 2: Encountering Aunt Wang Xiufang. Wang Xiufang's husband, Chen Weidong, was a neighbor from Lu Fan's village, known for his honest demeanor and diligent work ethic. Despite the hardships of long-haul trucking, his efforts yielded substantial income, making their family quite prosperous in the village. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Weidong was able to marry the village beauty from a neighboring hamlet, Wang Xiufang. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she was also industrious and kind-hearted, managing their several acres of farmland with meticulous care. Following their marriage, Chen Weidong worked even harder to provide her with a better life, while Wang Xiufang took charge of household affairs, and their lives flourished. In the early 2000s, they became the first family in the village to purchase a small car, a remarkable achievement in a rural setting. However, due to the nature of Chen Weidong's work, the couple lived apart for extended periods, seldom enjoying time together. Additionally, various other factors contributed to their lack of children thus far. At that moment, Lu Fan excitedly called out to Wang Xiufang, "Aunt. Xiufang, Aunt, over here." The sudden shout took Wang Xiufang by surprise in this unfamiliar land. Hearing someone call her name was utterly unexpected. She turned and scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. When her gaze fell upon Lu Fan, who sat in the corner. Disbelief washed over her. In this alien place, encountering an acquaintance, especially someone from her own village, filled her heart with immense excitement. She hurried towards Lu Fan, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. Lu Fan, you rascal, what brings you here? Upon being questioned by Wang Xiufang, Lu Fan's cheeks flushed slightly, and he stammered, I've had less work at the construction site lately, so I came out to clear my mind. He refrained from mentioning his dismissal, for it was hardly a matter of pride. Curiosity sparked his eyes as he inquired, Aunt Xiufang, what about you? What brings you here? Oh, me. The crops aren't demanding attention right now, and with nothing to do at home, Uncle Weidong signed me up for a tour group, allowing me to explore the outside world. Wang Xiufang spoke animatedly, her face beaming with a joyful smile. How wonderful! I was just worried about not having company, and now I've run into a familiar face. Ha! Splendid. Aunt Xiufang, come sit and enjoy some food. All these delightful dishes are complimentary. As he spoke, Lu Fan eagerly stuffed a large piece of steak into his mouth. Observing Lu Fan's childlike innocence, Wang Xiufang couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two of them then sat across from each other, relishing the delicious buffet on the cruise while sharing amusing anecdotes about their village. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the vibrant cruise ship came alive with its nightlife. Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang made their way to the grand outdoor swimming pool at the front of the ship, intending to take a dip. When Wang Xiufang appeared before Lu Fan clad in a bikini, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth hung agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He stared at her with rapt attention, captivated by her presence. Though her days spent toiling in the fields had left her once delicate features somewhat weathered and tanned, the pink bikini accentuated her fair and curvaceous figure, making her resemble a model stepped straight out of a painting. The contrast between her sun-kissed complexion and her porcelain-like skin only enhanced her allure and sensuality. Lu Fan mused, Wang Xiufang, truly deserving of her title as the village beauty. She is stunning. His gaze, seemingly enchanted, remained fixated on her exquisite figure, unable to divert his attention. His throat felt constricted, as if choked by something, and he found himself swallowing repeatedly, as though faced with the most tempting delicacy in the world. Under Lu Fan's unabashed stare, Wang Xiufang, already hesitant about her revealing attire, felt her cheeks flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Her cheeks, flushed a delicate pink, harmoniously contrasted with her fair skin, rendering her even more endearing and bashful. In this moment, Wang Xiufang wished to retreat, but soon realized there was nowhere to hide. She could only gently cover her body with her hands, attempting to conceal the faint traces of budding allure. Look at you, you mischievous boy. What are you staring at? I'm your aunt. Wang Xiufang's voice carried a hint of playful anger and shyness, sounding particularly melodious. I wasn't looking at anything, Aunt. You are truly beautiful, Lu Fan stammered. Awakening from his daze, Lu Fan became acutely aware of his indiscretion, his face flushing as if it had been scorched by fire. He quickly averted his gaze, too timid to meet Wang Xiufang's eyes again, while his heart raced like a wild deer, refusing to settle. When Wang Xiufang caught sight of Lu Fan's muscular physique, she comprehended that this mischievous boy was no longer the snot-nosed child of yesteryears. A glance further down made her burst into uncontrollable laughter. It turned out that Lu Fan's visit was entirely impromptu, and he had come ill-prepared for swimwear. The extravagant swim trunks on the cruise ship were beyond his means as a laborer. At that moment, he was clad in a pair of blue underwear, equipped with a theft-proof zipper pocket, purchased during his time working away from home baggy and ill-fitting. Such attire stood out starkly in this enticing environment, drawing mocking glances from those around him. Feeling the weight of their derision, Lu Fan found himself momentarily paralyzed in embarrassment. Wang Xiufang, noticing Lu Fan's discomfort, generously offered to buy him a pair of men's swim trunks, thinking to herself that it was only fair for this boy to address her as aunt. Here, take this. Hurry and change, she said in a calm tone, careful not to bruise his tender pride. No, it's all right, I can. Lu Fan hesitated, intending to decline, but was interrupted by Wang Xiufang. Enough of that, you cheeky boy. Besides, with your swimming speed, do you really think those pocketed underwear can keep up with you? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan realized that if his underwear were to slip off while swimming, it would indeed be quite the debacle. Thus, timidly accepting the swim trunks from Wang Xiufang, he dashed towards the changing room. With a loud bang, Lu Fan collided with a burly man exiting the changing room, whose ample girth was imposing. The man's fierce demeanor suggested he was no friendly character. "Watch where you're going," the overweight man bellowed. Chapter 3. The overweight man seeks to tease his aunt. "My apologies, dear brother. It was not my intention." Lu Fan hastily expressed his regret, acutely aware of his fault. The overweight man surveyed Lu Fan, clad in anti-theft underwear, with a gaze rife with disdain. He berated Lu Fan with an air of superiority, and upon noticing Lu Fan's lack of retort, he departed with a smug expression. Lu Fan, recognizing his own shortcomings, paid little heed to the incident, persistently offering his apologies. It must be said that the affluent truly know how to indulge in pleasure. On this opulent cruise, a grand swimming pool was constructed, its waters crystal clear, brimming with an array of bikini-clad beauties. This undoubtedly provided a feast for the eyes of the adolescent Lu Fan, who mused that this experience far surpassed the thrill of swimming in the village creek. Although Wang Xiufang also resided in a picturesque village surrounded by mountains and water, as a woman, she had seldom ventured into the river to swim. At this moment, she donned a life preserver, frolicking in the pool. Despite her typically modest and unassuming attire, amidst the throng of stunning women on the cruise, she appeared somewhat ordinary, even somewhat rustic. Yet, once she shed her clothing, her fair and voluptuous figure, coupled with her bright and clear eyes, made her resemble a radiant lotus emerging from the water, captivating the attention of many suitors nearby. They approached her under the pretext of teaching her to swim, but with Lu Fan, her devoted protector, steadfastly by her side, they were left to depart in disappointment. The overweight man, who had just collided with Lu Fan, noticed the scene and, consumed by jealousy, wondered how such a simpleton could be worthy of such a beautiful woman. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Bolstered by his wealth and the presence of his sycophants, he resolved to teach Lu Fan a lesson, hoping to create an opportunity for himself to be alone with Wang Xiufang. With that, he waddled over to Lu Fan like a lumbering bear, intentionally bumping into him. Before Lu Fan could express his outrage, the overweight man preemptively cast blame, provocatively stating, "Boy, do you lack vision?" Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze transforming into one of cold indifference as he fixed his eyes on the overweight man, unflinchingly retorting, "You deliberately collided with me, did you not?" To this, the overweight man displayed no remorse. Rather, he crossed his arms in the pool, a derisive smile adorning his face as he mockingly replied, "What is this? You, a country bumpkin, wish to fight me? Let me tell you, on this cruise, dealing with you would be as effortless as squashing an ant." As his words echoed, his lackeys quickly encircled them, one inquiring, "Brother Long, what is happening?" Witnessing this unfolding drama, Wang Xiufang felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly swam to position herself in front of Lu Fan, boldly confronting the overweight man. "What do you intend to do? You were the one who collided with him, and now you seek to bully him?" At that moment, Lu Fan was deeply touched by Wang Xiufang's protective stance, reflecting that this village beauty still regarded him as a child to be safeguarded. Brother Long, observing Wang Xiufang's fierce defense of Lu Fan, felt his jealousy intensify. He sneered coldly, sarcastically remarking, "Oh, look at her. This little lady is quite protective of him. Very well. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, neither of you shall escape unscathed." At that moment, a crowd began to converge around them, murmuring and gossiping, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding conflict. Wang Xiufang, wishing to keep the situation from escalating, softly urged Lu Fan, "Ignore him. Let us depart." With that, she grasped Lu Fan's hand tightly and turned to leave the pool. However, the rotund man, Long Gu, was not so easily deterred. He pursued them, blocking their path and bellowing, "Want to leave? It's not that simple." Lu Fan halted, unwilling to place Wang Xiufang in a precarious position. He shielded her behind him, his gaze icy as he confronted the corpulent man. "What is it that you desire?" Seeing this, Long Gu placed his hands on his hips, exuding arrogance as he declared, "You will kneel and apologize publicly, and then we can consider this matter settled." The onlookers cast curious glances, some with a sense of justice beginning to point fingers at Long Gu and his companions, while the majority remained apathetic, eager to observe the spectacle. "What concern is this of yours? If you wish to meddle, come and try," Long Gu taunted, his tone brimming with bravado. Having been raised in a martial arts haven, Lu Fan had trained alongside his father, honing his skills in the mountains and engaging in strenuous labor daily. Thus, he felt no fear towards the idle thugs before him. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp yet composed, and inquired, "What will happen if I refuse to kneel?" "Refuse to kneel, is it? Then let this lovely lady behind you keep me company. Perhaps I might feel generous and let this matter go." Long Gu leered. "How shameless!" Wang Xiufang retorted with palpable disgust. Lu Fan inhaled deeply, his fists clenched as he entered a state of readiness, gritting his teeth as he addressed the rotund man. "With a visage such as yours, one might mistake you for a pig standing upright." Long Gu, enraged, declared, "You seek death." He then turned to his gang of young thugs, barking, "What are you standing around for? Attack!" The young thugs, heedless of caution, charged at Lu Fan with a raucous roar. Lu Fan deftly sidestepped one thug's punch, tripping him so that he fell into the pool. Following that, he delivered a kick to another thug's midsection, causing him to cry out in pain and crumple to the ground. Another thug attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Lu Fan had anticipated this. He swiftly seized the thug's arm and hurled him into the nearby pool, where he floundered helplessly. Long Gu, witnessing his henchman's ineptitude, felt his expression darken with rage. In a fit of humiliation, he charged at Lu Fan himself. Unfazed, Lu Fan waited for the opportune moment, executing a sweeping kick that sent Long Ji's hefty form crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators, many beginning to applaud in approval. Long Gu struggled to rise, fear evident in his eyes as he faced Lu Fan. Yet he feigned bravado, stammering, "You dare to strike me? Do you know who I am?" Lu Fan scoffed coldly, "I care not for your identity. To bully others comes at a price." Sensing the tide turning against him, Long Gu began to plead for mercy. With a furious roar from Lu Fan, Brother Long, accompanied by several lackeys, fled the scene in disarray. Wang Xiufang had long been aware of Lu Fan's martial prowess, yet she never anticipated the extent of his formidable skills. Looking at Lu Fan with admiration, she exclaimed, "Xiufang, you are truly remarkable." Lu Fan smiled gently, reassuring her, "Of course, Annie. Rest assured that I will protect you from now on." At that moment, a sudden chill swept across the previously tranquil sea, and Wang Xiufang instinctively crossed her arms over her chest as she felt the coolness. Lu Fan, displaying great consideration, picked up a nearby towel and draped it over her shoulders. "Aunt Xiufang, the wind has picked up. Let us head back. Be careful not to catch a cold." "MHM." Wang Xiufang nodded in agreement. Upon returning to their room, the sky became overcast and the sea was whipped into a frenzy by the howling winds. Even the enormous cruise ship began to sway perilously. Suddenly, the captain's anxious voice crackled through the intercom. "Attention, passengers. We are encountering an unusual storm. The situation is critical. Please return to your cabins immediately, secure your doors and windows, and follow instructions." Once back in her room, Wang Xiufang appeared somewhat frightened by the tempestuous weather. After a quick wash, she made her way to Lu Fan's room, gripping his arm tightly as she asked, "Why is the wind so fierce? Will the ship be all right?" Lu Fan reassured her by patting the sturdy walls of the room. "Auntie, do not worry. The cruise ship is very robust. It will be fine." However, the winds grew increasingly violent, and the ship rocked more severely, causing various items to tumble about the room. Lu Fan, realizing the gravity of the situation, looked at his once composed and gracious aunt, who now wore an expression of sheer terror as she gazed around the swaying room. In a precautionary measure, he stepped out to fetch a life buoy and fitted it around the non-swimmer, Wang Xiufang, thinking to himself, "Now Annie will be safe." Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the ship seemed to be struck by something massive, and the entire room began to shake violently. Wang Xiufang gasped in alarm, nearly losing her footing, but Lu Fan swiftly caught her in his arms. At that moment, the door burst open, and a crew member rushed in, shouting, "Hurry! The ship is sinking." What do we do now, Xiufang?" How can such a large cruise ship sink? Wang Xiufang's voice trembled, and she was so frightened that tears streamed down her face. Chapter 4. The ship capsized by the tempest. At this moment, Lu Fan was utterly bewildered. Regaining his composure, he quickly grasped Wang Xiufang's hand, guiding her out of the room. Together, they rushed toward the deck, navigating through a corridor teeming with panicked tourists. The cries for help and shouts echoed incessantly, resembling a hellish nightmare. As they ran, Lu Fan turned to his aunt and said, "It seems the ship is on the brink of capsizing. When it tilts, we must run in the opposite direction." After several minutes of battling through the throngs of terrified passengers, they finally reached the deck, only to be met with a sight that chilled their hearts. The waves crashed against the vessel like a ferocious beast, causing the cruise ship to tilt increasingly. Suddenly, a massive wave surged forward, sweeping many unsteady individuals into the abyss. Lu Fan clung tightly to Wang Xiufang, striving to maintain his footing. At that moment, he noticed crew members hastily retrieving dozens of lifeboats, beckoning the crowd to board for safety. Yet, the path to the lifeboats was obstructed by a fallen mast. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan said to Wang Xiufang, "Stay here and don't move. I will clear the mast. Wait for me." With determination, he dashed toward the obstruction, embodying the spirit of a celestial being as he exerted every ounce of strength to shift the massive mast. His face turned crimson, muscles taut, and through relentless effort, he finally managed to move it slightly. He hurried back, grasping Wang Xiufang's hand and racing toward the lifeboats. Just as they boarded the lifeboat, a tremendous roar erupted from the already tilted cruise ship. They could only watch in horror as those who had not yet reached safety were engulfed by the vessel as it sank into the ocean. The sea was now dotted with a handful of lifeboats and terrified tourists, floating like fragile leaves awaiting rescue. The waves tossed the small lifeboats about, rendering them vulnerable in the vastness of the ocean. Lu Fan reassured, "Aunt, do not be afraid. Remember to wear your life jacket. We will be fine." Yet, in the face of the raging winds and monstrous waves that had overthrown the colossal ship, how could such a diminutive lifeboat withstand the fury? Suddenly, a towering wave, several meters high, surged toward their lifeboat, catapulting it skyward before crashing down violently. In an instant, the lifeboat was overturned, leaving them struggling in the frigid waters. Lu Fan fought desperately to swim, while Wang Xiufang clung to her life ring, straining to stay afloat. Fear gripped her heart, and she began to cry out in terror. "Aunt, do not fear. I am here." Seeing Lu Fan swim toward her, a flicker of hope ignited within her previously despondent heart. In this life-and-death moment, Lu Fan's selfless determination to protect her touched her deeply. Thus, Wang Xiufang held onto the life ring, while Lu Fan rested his hands on it, drifting in the icy sea, buffeted by the waves. After hours adrift in the pitch-black waters, Lu Fan succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness. At that moment, Wang Xiufang clutched his hands tightly, refusing to let him sink into the depths, crying out his name in desperation, trying to rouse him from his stupor. Originally, Lu Fan's presence brought her a flicker of solace amidst despair, but now she was enveloped in an interminable abyss of darkness and dread. After an indeterminate passage of time, Wang Xiufang gradually regained consciousness, opening her eyes to find herself on a sandy beach of a small island. The sun shone brightly, and the sea lay tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Overwhelmed with joy at her survival, Wang Xiufang hurriedly searched for Lu Fan's figure, calling out, "Lu Fan, where are you?" Alone on this desolate isle, an inexplicable sense of fear surged within her. Yet, she refused to surrender. Determination propelled her along the shore. Suddenly, she spotted the unconscious Lu Fan a short distance away on the sand and rushed towards him. She shook him vigorously and called out his name, but her efforts seemed futile. Could it be that Lu Fan had perished? Panic-stricken, Wang Xiufang's face turned ashen, and she struggled to stand, resorting instead to scooting backward. However, witnessing Lu Fan's still form, pale from the sea's embrace, she could not reconcile this fate for the lively and robust boy she knew. Summoning her courage, she crawled closer and placed her ear against his chest, hearing the faint rhythm of his heartbeat. Overwhelmed with relief, Tears of joy streamed down her face. Imitating what she had seen in films, she began administering artificial respiration to Lu Fan. Through her relentless efforts, after expelling several mouthfuls of seawater, Lu Fan finally opened his eyes. Seeing his aunt's tear-streaked face, he managed a weak smile, uttering, "Xiufang, I'm fine." Wang Xiufang, both startled and elated, embraced him tightly. "You finally awakened. You scare me to death. What would I do if you had died here alone?" She helped the frail Lu Fan sit up and surveyed their surroundings. They were on a deserted island, surrounded by lush trees, with dense mountains in the distance. "Aunt, we must find a way to survive while awaiting rescue," Lu Fan said weakly. Wang Xiufang nodded, summoning her resolve, and decided to forage for food to restore Lu Fan's strength. She scoured the island and eventually discovered some sparse wild fruits at the base of a tree. Sampling a few, she found them sweet and tangy, indicating they were safe to eat. After a modest meal, she dragged the weakened Lu Fan to the shade of a large tree, finally allowing herself to relax. Realizing that Lu Fan needed ample rest to regain his vitality, she gathered some dry grass to create a makeshift bed while the daylight lingered. "This will suffice for now," she thought, smiling at Lu Fan resting on the grass, feeling quite pleased with her resourcefulness. As night descended, the temperature on the island began to drop, and the two, clad in scant clothing, shivered against the chill. Suddenly, a peculiar roar echoed from afar, reminiscent of a wild beast's cry. Instinctively, Wang Xiufang clutched Lu Fan tightly, while he, though frightened, reassured her, "Aunt, don't be afraid. I am here." A chill of fear enveloped Wang Xiufang's fragile heart, while at that moment, Lu Fan's spirits soared with joy. He could scarcely believe that he had the opportunity to be in such close proximity to this village beauty. A smile involuntarily escaped his lips. "What are you grinning about?" Wang Xiufang inquired, puzzled by Lu Fan's sudden laughter. "I'm not laughing. It's nothing, just go to sleep." The obstinate Lu Fan, of course, would not disclose his thoughts to her. The notions of a deserted island and a beautiful woman were the dreams of every man. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. The following day, as the sun rose above the horizon, its first rays illuminated the sandy beach. Upon awakening, Wang Xiufang realized she was embracing Lu Fan, and her face instantly flushed crimson. "Wake up, Lu Fan, wake up." Still lost in slumber, Lu Fan stirred at Wang Xiufang's mildly irritated call. "What is it, Aunt? Why are you awake so early?" You, how can you say that? Just look at what you've done." Wang Xiufang stammered, pointing at Lu Fan. Realizing the implications of her words, Lu Fan quickly sat up and turned away from her. At that moment, Wang Xiufang spoke in a commanding tone. "Lu Fan, remember that I am your aunt. No matter the circumstances, you must never harbor any improper thoughts about me, or I will not spare you." With that, she playfully nudged him with her foot. Chapter 5. The Deserted Island. The thought of a beautiful woman on a deserted island was thrilling. Lu Fan's voice was as faint as a whisper, his head bent so low it seemed he might bury it in the sand. He resembled a wayward schoolboy, repeatedly nodding as if that would placate the other party. Wang Xiufang looked at Lu Fan's pitiful demeanor, feeling both exasperated and amused. Although she initially intended to scold him, her heart softened upon seeing his woeful expression. Thus, she compassionately inquired, "Xiaofan, how are you feeling today? Are you any better?" "Oh, I'm fine now, much improved," Lu Fan quickly replied, fearing that this village flower would bring up the embarrassing incident that had just occurred. With a swift and agile motion, he sprang to his feet, performing a perfect somersault that belied any discomfort he may have felt moments before. Wang Xiufang was astonished by his rapid recovery, internally reflecting that the vitality of youth was indeed remarkable. However, as she pondered this, a sudden thought struck her, evoking a sense of dread. She feared that on this desolate island, it was just the two of them, and considering they had spent the night in close proximity, it was simply implausible that nothing would transpire. Moreover, the young man before her stood at 6 feet tall, with a robust physique and pronounced muscles, exuding a potent masculinity. If he were to entertain unsavory thoughts and acted upon them, she would be utterly defenseless, like a lamb to the slaughter. Recalling the glimmering gaze Lu Fan had cast upon her when he saw her in a bikini on the cruise ship, a chill ran down her spine. and goosebumps erupted all over her body. Lu Fan noticed her unease and gently asked, "Annie, what is wrong?" Snapped back to reality, Wang Xiufang replied, "It's nothing. I'm fine," though her voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. "Oh, by the way, Annie, there were the sounds of wild beasts last night. It seems this deserted island is not entirely safe. We must find shelter at once," Lu Fan said earnestly, his tone laced with concern. Wang Xiufang responded, recalling the terrifying roars that echoed through the forest the previous night, leaving her with lingering fear. Fortunately, the beasts had not discovered their presence. Otherwise, their fate would have surely been grim. Subsequently, Lu Fan gathered some oysters and crabs along the shoreline to replenish their strength. Without a source of fire, they had no choice but to consume them raw. Wang Xiufang regarded the unappetizing fare with distaste, yet observed Lu Fan relishing the seafood as if it were a gourmet feast. Understanding the lack of options in such dire circumstances, she steeled herself and took a few reluctant bites. As Lu Fan devoured his seafood sashimi, he scanned the deserted island, keenly observing their surroundings. The island extends approximately 1,000 meters in length, with the current location being a vast expanse of sandy beach. Facing the sea, they are flanked by a dense forest of verdant foliage, at the pinnacle of which rises a prominent mountain. This towering mountain stands majestically like a steadfast beacon amidst the boundless ocean. "And Xiufang, we shall ascend that highest peak. Only then can we behold the entirety of the island and facilitate our search for shelter." Wang Xiufang nodded, her understanding somewhat nebulous, yet with Lu Fan's protection. Her previously fearful and chaotic heart found a modicum of solace in this desolate isle. However, the challenges they faced were not limited to merely securing food and shelter. The scarcity of fresh water loomed as their greatest obstacle. On this island surrounded by salt water, without timely access to fresh water, dehydration could easily ensue, and once dehydrated, their fates could turn dire. Observing the once vibrant lips of the village beauty now cracked due to the lack of hydration, her skin, once supple, appeared dry and lifeless. Perhaps it was the seafood they had consumed earlier that now left Lu Fan parched. Even swallowing his saliva felt as if a blade scraped his throat. At that moment, Wang Xiufang exclaimed, "Look over there." Following her pointing finger, they spied coconut trees beside the mountain. Though both had resided in a remote mountain village, they were aware that coconuts found by the sea could quench their thirst. They approached the coconut trees, one following the other. Upon seeing the towering palms, Lu Fan quickly devised a plan, hastily unbuckling his belt. Wang Xiufang, trailing behind, halted abruptly, retreating in trepidation. She thought to herself, could Lu Fan be unable to control his desires and intend something untoward? What would I do then? After all, as a mere woman, I am no match for him. What are you doing unbuckling your pants? I warn you to behave, or I shall not spare you. Despite her fierce words, she felt a pang of insecurity and continued to back away. Lu Fan was left speechless by her reaction. "And Xiufang, what are you thinking?" he retorted, offering no further explanation as he stepped on the belt and began to climb. Realizing her misunderstanding, Wang Xiufang awkwardly said, "That's dangerous. Please be careful." At that moment, her concern for Lu Fan's safety was palpable. After all, his survival meant her own respite from fear and despair. Moments later, when Lu Fan presented her with a refreshing coconut, Wang Xiufang, parched and desperate, discarded her previous embarrassment and eagerly took the coconut, drinking deeply. Soon after, the duo resolutely ventured into the depths of the forest. This expansive woodland, vast and untraveled, was a lush tapestry of greenery, with intertwining vines forming layers of verdant curtains that obscured the path ahead. Walking through such mountainous forests, one can easily imagine the challenges it presents. Not only must one navigate the intricate web of vines with great difficulty, but one must also remain ever vigilant against the sudden assaults of snakes, insects, and wild beasts that may lurk in the shadows. However, for Lu Fan, none of this posed a significant challenge. From a young age, he accompanied his father into the mountains for hunting, making traversing the forest a commonplace affair for him. He moved with remarkable agility, darting through the dense foliage like a monkey, as if the terrain were flat beneath his feet. In stark contrast, Aunt Wang Xiufang struggled to keep pace behind him. Despite her earnest attempts to follow Lu Fan's lead, the distance between them gradually widened without her realizing it. Lu Fan! Lu Fan, wait for me! She called out breathlessly, her voice tinged with a hint of complaint and resignation. Oh! Lu Fan replied absently. Yet he found himself at a loss for words regarding Aunt Wang's performance. At her current pace, it seemed unlikely that they would reach their destination before nightfall enveloped the landscape. Chapter 6. It wasn't intentional as Lu Fan observed his aunt laboring to navigate through the dense forest, an impulse to assist her surged within him. However, just as he was about to step forward, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to the undulating figure of this village beauty, swaying along the treacherous path. Her thin, almost translucent garment, akin to a delicate veil, subtly revealed her exquisite form, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Captivated, Lu Fan completely forgot his initial intention to help. Becoming merely an onlooker, his eyes fixated upon her. Wang Xiufang seemed to sense Lu Fan's scrutiny. She abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with him, her gaze aflame with indignation. You little brat, not only do you refuse to help me on this difficult path, but you also dare to take advantage of me. She seethed, her anger igniting. Just wait, I shall deal with you. With that, she hastened her steps towards Lu Fan. Upon reaching him, she unhesitatingly raised her right foot and delivered a fierce kick aimed at his backside. Lu Fan, taken aback, swiftly sidestepped to evade the blow. Yet in his haste, he miscalculated, causing Wang Xiufang to kick air, her balance faltering in an instant. With a startled cry, she felt her left foot slip, her body tilting forward. In a split second, Lu Fan reacted, rushing forward to shield Wang Xiufang from her impending fall. She felt a sudden force propelling her upright, halting her descent. Glancing down, she discovered Lu Fan half reclining on the ground, propping himself up to prevent her collapse. Yet, to her embarrassment, the part he had supported was rather sensitive. Her face flushed crimson, and she inwardly cursed this audacious boy, doubting whether he could genuinely claim it was unintentional. Let go, you scoundrel! What do you think your hands are wandering? Wang Xiufang exclaimed, her voice echoing with fury. Startled by her sudden outburst, Lu Fan instinctively released his grip, failing to consider the consequences of his actions. However, due to the momentum, Wang Xiufang lurched forward, her body descending directly onto Lu Fan. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, creating an excruciatingly awkward tableau. Their lips aligned perfectly, and their bodies pressed tightly together. Lu Fan, lying beneath, was paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events, fearing that any movement might incite the ire of this proud village beauty even further. Their eyes locked. Lu Fan could discern the confusion and panic within her gaze, his own breath quickening. The warmth of her breath, mingled with her uniquely feminine fragrance, wafted into his senses like a refreshing spring. It was the first time in his life he found himself in such close proximity to a woman, let alone one as stunning as this village flower. This unfamiliar yet wondrous sensation caused his heart to involuntarily quicken its rhythm. What rendered him even more embarrassed was the realization that his body had reacted to such intimate contact, leaving the youthful and impetuous lad blushing. At that very moment, Wang Xiufang also sensed Lu Fan's unusual demeanor. Suddenly emboldened by the stirrings of young love, Lu Fan, driven by an inexplicable impulse, gently kissed Wang Xiufang. The instant their lips met, it felt as if a potent electric current coursed through his body, sending a shiver down his spine. Simultaneously, Wang Xiufang experienced a similar strange sensation. She sprang to her feet in a panic, goosebumps erupting all over her skin. Then with a sharp crack, her hand shot out like lightning, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Fan's face. What are you thinking? Wang Xiufang exclaimed, her face flushed with anger, her voice trembling slightly. Stunned by the unexpected slap, Lu Fan stood there, bewildered, covering his face as he innocently gazed at her and asked, "What's wrong, Aunt? Why did you kiss me? And look at yourself." Wang Xiufang stammered, clearly still reeling from the shock of the moment. Following her gaze, Lu Fan then realized his blunder. "Oh, I see. I will be more careful next time," he said, a teasing glint in his eyes, seemingly proud of what had just transpired. Wang Xiufang understood that his earlier touch had been unintentional, yet the flick of his tongue was undoubtedly deliberate. She could only hope to leave this cursed place soon. Otherwise, she feared this impudent boy would eventually make another move. Concerned that she might stumble again, Lu Fan found a sturdy branch and handed it to her. "Aunt, use this as a walking stick. It will provide more stability," he said with genuine concern. As Wang Xiufang took the branch, her anger gradually dissipated. "Thank you, Xiaofan," she said gratefully. Lu Fan smiled faintly, turning to lead the way for her. Whenever they encountered difficult terrain, he would pause and return to assist her. Wang Xiufang followed closely behind, navigating carefully. "Xiaofan, soda. I was just too anxious, so please don't hold it against me," she said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Fan quickly shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I'm fine, Aunt. After all, being able to learn from you in this desolate place is a kind of fortune, huh?" Hearing Lu Fan's words stirred something within Wang Xiufang. She thought to herself, this cheeky boy has quite a sweet tongue. Observing his considerate and understanding nature, a faint smile of appreciation graced her lips. As they traversed the tangled woods, the trees on the mountain became relatively sparse, though the area remains overgrown with weeds. It is considerably more navigable than the entangled forest beyond. As Lu Fan approached the shadowy base of a large tree, he suddenly detected a faint rustling in the underbrush. This sound, though delicate, resonated with striking clarity in the stillness of the environment. Instantly, Lu Fan's senses heightened. He halted, standing alert as he meticulously scanned his surroundings. In stark contrast to Lu Fan's vigilance, his aunt, Wang Xiufang, appeared blissfully oblivious to the lurking danger, continuing her advance and even surpassing him. A sense of smug satisfaction filled Wang Xiufang as she mused to herself. It seems that this little rascal, Lu Fan, is not as physically capable as he pretends. I pass him so easily. Chapter 7. Reluctance to let go. Just as Wang Xiufang was basking in her own delight, Lu Fan suddenly shouted in terror, "Aunt, don't move. There's a snake." This exclamation startled Wang Xiufang, causing her to instinctively step back. However, as she retreated a step, her gaze fell upon a shocking sight. A green venomous snake, measuring over a meter in length, coiled less than half a meter away from her, flicking its tongue and assuming an aggressive posture. The sight of the snake sent Wang Xiufang, who already harbored a deep-seated fear of cold-blooded creatures, into a state of sheer panic. Her hair stood on end, and her legs went weak, as if all strength had been drained from them. At that moment, she was at a loss, rendered immobile and trembling uncontrollably. Lu Fan approached Wang Xiufang cautiously, his steps light and deliberate, wary of startling the snake. His eyes were fixed on the branch in her hand, which would serve as his weapon against the serpent. Just as he reached for the branch, the flustered Wang Xiufang noticed his presence. With a sudden cry, she sprang up like a frightened rabbit, clinging to Lu Fan as if he were her last hope. Her legs instinctively wrapped tightly around his waist, fearful that the snake might strike. This action, reminiscent of a monkey clutching a tree trunk, obscured Lu Fan's view of the snake, preventing him from gauging its movements. Reluctantly, he was compelled to retreat, attempting to distance himself from the snake's striking range. Unbeknownst to them, this flurry of movements was undoubtedly alarming the serpent. The green venomous snake bared its fangs, intermittently flicking its tongue, and lunged aggressively towards them. With Wang Xiufang's arms tightly around his neck, Lu Fan found it difficult to observe the snake fully. He could only glance around in anxious anticipation, searching for an opportunity to escape. In such close proximity, Lu Fan's lips inadvertently brushed against the area between Wang Xiufang's ear and cheek. Whether this was intentional or accidental, only Lu Fan could know. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang was consumed by fear, her focus solely on the menacing green snake, dreading an imminent attack. The speed of the snake far exceeded Lu Fan's expectations. He pondered to himself, "My retreat with Aunt cannot match the snake's speed. If it catches up, I will be entirely at its mercy." At this critical moment, Lu Fan's gaze sharpened, fixated on the snake as he sought an opening. Suddenly, he spotted a golden opportunity. Without hesitation, He lunged forward, swiftly placing his foot on the snake's head. Simultaneously, his other foot, like a flash of lightning, followed suit, pressing down on its tail. This coordinated maneuver left the snake with no room to maneuver, forcing it to writhe helplessly in an attempt to break free from its constraints. However, the strength of the venomous serpent was overwhelming. Although Lu Fan exerted all his might to pin it down, he could still distinctly feel the powerful writhing sensation beneath his foot as it thrashed violently. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Fan was tightly embracing Wang Xiufang, and their combined weight barely managed to subdue the serpent's head. Were he alone, it was unlikely that his own weight would suffice to counter the immense force of the snake. If the serpent were to break free, given their proximity, both Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang would undoubtedly be bitten. The consequences of such an event would be unimaginable. Just as Lu Fan was beginning to feel anxious, a spark of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. He quickly devised a countermeasure, leaning to the left. He concentrated their combined weight onto his left foot that was pressing down on the serpent's head. Moreover, he began to rhythmically pivot his heel, akin to extinguishing a cigarette, ruthlessly crushing the serpent's head with their collective weight in an attempt to annihilate it entirely. Sensing the lethal pressure, the serpent writhed madly, desperately trying to escape this terrifying restraint. Yet, no matter how it struggled, the weight of several 100 pounds bore down upon it like a mountain, suffocating its efforts. Lu Fan's left foot mercilessly ravaged the serpent, each forceful press inflicting excruciating pain upon it. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, the sound of its bones shattering. In an instant, Lu Fan's foot crushed the serpent's head, causing blood to spatter, staining his shoes and the cuffs of his pants with vivid crimson. As the serpent's body gradually ceased its thrashing, its once fearsome head now lay distorted and deformed, peacefully resting in a state devoid of life. Seeing that the venomous creature had finally fallen still, a heavy weight lifted from Lu Fan's heart, and he exhaled deeply in relief. However, Wang Xiufang remained in a state of shock, her body still trembling slightly as she clung to Lu Fan, as if fearing that loosening her grip would invite some dreadful calamity. Observing her fearful demeanor, Lu Fan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He smiled gently and said, "It's all right now, you can let go." Yet, at that moment, Wang Xiufang seemed oblivious to his words, her arms still wrapped around him like iron clamps, unwilling to release her hold. Seeing this, Lu Fan extended his arms and embraced her tightly from behind, swaying their bodies side to side like the serpent had done. This movement caused her ample bosom, which had been pressed against him, to rub against his sturdy chest. The unexpected sensation sent a thrill through Lu Fan's heart. As someone who had experienced such moments before, Wang Xiufang immediately grasped Lu Fan's intentions. Embarrassed yet indignant, she playfully pounded her fists against his broad and muscular chest, scolding him, "Let go. What are you thinking at a time like this, you scoundrel?" Lu Fan, however, remained unperturbed, deliberately feigning a look of great grievance as he said, "Aunt, do not misunderstand. It is you who has clung to me." Yet, internally, he was bursting with delight. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang suddenly realized that she was indeed still straddling him, which brought a wave of embarrassment and awkwardness. Her face flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple, and in a flurry, she leapt off Lu Fan. Once she regained her footing, her emotions settled somewhat. Yet lingering anger remained as she glared at Lu Fan, demanding, "What did you mean by that incessant rubbing just now?" In the midst of her words, she hastily adjusted her somewhat disheveled attire, as if that could somehow mask her embarrassment. Lu Fan gazed at Wang Xiufang with an innocent expression, quickly clarifying, "Rubbing? Not at all. I was merely imitating how this snake moves." He then gestured towards the motionless venomous serpent beneath her feet. Chapter 8. Discovery of the cave. Wang Xiufang gazed downward in the direction pointed by Lu Fan, and the sight nearly sent her into a state of sheer terror. To her horror, her foot rested squarely upon the bloodied head of a snake, a gruesome scene that sent chills racing through her body. "Ah!" She let out a terrified shriek and, as if struck by an electric shock, stumbled backward several paces, distancing herself from the serpent. Her heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from her throat. After regaining her composure, A wave of anger surged within her, and she began to point an accusatory finger at Lu Fan. You. She intended to scold him, but found herself at a loss for suitable words. Ultimately, she relinquished her finger, muttering inaudibly before casting a fierce glare at Lu Fan, exclaiming with irritation, "What are you waiting for? Let's move." Lu Fan responded promptly, "Oh, let's go then." With that, the two continued their journey, and Wang Xiufang, having learned from her earlier fright, dared not walk ahead again. She obediently followed behind Lu Fan, unwilling to relive such a terrifying experience. After a long and arduous trek, they finally reached the mountainside. Standing there, the vista opened up magnificently, revealing the entirety of the island. The desolate land sprawled before them like a vast emerald gem embedded in the azure sea. Towering trees surrounded them, their lush branches intertwining with vines to form a natural green barrier, akin to a verdant fence enclosing the island. In the heart of the isle, mist swirled enchantingly, evoking a sense of mystery and tranquility. Above, flocks of seabirds soared, infusing the serene scenery with life and vitality. The peak they occupied was situated on one side of the island, allowing them to overlook the entire terrain and clearly spot the beach and ocean from which they had come. Beneath their feet lay a flat expanse of approximately 100 square meters, beyond which rose a steep mountain face, resembling a natural refuge from the wind. Lu Fan turned, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Wang Xiufang. "Let us construct our shelter here. The view is unobstructed, enabling us to observe any passing ships at sea. Should a rescue vessel appear, we will be able to notice it in time." Wang Xiufang, after surveying the surroundings, concurred. Exhausted from the prolonged climb, she was both thirsty and hungry, and she promptly sat down on a nearby stone to rest. As the sun began its descent, the urgency of time became palpable. They needed to erect a shelter before darkness descended, or they would be left shivering in the cold night air. Without hesitation, Lu Fan resolved to build the shelter near the mountain. This location would not only effectively shield them from the fierce winds, but would also leverage the mountain's advantages, allowing for a quicker assembly of a makeshift refuge. He wasted no time. Despite lacking any tools, he resolutely began to uproot the surrounding weeds with his bare hands. As the dense underbrush was gradually cleared away, a pitch-black opening emerged before him. However, just as he approached the entrance, a faint yet distinct ticking sound suddenly reached his ears. Though the noise was subtle, it heightened Lu Fan's alertness to a peak, prompting him to retreat immediately. "What's wrong?" his aunt inquired with concern upon witnessing this scene. Lu Fan turned to her and made a shushing gesture, causing Wang Xiufang's previously relaxed nerves to tense once more. At that moment, Lu Fan's emotions were a whirlwind of complexity, both startled and elated. He was alarmed at the thought that this cave might conceal some formidable beast or other perilous creature. Yet he was equally delighted at the prospect that this cave could serve as a shelter. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for excessive contemplation. Swiftly, he found a thorn-covered branch nearby and positioned it before him, treating it as a makeshift barrier for precaution. Taking a deep breath, he stepped over the still unruly undergrowth and resolutely advanced toward the dark cave. However, just as he stepped into the cave, he nearly collided with a bat that swooped towards him. As his vision adjusted, Lu Fan finally discerned the full scope of the cavern. The cave was not particularly large, measuring about 3 meters in width and extending approximately 10 meters in depth. Deep within, there was a bend from which the peculiar sound emanated. Lu Fan fixated on that shadowy corner, involuntarily swallowing as he sensed a tense atmosphere radiating from that spot. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and slowly approached the bend. His steps felt heavy, each one akin to treading on cotton, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. As he drew nearer, the strange sound grew increasingly distinct. Suddenly, he halted, musing to himself, "Wait a moment, why does this sound resemble dripping water? Could there be some massive bird or beast drooling in here?" Yet, no signs of any large animal's tracks were evident on the cave floor. With that thought, Lu Fan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and he gripped the thorn branch tighter, as if fearing it might be snatched from him at any moment. However, when he finally rounded the corner, The sight that greeted him was utterly unexpected. There were no beasts at all. Instead, there was merely a small cavity, just large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals standing together. Water dripped from above, forming a circular puddle on the ground, its size reminiscent of a bathtub, a testament to the adage that water can indeed wear away stone over time. After confirming that there were no other concealed openings, Lu Fan eagerly approached and cupped his hands to drink deeply from the clear, cold spring water. While Lu Fan indulged in his refreshing drink, outside, Wang Xiufang grew increasingly anxious as he failed to emerge, not uttering a sound. Boldly, he called out into the cave, "Xiufang! Xiufang! Lu Fan, how are you? Speak to me." Upon hearing his aunt's voice, Lu Fan suddenly realized that he had forgotten she was still outside. Just as he was about to turn around and call for Aunt Hua to bring him some water, a mischievous idea struck him. He decided to play a trick on her, curious to see if this beautiful aunt would come to his rescue in a moment of peril. Standing by the pool, he shouted loudly to Wang Xiufang outside, "Aunt! Aunt, come quickly to save me." Then, he covered his mouth with his hand and stifled a laugh. "What's wrong? Don't frighten me." Wang Xiufang pondered for a moment upon hearing Lu Fan's cries, but ultimately decided to investigate. After all, in this desolate wilderness, if she were to be left alone, she would be as good as dead. "Aunt, hurry!" Lu Fan's voice echoed again from the cave. Wang Xiufang approached the cave entrance, but did not rush inside. Instead, she took a moment to clear away the weeds at the mouth of the cave, thinking that this way, if there were any real danger, she could easily make her escape. To be fair, she was far more thoughtful than Lu Fan, considering the situation with much greater care. As she stepped into the cave, she did not see Lu Fan's figure. However, since she had cleared away much of the underbrush at the entrance, the cave was now considerably brighter. At that moment, she noticed a shadow moving in the depths around a corner. "Xiufang, is that you?" Chapter 9. Settling in at this moment, Lu Fan stifled a laugh, suppressing his amusement as Wang Xiufang approached, her heart laden with trepidation. Upon reaching the corner, she beheld Lu Fan, who wore a playful grin, standing beside a small puddle with arms outstretched, seemingly ready to embrace her as he had during their previous encounter with danger. Instantly, Wang Xiufang's countenance darkened, her eyes widening as if they could ignite flames. "Very well, just you wait," she exclaimed. Before she could finish her sentence, she shoved Lu Fan aside. He, without lingering, swiftly turned and exited. As Wang Xiufang watched Lu Fan's retreating figure, her fury surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she vented her wrath upon him, then crouched by the puddle, drinking deeply like a famished beast. Meanwhile, Lu Fan observed the cave's interior, noting the disarray of the ground, littered with branches, dry grass, and remnants of dark animal droppings. Once Wang Xiufang quenched her thirst, she approached him, brimming with indignation. Seeing her advance, Lu Fan hastily approached her, wearing a conciliatory smile. Wang Xiufang, however, was not swayed. She glared at him, poised to scold, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Fan. "Aunt, please refrain from losing your temper just yet. How about this? You tidy up the area while I gather some hay to lay down on the ground. This way, we can enjoy a more comfortable night's rest," he proposed eagerly. Before she could respond, Lu Fan darted out of the cave as if his feet were greased, for he had no desire to incur the wrath of his irate aunt. "Hey you!" Wang Xiufang fumed, stamping her foot at Lu Fan's departing form. "That fellow, truly a clever one," she muttered to herself, a faint, reluctant smile creeping onto her lips despite her irritation. Finding hay amidst the forest was no formidable task. Soon enough, Lu Fan had amassed several large bundles. After multiple trips, he returned the hay to the cave. For safety's sake, he also gathered a sufficient number of pliable and durable vines, which he intended to weave into a door for the cave's entrance to fend off wild beasts. Lastly, he retrieved a round, black stone the size of a watermelon. Wang Xiufang, indeed, was a commendable homemaker. She had swiftly cleaned the ground, and though the hay bed was humble, her meticulous arrangement rendered it as soft as a mattress, exuding warmth. "Wait a moment, Aunt. Why did you lay down 2 separate piles of hay? Why not place them together?" Lu Fan inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Wang Xiufang shot him an exasperated glare. internally chastising the young man for his foolishness, yet maintaining a facade of composure as she replied, "How can you even ask such a question? Think about it. Remember, you will sleep on the outside, and I will take the inside." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan understood. His aunt was still miffed over his previous transgression. A sheepish smile crept onto his face as he responded, "Oh, I see. I had thought that we would be together." Before I could finish my sentence, I was ruthlessly interrupted by Wang Xiufang. "Stop. Remember, do not come over, or I will truly become angry." Her tone was exceedingly grave, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing this, Lu Fan refrained from further argument, nodding helplessly to indicate his understanding. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the sky slowly darkened. Lu Fan mused that it was surely too late to weave the door today, so he would postpone it until tomorrow. Thus, he piled up the collected vines at the cave entrance and gathered some thorns to place around the perimeter, forming a rudimentary protective barrier. After completing this task, Lu Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips as he surveyed his handiwork, contemplating, "Yes, this should ensure safety. At last, I can rest peacefully." Due to the pressing time, Lu Fan had not found any food that day. After quenching his thirst with fresh spring water, they each returned to their respective beds to rest. Although his stomach grumbled with hunger, Lu Fan still offered words of comfort. "Aunt Xiufang, please bear with it today. I will surely find something to eat by tomorrow morning." Wang Xiufang responded softly, her voice tinged with a hint of resignation. "Yes, do sleep early. There is much to accomplish tomorrow." As night deepened and silence enveloped them, they enjoyed a peaceful night without incident. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the cave. Lu Fan rose early, moving lightly towards the beach. Unencumbered by his aunt's constraints, he darted through the dense jungle like a nimble monkey, his steps buoyant and agile, as if the forest were his playground. In less than an hour, he successfully arrived at the seaside. Standing on the beach, Lu Fan inhaled the refreshing sea breeze, his spirits soaring. He recalled the wilderness survival shows he had watched on television and began to meticulously search the shoreline for usable materials washed ashore by the waves. With wide eyes, he scrutinized every corner, hoping to find bottles, old clothes, or ropes. For some unknown reason, after a lengthy search, he had only managed to collect an antiquated military helmet from the last century and a tattered fishing net. At that moment, Lu Fan muttered to himself in frustration, "It seems the television is misleading. One cannot trust it." Yet, he remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation, even feeling a sense of pride at the thought of cohabiting this deserted island with the beautiful village flower, his aunt. Little did he realize that the isolated island they inhabited was situated deep within the vast ocean, 1,000 miles away from the nearest land. Moreover, this island lay far from busy shipping routes, ensuring that no vessels would pass by. Simultaneously, fishing boats would not venture to such remote waters for their catch. Under these circumstances, they could only hope for a miraculous turn of events. In such a desolate environment, survival is undoubtedly a formidable challenge, and the prospect of receiving external assistance seems almost insurmountable. The abundant marine life here allows Lu Fan, with his experience in river fishing, to effortlessly catch several unidentified large fish, along with crabs and oysters, simply by gathering them from the sandy shore. Food is plentiful, predominantly comprising an exquisite seafood feast, with freshwater sources available in the caves. Upon returning, if he could manage to kindle a fire, it would be nothing short of perfection. With the charming village woman by his side, he could easily contemplate staying here for a lifetime. Lu Fan skillfully threaded the fish and seafood on his slender vines, slinging them over his shoulder, whistling cheerfully as he made his way towards the cave, entirely devoid of any anxiety typical of castaways. Chapter 10. Fire by friction. As Lu Fan returned to the cave, bearing the weight of a large fish and other seafood, Wang Xiufang had already awakened from her slumber. "Aunt Xiufang, look at the delightful treasures I have brought back," Lu Fan exclaimed, his voice reverberating within the confines of the cave, filling the space with exuberance. Upon seeing the bounty, Xiufang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, what a colossal fish!" Lu Fan beamed with pride and placed the fish and seafood on the ground. Turning to Wang Xiufang, he said, Aunt Xiufang, could you please prepare these sea delicacies? I will figure out a way to start a fire, and soon we shall feast on roasted fish. His words exuded confidence and satisfaction, as if he had triumphantly completed a formidable task and was now relishing the sweetness of victory. However, Wang Xiufang's expression turned troubled as she gazed at the multitude of seafood before her. How are we to manage this? She lamented. There isn't even a single utensil here. Indeed, within the confines of this rudimentary cave, there were no pots, bowls, or cutting tools, making the preparation of the seafood a daunting challenge. Although Wang Xiufang was an experienced homemaker, she felt utterly helpless in the face of such a predicament. That is indeed a conundrum, but fret not, for I have a plan. Lu Fan appeared to have anticipated her concerns, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He turned and walked to a corner of the cave, lifting the dark stone he had collected the previous day. Wang Xiufang looked at Lu Fan with skepticism, unsure of his intentions. What do you intend to do? Are you suggesting we smash the fish with that large stone? She inquired, incredulity tinging her voice. Aunt, do not underestimate this black stone. It is no ordinary rock, but obsidian, Lu Fan declared excitedly, picking up another stone and deftly striking the obsidian. With a sharp crack, a fragment of obsidian broke away. Observing this, Lu Fan swiftly picked up the fallen shard and continued to strike it with precision. His movements were skillful and rapid, as if he were not a novice in the art of crafting tools. As time passed, the shard in his hands gradually transformed into a shape reminiscent of a dagger. At last, Lu Fan halted his efforts, satisfied with his creation. He carefully wrapped the handle with slender twigs and, with great caution, presented the newly fashioned dagger to Wang Xiufang, smiling as he said, The knife is ready, Aunt. Please give it a try. Wang Xiufang hesitated as she accepted the dagger, her mind racing with doubt. Can this knife truly be effective? Yet, upon witnessing Lu Fan's self-assured demeanor, she resolved to give it a chance. Approaching the large fish, she positioned the dagger against its body and made a gentle slice. In an instant, the fish seemed to yield to her touch, effortlessly splitting in two, the incision smooth and clean, devoid of any fraying. Wang Xiufang's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the dagger in her hand and the freshly cut fish. She could scarcely fathom that a knife fashioned from stone could possess such remarkable sharpness. At this moment, Lu Fan gazed at Wang Xiufang's astonished expression, feeling a surge of pride within him. He smiled at her and said, What do you think, Aunt? This knife is quite impressive, isn't it? It's crafted from obsidian, and its sharpness far exceeds that of an ordinary kitchen knife. He then added, Now, please prepare the fish while I figure out how to start a fire. Start a fire? Surely, he doesn't intend to use the primitive method of drilling wood? Wang Xiufang looked at him, bewildered. Lu Fan proceeded to find a dry branch and scraped off some shavings using the obsidian shards. He then carved a small groove into the branch and placed the shavings inside. Next, he selected a sturdier branch, sharpened one end, and positioned it in the groove before vigorously rubbing it with his hands. As this was his first attempt at creating fire by friction, he toiled for a full half-hour, his hands developing blisters before the shavings finally began to smoke. Wang Xiufang watched intently, hardly daring to breathe, her eyes filled with anticipation. As Lu Fan continued to rub, the smoke intensified. Suddenly, he halted his movements and blew gently towards the shavings. Moments later, a faint flicker of flame emerged from the shavings. Success! Lu Fan exclaimed with excitement, carefully transferring the burning shavings to a pile of dry grass he had prepared, gently blowing on it until the grass ignited, the flames growing ever stronger. Wang Xiufang looked at the roaring fire, her face alight with surprise and admiration. Xiufang, you are truly remarkable. You can do anything. In that moment, she felt a profound relief at having such a capable man by her side on this desolate island. Noticing the adoring gaze from Aunt Wang Xiufang, Lu Fan proudly declared, It's a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. However, he completely overlooked the crimson blood seeping from the blisters on his hands. While Aunt Wang Xiufang prepared the large fish, Lu Fan busied himself, using his bloodied hands to begin weaving a door to protect against wild beasts. After all, a secure barrier was essential for a good night's sleep. He certainly did not wish to be dragged away by a beast in the dead of night. Wang Xiufang skewered the prepared fish on branches and carefully positioned them beside the fire to roast. Simultaneously, she tossed oysters and crabs directly into the flames, allowing them to cook amidst the roaring fire. Although no seasonings were added, the aroma of the grilled fish began to waft through the cave as the fire blazed higher. This enticing scent captivated Wang Xiufang, who could not take her eyes off the sizzling fish, filled with anticipation. She imagined the delightful taste of the seafood feast she was about to enjoy and involuntarily swallowed. Just then, unable to contain his cravings, Lu Fan sprinted over like a ravenous wolf. He swiftly tore off a large piece of fish, disregarding all decorum, and stuffed it into his mouth. With a single bite, the natural briny flavor of the sea fish burst forth on his palate, the rich taste overwhelming his eager taste buds. The tender, succulent flesh of the fish danced upon his palate with each chew, delivering an unparalleled sensory delight. However, in his eagerness, Lu Fan failed to notice that the grilled fish was still sizzling, and the scalding droplets of oil splattered onto his lips, causing him to grimace in pain while still unwilling to relinquish his delectable feast. Observing Lu Fan's comical demeanor, Wang Xiufang could not help but burst into laughter. "Look at you, little glutton. Can't you wait just a moment longer to eat?" Yet at that moment, Lu Fan was completely immersed in the realm of culinary pleasures. He merely responded without lifting his gaze, "It's done. Ready to eat." He then proceeded to gulp down the freshly cooked oysters, both meat and broth. For Lu Fan, this was not a wilderness survival scenario. It felt more like a luxurious island retreat. Chapter 11. Setting the trap. Just as the two were savoring their meal, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Lu Fan stood up alertly, grasping his handmade dagger, and cautiously approached the entrance. Wang Xiufang grew anxious, trailing closely behind him. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, they beheld a wild boar, tusks protruding, foraging nearby, seemingly in search of food. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Although the boar was not large, it appeared formidable. Should it enter the cave, both their lives would be in jeopardy. "This boar has likely been drawn here by the aroma of our grilled fish," Lu Fan deduced. "Annie Xiufang, please stay inside and secure the door while I drive it away." Hearing Lu Fan's intent to confront the wild boar, Wang Xiufang looked worried and implored, "Xiaofan, perhaps it's best to reconsider. That is a wild boar after all. If we simply block the entrance, it likely won't be able to come in." The protective door Lu Fan had crafted was not only composed of resilient vines, but also fortified with thorns, with a narrow entrance that was easy to defend, yet hard to breach. Not even this small boar could enter, let alone a larger one, Lu Fan assured her. "Consider this, Auntie. If there is a small boar, a larger one is sure to follow. If we do not drive this one away now, we may find ourselves in a dire situation when the bigger boar arrives." After contemplating Lu Fan's words, Wang Xiufang nodded slowly, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Ultimately, Lu Fan's extensive experience in hunting lent credibility to his suggestion. Without delay, he sprang into action, locating a sturdy branch and securely binding the dagger to its end, thus fashioning a rudimentary spear. Although the spear appeared rudimentary, in Lu Fan's hands it seemed remarkably sharp and lethal. Once prepared, Lu Fan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and charged forth. His objective was the juvenile boar, and he brandished his spear with determination as he sprinted towards it. The boar, evidently unprepared for human presence in such a desolate area, was startled by Lu Fan's sudden appearance and aggressive advance, becoming enraged in response. It charged at Lu Fan, tusks bared, eager to confront this unexpected intruder. However, Lu Fan was undeterred by the boar's ferocity. With agility, he deftly evaded the beast's assault. The boar, driven by its own momentum, collided with a large stone nearby, producing a dull thud. Seizing the moment while the boar was disoriented and in pain, Lu Fan swiftly closed the distance, thrusting his spear like a bolt of lightning, piercing the boar's leg with precision. The boar let out a piercing shriek, the injury rendering its once ferocious charge impotent as it turned to flee, distancing itself from this formidable adversary. Wang Xiufang, who had been observing from the shadows, exhaled in relief at the sight. She felt a deep admiration for Lu Fan's bravery and ingenuity. Unable to contain herself as she exclaimed, "Xiufang, you are truly courageous." Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's praise, Lu Fan's face broke into a subtle smile of pride. He responded, "It's merely a trifling matter. Do not worry. Let us continue our meal." Although the wild boar had been successfully driven away, Lu Fan was acutely aware that it could very well return, and there might be other, more ferocious beasts lurking nearby. After careful contemplation, Lu Fan resolved to set some hunting traps around the cave. This measure would not only deter potential beastly attacks, but might also fortuitously capture some game, thereby enhancing their culinary variety. After all, consuming seafood daily could become tiresome in time. Turning to Wang Xiufang, he said, "Aunt Xiufang, I plan to set traps all around this area. This way, even if I am not home, you will be safer. However, when I am away, please refrain from wandering about." Wang Xiufang understood Lu Fan's heartfelt intentions and nodded with a smile, then inquired, "Do you need my assistance in setting them up?" Lu Fan quickly waved his hand, responding with a smile, "No need, Aunt. Such laborious tasks are far too strenuous for you. I cannot bear to see you toil." With a mischievous glint in his eye, he playfully winked at Wang Xiufang, hinting at a jest. Seeing this, she laughed and chided, "Oh, you rascal. You've become quite the smooth talker." Yet her tone bore no trace of reproach. Rather, it was laced with warmth. Encouraged by her reaction, Lu Fan grew bolder and, with a cheeky grin, remarked, "Aunt, given my thoughtfulness, shouldn't I receive a reward?" "Perhaps." He then cheekily stuck out his tongue and made a silly face. Wang Xiufang couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully scolding, "You little scamp, I knew you had ulterior motives." She feigned an attempt to swat at Lu Fan. Quick as a flash, he seized a dagger from the side and darted away like a rabbit, calling back, "Aunt, I'm off to set the traps now." Do stay put. Setting traps is an essential skill for any hunter, and Lu Fan was no exception. Armed with a spear, he carefully navigated through the grass surrounding the cave, meticulously searching within a radius of several dozen meters. Each step was taken with utmost caution, lest he overlook any danger. Lu Fan was acutely aware that this patch of grass could conceal various perils. Venomous snakes and pests might be lurking within. A lesson learned from the previous encounter with the green-patterned snake. After a thorough search, Lu Fan finally confirmed that there were no traces of snakes or pests in the grass. He sighed in relief, yet remained vigilant. Next, he gathered some dried mugwort ash and scattered it evenly around the cave, creating a protective barrier. Though seemingly simple, this barrier effectively deterred the intrusion of venomous snakes, providing Aunt Xiufang with a secure space to enjoy the view of the sea. After all, one cannot remain confined within a cave indefinitely. With this protective wall, Aunt Xiufang could feel at ease while engaging in her activities. After completing the fortification, Lu Fan did not cease his endeavors. He continued his industrious work on the outskirts, skillfully binding resilient vines to the elastic trees and the snares crafted from the underbrush. These traps were artfully concealed within the foliage, ready to spring into action should a beast tread upon them, instantly hoisting the unsuspecting creature into the air with the formidable recoil of the branches. Moreover, Lu Fan showcased his ingenuity by bending a slender sapling to fashion a crossbow trigger mechanism. Upon the passage of a beast that inadvertently disturbed the camouflaged vine snares, this contraption would be triggered in an instant, unleashing a torrential volley of crossbow bolts upon the creature, piercing it as if it were caught in a relentless storm of arrows. Chapter 12. It was intentional. Lu Fan meticulously set up various traps within a 2-kilometer radius, adhering to his previous methods. Upon completing this task, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He mused to himself that not even the wild boar he had encountered earlier, nor even a tiger, would stand a chance against his cunning arrangements. However, Lu Fan was now exhausted, panting heavily, and his throat felt as if it were ablaze with thirst. He resolved to return to the cave to replenish his hydration and continue refining the traps the following day. Despite his fatigue, the thought of the beautiful village woman, Aunt Wang Xiufang, awaiting his return revitalized his spirit. He felt invigorated, as if infused with energy, and hurried back. Upon his arrival at the cave, Lu Fan found no sign of Wang Xiufang, only clothes drying by the fire. He called out, "Annie, Annie, I'm back. Where are you?" As he shouted, he made his way toward the small pool around the corner of the cave, knowing she would likely be there. However, just as he approached the corner, he heard her voice, "Don't come over. You need to leave first." Yet, Lu Fan did not halt his steps. In fact, he quickened his pace, arriving at the corner before her warning could fully register. When Lu Fan's gaze fell upon Wang Xiufang, he was momentarily frozen in place. As if under a spell, there stood the village beauty, holding half a coconut shell, completely unclothed, her hair damp and dripping with water. Since arriving on the deserted island, she had gone days without bathing, feeling sticky and emitting an unpleasant odor. Concerned about Lu Fan's prolonged absence, she had decided to cleanse herself in the spring water. Ironically, just as she was bathing, he returned, an unfortunate timing that made her suspect he had come to take advantage of the situation. Seeing Lu Fan standing there, unabashedly surveying her, Wang Xiufang's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated his return at such an inopportune moment, nor his unabashed stare. In a flurry, she clutched the coconut shell, unsure whether to shield her upper or lower body. After a moment of indecision, she reluctantly turned her back to him. Her heart raced, a mix of embarrassment and anger overwhelming her, prompting her to shout, "Why don't you just leave already? Get out!" Realizing that Aunt Wang was genuinely furious, Lu Fan understood the impropriety of his actions and quickly apologized. "Auntie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I had no idea you were bathing." His expression suggested he was still somewhat captivated by the moment, which only intensified Wang Xiufang's ire. With a heavy heart, Lu Fan retreated. Squatting at the entrance, Lu Fan could hear the sound of rushing water from within, igniting an insatiable itch in his heart, akin to being clawed by a cat. Contemplating whether to enter now, the thought crossed her mind that if she hesitated, she might miss a splendid opportunity to embrace the beauty. Yet, if she were to rush in at this moment, she would merely succeed in her endeavor. But what would distinguish her from a rogue? Ultimately, she decided against it. A forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet. After all, she could not escape. Sooner or later, she would be his. Upon emerging, Wang Xiufang did not mention the earlier incident. Although she felt anger, she remained unaware of Lu Fan's intentions and even believed that his earlier actions were unintentional. Deliberately shifting the conversation, she inquired about the progress of the trap setup, asking if everything was going smoothly. Having been through similar experiences herself, she understood that men, when stimulated by desire, could easily act impulsively. Thus, it was imperative not to engage him in a discussion about what had transpired earlier, for the consequences could be dire. In the event he suddenly recalled the earlier scene, becoming agitated, he might inadvertently cause her, with her aging limbs, great harm. Initially bracing himself for reprimand, Lu Fan felt a weight lift from his chest when he heard his aunt's question. His face brightened with a beaming smile as he cheerfully replied, "It's mostly done. Aunt, did you know? I've even created a safety zone within several dozen meters around here. Not to mention venomous snakes or wild beasts. Not even an ant could trespass." As he spoke, Lu Fan gestured animatedly, anxious that his aunt might not grasp his meaning. His tone brimmed with eagerness and flattery, as he continued, speaking incessantly, fearful that this village beauty might hold him accountable for the earlier incident. Wang Xiufang regarded the man before her. He was not only brave and clever, but also attentive and considerate. In such a desolate place, he managed to uphold moral standards, stirring within her an ineffable feeling. In truth, she had also contemplated that if Lu Fan were to make a move at this moment, she might not be overly surprised or resistant. After all, human beings possess physiological needs, and she was no exception. Nevertheless, deep within her, a flicker of hope remained regarding their return home. She firmly believed that as long as they were alive, it would not be long before the rescue team would locate them. At that time, they could safely return to the village and resume their respective lives. Yet, the ambiguity of their current relationship left her in a state of inner turmoil and confusion. They shared a familial bond within the village, and this unique relationship rendered her uncertain about how to confront Lu Fan. Should he indeed harbor different feelings for her? How would she respond? These questions lingered in her mind, and as she gazed out at the sea, her mood grew increasingly heavy. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared on the distant sea, capturing her attention. Wang Xiufang's eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed at the spot and exclaimed excitedly, "Lu Fan, look! What is that?" Following her finger, Lu Fan was equally startled. Could it be a rescue boat arriving? Wang Xiufang, brimming with excitement, grasped Lu Fan's hand and began to rush towards the shore, her heart racing with anticipation. However, Lu Fan appeared somewhat troubled. If indeed a rescue vessel were approaching, it would likely shatter the idyllic dream of solitude he shared with the village beauty. Wang Xiufang sensed Lu Fan's unease and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Why do you look so unhappy? Do you wish to remain on this isolated island for eternity?" In truth, Lu Fan would have relished the prospect of spending a lifetime in her company. Yet, upon witnessing the intense longing in her eyes for home, as well as the thoughts of his own parents, he recognized the selfishness of his desires. Reluctantly, he replied, "No, I am merely taken aback." With that, the two made their way toward the shoreline. However, as the dark shape drew ever closer, their hearts grew heavier with each passing moment. What they initially perceived as a rescue vessel turned out to be nothing more than a drifting lifeboat. Halfway there, Lu Fan refrained from rushing forward. Instead, he grasped the eager Wang Xiufang's arm and cautioned, "Auntie, let's not be hasty. We must ascertain the situation before we proceed. What if they are dangerous individuals?" Chapter 13. The rescue. Wang Xiufang, intent on returning home, believed that Lu Fan was deliberately reluctant to leave. She had long perceived his possessiveness towards her. In that moment, her feelings of dissatisfaction and anger ignited, and she exclaimed in exasperation, "I knew you didn't want to leave. Let go of me. If you won't go, I'll go on my own." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she summoned all her strength and forcefully broke free from Lu Fan's grasp. Her movements were swift and resolute, as if she aimed to completely erase Lu Fan from her life. Without glancing back, she hurriedly continued towards the beach, as if it were the long-desired path leading her home. Lu Fan gazed at Wang Xiufang's retreating figure, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He understood that no words would suffice to sway her at this moment. As the saying goes, kind words cannot persuade a determined spirit. Thus, he refrained from pursuing her. After all, he had elderly parents waiting for his return. He could not remain on this desolate island forever, nor could he expect Wang Xiufang, with her yearning for home, to do so. However, Lu Fan did not leave immediately. Instead, he chose to conceal himself in the forest to assess the situation before making a decision. This way, should any peril arise, they would not both be ensnared in a dire predicament. Standing at a vantage point, Lu Fan surveyed the scene from above. His gaze fell upon a lifeboat, stirring a familiar sensation within him. This lifeboat resembled the one he had boarded during the cruise disaster. Yet now, it floated aimlessly in the vast expanse of the ocean, rendered powerless by a lack of fuel, akin to a solitary leaf adrift in the sea. On the lifeboat sat 6 individuals, their figures appearing minuscule against the boundless water. An elderly couple in their 60s, Aunt Lee and her husband, clung to one another, their faces betraying their anxiety over an uncertain fate. Among them was Lin Schwerer, a stunning woman in her 30s who owned a publicly listed company. Her demeanor was aloof, and her elegance was palpable. However, due to prolonged scarcity of fresh water and the unpredictability of their fate, Lin Schwerer's eyes were hollow, and her skin had lost its former luster, no longer resembling the imperious EO she once was. Yet, her noble aura remained undeniable. Also present was Long Ge, who had clashed with Lu Fan on the cruise, accompanied by 2 of his underlings. Long Ge, once exuding confidence, now appeared considerably gaunt. His underlings, having gone 3 days with little sustenance, frantically paddled the lifeboat with a fervent desire for survival, clumsily yet determinedly making their way towards the nearby island. Lu Fan was taken aback by Long Ge's survival. It was unexpected. However, he pondered, wasn't Long Ge supposed to have 3 underlings? Why were only 2 left? Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang, hastily traversing the forest, remained oblivious to the identities of those aboard the lifeboat. She ran with all her might, desperate to escape the unfamiliar and perilous wilderness. However, without Lu Fan's assistance, her traversal through the intricate and tangled forest became exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, Wang Xiufang was ensnared by a vine and fell heavily to the ground. She cried out in pain, her knees and palms scraped and bloodied. It was all Lu Fan's fault. If it weren't for him, she would have reached the beach by now. Struggling to rise, the piercing pain compelled her to sob uncontrollably. At that moment, Long Gu and his companions had already reached the beach, and upon landing, they dashed madly towards the coconut trees. Behind them, Lin Shuer, along with Aunt Li, supported Aunt Li's husband, who appeared exceedingly frail, lacking even the strength to walk. To Long Ji's astonishment, the coconuts on the trees had already been picked clean by Lu Fan, leaving only a few unripe green coconuts. Ignoring the potential dangers of consuming raw coconuts, the group ravenously tore them from the trees, drinking as if possessed, utterly oblivious to Lin Shuer and the others' plight. "Could you possibly leave us a little?" Lin Shuer pleaded, her lips cracked and parched, resembling a desiccated riverbed with crimson fissures. The saying goes, when one is well fed, thoughts of lust arise. Having temporarily quenched his thirst, Long Gu turned to Lin Shuer, who wore an expression of eager anticipation. When adrift at sea, he had harbored inappropriate thoughts about her. But the dire scarcity of food and water had rendered him too weak to entertain such notions. This was also the reason why the inherently selfish Long Gu kept her close. As for the elderly couple, they were former experts at a prominent city hospital before retirement. After drifting at sea for several days, it was this retired couple's medical knowledge that had saved the others from dehydration through administering enemas for hydration. Without their assistance, Long Gu and his companions would likely have perished long ago. Long Gu, stroking his chin with a lecherous grin, scrutinized Lin Shuer in faint surprise, asking, "You want a drink?" The beauty nodded eagerly, responding, "Yes, I want a drink," her gaze fixated on the coconut in Long Ji's hand. "If you wish to drink, you must barter with your body," he declared. Not waiting for Lin Shuer's reply, he began to make advances towards her. The typically aloof Lin Shuer could only retreat helplessly, attempting to escape while shouting, "Let me go. I would rather die of thirst than let you succeed, you beast." Long Gu, with a fierce expression, replied, "That is not for you to decide." Seeing this, two of his underlings approached, saying, "Boss, after you enjoy. Let's have some fun too. Don't worry. Once I'm satisfied, I'll let you have your turn," Long Gu assured them. Upon hearing this, the two underlings perked up, advancing to pin the woman to the beach and began to tear at her clothing. In a state of panic, Lin Shuer struggled desperately. Witnessing their brazen actions, Aunt Li immediately shouted, "Stop! You are committing a crime. Do you not fear divine retribution?" One of the underlings turned to the kind-hearted Aunt Li and angrily spat. "Shut up, you old hag. Were it not for your profession as a doctor, which holds some merit, I would have long cast you in the sea to feed the fish." At this moment, Aunt Li and her husband comprehended that on this desolate island, even if Long Gu and his companions were to take their lives, no one would ever know. Moreover, being utterly powerless, they could not possibly stand against such adversaries, ultimately resigning themselves to the horrific scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer, pinned down on the sandy shore, was terrified and weeping uncontrollably, pleading for mercy in a desperate attempt to awaken the conscience of the three men. Yet, the barbaric Long Gu and his cohorts showed no intention of halting their actions. Just as they were on the verge of succeeding, an oblivious Wang Xiufang chanced upon the scene. Not realizing the gravity of the situation, she foolishly shouted, "Stop, you brutes!" Lu Fan, hidden in the heights of the forest, witnessed this alarming event and his heart sank, realizing his aunt was in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he raced down the mountainside, naively believing that these ruffians would behave like Lu Fan and care for her feelings in this savage land. Wang Xiufang was blissfully unaware that this decision would lead her to profound regret. Chapter 14. The unexpected arrival of Wang Xiufang. The sudden appearance of Wang Xiufang left Long Gu and his companions utterly astonished. Her pristine attire and the smooth, delicate texture of her skin caught them off guard, making her appear even more radiant than during their previous encounter on the cruise ship. One would hardly believe she was forced to survive on this desolate island. It seemed more plausible that she was here on vacation. Long Ge gazed at Wang Xiufang with incredulity. Well, what brings this woman here? No need to wait any longer, brothers. We can indulge together now. He laughed, gesturing to a nearby lackey, who rushed towards Wang Xiufang alongside him. Seeing Wang Xiufang approaching unperturbed, the compassionate couple, Aunt Li and her husband, could not bear the thought of another person suffering harm. They shouted, "Miss, do not come closer. Run away, they are beasts. You old fool, dare to ruin my plans? I'll make you pay." Long Ge, enraged, picked up a coconut shell from the beach and hurled it violently at the couple. As Aunt Li's husband, he could not stand idly by while his wife was in danger. Despite his frail condition, he summoned his last ounce of strength to shield her. With a sickening thud, the elderly man collapsed, blood pouring from his head into a pool of crimson. You bastards! You will face divine retribution," Aunt Li cried, cradling her bloodied husband. Her spirit shattered. Meanwhile, Lin Shuai, who had been pinned down on the beach, was horrified by the brutal scene. She screamed in terror and summoned every ounce of strength to free herself from her captor, fleeing desperately towards Wang Xiufang. The blonde thug, noticing her escape, pursued her relentlessly. Witnessing such a heartless spectacle, Wang Xiufang finally awoke from her stupor and turned to run back. However, it was already too late. She was tackled to the ground by Long Ge and his companion. Long Ge pinned the struggling Wang Xiufang down, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "Last time I failed, but now you come to me willingly. Today, I will have my way with you," he growled, lunging forward like a ravenous wolf, tearing at her clothing. Fear filled Wang Xiufang's eyes. She could scarcely fathom that these two men would dare to commit such an act so brazenly. At that moment, one of the lackeys said to Long Ge, "Brother, you go first. I'll take my turn later." Long Ge, amused by the eagerness of his lackey, taunted, "If you can't wait, there's another over there," motioning with his broad head towards the grieving Aunt Li. "No need, brother. I can wait a moment. Why feast on the old when the young is available?" Horrified at the thought of being violated by these loathsome men, Wang Xiufang felt a wave of despair wash over her. She struggled with all her might, but as a solitary woman, she was no match for the two villains. With a resounding slap, Long Ge struck Wang Xiufang twice. "Behave, or I'll end you." In a moment of desperation, Wang Xiufang screamed, "Lu Fan! Lu Fan! Come save me!" Upon hearing Wang Xiufang call Lu Fan's name, Long Ge immediately trembled, swiftly rising to grasp the weapon at his waist, alert and ready. Concealed within the thicket, Lu Fan observed the scene unfold, refraining from recklessly advancing, mindful that the individuals before him wielded long daggers and machetes. To act impulsively could result in further harm to his aunt, a consequence too grave to bear. Long Ge anxiously scanned his surroundings, bellowing, "Brat, where are you? If you have guts, step out." Yet, aside from the crashing waves, silence enveloped the area. Gradually regaining his composure, Long Ge menacingly declared, "Playing tricks, are we? I'll deal with you first." With that, he lunged towards Wang Xiufang. At that moment, as Lin Shuai was on the verge of being caught by the blonde thug, a sharp arrow suddenly whizzed through the air, striking down the blonde assailant, who fell to the ground, clutching his injured foot and howling like a wounded animal. Long Ge, upon witnessing his underling's plight, bent down to survey the vicinity, wary of an ambush. Suddenly, a figure darted forth from the trees like lightning. It was Lu Fan. His gaze was icy, exuding a chilling aura. He swiftly approached Wang Xiufang and kicked at Long Ge, who was reaching for her. Long Ge, like a kite severed from its string, toppled backward, crashing onto the beach. One of Long Ji's remaining lackeys, emboldened, brandished his machete and swung it fiercely at Lu Fan. Lu Fan sidestepped effortlessly, evading the strike, and seized the thug's wrist, twisting it with force. A sharp crack echoed as the thug's wrist broke, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. The young ruffian cried out in agony as Lu Fan followed through with a kick, sending him sprawling. Long Ge struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with terror and rage. He picked up a dagger from the sand, feigning bravado as he shouted, "You think you can do anything? I'll fight you." Lu Fan scoffed. Oh, how fortuitous. In an instant, he appeared before Long Ge. snatching the dagger from his grasp and pressing it against his throat, coldly stating, "Weren't you eager to fight? This dagger awaits you." Long Ji's face drained of color, his legs trembling as he pleaded for mercy, no longer the fierce Long Gu, but rather a pitiful figure. In the distance, Lin Shuer, witnessing the scene, recognized that Long Gu had been subdued. She rushed forward, roaring, "You scoundrel! You've bullied me long enough." Seizing the dagger from Lu Fan's hand, she plunged it toward Long Gu's groin with a swift thrust. A chilling scream echoed across the island as Long Gu writhed in pain, blood staining the sand. Lu Fan was taken aback by Lin Shuer's ferocity. He had never anticipated that this beautiful woman would exhibit such courage. He thought to himself, "This scoundrel is finished. He shall never again torment women. I must keep my distance from this fierce beauty in the future." At that moment, Wang Xiufang, sobbing, clambered to her feet and threw herself into Lu Fan's embrace. Weeping, "Xiao Fan, thank goodness you came. Otherwise, I fear I would have." The former composure of Wang Xiufang had vanished, leaving her resembling a wronged little girl, her eyes filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped disaster. Lu Fan gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. "It's all right, Auntie. Everything has passed." Lin Shuer, observing Lu Fan address the woman in his embrace as Auntie, gazed at them with a look of perplexity. Noticing her scrutiny, Lu Fan politely nodded in her direction, deeply impressed by the kindness exhibited by Auntie Li and her husband. He approached with genuine concern, inquiring, "Hello, Auntie. How is Uncle's injury?" Auntie Li, with a resigned shake of her head, pointed towards a small boat anchored at the shore, saying, "The box, the medical kit, quickly." Upon reaching the lifeboat, Lu Fan discovered it was cluttered with empty bottles, besides the medical kit. There was a larger suitcase and several travel backpacks. He diligently transferred all the supplies from the boat to the beach, handing the medical kit to Auntie Li before striding with a fierce determination towards Long Gu and his companions. Chapter 15. Returning to the cave at this moment. The group was utterly terrified by Lu Fan, resembling mice confronted by a cat, too frightened even to lift their heads. "Get lost, and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, I shall surely kill you," Lu Fan declared with a chilling tone, his expression devoid of any emotion. His words took them by surprise. They were aware that in this uncivilized land, should he choose to kill them, no one would ever know. The young man with the yellow hair, wounded by the sword, incredulously asked, "What? Are you truly letting us go? I will count to 3. If you do not leave by then, I shall reconsider," Lu Fan responded. Without even beginning to count, the 3 injured men scrambled aboard a small boat and rowed frantically into the depths of the sea. Lin Shuer, filled with fury, watched as Long Gu and his companions receded into the distance, bewildered. "Mr. Lu, are you really going to let them go so easily?" she inquired. "What else should I do? Should I treat lives as if they were mere weeds?" Lin Shuer found herself momentarily speechless at Lu Fan's retort. "But they—" she began, only to be interrupted by Lu Fan. "Do not worry, my dear. In this water devoid of fresh supplies, whether they can survive remains uncertain. Remember, the wicked eventually face their own reckoning." At this point, Lu Fan had yet to stain his hands with blood, unless absolutely necessary. He would never resort to taking a life, as it was his moral boundary. "Lu Fan, what shall we do now?" Wang Xiufang inquired, resembling a dutiful kitten awaiting her master's command. As dusk approached, Lu Fan suggested they return to the cave to rest. Otherwise, they would face trouble from wild beasts after nightfall. Thus, under Lu Fan's guidance, the group set off toward the cave. Wang Xiufang, still shaken, followed closely behind him, her mind replaying the recent events, her heart still racing. She could not help but ask, "Xiao Fan, did you already sense the danger? Which is why you did not come out earlier?" Upon hearing her question, Lu Fan paused and glanced back at her. Wang Xiufang's hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn and tattered, making her appear quite disheveled. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Fan swallowed his reprimand and simply replied, "I do not know. I was merely considering safety." However, Wang Xiufang seemed unconvinced and countered, "Then why didn't you stop me?" Lu Fan found her question both amusing and exasperating. Shaking his head in resignation, he replied, "My dear aunt, do not misconstrue things. We must have some conscience, do we not? When I try to stop you, you assumed I had ulterior motives. How could I possibly restrain you? And now you turn around and blame me. Wang Xiufang appeared as if she wished to say more. But perhaps realizing the impulsiveness of her prior actions, she halted mid-sentence. What could I do? Should I have held you back? Are you implying that I wish to take advantage of you? Lu Fan's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his expression tinged with playful mockery, and his eyes sparkled with teasing mischief. Suddenly, as if struck by a whimsical thought, he added with a mischievous grin, "So, is it that Auntie is upset that I didn't embrace you back then? If you wish, I can certainly give you a hug now, haha." Lu Fan's words flowed like a teasing spring breeze, playfully caressing the ears of his companion. Clearly irked by Lu Fan's jests, Wang Xiufang raised her delicate brows, her eyes widening in mock indignation as she scolded, "You little rascal, are you deliberately trying to make a fool of me? Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." Without hesitation, she reached out and pinched Lu Fan's ear fiercely. "Ouch, that hurts. Please let go. Ante, soda. I want to hug you again." Lu Fan yelped in exaggerated distress, desperately attempting to free himself from her grasp. This scene unfolded like a comedic farce, eliciting laughter from those nearby. The onlookers found themselves in fits of giggles at Lu Fan's antics. Lin Shuer, witnessing the entire spectacle, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the previously cold and fierce Lu Fan could possess such a whimsical side. This sudden contrast deepened her curiosity about the man before her. Due to several days without food, Lin Shuer and her companions were in a dire state, weak and on the brink of dehydration. After traversing a challenging stretch of terrain, their fatigue became increasingly evident, widening the gap between them and Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang. Noticing their plight, Wang Xiufang immediately called out to Lu Fan, signaling him to halt and assist. Although somewhat reluctant, he complied with her request and turned to aid Lin Shuer, who was closest to him. As he approached, he politely nodded at her and offered, "Beautiful lady, allow me to support you as you walk." However, this gesture did not escape Wang Xiufang's notice. Her dissatisfaction flared as she retorted, "Humph, they say no good deed goes unpunished. Look at you. She doesn't need your help. You ought to assist Aunt Li with that uncle instead." Feeling a sense of helplessness in response to Wang Xiufang's reproach, Lu Fan muttered to himself, "Seriously? This is a fault now? Am I not just being helpful?" Yet, faced with the village beauty's admonition, he refrained from arguing and silently made his way toward Aunt Li and her husband. As for whether Wang Xiufang genuinely wished for Lu Fan to help Aunt Li, or if she simply disliked the idea of him interacting with other women, it was a conundrum even she could not articulate. After all, she often expressed considerable ire toward Lu Fan, who seemed to constantly seek some advantage from her. Yet, when he approached another woman, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. Thus, Lu Fan bore the injured Uncle Li on his back, while Wang Xiufang and the remaining two supported one another, slowly navigating the treacherous mountain path. At this moment, the journey appeared both protracted and arduous. Ultimately, before nightfall, they managed to return to the cave. Lu Fan was utterly exhausted, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like raindrops. He crouched beside the path, gasping for breath. Witnessing Lu Fan's profound fatigue, Wang Xiufang was overwhelmed with a surge of compassion. She hurried to his side, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Would you like to take a moment to rest?" Chapter 16. Drink freely, it costs nothing. Lu Fan lifted his gaze to the nearby Wang Xiufang, inhaling the familiar scent she exuded, and an overwhelming sense of contentment enveloped him. He shook his head and couldn't help but smile, a smile as radiant as blossoms in the springtime. Wang Xiufang, taken aback by Lu Fan's expression, inquired with a hint of confusion, "What are you grinning about?" Lu Fan quickly composed himself, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing, just admiring the splendid weather today." "What? The weather is nice?" Wang Xiufang glanced outside the cave entrance and, playing along, remarked, "Indeed, the weather is quite pleasant, huh?" The two exchanged smiles, sharing an unspoken connection, as if their silence conveyed volumes. At that moment, Wang Xiufang seemed to recall something and promptly stood up, addressing Aunt Li and the others. "Oh dear, I almost forgot, there's water here, pure, natural spring water. She gestured toward the small pool nestled around the corner. Lin Xuya, nearly on the brink of dehydration, hurried to the water's edge and began gulping it down, completely shedding her former aloof persona as a high-powered executive. Wang Xiufang hurriedly cautioned, "Don't rush, take your time. There is plenty of water here." Yet Lin Shui continued to drink, seemingly oblivious to the advice. After quenching her thirst, she gazed at the spring water cradled in her hands, tears of sorrow streaming down her face. It was a stark reminder of how, just moments ago, she had been nearly violated by those vile men for a mere sip of water. Aunt Lee took a tentative sip before filling a coconut shell with water and bringing it to her husband. "Old Lee, please drink some water. It's mountain spring water." Uncle Lee, gravely injured and having endured a jarring journey to the cave, was in an extraordinarily precarious condition. With Aunt Lee's assistance, he managed to sit up with great difficulty. After days without sustenance, Uncle Lee's body was exceedingly frail and his emotions were heightened, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Aunt Lee quickly offered the spring water, and Uncle Lee drank voraciously, as if this bowl of water were the very elixir of life. Witnessing this, a glimmer of relief crossed Aunt Lee's face, for she knew her husband had finally received some much-needed nourishment. However, just as everyone believed the situation had improved, Uncle Lee suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing. With a heart-wrenching cough, blood spurted from his mouth. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone in shock. Uncle Lee's body stiffened, and, as if bereft of support, he collapsed backward. Alarmed, the group rushed to assess the situation. Lu Fan, in a state of urgency, asked Annie, "What is happening to Uncle Lee?" Aunt Lee's face turned as pale as a sheet, her trembling hands checking her husband's pupils. Upon discovering they had dilated, she could no longer contain her grief and began to weep inconsolably. Witnessing Aunt Lee's distress, the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A multitude gathered around her, offering solace in hopes of alleviating her suffering, for death is an irrevocable finality, especially in such an isolated realm. With Aunt Lee's consent, Lu Fan silently carried Uncle Lee's body to a nearby hill. He excavated a shallow grave, gently laying Uncle Lee to rest before covering him with earth. After completing this solemn task, Lu Fan stood quietly before the grave, paying his respects with a heart brimming with sorrow and reverence. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Fan immediately spotted Wang Xiufang standing at the entrance, her face etched with worry as she awaited his return. At that moment, she had cleansed herself, washing away the grime of their ordeal, and donned a completely new outfit retrieved from the cryptic chest aboard that small boat. The garments appeared pristine, imbued with a subtle fragrance, as if they had been meticulously chosen for her. Clad in her new attire, Wang Xiufang emanated a renewed vitality. Her expressive features, already striking, now appeared even more enchanting. Her long hair was neatly arranged into a single braid that swayed gracefully with her movements, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her figure perfectly balanced, neither too slender nor too ample, exuding an aura of grace and propriety that embodied the ideal of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. Each smile and frown revealed her inherent kindness and gentleness, drawing others closer, evoking a sense of trust and reliance. Witnessing this scene, a warm current surged within Lu Fan as he approached her swiftly, inquiring with concern, "Aunt, why are you waiting for me here? Has something happened?" Wang Xiufang, relieved to see Lu Fan return, felt a measure of her anxiety dissipate, though her brow remained furrowed. "Xiao Fan, you have finally returned. I was nearly beside myself with worry during your absence," she replied. Lu Fan hastened to reassure her, "Do not fret. I am perfectly well." Although Wang Xiufang found some comfort in his words, her gaze lingered on him, as if she had more to convey. After a moment, she finally asked Xiao Fan, "Do you think we might never return?" Lu Fan was taken aback by her sudden inquiry, questioning her motive. "Why do you ask such a thing?" he inquired, puzzled. Wang Xiufang sighed and explained, "I was just speaking with Aunt Lee and the others, and I learned they drifted at sea for several days without sighting a fishing vessel. I began to wonder if we might be trapped here forever." Her voice dipped, revealing a hint of despair and helplessness. Though Lu Fan also yearned to return to their former world, in that instant, he found himself increasingly inclined to remain in this place with a captivating village flower, sharing their lives together. At least, at that moment, he felt an unwavering conviction. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Lu Fan's mind. He resolved to probe Ant's thoughts further. Thus, he cautiously ventured to inquire, "Ant, if we truly cannot return to our original place, what do you intend to do?" Wang Xiufang, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "First, we shall construct a wooden cabin, surrounding it with an array of exquisite flowers." Just as she was lost in this reverie, she inadvertently caught sight of the mischievous smile on Lu Fan's face. A pang of unease gripped her heart, as she seemed to sense his ulterior motive, and she shot him a fierce glare. However, Lu Fan was undeterred by her gaze. Rather, he seized the moment and declared, "Aunt Xiufang, I hold affection for you. If we truly cannot return, I am willing to devote my entire life to caring for you." Chapter 17. Love at First Sight. The sudden declaration of affection left Wang Xiufang somewhat taken aback. She had never anticipated that Lu Fan would express his feelings so candidly. Though she understood that in this desolate island, the coexistence of a man and a woman inevitably led to certain romantic entanglements, she was not yet prepared to confront such a transformation in their relationship. Moreover, the presence of Lin Shuer and Aunt Li, who were aware of their aunt-nephew relationship, complicated matters further. Wang Xiufang's cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned her face away, indignantly chastising, "You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? This is hardly the time for love talk." Yet, a hint of shyness and delight flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Shuer emerged from the cave, raising an eyebrow at the palpable tension between them. "Ah, it seems even on this desolate island, a romantic tale is unfolding," she remarked. Wang Xiufang, feeling flustered, quickly attempted to clarify. Lin Shuer waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not implying anything negative. After all, we must support one another to survive here." Just then, Lin Shuer transformed like a fresh, ethereal lily, shedding the dust and grime of their surroundings, donning a pristine white dress. Her lustrous, cascading black hair framed her face beautifully, complementing her striking features and exuding an enchanting allure. Lu Fan was captivated by Lin Shuer, his eyes lighting up as if he had glimpsed a celestial being descending to earth. However, Wang Xiufang observed this scene with mounting dismay. The warmth she had felt from Lu Fan's earlier gesture was abruptly extinguished, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. Enraged, Wang Xiufang lifted her right foot and, summoning all her strength, delivered a sharp kick to Lu Fan's foot. "Ouch!" Lu Fan yelped, his body jolting as he collapsed onto the ground. Wincing in pain, he rubbed his injured leg, grumbling, "Why did you kick me? Are you insane? Ouch, that hurts." After venting her frustration, Wang Xiufang stormed back into the cave, leaving Lu Fan groaning in agony. Seeing this, Lin Shuer hurried over, her voice like a heavenly melody, gentle and soothing. "Are you all right?" Lu Fan looked up at Lin Shuer, who resembled a goddess, and found her so close that he could inhale her delicate fragrance. His gaze fixated on her, momentarily forgetting his pain, even swallowing hard in nervousness. However, in his excitement, Lu Fan failed to pay attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The comical sight elicited peals of laughter from Lin Shuer, her tinkling laughter echoing through the valley like a gentle, warm spring breeze. Upon returning to the cave, the group emptied the contents of their suitcases and backpacks onto the floor. The contents of these backpacks and suitcases are evidently curated with great care for travel. Upon opening a suitcase, one is greeted by an array of splendid items. Among them are numerous high-end designer garments, each a testament to exquisite style and quality. Furthermore, the suitcase is adorned with an abundance of cosmetics from renowned brands, leading one to deduce that the owner of this luggage is undoubtedly remarkable. The remaining bags reveal a similar scenario, devoid of any men's clothing or belongings, solely comprising women's items. Lu Fan's expression morphed into one of disappointment as he pondered. Do the men aboard this cruise not carry any luggage at all? According to Lin Shuer, These backpacks and suitcases were salvaged from the ocean's surface when they hastily boarded the lifeboats during the cruise's sinking. In their desperation, they sought sustenance among the belongings, yet found none of the food they had hoped for. The first aid kit in Aunt Lee's possession was merely the standard emergency kit equipped on every rescue boat, containing only basic supplies for treating minor injuries, such as bandages, antiseptic cotton balls, and adhesive plasters. After a brief replenishment of their food supplies, the occupants of the cave hastily succumbed to slumber. Aunt Lee and Lin Shuai rested atop the hay inside, while Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang occupied the space outside, originally intended for Lu Fan alone. However, the village beauty, Wang Xiufang, appeared still irked by the situation involving Lu Fan and Lin Shuai. She not only allocated Lu Fan a mere third of the space, but also audaciously warned him against crossing the demarcation line. As night fell, the cave was enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Unwilling to concede, Lu Fan remained restless in bed, repeatedly attempting to feign sleep while subtly inching toward Wang Xiufang. Yet, each of his furtive maneuvers was met with her merciless rebuff, as she would unhesitatingly kick him away, thwarting his plans time and again. Ultimately, resigned to his fate, Lu Fan curled up in a corner and drifted into a deep slumber. The sudden presence of two additional individuals had significantly escalated the demand for the already scarce food supply. Observing the dwindling provisions, Lu Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet, there was no alternative. He could not allow everyone to go hungry. Hence, he resolved to traverse the forest once more and head to the seaside to fish. With swift determination, he prepared his gear, slinging his handmade bow and arrows over his shoulder, securing a sharp dagger at his waist, and gripping tightly the machete confiscated from Long Ge. Once fully equipped, he turned to face Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuai, who stood nearby. Wang Xiufang, her face etched with concern, implored, "Xiao Fan, please be cautious on your journey. Return promptly." Her voice resonated with genuine care for his well-being. Lin Shuai quickly echoed her sentiments. "Yes, Xiao Fan, do take care." Her gaze mirrored the same anxiety. Meanwhile, Aunt Lee, still engulfed in grief from the recent loss of her husband, remained lost in her sorrow. Lu Fan sensed their concern and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, I am well acquainted with this path. There will be no issues." With that, he stepped out of the cave without hesitation, heading towards the forest. The thought of two beautiful women waiting for him in the cave ignited a surge of motivation within him. His pace quickened, as if the very ground beneath his feet propelled him forward, yearning to reach the seaside at once and catch an abundance of fish to win the favor of the two lovely ladies. Chapter 18. Crafting barbecue seasoning. Upon reaching the seaside, Lu Fan stood upon the sandy shore, the sea breeze gently caressing his face, offering a refreshing coolness. Armed with a spear, his gaze was intense, fixed firmly upon the water's surface. With practiced precision, he thrust the spear into the depths below, swiftly retrieving it to reveal a lively fish firmly impaled upon its tip. Without hesitation, he continued his efforts, and soon the ground was adorned with an array of fish, varying in size and shape. As Lu Fan surveyed his catch, joy swelled within him. He mused that this bounty should suffice for their sustenance over the next 2 days. Although devoid of seasoning, it could still be considered a sumptuous feast. Suddenly struck by inspiration, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He quickly sought out several larger coconut shells nearby, filling them with seawater. Lu Fan intended to extract salt from this seawater, enhancing the flavor of the grilled fish. With preparations complete, Lu Fan secured the coconut shells filled with seawater at his waist, shouldering the large fish and an assortment of crabs and other seafood as he hurried back. The three, anxiously awaiting his return, spotted Lu Fan from a distance, and upon witnessing the abundance of seafood he bore, they eagerly rushed to him. "Wow, Xiao Fan, you are incredible!" Wang Xiufang exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Wow, so much. We can have grilled fish again. It's just a pity there's no seasoning. Otherwise, it would be perfect." Lin Shuai chimed in, her excitement tinged with a hint of disappointment. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan replied, "Who says there is no salt? Andy, you all prepare the fish. I shall go fetch the salt." Upon hearing the words "fetch salt," Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison, "Fetch salt? No way." However, Lu Fan exuded confidence, a slight smile playing upon his lips as he nodded reassuringly. At that moment, Auntie Li, observing the seawater in the coconut shells, seemed to grasp the meaning behind Lu Fan's words. She smiled and explained to Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, "Xiao Fan intends to extract edible salt from the seawater." Though still somewhat perplexed by Auntie Li's explanation, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that they understood a bit more. Subsequently, Lu Fan commenced the process of extracting sea salt. He first scoured the surroundings for several relatively flat stones, skillfully assembling them to construct a rudimentary stove. With care, he poured the filtered seawater into an old steel helmet found on the beach, then placed the helmet securely atop the makeshift stove. Once everything was in place, Lu Fan ignited the fire, allowing the flames to gently lap at the base of the helmet as he began the slow process of boiling the seawater. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang, engaged in preparing the fish, found herself filled with curiosity regarding Lu Fan's actions. She frequently paused her work to glance over at him, her lips moving with questions. "Can this seawater really yield salt?" she inquired. "My dear Auntie, have I ever deceived you? Do you still doubt me?" Lu Fan spoke confidently, simultaneously winking provocatively at Wang Xiufang. "You cheeky rascal, look at how proud you are." Observing that the seafood had been properly prepared, but the salt still awaited completion, Anli turned to Lin Shuer and said, "Shuer, on our way here, I noticed quite a number of wild garlic plants in the woods. Let us gather some to use as seasoning." The wild garlic possesses a subtle fragrance, remarkably akin to that of cumin and other aromatic herbs. Thus, it serves to eliminate fishy odors, enhance flavors, and enrich aftertastes, making it an ideal seasoning. Of course, Lu Fan was oblivious to this knowledge, but for Aunt Li, who had long been acquainted with medicinal herbs, it was all too familiar. As the moisture gradually evaporated, when the seawater had reduced to 1/3 of its original volume, charcoal was added, known for its ability to absorb impurities. Moments later, the charcoal, now laden with impurities, was floated away. The mixture was then filtered through gauze, and the seawater was boiled down once more until it reached 1/3 for sedimentation. After half an hour, the sedimented seawater was poured into a pot and continued to be boiled. Once reduced to 1/3, it transformed into brine, which, when further evaporated, yielded coarse salt of a pale yellow hue, slightly bitter and not yet fully edible. The remaining moisture was then crystallized and dried out, and once cooled, water was added to dissolve it again before being returned to the pot for boiling. After this process, the result was edible fine salt. Success! Lu Fan exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Aunt Li and Lin Shuer had gathered a good amount of wild garlic. Aunt Li instructed Lin Shuer to crush the garlic into a powder using stones. With salt and seasoning at hand, Lu Fan skewered the prepared seafood onto branches, coated it in salt, and roasted it over the fire, sprinkling a little wild garlic seasoning in the process. Before long, the aroma of the seafood wafted through the air. They all gathered together, ready to indulge in a true barbecue feast. As they savored the delicious seafood, praises for Lu Fan's culinary skills rang out. Observing the satisfied smiles on their faces, Lu Fan felt a warm glow in his heart, knowing that with these provisions, their lives on this desolate island would gradually improve. Just as everyone was relishing the moment, a deep, ominous roar suddenly echoed from afar, chilling them to the bone. Lin Shuer and Aunt Li, still reveling in their culinary delight, were abruptly jolted back to reality by this sound, their nerves tightening as they stared towards the cave entrance, trying to ascertain the source of the noise. In stark contrast, Lu Fan, having long grown accustomed to such terrifying roars, maintained an air of calmness. He and his companion continued to savor their meal, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected disturbance. Lin Shuer, anxious and distressed, urgently inquired of Lu Fan, "What is that sound? Surely there can't be any wild beasts around here?" Her voice betrayed her unease. Her eyes filled with fear and concern. Aunt Li echoed her sentiments. "Yes, Xiao Fan. Could that beast find this cave? That would put us in grave danger." Worry etched across her face as well. Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan set aside his meal and reassured, "Indeed, this island is home to wild boars and other feral beasts. Not long ago, Aunt Xiufang and I encountered a wild boar not far from the cave." At Lu Fan's words, Lin Shui appeared increasingly alarmed, her thoughts racing as she recalled her recent escape from the clutches of those ruffians led by Long Ge. Was she now to face the threat of wild animals? It felt as though she had narrowly escaped from a den of wolves only to stumble into the jaws of tiger. Lu Fan continued, "However, with me around, you need not worry. I have strategically set a series of traps within a 2-kilometer radius. Not only will wild boars be kept at bay, but even a tiger would find entry impossible. Within a 50-meter radius, not even a snake will dare to venture. You can move about freely and with confidence." Chapter 19. The wild boar that walks into its own trap. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Shui and Antly felt a slight sense of relief. However, the distant roar only grew louder, accompanied by the crisp sound of snapping trees, echoing through the once tranquil forest, creating an unsettling and vivid disturbance. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, concentrating intently on the sounds emanating from afar. As the noise intensified, a joyful smile suddenly graced his face, and he excitedly exclaimed to Wang Xiufang and the others, "Listen to that commotion. It seems a beast has fallen into a trap." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fan dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly seizing the spear and bow that lay beside him, racing out with the swiftness of the wind. Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, were initially perplexed. Yet, driven by a strong curiosity, they cautiously followed in his wake. As they ran, Lu Fan noticed the 2 women trailing behind him. He promptly halted, turning to face Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui with a look of skepticism, inquiring, "Why are you 2 following me? Aren't you afraid?" Wang Xiufang hurriedly explained, "We're just worried about you." Lin Shui nodded repeatedly in agreement. Seeing their concern, a warm feeling surged within Lu Fan, yet he still handed his machete to Wang Xiufang. Simultaneously, he drew out a black obsidian dagger from his waist and offered it to Lin Shui, advising, "Take this dagger for self-defense. It will serve as a weapon should any danger arise." Lin Shui stared incredulously at the nearly half-meter-long, glimmering machete in Wang Xiufang's hands. Glancing down at her own unremarkable black stone dagger, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over her. Pouting, she shot Lu Fan a significant eye roll and sulkily murmured, "Humph." How biased. Seemingly oblivious to Lin Shui's discontent, Lu Fan feigned concern, saying, "Oh, Lin Shui, despite your tall stature, you're rather delicate. How could you possibly wield such a large machete?" He then took a step closer to her, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "But worry not. I am here to protect you. Besides, she is my aunt, so if we were to fall in love and marry on this deserted island, it would be quite beneficial to have an elder as a witness, wouldn't it?" Lin Shui's face flushed with anger at his words, her eyes widening as she fixed a fierce glare on Lu Fan's nonchalant expression, igniting her fury. Without a second thought, she lifted her right leg and, with all her might, delivered a sharp kick to his groin. A pained cry escaped Lu Fan as he leaped up as if electrocuted, clutching his injured area with a grimace of agony on his face. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Shui felt her anger subside slightly. Yet she still pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fan, declaring, "If you dare to speak nonsense again, this will be your fate." Lu Fan began to hop in place like a kangaroo, his complexion paling dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead, clearly enduring immense pain. How ruthless could Lin Shui be? Lu Fan silently cursed, realizing she deliberately targeted a man's most vulnerable spot. Was she trying to take my life? While he lamented in his mind, he continued to jump frantically, hoping to alleviate the agony through movement. Wang Xiufang, observing the commotion, shook her head in resignation and sighed. He truly deserves it. Even at this juncture, he still thinks of taking advantage of women. Her tone bore a hint of reproach and dissatisfaction. As Lu Fan heard her words and was about to retort, "No, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Wang Xiufang. "Stop your foolishness and hurry along." Her voice was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Faced with this, Lu Fan had no choice but to swallow his words, his expression contorting into one more painful than tears. He took several deep breaths to ease the discomfort and, with a resigned demeanor, led Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer toward the source of the earlier noise. As they approached the cacophony, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. A massive wild boar was ensnared by vines, its hind legs bound and suspended upside down from a robust tree. The size of the beast was truly formidable, easily weighing several hundred pounds. Its bulk resembled that of a small elephant, emanating a chilling aura. The wild boar's eyes, as large as bronze bells, glared menacingly at Lu Fan and his companions, while its enormous, sharp tusks resembled two gleaming daggers, radiating a fearsome presence. It opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed a deep, ferocious roar that reverberated through the silent forest like a thunderclap, seemingly issuing a warning to Lu Fan and the others. Suddenly, it began to struggle with reckless abandon. The wild boar, endowed with immense strength, shook the sturdy tree with such force that leaves cascaded down like a rain of foliage. Witnessing this perilous situation, Lu Fan's heart raced, acutely aware of the dire consequences should the boar manage to free itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, "Everyone, step back." At the same time, he focused intently on the wild boar, seizing a fleeting opportunity to thrust his spear toward it with the speed of lightning. The spear struck the boar, and in pain, it became even more frenzied. It thrashed violently, emitting a series of enraged roars that echoed through the forest, causing a piercing pain in the ears of those nearby. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, gripping the spear tightly with both hands, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he engaged in a tense standoff with the wild boar. His arms bulged with veins from exertion, and his forehead was adorned with beads of sweat the size of mung beans. At that moment, Lu Fan exhibited no semblance of retreat. The perspiration cascaded down from his brow, soaking his garments, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. Wang Xiufang, witnessing this tense scene from the sidelines, was consumed by anxiety. She swiftly seized the machete in her hand, her eyes radiating determination as she endeavored to launch an assault on the wild boar. However, with the boar suspended awkwardly in midair, the distance between them proved to be exceedingly awkward. Despite her earnest efforts, the machete failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon the beast. Frustration caused fine beads of sweat to emerge on her forehead, leaving her in a state of helpless agitation, merely pacing anxiously by the side. Chapter 20. Women Are Tigers. Lin Shuer clasped a delicate dagger tightly in her hand, its blade glimmering faintly with a cold light as it caught the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Her eyes were fixated on the wildly struggling wild boar, her petite frame trembling slightly, yet she resolutely pointed the dagger at the beast, adopting a posture of attack. However, confronted with the massive and enraged creature, her role was more one of defense, ever vigilant against the possibility of the boar breaking free and launching itself at them. On Lu Fan's side, there was no room for complacency. He gripped his spear tightly, yanking it violently from the boar's flesh, sending a spray of warm blood into the air. He then aimed for the creature's vital points, thrusting time and again with all his might, each stab accompanied by a roar that seemed to release all his fear and tension in that moment. The boar's cries echoed through the forest, its wounds multiplying, blood gushing forth and pooling on the ground. At last, under Lu Fan's relentless assault, the boar began to weaken. Its once frenzied limbs grew soft and powerless, its struggles diminishing. Finally, with a faint whimper, the beast ceased its resistance, its massive head drooping in defeat. The fierce light in its eyes faded to a dull glimmer as blood continued to seep from its wounds, staining the earth beneath. As the wild boar lay still at last, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Lu Fan turned to the tense Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, a smile of gratification spreading across his face as he remarked, "The meat of this boar is indeed edible. It appears we shall feast on roasted wild boar today." His voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet it was overshadowed by the joy of survival. Upon hearing this, the two women relaxed immediately, smiles of relief illuminating their faces. Wang Xiufang exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her brow as she said, "We finally managed to subdue this giant. I was genuinely terrified just now." Lin Shuer sheathed her dagger, patting her chest as she added, "Indeed, it was quite perilous, but thankfully we had Lu Fan with us." Hearing Lin Shuer praise him, Lu Fan felt a surge of joy, as if sunlight had broken through the clouds, momentarily banishing his fatigue. However, the memory of Lin Shuer nearly robbing him of his masculine dignity with her earlier actions reignited a spark of anger within him. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Fan's voice involuntarily rose an octave, tinged with unmistakable dissatisfaction and reproach. "Yet, I can't help but feel that some individuals didn't require my assistance at all." His words dripped with sarcasm and provocation. Lin Shuer, understanding the undertones of his remark, felt a blush creep across her cheeks, resembling a ripened apple, both bashful and embarrassed. I was merely anxious," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "And who told you to? Only think of taking advantage of us?" She raised her voice deliberately at the end for Wang Xiufang to hear. "Hey, Miss Lin, you're unjustly accusing a good person." Lu Fan quickly retorted. "When have I ever taken advantage of you?" he asked, glancing towards Wang Xiufang, seemingly seeking her support. Wang Xiufang observed Lu Fan and Lin Shuer engaged in a spirited debate, a smile of amusement gracing her lips. All right, you two stop arguing." Wang Xiufang laughed. "You both are being quite ridiculous. Why bother quibbling over such trivial matters?" She was well aware of Lu Fan's penchant for seizing opportunities, having long since grown accustomed to his mischievous antics. "See, my dear Aunt Xiufang understands me. Unlike you, who unjustly accuses the innocent," Lu Fan said with a beaming smile, swiftly moving to Wang Xiufang's side, leaning in with flattering intent. However, at that moment, Lin Shuer was thoroughly incensed by Lu Fan's words. Shaking with anger, she pointed at him and exclaimed to Wang Xiufang, "Sister Xiufang, don't be deceived by him. Just yesterday, while you were bathing, I saw him spying on you." Before Lin Shuer could finish her sentence, Lu Fan leapt up as if someone had stepped on his tail. He rushed over, panic-stricken, and covered Lin Shuer's mouth with his hand, terrified she might utter something even more damning. "What?" Wang Xiufang's expression shifted to one of disbelief upon hearing Lin Shuer's accusation. Her eyes widened, brimming with fury, resembling a lion ready to pounce, eager to devour Lu Fan whole. "Let me go." Lin Shuer, muffled by Lu Fan's hand, could only produce indistinct sounds. Enraged, she lifted her right foot, poised to deliver a decisive kick to Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan was evidently prepared. He swiftly clamped his legs together, catching her lethal strike like a vice. With a triumphant grin, he looked at Lin Shuer and taunted, "Oh, still trying that, are you?" Thankfully, I was ready. Otherwise, you would have succeeded. At that moment, Wang Xiufang's voice rang out from behind. "You audacious Lu Fan, how dare you spy on me? Just watch." Hearing the ire in her tone, Lu Fan immediately sensed impending doom. Like a rabbit startled by a predator, he released Lin Shuer and turned to face Wang Xiufang, his expression fraught with urgency as he pleaded, "Aunt, please don't misunderstand. I truly did not. You mustn't listen to her wild claims." However, after spending so long with Lu Fan, Wang Xiufang was well aware of the truth in Lin Shuer's words. Her fury ignited in an instant, her right hand raised high, whipping through the air with force aimed directly at Lu Fan. Simultaneously, Lin Shuer, having regained her balance after being released, did not hesitate to raise her right hand and strike fiercely from behind Lu Fan. The resounding slaps echoed, as if he had been struck by a hammer, causing stars to explode in his vision, his head buzzing, as if the entire world were spinning. He felt a scorching pain on his face, as though it had been seared by flame, unbearable and intense. The two enormous handprints were vividly etched upon his cheeks, visibly swollen and red, as if they had been seared by a branding iron. Lu Fan, in agony, clutched his inflamed face with both hands, incessantly rubbing it in a futile attempt to alleviate the piercing pain. His visage was a portrait of grievance and innocence. He first glanced at Wang Xiufang, then turned to Lin Shuer, his pitiable expression evoking a profound sense of compassion in those who beheld him. Chapter 21. No apologies. You handle it yourselves, however. When Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer beheld the pitiful expression on his face, they couldn't help but share a smile. The frustration that had been brewing within them seemed to dissipate significantly. They found Lu Fan's demeanor to be exceedingly gratifying. How dare you still smile? You two are practically conspiring against your own husband. If I end up injured, you'll both have to prepare for a life of widowhood. Lu Fan murmured under his breath, though his words were still audible to the two beside him. Lin Shuer furrowed her brows, playfully pointing at Lu Fan and chiding. You dare to speak nonsense? Lu Fan, ever the adaptable one, quickly donned a smile upon witnessing Lin Shuer's expression. All right, esteemed ladies, I fear you both immensely. Wang Xiufang recognized that this was not the time for flirtation and promptly interjected. Enough of the banter, we should prioritize the task at hand. At her words, Lu Fan eagerly replied, Indeed. And Xiufang speaks wisely. With that, he grasped a machete and swiftly severed the vines binding the wild boar, which thudded heavily to the ground. Next, Lu Fan swiftly procured 2 sturdier wooden poles, fashioning a makeshift frame with remarkable speed, after which the 3 of them exerted their utmost strength to hoist the boar onto it. Why don't you both take the boar back first? I'll go and reset the trap, Lu Fan instructed, clapping his hands. However, when Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang's gazes fell upon the wild boar, each weighing several hundred pounds, they were momentarily left speechless. Lu Fan, are you serious? How could we possibly lift such a massive creature? Lin Shuer exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Feigning surprise. Lu Fan replied, Oh, just a moment ago, you both exhibited such strength when you were hitting me. How is it that you can't even move a wild boar now? After making his remark, he ignored the 2 women who were still bickering behind him and continued to busily prepare the trap. His movements were deft and swift, as though he had mastered this task long ago. This little rascal is clearly trying to make fools of us, Wang Xiufang said indignantly to Lin Shuer, her face etched with frustration. Lin Shuer mirrored her anger, glaring at Lu Fan's back as she ground her teeth, and said, Sister Xiufang, what should we do now? Shall we allow him to bully us like this? Should we give him a taste of his own medicine? Wang Xiufang furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head and responding with resignation. That probably wouldn't be wise. This brat is tough and resilient. He is merely humoring us. If he were to truly lose his temper, we might not fare well. Perhaps we should try to win him over instead. After all, we will need to rely on him in the future. While Wang Xiufang's tone betrayed a hint of reluctance, she understood that engaging in a war of words with Lu Fan at this juncture was not a prudent course of action. After Lu Fan set the trap, he straightened up, brushed off his hands, and turned around, only to find the 2 individuals still standing like wooden statues in their place, which struck him as somewhat amusing. What are you still waiting for? Lu Fan's lips curled into a smirk, his tone teasing. Surely, you are not expecting me to take advantage of you? His words served as a spark, igniting Lin Shuer's fury in an instant. You! Lin Shuer's face flushed crimson, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but was swiftly restrained by Wang Xiufang beside her. Shuer, have you forgotten what I just told you? Wang Xiufang whispered urgently, signaling with her eyes for Lin Shuer to temper her emotions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shuer stifled her anger, forcing a smile. Lu Fan, you are magnanimous. Please don't hold this against us. Look at this wild boar. It's too heavy for us to move. Could you lend us a hand? Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Lu Fan caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow darting through the forest. Alarmed, he rubbed his eyes and focused intently. Yet the shadow seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving him perplexed. Did you see a shadow flash by just now? Lu Fan inquired with a skeptical expression, pointing towards the trees outside the trap. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer followed his gaze, only to find nothing unusual in the woods except for the grass swaying gently in the breeze. Shadow? What shadow? I didn't see anything. Lin Shuer shook her head, her tone resolute. Lu Fan, increasingly bewildered, scratched his head and muttered, Really? Could it be that I was mistaken? That shouldn't be? Wang Xiufang, observing him, assumed Lu Fan was deliberately diverting the topic to avoid helping with the wild boar. She quickly chimed in, "There's no shadow at all. Lu Fan, you are so capable. You can easily bring the wild boar back. Just consider it a favor for us." Seeing that neither of them had seen anything, Lu Fan genuinely thought he had misjudged, crossing his arms and playfully challenging, "Why should I help you? You just hit me with such force a moment ago. My face still stings." He rubbed his still warm cheek as he spoke. Lin Shuer, her face flushed with anger, stomped her small feet on the ground, as if she intended to create a hole in the floor. Yet she managed to suppress her frustration and pouted, "Oh, I was just joking with you. Why take it so seriously?" Her voice was sweet as she gently tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve, seemingly attempting to appear vulnerable. However, Lu Fan remained unmoved, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, "Is that so? Sister, is this what you call joking? Is this how one jokes?" His tone was laced with disdain and dissatisfaction. Seeing the tension escalate, Wang Xiufang quickly intervened, attempting to mediate. All right, we acknowledge our mistake. Can we at least apologize?" Her voice was gentle, imbued with a hint of remorse. Upon hearing the two apologize, Lu Fan, who had initially been quite irate, found his emotions softening slightly, and the tension in his body began to ease. In truth, Lu Fan had never genuinely intended for them to intervene. He merely wished to tease them and observe their reactions. Now, witnessing their sincere contrition, the displeasure in his heart gradually dissipated. Ultimately, Lu Fan graciously declared, "Very well. Given your earnestness, I shall assist you this once." With that, he approached the rack, slung the vine around his shoulder, and, like a cart driver, strode forward with purpose, dragging the rack laden with the wild boar behind him. Chapter 22. The pig's bladder. After exchanging a glance, Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang shared an unspoken smile, then instinctively positioned themselves at either side of the wooden frame, their hands firmly gripping it as they unitedly pushed forward to assist Lu Fan. Both women silently marveled at Lu Fan's character, although he often delighted in teasing others, leaving them in exasperation. In critical moments like this, a little coaxing revealed his reliability. Thus, the trio engaged in light-hearted banter as they gradually approached the cave. Unbeknownst to them, a short distance behind, outside the protective trap, a pair of hostile and fierce eyes fixated on them with malevolence. Inside the cave, Aunt Li anxiously observed the seconds tick by, her concern mounting as Lu Fan and the others had been gone for quite some time without a trace of their return. What if they had encountered some danger? The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became, prompting her to hasten to the entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings in hopes of catching sight of them soon. Moments later, Aunt Li finally spotted the distant silhouettes of Lu Fan and his companions. A heavy weight lifted from her heart, and a radiant smile broke across her face as she rushed to greet them, akin to a parent welcoming a long-absent child home. However, as she drew nearer, the first sight of Lu Fan's swollen and somewhat distorted face froze her smile, replacing it with a visage of shock and concern. "Oh, Xiufang, what happened to you? How did your face end up like this?" Aunt Li exclaimed in disbelief. "It's nothing. Just a little encounter with a tiger," Lu Fan replied, his tone laced with mild dissatisfaction, his brow furrowing slightly as if still vexed by the earlier incident. "What? A tiger?" Aunt Li gasped, her complexion draining of color, her voice trembling involuntarily. "Are you hurt? Let me see." She hurried forward, frantically checking on Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, and upon confirming they were relatively unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she turned her gaze to Lu Fan, she noticed he bore little trace of fear. Instead, he appeared somewhat impatient. Aunt Li, puzzled, couldn't he help but ask, "Xiufang, are you truly all right?" "Rest assured, Aunt Li, I'm perfectly fine. Just had an unfortunate encounter with two ferocious tigresses while hunting." Lu Fan replied with a hint of a wry smile, his tone tinged with resignation. With that, he disregarded Aunt Li's concern, taking hold of the wild boar and continuing toward the cave. His steps seemed heavy, as if the encounter with those tigresses had burdened him significantly. Aunt Li watched Lu Fan's retreating figure, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. She turned to Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang, only to find them doubled over in laughter, nearly breathless. "What on earth is going on with you two?" Aunt Lee inquired, perplexed by their mirth. Lin Shuer finally managed to stifle her laughter, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes as she gasped for breath. "Aunt Lee, do not worry. Lu Fan was merely jesting. There are no tigers. The tigresses he mentioned are actually just me and Sister Xiufang." "Oh, is that so?" Aunt Lee exclaimed, her face lighting up with realization, and she couldn't help but chuckle. "You two little rascals are quite mischievous. However, you have gone a bit too far, haven't you?" She gazed at the direction Lu Fan had departed, a hint of reproach in her voice. "That boy is so kind-hearted. Please do not tease him any further." Lin Shuer shrugged dismissively. "He deserves it. After all, he keeps trying to take advantage of us." All right. Enough of this playful banter," Aunt Lee said with a smile as she waved her hand. "Hurry and lend a hand. Let us process the wild boar together. Soon we shall have some delicious pork to enjoy." Upon hearing the promise of savory wild boar meat, Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang immediately perked up, eagerly following Aunt Lee towards the cave. Lu Fan placed the wild boar on a stone slab outside the cave, and with practiced ease, he drew his obsidian dagger and made a swift incision, the boar's abdomen splitting open, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Wang Xiufang and the others, witnessing this scene, were filled with trepidation and turned away, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remained unfazed, calmly picking up the boar's bladder and approaching Wang Xiufang with a smile. "Aunt, this is a valuable item. Please clean it with some vegetable ash." Wang Xiufang looked at the bladder in his hand with a skeptical expression, pinching her nose in distaste. "What is this? Why does it smell so strong?" Seeing her reaction, Lu Fan quickly explained, "Oh, this is a pig's bladder, also known as a pig's urine sac. Once you clean it with vegetable ash, the smell will dissipate." Despite his explanation, Wang Xiufang remained somewhat unconvinced yet prepared to take the bladder for cleaning. At that moment, Lin Shuer curiously leaned in closer, observing the pig's bladder and asking, "Isn't a pig's urine sac just something that holds urine? What use could we have for this?" Lu Fan nodded, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, you are correct. However, this pig's bladder serves purposes beyond merely containing urine." Lin Shuer's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to inquire further. What other uses could it possibly have? Before Lu Fan could respond, Aunt Lee interjected, "Yes, Lu Fan, with so much pork available. What do we need the pig's urine sac for?" "You see, this is something you may not understand," Lu Fan said, a proud smile gracing his lips as he continued. "Once the bladder is cleaned, it can be inflated like a balloon, large enough to resemble a basin. Then, by puncturing a few small holes at the bottom and filling it with water voile, it becomes a simple shower." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions filled with wonder as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery. So that is how it works," Wang Xiufang lamented, and others echoed her sentiments, expressing their admiration for Lu Fan's resourceful approach, which stirred a profound respect for his creativity within their hearts. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, each member of the group assuming a distinct role. Wang Xiufang volunteered to clean the pig bladders, meticulously wrapping them in a mixture of plant ashes and kneading them with care, ensuring that every inch was thoroughly cleansed. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer took charge of transporting the pork that Lu Fan had expertly butchered into the cave. Though her frame was delicate, she possessed considerable strength and soon completed the task of moving all the meat. Aunt Lee received the pork from Lin Shuer and diligently coated it with salt, thereby extending its preservation, ensuring it would not spoil easily if not consumed immediately. After completing these preparatory tasks, the group gathered around the fire and began to grill the delectable meat. Lu Fan, showcasing his ingenuity, fashioned a simple tripod from branches above the fire and suspended a steel helmet from it, filling it with water to simmer a fragrant pot of rib soup. Chapter 23. Barbecued ribs soup. As time passed, the savory aroma of barbecued meat and the delectable scent of rib soup wafted through the cavern, eliciting a chorus of rumbling stomachs from the gathered crowd. Seated around the crackling fire, everyone awaited the culinary delights to be ready. The skewered meat sizzled and oozed with grease, reminiscent of a group of jovial little chubby children bouncing on trampolines. Meanwhile, the rib soup bubbled and steamed, enveloping the air with its enticing fragrance that tantalized the nostrils. At that moment, everyone's throats involuntarily responded with a collective gulp. Only, after sprinkling a handful of spices, was the first to seize a piece of the roasted pork, biting into it. Her eyes sparkled instantly, and this is delightful. The wild boar meat is tender and juicy, absolutely exquisite. Lin Shuai and Wang Xiufang quickly joined in, indulging heartily. With her mouth full, Lin Shuai mumbled, "Had I known outdoor barbecuing could be this fantastic, I should have enrolled in a wilderness culinary master training course." Wang Xiufang, her face glistening with grease, took a moment to give a thumbs up, exclaiming, if this meat were sold at a stall, the city inspectors would line up to buy it. Lu Fan, using a coconut shell as a bowl, blew on the steaming rib soup for a while before taking a tentative sip. Suddenly, he contorted his face in exaggerated ecstasy, proclaiming, "This soup, it's as if a celestial being sprinkled an enchanting potion into my mouth. I declare from now on, if anyone dares to say I only deserve barbecued meat, I shall drown them in this soup." Hearing Lu Fan extolling the virtues of the rib soup, Lin Shuai immediately filled her coconut shell with a bowl of it, teasing, "You are making me suspect you've secretly added a love potion to the soup, waiting for us to drink it. Then you'd better be cautious. What if I truly enchant you?" Lu Fan replied with a playful flick of his tongue around his lips, adopting a lecherous expression. Hey, Antley, look at him. You were just like this outside. So annoying." Antley chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in the flirtatious banter of the younger crowd. The group slurped from their coconut shells, the sounds of enjoyment echoing throughout the cave, nearly enticing the seabirds flying outside to swoop down. Once satiated, Lu Fan contentedly patted his round belly, ready to recline and rest as usual. However, just as he was about to lie down, Wang Xiufang suddenly dashed over like a bolt of lightning, blocking his path. "Wait, don't sleep just yet." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Lu Fan looked surprised as he gazed at Wang Xiufang, who swiftly gathered a pile of hay and headed towards the area where Lin Shuai and Antley were sleeping. She meticulously arranged the hay beside them, leaving Lu Fan with a meager bed of straw barely a meter wide. With widened eyes, Lu Fan stared at Wang Xiufang, puzzled. "Xiufang, what are you doing? You've given them all the hay. Where will you sleep tonight?" Without turning around, Wang Xiufang continued to organize the hay, curtly responding, "No need for you to worry. Just sleep." Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Fan felt increasingly perplexed. He could not help but probe further, saying, "If you wish to sleep here tonight, I suppose I shall have to endure the discomfort of squeezing him beside you." His tone was laced with a hint of teasing and flirtation. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang abruptly halted her actions, spun around, and shot Lu Fan a fierce glare, indignantly retorting, "Dream on. I have no intention of sharing a bed with you. I fear you too much for that. You can sleep alone tonight while I stay inside with Shuai and the others, to prevent you from constantly trying to take advantage of me." With that, Wang Xiufang hurriedly gathered the remaining straw and moved away, seemingly anxious to evade any further entanglement with Lu Fan. Lu Fan watched her retreating figure and could not suppress a chuckle. He understood perfectly why she reacted this way. She was simply wary of his potential advances during the night. Yet, he also recognized that despite her tough exterior, Wang Xiufang harbored a genuine fear of his intentions. After all, in such close proximity, should he unexpectedly launch an assault while she slumbered, she would be utterly defenseless. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she silently rejoiced that Lu Fan had refrained from making any inappropriate moves thus far. At that moment, Lu Fan was lost in his own contemplation, muttering to himself, "Let us go. Let's go. After all, there is no turning back. You and Lin Shuai will eventually be mine. There is no need to rush. We can take our time." A slight smile, almost imperceptible, graced his lips as he pondered this. The warm glow of the fire cast a gentle light into the otherwise dark cave. Inside, Wang Xiufang, Lin Shuai, and Antley lay upon the straw, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, reminiscing about amusing moments from their day spent hunting wild boars. Meanwhile, Lu Fan lay alone on the straw near the cave entrance, appearing somewhat solitary, and soon fell into a deep slumber. "Sister Xiufang, do you think we will ever return home?" Lin Shui asked with a face full of grievance, her eyes reflecting longing for home and trepidation about the uncertain future. Wang Xiufang sighed softly, her voice tinged with resignation. I do not know. Of course, I wish to return home too. Her tone was slightly subdued, revealing her own worries about their current predicament. Wang Xiufang's response plunged Lin Shui into despair, her brow furrowed with worry as she lamented, What shall we do then? Must we truly spend the rest of our lives on this deserted island? Her voice conveyed a profound sense of hopelessness, as though all prospects had vanished. In that moment, Lin Shui bore little resemblance to the once imperious and aloof CEO, the formidable Lin. Previously, she had exuded confidence and pride, as if the entire world lay within her grasp. Yet now, she appeared fragile and helpless, beset by fear and anxiety about the unknown future. Just as despair threatened to consume her, Aunt Li, who had remained silent until then, interjected, What else can we do? We must not venture out recklessly. The last encounter with those villains led by Long Gu serves as a stark warning. Aunt Li's tone was somewhat stern, as if she were cautioning Lin Shui and Wang Xiufang against recklessly attempting to escape from this desolate island. Upon hearing Aunt Li's words, Wang Xiufang quickly nodded in agreement, stating, I understand. I will never act as recklessly as I did last time. I have faith in Lu Fan, in this desolate place. Only by being with Lu Fan do I feel a sense of security. Her words revealed a deep trust and reliance on Lu Fan, as if he were her sole anchor in this isolated wilderness. At that moment, it seemed Aunt Li's curiosity had been ignited, and she looked at Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui with keen interest. Then, with a teasing tone, she playfully probed, What would you two do if we truly could not return? Wang Xiufang understood the underlying implications of Aunt Li's question, but chose to remain silent, seemingly unwilling to address the matter. In contrast, Lin Shui's response was far more forthright. With an air of nonchalance and even a faint smile, she casually replied, What else could we do? We would just continue living like this. Eating roasted meat and drinking spring water every day isn't so bad. Chapter 24. Please do not push me upon hearing this. Aunt Li's lips curled into a subtle smile, one that conveyed an understanding. She then turned her gaze to Wang Xiufang and continued to probe. But why does Xiaofan wish to protect you? And why does he consistently seek food for us? In my opinion, if we are truly unable to return, you two, being so young, will inevitably end up with Xiaofan. At this moment, neither of them spoke. They simply listened in silence. Lu Fan meticulously patrolled the traps he had carefully set, leaving no detail overlooked. Furthermore, he had surrounded the perimeter of these traps with a dense thicket of thorns, fortifying the area around the cave for 2 kilometers, rendering it as impenetrable as a fortress. That morning, as usual, Lu Fan was preparing to reinforce the traps to ensure their efficacy and safety. Just then, Lin Shui and Wang Xiufang approached, expressing their desire to accompany him and gather some wild vegetables to replenish their vitamin intake. Are you truly certain you wish to join me? Lu Fan asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Absolutely, Lin Shui replied without hesitation. We've been consuming nothing but meat these past few days, and we haven't had any vegetables. This is unsustainable. A prolonged lack of vitamins can lead to health issues, she explained earnestly. Indeed, Shui is correct, Wang Xiufang concurred. We must incorporate some vegetables into our diet. After contemplating their words, Lu Fan found merit in their reasoning and nodded in agreement. However, he remained somewhat apprehensive and cautioned them. Very well, you may accompany me. But remember, you must stay within the traps. Do not venture outside, as it is perilous. We understand. Lin Shui and Wang Xiufang responded in unison, exchanging a knowing smile. They were well aware of the dangers that the outside world harbored and would heed Lu Fan's advice, ensuring they did not wander off. Thus, the three of them set forth on their journey into the forest. The woods were tall and lush, abundant with various unknown wild plants. However, uncertain of their edibility, they refrained from recklessly foraging and ultimately only collected familiar wild vegetables, such as purslane and gray grass, which were common in the wild. Lin Shui's knowledge of edible plants was, in comparison to Wang Xiufang's, quite limited, despite her diligent efforts. She managed to gather only a modest amount of gray grass and pigweed. When Lu Fan observed the emptiness of Lin Shuer's backpack, a smirk of mockery crept onto his lips as he remarked, "Sister Shuer, what you're doing hardly resembles foraging. It appears more akin to weeding." Ah. Hearing Lu Fan's teasing words, Lin Shuer felt a twinge of annoyance and retorted defiantly, "Humph. If you're so capable, why don't you try foraging yourself?" However, for Wang Xiufang, who had grown up in a remote mountainous region, gathering wild vegetables was a trivial task. She not only unearthed a plethora of common wild vegetables, such as shepherd's purse and purslane, but also stumbled upon some wild leeks. Moreover, she gathered various mushrooms, filling her entire backpack to the brim. Sister Shuer glanced at Aunt Xiufang, exclaiming, "Now, this is truly foraging for wild vegetables." Alas, it seems there lies a distinct difference here. With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Fan remarked, "It appears I must take on the responsibility of supporting you." This remark evidently irked Lin Shuer, who retorted, "Oh, you Lu Fan, I knew you were deliberately provoking me." "Humph, I don't need your support." Lu Fan nonchalantly replied, "I did not. Do not wrongfully accuse a good person." At this juncture, Wang Xiufang interjected, "Enough, Xiao Fan, really, do not always provoke Shuer." Just then, a nearby pear tree caught Lin Shuer's attention. Although not particularly tall, standing at over 3 meters, the tree bore an abundance of pears, appearing quite lush. A thought struck Lin Shuer. If foraging for wild vegetables proved futile, surely picking some wild fruits would restore her dignity. Resolute, she hastened to the pear tree, determined to climb and gather some pears. However, having grown up in the city, she had little experience with climbing trees. Standing at the base, she gazed up at the towering trunk, feeling somewhat daunted. Yet, she did not waver. Instead, she bravely rolled up her sleeves, ready to embrace the challenge. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shuer wrapped her arms around the trunk, attempting to ascend. Alas, her feet found no purchase, and she continuously slipped back down. After several unsuccessful attempts, frustration began to set in. Just as she felt disheartened, Wang Xiufang approached, chuckling, "Let me assist you." With her help, Lin Shuer finally grasped a branch above. However, this branch was not as easy to hold as it appeared. It was laden with tiny thorns, and the moment Lin Shuer touched it, she was pricked, causing her to yelp in pain. Instinctively, she released her grip, and her body slid down as if on a slide. Panic washed over Lin Shuer, her face paling as she immediately clung tightly to the trunk, wrapping her legs around it in fear of falling. Lu Fan, observing the scene from a distance, could not help but shake his head in exasperation. Concern washed over him as he feared Lin Shuer might plummet from the tree, prompting him to rush over without hesitation. He swiftly extended his hands, firmly supporting Lin Shuer's body and pushing upwards to ensure her safety. Yet, just as he was intently focused on lifting her, he heard Lin Shuer's furious shout from above, "Lu Fan, you scoundrel! Let go of me! Where are you pushing?" With wide eyes and a face contorted in anger, she glared down at him, clearly displeased with his actions. Startled by her sudden reprimand, Lu Fan, fearing he had committed a grave error, quickly explained, "I am saving you. If I do not push here, you will surely fall." Wang Xiufang also realized that Lin Shuer had misunderstood Lu Fan. Her previously tense expression softened slightly, yet she still murmured with displeasure, "But you shouldn't push her like that." Lu Fan looked at Wang Xiufang with an innocent face, thinking to himself, "What choice did I have?" Lin Shuer's center of gravity was entirely below. If I didn't support her, where could I possibly drag her? They were truly looking for trouble. As Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang were embroiled in their argument, Lin Shuer, perched in the tree, began to shout angrily, "Lu Fan, you're just trying to take advantage of me." Upon hearing her words, Lu Fan found himself both exasperated and amused, feeling more wronged than dough. He retorted with irritation, "Lin Shuer, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm trying to save you." With that, he deliberately grasped her behind. "What are you doing?" Lin Shuer, ignoring Lu Fan's explanation, became even more enraged, shouting, "You're just a big pervert." At that moment, Wang Xiufang could no longer stand by idly. She shouted at Lin Shuer, who was dangling from the tree trunk, "Shuer, Stop arguing with him and climb up quickly. Otherwise, you really will slide down. Hearing Wang Xiufang's words, Lin Shuer finally recognized her precarious situation. In her panic, she reached out to grasp the trunk, but in her fluster, one foot landed on Lu Fan's shoulder, while the other inadvertently stepped directly on his face. Chapter 25. Seizing the opportunity while foraging for wild fruits. Alas, Miss Lin, you are indeed taking this opportunity for revenge. Lu Fan exclaimed in pain as Lin Shuer unexpectedly stepped on him, the sudden jolt causing him to cry out. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer was laboriously climbing the towering tree, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands trembling slightly from the exertion. After considerable effort, Lin Shuer finally reached a sturdy branch. Standing atop it, she glanced downward and was immediately struck with fear. How high she was above the ground. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she might lose her balance and fall at any moment. However, upon seeing Lu Fan below, waiting with a mocking grin, her determination flared within her. She resolved to gather as many fruits as possible to prove to him that she was not merely a pretty face. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lin Shuer cautiously reached for a nearby tree trunk with one hand, while the other shakily extended towards the fruits within her grasp. Just as she successfully plucked a few pears, preparing to stow them in her backpack, disaster struck. With both hands occupied and her legs quaking, she lost her footing and plummeted from the branch that was over 2 meters high. Shuer, be careful! Wang Xiufang cried out in alarm at the sudden turn of events. At the same moment, Lu Fan noticed the perilous situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward like an arrow, arms outstretched, ready to catch the falling Lin Shuer. With a resounding thud, Lin Shuer landed heavily against Lu Fan, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Ouch! Goodness, Miss Lin, you certainly have a knack for causing trouble. Do you realize you could have seriously injured me? Lu Fan grimaced, his back aching from the impact. How am I to rely on my looks to make a living now? With your looks, you can forget about it. Wang Xiufang teased with a mocking grin. Still shaken, Lin Shuer attempted to push herself up from Lu Fan, only to suddenly freeze in place, realizing that Lu Fan's hand had somehow found its way beneath her chest, resembling two startled rabbits that had wandered into forbidden territory. She leaped back as if scalded, her ears burning with embarrassment. You release your wandering hand. I'll let go. Lin Shuer's face flushed crimson, akin to a startled rabbit as she sprang to her feet. Feeling awkward, she had intended to scold Lu Fan, but recognized that he had acted to save her. You couldn't you have avoided that while saving me? She stammered, unable to voice her thoughts further. Lu Fan, with a teasing glint in his eyes, responded, What should I have avoided? Do tell. Lu Fan exaggeratedly raised his hands, his eyes squinting into crescent moons. Just moments ago, it was you who voluntarily embraced me. My hands are merely a form of justifiable defense. He even theatrically struck a defensive pose. Wang Xiufang, observing Lin Shuer, who shyly averted her gaze, understood that her friend was blushing. Thus, with great empathy, she said, Come now, Shuer, do not be disheartened. Let us gather some wild berries nearby. In the dense thicket, a myriad of wild fruits flourished, among which were the dark berries of the black nightshade and the snakeberry. Although these berries were small in size, their flavor was remarkably sweet and packed with high nutritional value. Lu Fan stood at a distance, quietly admiring the graceful figures of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer. At that moment, they were bent over, their rounded forms accentuated as they focused intently on picking berries. Lu Fan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to them, his masculine instincts surging uncontrollably. As if guided by an unseen force, he stealthily approached the two from behind. Suddenly, Lu Fan swung his hands, unapologetically delivering a playful smack to each of their backsides. Accompanied by their startled shrieks, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer sprang up as if electrified, glaring at Lu Fan with fury. Initially, Wang Xiufang had thought Lu Fan's earlier encounter with Lin Shuer was an innocent mistake, but now her anger was fully ignited. Furiously pointing at Lu Fan, she admonished, You scoundrel! Lu Fan, you truly have no shame. No sooner had she spoken than both women lunged at him. resembling famished tigers pouncing on their prey, intent on devouring him whole. In the face of their wrath, Lu Fan remained unfazed. He dashed away quickly, a cheeky grin plastered on his face, attempting to justify his actions. "I saw mosquitoes on your backs. I was merely helping you swat them." The two women watched in disbelief as Lu Fan swiftly distanced himself, vanishing like a gust of wind. Yet, he had no intention of letting them off so easily. He turned back, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, seemingly taunting them. Lin Shui'er, upon witnessing this, felt her ire flare up instantly. Her naturally impulsive nature was further provoked. She turned to Wang Xiufang and declared, "Sister Xiufang, wait here. Watch how I bring that scoundrel back." With that, Lin Shui'er stormed off in pursuit of Lu Fan. Lu Fan observed Lin Shui'er, her ample figure awkwardly waddling like a penguin in her pursuit, and deliberately slowed his pace, as if beckoning her closer. Indeed, seeing his speed diminish, Lin Shui'er felt a surge of hope, believing she was on the verge of catching him. She quickened her steps, determined to close the gap. Just as she was about to seize him, Lu Fan suddenly sidestepped, effortlessly evading her grasp. Due to the force of inertia, Lin Shui'er found herself unable to break in time, her body lurching forward with alarming suddenness. Just as she was about to tumble to the ground, Lu Fan, with remarkable swiftness, reached out and grasped her. With a firm pull, Lin Shui'er's balance was compromised, and she instinctively fell into his embrace. Lu Fan seized the moment, holding her tightly, a triumphant smile playing on his lips as he teased, "Sister Shui'er, it seems you have willingly thrown yourself into my arms. You cannot blame me for this. However, I must say, your figure is delightfully soft. It feels quite comforting to hold you." Taken aback by Lu Fan's unexpected action, Lin Shui'er's face flushed a deep crimson, the color creeping all the way to her ears. Embarrassed and indignant, she struggled fiercely to push him away, exclaiming in outrage, "Pervert!" Yet, Lu Fan showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he leaned closer, his head brushing against her ear as he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Wow. Sister Shui'er, you smell divine." Chapter 26. Encounter with the hungry panther. Lin Shui'er was both furious and anxious, her anger erupting like a volcano. Her eyes widened in rage as she glared at Lu Fan, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. In that moment, Lin Shui'er suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on Lu Fan's shoulder. The bite was fierce, catching Lu Fan off guard, and he yelped in pain, instinctively releasing his grip. However, as Lu Fan loosened his hold, Lin Shui'er lost her support and fell to the ground with a thud, akin to a heavy weight. The impact was no trifling matter. She felt a sharp pain in her rear, nearly crying out from the discomfort. While Lu Fan rubbed his bitten shoulder, he teased, "Sister Shui'er, are you a dog? Why are you biting people?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shui'er fumed even more, her eyes blazing as she glared at Lu Fan, scolding, "Lu Fan, your audacity truly knows no bounds. Do you think I am easy to bully?" As she spoke, she raised her hand, poised to strike him. Yet, when her hand was halfway up, it suddenly halted. Through their time together, Lin Shui'er had come to understand Lu Fan a bit better. She realized that while he sometimes enjoyed joking around, even to excess, he harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, during critical moments, he would always lend her a helping hand without hesitation. Particularly just moments ago, he had once again saved her. Had he not caught her in time, she would surely have fallen and suffered injuries. Contemplating this, Lin Shui'er gradually lowered her hand. Nevertheless, she still felt a tinge of annoyance and snapped at Lu Fan. "You insufferable Lu Fan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and help me up." Only then did Lu Fan snap back to reality. He quickly extended his hand, grinning, "I told you, a woman truly cannot manage without a man as assistance. Come on, Miss Lin, let me help you up." With that, under Lin Shui'er's fierce glare, he exerted a bit of strength and pulled her to her feet. Once upright, Lin Shui'er dusted herself off, still maintaining her stubbornness as she asserted, "I could have gotten up on my own without your help." Yet, her tone lacked the earlier fury. At that moment, a sudden rustling sound echoed from the thicket, causing both Lu Fan and Lin Shui'er to turn their heads in alarm. Emerging from the underbrush was a sleek, black panther, its massive form radiating an aura of wildness. Its glossy black fur shimmered under the sunlight, and as its sharp claws grazed the ground, a soft scratching noise ensued. Its hungry eyes fixated on them, filled with a predatory intensity. Lin Shuer's face drained of color. With a startled cry, she instinctively darted behind Lu Fan, clutching the hem of his shirt tightly. Lu Fan, equally taken aback, felt a surge of panic welling up within him, as if an icy chill had shot up his spine, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end. Yet, despite the turmoil within, Lu Fan resolutely shielded Lin Shuer behind him, fearful that she might encounter any peril. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. It was Wang Xiufang, who had heard the commotion and was hastily approaching them while calling out. As she neared the thorny trap set by Lu Fan, she finally glimpsed Lu Fan and Lin Shuer standing outside the trap's perimeter. "What are you both doing out here? Have you had enough of this ruckus?" Wang Xiufang exclaimed, her voice laced with concern and irritation. However, just as she was about to step beyond the protective circle, a fierce black panther suddenly came into view, sending Wang Xiufang into a state of sheer terror. At that moment, still partially within the protective boundary, her body seemed to lose control, instinctively retreating. The panther, having noticed Wang Xiufang, fixated its gaze on her, simultaneously aware of the dagger wielded by Lu Fan. The cunning creature appeared to sense the threat emanating from Lu Fan. Yet the delicate and vulnerable Wang Xiufang proved to be a more enticing target. Thus, the panther resolved to alter its strategy, redirecting its attack toward the comparatively weaker Wang Xiufang. As the panther prepared to pounce on Wang Xiufang, Lu Fan's heart raced with urgency. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Aunt Xiufang, do not come out. Quickly, block the gap with the thorns." Hearing Lu Fan's call, Wang Xiufang snapped out of her daze, desperately retreating while frantically grasping for nearby thorns to seal the breach in the protective circle. Observing the panther lingering at the gap, Lu Fan's heart sank. He realized they could no longer return to their previous position. Yet, this predicament also presented a chance for their escape, with survival taking precedence. Lu Fan wasted no time. He turned and grasped Lin Shuer's hand, sprinting away like a released arrow. His speed rivaled that of an Olympic champion. However, Lin Shuer, accustomed to a life of luxury, struggled to keep pace with Lu Fan. Not far into their flight, she stumbled over an unseen obstacle and fell to the ground. Exhausted, she gasped for breath and called out to Lu Fan, "Lu Fan, wait. I can't go on. Perhaps we should climb a tree instead?" Lu Fan, taken aback by Lin Shuer's suggestion, scolded her incredulously. "Sister Shuer, have you lost your mind? Don't you realize that leopards are adept climbers? If we ascend a tree, we would be walking into a trap." At that moment, Lu Fan glanced back anxiously, relieved to see that the panther had not yet caught up. However, he understood all too well that once the panther regained its composure, they might not have any opportunity to flee. In the face of urgency, Lu Fan acted swiftly, lifting Lin Shuer onto his shoulder and continuing his desperate dash. Within the thorns, Wang Xiufang was evidently a tantalizing prospect for the famished panther, which cunningly endeavored to launch an assault upon her. Time and again, it sought to breach the defensive barrier of thorns to gain entry. Yet, each time it drew near, the prickly thicket stood as an insurmountable fortress, mercilessly repelling its advances. The panther bore numerous gashes from the thorn's sharp barbs, yet its insatiable hunger seemed to fuel an unwavering resolve to persist. Meanwhile, within the confines of the thorns, a panicked Wang Xiufang hurled thorns at the encroaching panther, only serving to incite its fury further. Ultimately, the panther was driven into a frenzy. It abruptly reared up on its hind legs, its powerful claws gripping the thorny barrier, baring its menacing fangs and growling ferociously at Wang Xiufang. Chapter 27. Escaped by jumping into the river, the keen-eyed Wang Xiufang felt her heart race with fear upon witnessing the scene unfold. In a moment of desperation, she swung the thorny branches in her hands recklessly, striking fiercely at the head of the black panther. Under her frenzied assault, the slender thorns rained down upon the beast. One particularly sharp thorn found its mark, piercing one of the panther's eyes. Instantly, blood oozed from the wound. and the excruciating pain compelled the creature to emit a bone-chilling roar. Yet, rather than retreat, the panther's fury intensified. It paced before the thorny trap, its sharp claws striking the ground with a sound akin to the clash of metal, as if to challenge Wang Xiufang. When the panther reached a spot where the thorns were less dense, it abruptly halted, appearing to scrutinize this seemingly viable escape route. Its gaze was keen and alert, meticulously scanning the surroundings for any potential threats or opportunities. After a cautious exploration, the panther resolved to venture into this uncharted territory. With every step, it treaded carefully, as if the ground beneath it might collapse at any moment. However, just as the panther had taken 2 steps forward, it suddenly felt something ensnare its foot. Before it could react, a flurry of branches tipped with obsidian arrows erupted from the underbrush, raining down upon it. Although the panther was agile, it could not fully evade the lethal onslaught in such an unforeseen moment. One arrow struck deep into its abdomen, eliciting a fierce roar of pain. Realizing it had suffered grievously in this sudden ambush, the panther understood that remaining here would only lead to greater peril. Without hesitation, it abandoned its immediate prey and, driven by hunger, turned to pursue the lingering scent of Lu Fan and Lin Shuer. It moved with astonishing speed, like a streak of black lightning darting through the jungle. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer raced like the wind, their hearts pounding like drums, rapid and forceful. Sweat drenched their clothes, yet they dared not pause in their flight. Just as they were desperately fleeing, a tumultuous river appeared before them, its waters rushing and roaring like an insurmountable chasm. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan immediately halted and gently set Lin Shuer down from his shoulder. Pale and trembling, Lin Shuer's legs felt weak beneath her. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted behind them, the furious growl of the Black Panther. The abrupt sound startled Lin Shuer, causing her to shudder and nearly collapse. In that critical moment, Lu Fan reacted swiftly, catching her just in time, offering reassurance. "Don't be afraid. I am here." Yet, their peril was far from over. Suddenly, a one-eyed Black Panther emerged from the jungle like a bolt of black lightning. An obsidian arrow, shot from a trap moments earlier, was embedded in its abdomen, with blood gushing forth and staining its fur. The panther, with its sole remaining eye, fixated menacingly on Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, the ferocity in its gaze instilling a chilling dread. It approached them slowly, like a bowstring drawn taut, poised to unleash a lethal strike. Each step it took radiated threat, clearly brewing a fatal attack. Recognizing the imminent danger, Lu Fan swiftly shielded Lin Shuer behind him, gripping his obsidian dagger tightly, adopting a defensive stance. His gaze remained locked on the panther, wary of any lapse in focus. At that critical moment, the panther suddenly sprang forward, launching itself at Lu Fan. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, leaping high and thrusting his dagger towards the panther's neck. The panther reacted with remarkable speed, tilting its head just enough for the dagger to graze its fur. However, this distraction allowed Lu Fan to deliver a swift kick to the panther's wounded abdomen. The panther let out a pained shriek, staggering slightly, the arrow still lodged in its belly hampering its performance. Otherwise, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer might have faced dire consequences. As the massive creature was thoroughly enraged, a wave of intense fear surged through Lu Fan. He was acutely aware that he was no match for this fierce beast. The thought of being attacked was simply unimaginable. In that moment of desperation, numerous strategies flashed through Lu Fan's mind, but none seemed feasible in such a short span of time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swiftly tucked the dagger into his waistband, removed his shirt, and clutched it tightly in his hands. This action left Lin Shuer utterly bewildered. She stared at Lu Fan in shock, anxiously questioning, "Lu Fan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Internally, she pondered whether this man had truly been paralyzed by fear, stripping off his shirt as if offering himself to the panther. Yet, Lu Fan, standing resolutely before her, ignored her queries, his entire focus directed at the furious panther. He gripped the shirt tightly, tearing it to shape a makeshift pouch as he confronted the beast. Lin Shuer, witnessing this, became even more perplexed and pressed him for an explanation. "Lu Fan, are you really out of your mind?" At that moment, the enraged panther opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and emitted a bone-chilling roar, then lunged at Lu Fan and Lin Shuer like a cannonball. With a startled cry, Lin Shuer gasped at the sight. In a split second, Lu Fan, quick as lightning, dashed forward as the panther leaped, swiftly draping the shirt over the panther's head, obscuring its bloodthirsty jaws. The black panther suddenly plunged into darkness, crashing to the ground. In an instant, Lu Fan's nerves felt as though they had been struck by lightning, tensing up immediately. Reacting swiftly, he mounted the black panther, his right hand darting toward his waist with the speed of a bolt of lightning, retrieving a gleaming dagger. Lu Fan's eyes were fixed intently on the panther. The dagger, slicing through the air, aimed directly at the creature. Each strike of the blade harnessed the entirety of Lu Fan's strength, his movements swift as a flash, creating a dazzling spectacle. However, the black panther was no ordinary adversary. Its claws, sharp as steel blades, flailed wildly in the air, clashing against Lu Fan's dagger and emitting a shower of sparks. Each of the panther's attacks was infused with formidable power, as if it sought to rend Lu Fan into fragments. Amidst this heart-stopping struggle, Lu Fan soon found himself covered in numerous wounds, deep gashes marring his chest, arms, back, and even his face as the panther's claws carved into him, blood gushing forth from the injuries and staining his body crimson. Chapter 28, Waterfall Yet. Lu Fan did not falter. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and continued to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Black Panther. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must triumph over this fierce beast to safeguard both himself and Lin Shuer. However, the panther's strength was overwhelming. Just as Lu Fan prepared to plunge his dagger into the creature's skull once more, the panther let out a ferocious roar, violently swiping its powerful forelimb and sending the dagger flying from Lu Fan's grasp. The blade arced through the air, ultimately landing on the ground a short distance away. Without hesitation, Lu Fan sprang towards the dagger. Simultaneously, the panther struggled to rise, its body swaying, evidently wounded as well. It clawed at the garment, obscuring its vision. Desperate to free itself from this confinement, Lu Fan's heart raced with urgency. He understood that if the panther succeeded in removing the fabric from its head, its sight would be restored, plunging both him and Lin Shuer into grave peril. Seizing the moment while the panther was still disoriented, Lu Fan, recognizing his disadvantage, swiftly grasped the paralyzed Lin Shuer and leaped into the tumultuous river like an arrow released from a bow. The icy water was biting, the waves crashing upon them like a pack of ferocious beasts, clawing and snapping. Lu Fan and Lin Shuer struggled desperately within the current, their bodies tossed about as if they were on the verge of being consumed by a whirlpool. Nevertheless, Lu Fan refused to relent. He clung tightly to Lin Shuer's hand, exerting every ounce of strength to swim towards the opposite bank. Yet, the river's power was formidable, and their efforts seemed futile, as they were swiftly carried farther away by the raging waters. The Black Panther, after an arduous struggle, finally managed to tear away the cloth that had been tightly wrapped around its head. Panting heavily, it scanned its surroundings with a dazed expression, only to discover that the two humans had vanished without a trace. Filled with fury, the panther immediately set off in pursuit along the riverbank. At the water's edge, the panther anxiously sniffed the air, but by this point, all trace of the two had completely eluded it. Reluctant to accept defeat, it paced back and forth, consumed by anxiety and wrath. With its keen sense of smell, the panther desperately inhaled every scent around, hoping to uncover a clue. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could no longer detect the presence of the two. After a moment, the panther seemed to come to a realization. Its eyes widened as it gazed at the rushing waters, a wave of despair washing over it. It understood that Lu Fan and Lin Shuer had likely escaped downstream. In a fit of rage, the panther emitted a thunderous roar that echoed through the vast mountains and forests. However, due to the wounds inflicted by Lu Fan's relentless strikes, blood continued to pour from its injuries, and it grew increasingly weak from the loss. The panther's legs began to tremble, and it struggled to maintain its balance. The land beneath them had been stained crimson with blood, a sight that was truly shocking. Meanwhile, drifting in the river, Lu Fan and Lin Schwerer heard the distant, furious roar of the Black Panther. They understood that they had momentarily eluded the ferocious beast, yet they remained unaware of where the river would carry them. Clinging tightly to a piece of driftwood, they allowed the relentless currents to buffet and assault them. As they floated along the tumultuous waters, their hearts were filled with trepidation and unease about the unknown. Just as they reveled in their successful escape from the panther's pursuit, Lin Schwerer, with keen eyes, suddenly cried out in alarm, "Lu Fan, look ahead. It's a cliff." At her words, Lu Fan felt a sharp pang of dread and quickly turned to follow the direction of her pointing finger. Indeed, not far ahead loomed a bottomless abyss, crowned by a roaring waterfall that sent sprays of water flying, the sound deafening. How could there be a cliff? Lu Fan exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Schwerer's complexion drained of color, her voice trembling as she uttered, "What are we to do?" It became clear that the swift current was driven by the impending peril of the sheer waterfall. In that moment, the river surged forward like a runaway stallion, hurtling them towards the precipice at an alarming speed. Caught off guard, they attempted to resist, but the raging waters were as merciless as a fierce beast, dragging them relentlessly along. Despite their desperate attempts to swim against the current, their efforts proved futile against such overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, they were swept away by the torrent, hurtling towards the waterfall. In this life-and-death moment, Lin Schwerer, disregarding any thoughts of Lu Fan taking advantage of her vulnerability, instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, seeking solace amidst the chaos. From above, the cliff appeared unfathomably deep, shrouded in mist like a natural veil that concealed its true nature. It was no wonder that when Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang first glimpsed the island from the mountaintop, they had seen a foggy expanse at its center, likely masking this abyss. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves sprawled on a rocky bank beside a small stream, surrounded by dense woods that exuded a damp atmosphere. Pain throbbed from their wounds as Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he and Lin Schwerer were tightly entwined, their bodies drenched. Gently, he pushed her away, cradling his wounded side where blood had dried and congealed. Steeling himself, he gradually rose to his feet, surveying their surroundings. Towering trees reached skyward, arranged in a harmonious manner, forming a verdant sea. The grass beneath them flourished abundantly, resembling a lush green carpet that emanated a refreshing scent. They found themselves beside a crystal-clear stream, where the water flowed gently, producing a melodious sound. The stones flanking the stream were adorned with lush moss, evoking a sense of antiquity and tranquility. The base of the cliff spanned approximately 1 square kilometer. Lu Fan gazed upward at the sky, where the mist, conjured by the cascading waterfall and the vegetation below, intertwined to form a shroud of ethereal fog. This veil of mist, reminiscent of a white gossamer scarf, enveloped the entire base of the cliff, imparting an air of mystery and ambiguity. Sunlight filtered through the fog, casting a multitude of dazzling rays upon the cliff's base. These beams of light, vibrant and resplendent like a rainbow, created an enchanting spectacle, transporting one into a fairy tale realm. At that moment, Lin Schwerer stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she beheld the breathtaking scene before her. "Wow, how beautiful! Where are we?" she exclaimed, astonished. Lu Fan, stifling the pain from his wounds, took a deep breath to compose himself, then meticulously observed the surroundings before deducing, "Given our current circumstances, it appears we have been swept here by the waterfall's flow." He surveyed the towering cliffs that pierced the clouds, a wave of concern washing over him as he turned to Lin Schwerer and suggested, "Let us first explore the vicinity and see if we can locate an exit." Chapter 29. A small cabin at the bottom of the cliff on the other side of the cave, Antley was comfortably seated on a rock at the entrance, savoring a moment of tranquility. However, her serenity was abruptly shattered when she spotted Wang Xiufang, panic-stricken and hastily returning alone. A foreboding sensation surged within her. Antley quickly rose and hurried toward her, concern etched on her face as she inquired, "Xiufang, what has happened? Why are you alone?" were Lu Fan and Shuer. At that moment, Wang Xiufang's complexion was as pale as a sheet, her lips trembling slightly, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrent breaching its banks. Through her sobs, she stammered, "Aunt Li, we were picking wild fruits when suddenly, we encountered a large black panther. Lu Fan and Shuer were blocked by the panther, and I was terrified. I was sheltered behind a thorny wall, so I was not attacked." Aunt Li's expression turned grave. She was well aware of the panther's swift hunting prowess and ferocity. The thought of Lu Fan and Shuer potentially facing peril weighed heavily on her heart, as if a boulder were pressing down upon her, making it difficult to breathe. "What? A panther? What shall we do?" Aunt Li murmured anxiously. "The panther is so fast. How could Lu Fan and Shuer possibly outrun it? I wonder if they have escaped danger." Wang Xiufang's cries grew louder as she lamented. "Aunt Li, I saw the panther chase after them. But I waited there for a long time, and they did not return." She paused before continuing, if something has happened to Lu Fan, what shall we do?" Tears welled in Aunt Li's eyes as she fought to maintain her composure. "Let us not despair. We must have faith in Lu Fan's abilities." Yet, at this moment, the helpless Wang Xiufang and Aunt Li could only await a miracle in silence. For what else could they do? Meanwhile, at the cliff's base, Lu Fan, severely injured, stumbled as he walked. With Lin Shuer's support, they proceeded along the small stream, hoping to find a way back. Upon reaching the center of the cliff's base, they discovered a clearing, and suddenly, Lin Shuer pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Before them stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. Its foundation was composed of several robust wooden piles, steadfastly supporting the structure, which hovered approximately 2 meters above the ground. The cabin appeared to be in a state of disrepair, seemingly forgotten by time and long abandoned. With a sense of trepidation, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer cautiously approached the cabin, each step imbued with wariness, fearful of encountering yet another unforeseen peril. At last, they arrived at the cabin's entrance. Gently pushing open the weathered wooden door, the hinges creaked, echoing the tales of bygone years. Upon entering the wooden cabin, one is immediately greeted by a space partitioned into several rooms of varying sizes by wooden planks. Each chamber is furnished with wooden beds crafted from trees. However, a thick layer of dust blankets these beds, indicating they have not been utilized for a considerable time. The disarray within the rooms is palpable, with cobwebs festooning the corners, rendering the place a veritable haven for spiders. Scattered across the floor are remnants of droppings from various birds, eliciting concern regarding the hygiene of this forsaken abode. In a corner of the cabin, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer stumbled upon a few domestic utensils, pots, bowls, and rudimentary farming tools. Yet, when their eyes fell upon a dust-covered blue and white porcelain bowl, an unsettling tension gripped them. The bowl's antiquated design sharply contrasted with contemporary porcelain, leading them to ascertain that it was undoubtedly not a product of modern craftsmanship. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, they ventured deeper into the cabin. As they entered the innermost room, Lin Shuer suddenly emitted a terrified scream. Lu Fan swiftly turned to see a suit of armor from a bygone era hanging against the wooden wall, reminiscent of a battlefield soldier's garb. In the dim light, the armor appeared somewhat eerie, and at first glance, one might mistake it for a person standing there, which undoubtedly startled Lin Shuer. Beside the armor leaned a rusted spear, and at its waist hung a curved dagger. Upon drawing the dagger and wiping away the animal grease that coated it, the blade revealed itself, gleaming with an unexpected sharpness despite the passage of time. Although the hilt bore considerable rust, its exceptional material was evident, prompting Lu Fan to marvel at the extraordinary ingenuity and craftsmanship of the ancients. Attempting to wield the dagger, he found it surprisingly comfortable, as if it were destined to belong to him. His keen eyes then caught sight of a tightly wrapped bundle beneath the bed, ensconced in animal hide. Crouching down, he cautiously extracted the package, untying the cord that bound the fur. Inside lay an ancient firearm, its handle boldly inscribed with the words Shinji Camp. Though seemingly unrelated, the armor, the Shinji Camp, the firearm, and the blue and white porcelain bowl, when juxtaposed, conjured images of the Ming dynasty in the mind of even the less educated Lu Fan. Lin Shuer leaned in with curiosity, her eyes brimming with a desire to explore these artifacts. She softly inquired, "Are these impressive items?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Indeed, Shuer. This is a firearm akin to a modern rifle." Having grown up wielding a homemade hunting gun alongside his father in the mountains, he was no stranger to firearms. The discovery of this weapon invigorated Lu Fan, who understood that with this firearm in hand, neither the Black Panther nor wild boar, or even fiercer beasts, would pose a threat to him any longer. However, Lu Fan was acutely aware that his current physical condition was far from optimistic. For now, the only course of action was to rest and recuperate. Only after restoring his strength could he effectively confront the inevitable difficulties and challenges ahead. Thus, he turned to Lin Shuer and said, "Sister Shuer, let us tidy up this place first. We shall rest here for the day. Once I regain my strength, we could devise a plan to leave." Lin Shuer found a lush branch adorned with leaves. She meticulously arranged the foliage, transforming it into a makeshift broom, and began to sweep the wooden cabin. She commenced with the floor, simply brushing away the dust and debris that had accumulated. Next, she turned her attention to the beds, gently sweeping off the thick layers of dust to reveal the underlying bedding. As she was tidying up the beds, an ancient tome suddenly caught her eye. This book, with its pages yellowed and tattered, bore numerous holes eaten through by insects. Intrigued, Lin Shuer picked up the book and scrutinized its cover. However, the inscription had long since faded into obscurity, rendering it indecipherable. She handed the book to Lu Fan and remarked, "Take a look at this. Perhaps it holds the key to our escape." Chapter 30. The identity of the cabin's master. As Lu Fan received the book, he cradled it delicately, as though it were a cherished treasure, and cautiously began to peruse its pages. However, upon examining the initial pages, he could not help but furrow his brow. These leaves were tattered, the paper disintegrating, and the script blurred beyond recognition. Yet, Lu Fan did not succumb to despair. He continued to leaf through the remainder of the volume. Much of the subsequent text was inscribed in traditional Chinese characters, which, although somewhat foreign to him, were not entirely unfamiliar. With a modicum of conjecture regarding the traditional script, and aided by the context of other writings, he managed to glean a portion of its content. As he delved deeper into the narrative, Lu Fan's brow gradually unfurled. He discerned that this tome appeared to be the diary, or perhaps the memoirs, of the cabin's master, meticulously chronicling his experiences and the odyssey that led him to this desolate isle. According to the account, this master had originally served as a lower-ranking officer among Zheng He's maritime expedition. He had embarked upon a naval vessel, and during one fateful voyage, they encountered an unprecedented tempest. The storm was ferocious, claiming the lives of most of the soldiers aboard, leaving only a scant few to survive. The ship itself sustained grievous damage, losing its propulsion and severing ties with the main fleet. The remaining survivors were left adrift upon the boundless ocean, ultimately floating for several days before arriving at this deserted island. Upon landing on this uninhabited isle, they gradually recognized the bleakness of their prospects for returning to solid ground. However, the instinct for survival compelled them to explore various means of subsistence. Some embarked on the quest of fishing and hunting, navigating through the dense thickets in search of any sustenance. Meanwhile, another group unleashed their creativity, repurposing the dilapidated warship and sturdy tree trunks from the forest to construct the wooden cabin, providing a relatively secure refuge for all. Moreover, they ingeniously endeavored to cultivate what little grain they had left at the base of the cliffs, daringly experimenting despite the harsh conditions. Days turned into weeks as they navigated the challenges of island life, tirelessly experimenting and persevering through numerous failures. Joyfully, they eventually reaped the rewards of their agricultural efforts, undeniably enhancing their chances for survival. Yet, as time marched on, the relentless passage of years could not be evaded, and the inhabitants of the island succumbed to the inexorable cycle of life and death. One by one, lives quietly departed this solitary isle, until only the 100-house officer remained. Faced with solitude and desolation, this officer did not falter. Instead, in his twilight moments, he began to inscribe the minutiae of his existence on the island. encompassing the tribulations of survival and the poignant longing for his homeland and kin. He harbored the hope that one day these records would be discovered, allowing the world to comprehend all that they had endured on this desolate island. Lu Fan became increasingly engrossed in the diary, captivated by its contents. He felt as if he could sense the emotions of the officer who penned it, realizing that this diary might serve as a valuable guide for his own survival on the island in the future. Thus, Lu Fan meticulously compared the weapons and tools described within the pages, searching each corner of the room until he unearthed them one by one. Though weathered by time, these tools remained functional, as if recounting their storied past. To his astonishment, he found not only an array of weapons of various sizes, but also an aged, hand-drawn nautical chart and a mysterious floating compass. Yet, uncertain of their utility, Lu Fan carelessly set these items aside. At that moment, his interest was primarily drawn to the firearms, which could provide him with a greater sense of security in times of peril. Following the directions outlined in the diary, he strode towards the rear of the wooden cabin. Upon reaching the back, he beheld a vast expanse of wheat fields, just as described in the book. However, these fields had lain untended for countless seasons, their neglect evident. Over the long passage of time, as the seasons cyclically changed, mature seeds had fallen to the earth, sprouting anew with tenacious vitality, only to mature and drop again in an endless cycle. This relentless repetition rendered the wheat fields a chaotic tangle. Furthermore, the fields were overrun with weeds that grew unchecked, intertwining with the wheat, creating an illusion of wild, unkempt land, making it difficult to associate it with the promise of sustenance. Lin Shuer, closely following Lu Fan, gazed in awe at the somewhat desolate yet infinitely promising sight before her. She widened her eyes, covering her mouth with her hands, hardly able to believe her eyes, exclaiming, "There truly is a wheat field here. My goodness, it's simply unbelievable." Her voice brimmed with surprise and excitement, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Indeed, with this food source, we need no longer fret over hunger," Lu Fan remarked, his gaze filled with visions of a hopeful future. "Moreover, with abundant water sources, this place is highly suitable for habitation. It seems we must hasten to bring Sister Xiufang and Aunt Li here," Lin Shuer exclaimed, her mind already envisioning a scene of everyone thriving together on this land. Lu Fan nodded in agreement without hesitation, stating, "Indeed, the conditions here far surpass those of the cave we inhabited, and given that someone once resided here, it is highly unlikely that wild beasts will return." However, due to the vigorous movements earlier, he now felt a sharp, tearing pain at his wound, as if countless needles were piercing him. He inhaled sharply, instinctively massaging the area around the injury, hoping to alleviate the excruciating discomfort, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lin Shuer observed Lu Fan's agonized expression with deep concern in her eyes. She promptly suggested, "Xiao Fan, perhaps you should return to the wooden cabin and take some time to rest." Without allowing him to protest, she gently draped his arm over her shoulder, her touch tender yet imbued with an undeniable insistence. Carefully and cautiously, she supported him as they made their way toward the cabin, step by step. Leaning against her, Lu Fan suddenly smirked, revealing his pale lips, and teased, "By the way, Shuer, aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you again?" Despite enduring excruciating pain, he attempted to jest, though his smile appeared feeble and devoid of vitality. His lips were chapped and cracked, and his complexion resembled that of a ghost, drained of color, clearly a consequence of excessive blood loss from his earlier injuries. Chapter 31. The Kiss. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Shuer couldn't help but pout her cherry-like lips and cast a sidelong glance at him, feigning anger as she playfully chided, "You, at this hour, still cracking jokes. You scoundrel, you are perfect in every way, except for that loquacious mouth of yours. If I don't scold you for a moment, do you think you'll feel comfortable?" While speaking, she deliberately nudged him with her shoulder. Though her tone held a hint of reproach, it was also laced with affection. "Ah, are you trying to harm your dear husband?" Lu Fan exclaimed dramatically, leaning his head against her shoulder in mock pain. "Isn't this merely a distraction through humor? The wound hurts terribly. Surely you can allow me a bit of mental solace?" "Enough of that." Lin Shuer shot him an exasperated glance, yet unknowingly slowed her pace. Once you're healed, the first thing I will do is toss you out to chopwood. Who told you to brag about how formidable you are every day? Well, I also wish to showcase a bit of my prowess in front of Sister Schwerer. Lu Fan retorted weakly, but then lowered his voice. But honestly, if I could be supported by you like this every day, this little injury be quiet. Lin Schwerer's ears flushed crimson as she pretended to pinch his waist. Presently, she had no desire for Lu Fan to encounter any further misfortune. If she were to be left alone at the bottom of this cliff, she feared she might even contemplate death. If you keep up with that nonsense, when we return, I will tell Sister Xiufang that you're still thinking about taking advantage of me, even after getting hurt. That's unjust. Lu Fan feigned terror, wide-eyed. But when he met her concerned gaze, he suddenly adopted a mock-serious demeanor. But truly, having you around makes the pain worthwhile. Such flattery. Lin Schwerer turned her face away and quickened her steps, yet she could not suppress the genuine smile that crept onto her lips. Next time you try to be brave, I won't care about you at all. Ha ha. Lu Fan chuckled, not contesting Lin Schwerer's scolding, instead radiating an air of enjoyment. As night fell, the entire canyon was enveloped in darkness, as if shrouded by a heavy veil, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. In this silent gorge, the injured and weary Lu Fan succumbed to fatigue and quickly drifted into slumber. Inside the dimly lit wooden cabin at the bottom of the valley, Lin Schwerer lay in one of the rooms. The surrounding stillness was only occasionally interrupted by the whispering wind or the distant calls of small creatures. Unlike her previous stay in the cave above, where Aunt Li and Wang Xiufang provided company, she now felt an inexplicable sense of fear in this unfamiliar environment. Tossing and turning in bed, Lin Schwerer found it difficult to fall asleep. The sound of her heartbeat resonated sharply in the quiet room, each thump reminding her of the encroaching darkness and dread surrounding her. Finally, unable to endure the fear any longer, she resolved to seek out Lu Fan. With utmost care, she climbed out of bed, cautious not to make sound. Using the faint light from the embers of the fire outside, she gradually made her way to the door of Lu Fan's room. Upon pushing the door open, she beheld Lu Fan peacefully resting on the bed, seemingly enveloped in a deep slumber. Lin Schwerer took a deep breath, summoning her courage, and approached the dreaming Lu Fan. Her footsteps were light and measured, and as she walked, she softly called out, "Lu Fan. Lu Fan, are you asleep?" However, when Lu Fan was stirred awake by her voice and opened his eyes, the sight of Lin Schwerer standing by the bedside, gazing intently at him, startled him considerably. "Sister Schwerer, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Do you wish to frighten me to death?" Lu Fan's voice trembled with a hint of fear, his heart racing from the unexpected shock. "I'm not. I'm just scared and too afraid to sleep alone." Lin Schwerer's voice bore a touch of grievance, her eyes resembling those of a frightened little rabbit as she looked at Lu Fan. Hearing Lin Schwerer's words, Lu Fan couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. He teased her playfully. "Did I hear you correctly? You actually want to sleep with me? What if I took advantage of the situation in the dead of night?" Lin Schwerer's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Fan's gaze, silently lamenting, "If it weren't for my current fear of sleeping alone, I wouldn't bother with your antics." However, at this moment, Lin Schwerer could not afford to engage in their usual banter, given that she sought his assistance. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and said, "Lu Fan, I know you're joking, but I truly am frightened and cannot sleep alone." Observing Lin Schwerer's helpless demeanor, Lu Fan felt a pang of compassion and decided against teasing her further. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his body, creating some space on the bed, and patted the edge, saying, "All right then, come up." Somewhat awkwardly, Lin Schwerer climbed onto the same bed as Lu Fan. Her body felt tense, and she dared not move, her heart racing as if it housed a small rabbit. Although she found the situation rather embarrassing, the thought of having some semblance of safety brought her comfort. In the past, had a beauty like Lin Schwerer offered such proximity, Lu Fan would have been unable to contain his excitement. Yet now wounded and exhausted, he had little inclination to dwell on such thoughts. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and soon fell into a deep sleep once more. The following morning, When Lu Fan awoke, the first sight that greeted him was Lin Shui's serene and beautiful sleeping face, which instantly filled his heart with joy. He silently reprimanded himself. Lu Fan, how could you squander the opportunity to share a bed with such a stunning beauty last night? You're simply wasting a divine gift, and you shall face consequences for this. As he chastised himself, he felt his strength gradually returning, and with it, his courage began to swell. He gazed at Lin Shui's slightly parted lips, and under the influence of hormones, a sudden rush of heat engulfed his mind. Without a moment's thought, he leaned in and gently pressed his lips against her supple mouth. The kiss electrified him, causing Lu Fan's body to tremble involuntarily. He anxiously observed Lin Shui, noticing that she showed no signs of waking, which intensified his desire. Driven by hormones, he summoned his courage once more, preparing for another attempt. However, just as his lips were about to meet Lin Shui's, she let out a soft murmur and gradually opened her eyes. The moment their gazes locked, Lu Fan's heart seemed to come to a standstill. He was left in a state of awkwardness, his mind blank, utterly at a loss on how to navigate this unforeseen circumstance. Lin Shui, momentarily taken aback, felt her cheeks flush a vivid crimson, her eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and embarrassment. What have you done?" she exclaimed, a blend of shyness and anger lacing her voice. As she abruptly sat up, covering her mouth with her hands. Lu Fan immediately panicked, stammering an explanation. "Sister Shui, I didn't mean to. I just lost control for a fleeting moment." Chapter 32. Blood Orchid Lin Shui glared furiously, on the verge of unleashing her wrath. Yet her gaze fell upon Lu Fan's injuries, causing her words to retreat back to her lips. You are being utterly unreasonable." She turned her head away, refusing to look at Lu Fan, but the crimson hue creeping up her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. "I'm sorry, Sister Shui. I realized my mistake." Lu Fan sincerely apologized, filled with regret in his heart. After a moment of silence, Lin Shui took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Forget it. Let us consider it as if it never happened, but you must not act this way again." At that moment, Lu Fan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Eagerly nodding in agreement, they fell into a silence, the atmosphere somewhat awkward, until the rumbling of their stomachs shattered the stillness. Instinctively, Lin Shui covered her stomach, her gaze evasive. Observing this, Lu Fan scratched his head and cheerfully suggested, "Sister Shui, shall we venture out to find something to eat?" Without waiting for her response, he rose from the bed and prepared to go outside. Already famished, Lin Shui followed him closely. They stepped out of the wooden cabin, and the crisp air of the canyon invigorated them, while beams of sunlight pierced through the clouds above, illuminating the entire gorge. Although Lu Fan still bore some injuries, he had regained considerable strength and took the initiative to lead the way. Lin Shui followed behind, occasionally stealing glances at him, feeling a bit awkward. Suddenly, Lu Fan halted, pointing excitedly towards a nearby thicket of wild fruits. "Sister Shui, look, wild fruits." His voice brimmed with uncontainable delight. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled, and she quickened her pace towards him. They entered the grove and began to gather the wild fruits. Lu Fan plucked a fruit, wiped it clean, and handed it to Lin Shui. "Try it. It should be quite sweet." She accepted the fruit and took a bite, the refreshing juice bursting in her mouth, lifting her spirits slightly. They continued along the cliff face, their eyes scanning for the passage described in ancient text that would lead them out of the canyon. The towering cliff reached into the clouds, standing nearly 100 meters high, resembling a natural barrier that isolated the gorge from the outside world. Walking within this canyon, encircled by towering cliffs, felt akin to being in a quaint garden surrounded by skyscrapers. Though the space was limited, it was filled with enchanting sights and tranquility. Clutching the freshly picked wild fruits, they chewed on the tart and sweet morsels as they meandered forward. Abruptly, Lu Fan came to a stop, his attention captured by clusters of red flowers clinging to the cliffside. "Sister Shui, look, is that the blood orchid?" His voice betrayed an excitement that was hard to conceal. At his urging, Lin Shui hurriedly followed his pointed finger. Upon fixing her gaze on the vivid crimson blossoms, her eyes widened in astonishment as she endeavored to discern these flowers she had never seen before. High above the ground, about 10 meters up the cliff, the blood-red flowers bloomed like flames, starkly contrasting with the moss-covered green rock face. Their shape closely resembled that of lilies. Yet the vibrant scarlet hue emanated a hauntingly beautiful allure. Although Lin Shuer was unaware of what a blood orchid was, she could infer from Lu Fan's astonished expression that these flowers must be extraordinary. In his excitement, Lu Fan said to Lin Shuer, "I have only heard of the existence of blood orchids, but I have never seen their true form. However, judging by the shape and color of these flowers, they closely resemble the legendary blood orchids." Blood orchids are rare red orchids that grow deep within pristine jungles, known for their remarkable ability to extend cell longevity. They have a dormancy period of 7 years and bloom for merely 6 months. By chance, Lu Fan had encountered these blood orchids in their blooming phase. Such a fortuitous event was not to be missed. It is well known that many high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals have exhausted their ingenuity in search of this plant, only to be left in despair. The rarity of this plant makes it a serendipitous find, truly a treasure one cannot seek at will. If these blood orchids were to be auctioned, even a single blossom could ensure lifelong financial security, not to mention the vast expanse of crimson flowers before them, which was akin to a mountain of gold. What is a blood orchid? Is it truly so rare? Lin Shuer asked, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. Upon seeing her reaction, Lu Fan adopted a serious demeanor and explained, "This is an exceedingly precious herb. Not only does it possess miraculous healing properties, but it is also said that women who consume can preserve their youth and retain their beauty forever." What? It can heal and extend life? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and pick some. Upon hearing of the blood orchid's extraordinary capabilities, especially its healing properties, Lin Shuer immediately thought of the injured Lu Fan and urged him anxiously to gather the flowers. However, Lu Fan suddenly appeared hesitant, his speech faltering as if he harbored some concerns. "What's wrong?" Lin Shuer asked, her brow furrowing in concern. "You may not know, but it is said that a great snake guards the area around the blood orchids." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer gasped in shock, her face turning pale as she instinctively recoiled. Nevertheless, despite his trepidation, Lu Fan understood that he urgently needed the blood orchids for healing. Although he was uncertain if the legends were true, he realized that one must take risks to discover the truth. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. He was resolved. Moreover, the cliff's appearance did not suggest the presence of a great snake. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lu Fan thought to himself, deciding to take the plunge. Without delay, he armed himself with a curved knife and strapped a sharp dagger to his waist, fully prepared for the challenge. Though the cliff was only a dozen meters high, its near vertical angle posed significant climbing difficulties. Lu Fan took a deep breath, then suddenly dashed forward like a cannonball, swiftly grasping a small tree that clung to the cliffside. Immediately, he forcefully pushed off the cliff with his feet, utilizing the reaction force to propel his body upwards. As his feet firmly settled upon the protruding small tree, Lu Fan exhaled slightly in relief. He cautiously straightened his body and extended his hands, attempting to grasp another small tree above him. However, upon reaching out, he realized that he was still half a meter short of the tree above. With a spark of inspiration, Lu Fan quickly bent his knees and crouched down, his goal clear, to leverage the small tree's elasticity and his own jumping prowess, soaring upwards like a nimble cheetah to seize the tree above. In that fleeting moment of bending down, Lu Fan's feet pressed closely against the small tree, as if a silent bond connected them. His feet rhythmically stomped on the tree, each step seemingly prompting a response, making it sway in harmony with his movements. Just as Lu Fan prepared to unleash his full strength to propel himself upward, an unforeseen mishap occurred. With a sharp crack, the small tree beneath him snapped. This sudden turn of events caught Lu Fan off guard, and without support, he plummeted from the air like a kite with a severed string. Chapter 33. The harvesting of blood orchid. Fortunately, due to Lu Fan's relatively low altitude, he did not suffer significant injuries. Upon his body meeting the ground, he felt a numbing vibration in his posterior, leaving him momentarily dizzy, nearly retching the wild fruits he had just consumed. Lin Shuer, witnessing this, was taken aback and hurriedly rushed over, her face etched with concern as she asked, Lu Fan, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Internally, Lu Fan lamented his plight, thinking, good heavens, why don't you try it yourself? A fall from such a height would leave anyone in agony. Yet Lu Fan, ever the stubborn one, feigned nonchalance, declaring, it's nothing. This height is trivial to me, as he attempted to rise with a facade of ease. The searing pain in his rear caused him to wince and grimace, rubbing the sore area with his hand. Lin Shuer, discerning his pretense, felt a pang of sympathy as she approached him without hesitation, her touch gentle as she massaged his aching posterior, hoping to alleviate some of his discomfort. Caught off guard by her sudden kindness, Lu Fan felt a blush creep across his cheeks, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. However, his irrepressible wit surfaced, and he cheekily remarked, Sister Shuer, are you taking this opportunity to take advantage of me? Initially focused on tending to his injury, Lin Shuer found herself both amused and exasperated by his comment. Her gentle ministrations quickly transformed into a sharp pinch, accompanied by a gritted response, you ungrateful brat. It's no wonder your backside hurts. The already painful area flared into agony with her pinch, prompting Lu Fan to leap up in distress. Sister Shuer, what grudge do we share? Your methods are excessively cruel. This feels less like a pinch and more like an attempt on my life, he exclaimed, hopping away like a startled rabbit. Lin Shuer couldn't contain her laughter at his comical antics, nearly brought to tears by her mirth. After retreating a short distance, Lu Fan paused to survey his surroundings in search of suitable tools. Soon, he spotted a vine about the thickness of his finger, promptly severing it. He then used the curved knife on his back to cut off a branch, shaping it into a hook with his dagger, and secured it to the vine. Will this work? Lin Shuer questioned, her face betraying skepticism as she observed Lu Fan's rudimentary tool. Just wait and see, Lu Fan replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as he beamed with pride in his creation. Once prepared, Lu Fan stood approximately 3 meters away from the cliff face, gripping a vine with his left hand and the hooked end with his right. He began to swing it vigorously, his movements both adept and powerful, each arc accompanied by the rush of wind, resembling a valiant horseman lassoing cattle on the vast prairie. After completing a mesmerizing 81 rotations, Lu Fan finally ceased his dizzying display. He took a deep breath, then abruptly lifted his heels, leaning slightly forward into a standard diving posture. With all his might, he hurled the hooked vine skyward. The vine soared like a falcon in descent, slicing through the air at an astonishing speed toward a small tree perched above the cliff. With a swift whoosh, the hook latched securely onto the roots of a tiny tree above the blood orchid. A surge of joy welled within Lu Fan, and he eagerly tugged at the vine a few times, confirming the hook's firm grip, which brought him immense satisfaction. It worked, he exclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the valley. Gripping the vine tightly, he pushed against the cliff with his feet and began the arduous ascent. Lin Shuer stood below, anxiously observing Lu Fan's every move. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, palms drenched in perspiration. Be careful, Lu Fan, she called out, her voice laced with concern and trepidation. Despite the vine serving as an aid, climbing the sheer cliff, standing at over 10 meters high, was no trivial undertaking. He had to combat the pull of gravity while maintaining his balance. A moment's lapse could send him plummeting down. Lu Fan was acutely aware of this, and thus he dared not slacken his efforts. Summoning every ounce of strength, he painstakingly climbed, using both hands and feet. For Lu Fan, still recovering from his injuries, each step was fraught with difficulty and challenge. As he neared the location of the blood orchid, an excessive exertion caused his muscles to tense abruptly. In an instant, the wounds on his body, which had begun to heal, seemed to tear open anew, blood surging forth and mingling with yellow pus, cascading down his body. This sight sent a shiver of fear through Lin Shuer, her heart racing and cold sweat breaking out on her palms. Lu Fan, if it's too much, let go. We can find another way, she urged anxiously, silently praying for his safety. Yet, Lu Fan did not succumb to the pain of his wounds. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, He persevered in his climb. Each step was laden with suffering and adversity, yet he remained undeterred. Through sheer willpower, he ultimately reached the blood orchid's location. Balancing on the protruding rocks with the tips of his toes, he grasped the vine tightly. After adjusting his stance, Lu Fan wasted no time and immediately reached out to pluck the blood orchid. Upon witnessing the vibrant crimson of the blood orchid so closely, an overwhelming surge of emotion enveloped him. Without hesitation, he thrust the exquisite blossoms into his mouth, plucking them as he went, as though fearing that these precious flowers might vanish at any moment. Meanwhile, the blood seeping from a wound on his arm inadvertently dripped onto the branches and leaves of the blood orchids. The crimson liquid coursed down the foliage and merged with the petals, creating a strange and eerie tableau. Only after Lu Fan had gathered a sufficient quantity of blood orchids did he, with a sense of satisfaction, slowly descend along the vine. As his feet touched the ground, Lin Shuer hurried forward to receive the blood orchids he offered. Captivated by the vibrant blooms, her gaze lingered on their beauty and uniqueness, momentarily rendering her spellbound. Chapter 34. Blood attracts venomous snakes. The crimson petals appeared as though steeped in blood, vibrant and glistening, while the scarlet stamen resembled a flickering flame, delivering a powerful visual impact. This breathtaking blossom stood in stark contrast to its surroundings, as if it had blossomed from the depths of hell itself. At that moment, the foliage of the blood orchid formed a verdant curtain, concealing a scarcely noticeable small opening below. Suddenly, a glimmering black serpent's head emerged slowly from the hidden aperture, its obsidian hue glistening with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. As the serpent slithered out, it straightened its body, measuring over 3 meters in length, its girth comparable to that of an adult's arm, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Its eyes fixated on the blood that dripped from Lu Fan onto the blood orchid's branches, the vivid crimson starkly contrasting against the green foliage. The black serpent moved with deliberate slowness, inching closer to the blood, seemingly drawn by the scent of iron. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, flicking its tongue as it greedily licked the remnants of blood from the leaves. Each lick was marked by an insatiable hunger, as if it were savoring the most delectable of delicacies. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, standing below the cliff, remained oblivious to the unfolding scene above them. Their attention was wholly absorbed by the blood orchid in their hands. Lin Shuer, particularly, noticed that Lu Fan displayed no ill effects after consuming the flower, intensifying her doubts. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Does this blood orchid truly possess the ability to heal and prolong life? What do you feel after consuming it?" Her voice bore a hint of concern, for the blood orchid appeared so peculiar that she found it hard to believe in its miraculous properties. "I feel nothing. Could it be that the legend is false?" Lu Fan, too, began to harbor doubts regarding the tale surrounding the blood orchid. Meanwhile, the black serpent, having devoured the blood from the leaves, appeared unsatisfied. It writhed and twisted its body, darting back and forth as if in search of more such delicacies. Yet, the scant few drops of blood had already been licked clean. There was no more to be found. Nevertheless, the serpent was unwilling to relent. Using its keen sense of smell, it began to slither towards a vine that bore traces of blood. The serpent entwined itself around the vine, propelling its body downwards with remarkable speed. All the while, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer remained engrossed in their examination of the blood orchid, entirely unaware of the impending peril. Just as the serpent neared the bottom, it was suddenly captivated by Lu Fan, who stood less than a meter away from the vine. Lu Fan's wound continued to seep blood, and the air was thick with a faint metallic scent. The black snake sniffed the air, detecting the pervasive scent of blood. After identifying its target, it flicked its tongue and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, while slightly arching its body in preparation for the attack. Lin Shuer and Lu Fan stood facing each other. When her gaze fell upon the black snake poised to strike Lu Fan, she was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. "Ah, a snake!" she instinctively screamed, her body recoiling as if struck by lightning. Upon hearing Lin Shuer's terrified cry, Lu Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to assess the situation. As he beheld the large, pitch-black serpent, a wave of fear surged within him. The snake's body was as dark as ink, its scales shimmering with a chilling gleam, and the fangs protruding from its mouth sent a shiver down his spine, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. The black snake had evidently fixed its gaze on Lu Fan as its prey, its head tilted slightly backward, seemingly gathering strength for the impending strike. Suddenly, the black snake lunged forward with a powerful thrust, resembling a bolt of black lightning as it surged toward Lu Fan. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped at the last moment, agilely leaping aside. The snake, propelled by its own momentum, missed its target and crashed heavily to the ground. However, this setback did not deter the black snake from its assault. It quickly pivoted, baring its fangs once more, ready to launch a second attack on Lu Fan. At that moment, he had no time to draw the curved dagger from his back. His heartbeat raced, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. In this critical juncture, he hastily picked up a branch from the ground. As the snake lunged again, he swung the branch with all his might, striking the serpent's head. With a sharp crack, the branch splintered, and the snake let out a pained hiss. Yet, the snake's reflexes were astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it coiled its body and launched a lateral strike, wrapping itself around Lu Fan's right leg like a dark rope. He felt an immense force surge towards him, causing him to lose his balance and tumble heavily to the ground. The snake tightened its grip around his leg, intensifying the pressure as if it sought to crush his limb. In this dire moment, Lu Fan drew his dagger without hesitation, slashing wildly at the snake's body. Enraged by his frantic assault, the black snake suddenly coiled its body, revealing its menacing fangs as it lunged directly for Lu Fan's groin. Seeing this, Lu Fan's heart raced in terror, and he exclaimed, "No way. Sister Schwerer, this snake must have learned from you." Targeting a man's weak spot, Lin Schwerer, hearing his words, felt utterly speechless. Her voice trembled with anxiety, tinged with reproach. Is this really the time for jokes? At that moment, Lu Fan demonstrated remarkable reflexes. With lightning speed, he thrust his hands forward to block the impending attack with his dagger. With its gaping maw and fearsome visage, the black serpent lunged forth like a bolt of ebony lightning, its menacing aura suggesting an intent to swallow Lu Fan whole. However, in this moment of peril, Lu Fan reacted with remarkable swiftness. He bent his knees slightly, leaned forward, and positioned his curved blade precisely in front of the serpent's gaping jaws. With a resounding crack, the blade collided fiercely with the serpent's jaws, producing a chilling sound that reverberated in the air. The tremendous force of the impact cleaved the serpent's jawbone, and Lu Fan could distinctly hear the crisp sound of bone shattering. The black serpent, grievously wounded and racked with agony, immediately released its grip on Lu Fan's legs, retreating with the swiftness of a creature electrified. Yet, this serpent was evidently unwilling to concede defeat. It began to thrash its head violently in an attempt to dislodge the blade lodged within its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan, without hesitation, swiftly rolled his body to distance himself from the serpent. As the serpent thrashed wildly, the curved blade spun through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, ultimately being flung several meters away, landing with a heavy clang upon the ground. Chapter 35. Extracting toxins. The black serpent swiftly regained its senses from the excruciating pain. Its hostile eyes fixated intently on Lu Fan, emitting a hissing sound as if to assert its dominance. However, instead of launching an immediate attack on Lu Fan, the serpent abruptly shifted its focus, lunging towards Lin Schwerer, who was in closer proximity. Clearly, the black serpent had been provoked to its limits, displaying an unwavering resolve to not relent until it had taken down a foe. Lin Schwerer was entirely unprepared for the serpent's sudden turn towards her, and her visage paled, resembling a ghost, as fear gripped her. Her body trembled uncontrollably. In a state of panic, she grasped a fist-sized stone from the ground and hurled it at the advancing serpent. The stone arced through the air and struck the creature with a resounding thud. Though this blow did not inflict significant harm, it momentarily slowed the already wounded serpent. However, this brief pause only served to enrage the serpent further. It opened its gaping maw, blood oozing from its wounds, and let out a furious roar before charging towards Lin Shuer with renewed speed. Lu Fan, witnessing the scene, shouted desperately, "Run!" Yet, in her panic, Lin Shuer resembled a startled rabbit, fleeing aimlessly. But after only a couple of steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground. As she groaned in pain and prepared to rise, the terrifying black serpent darted before her with the swiftness of lightning. Lu Fan felt a surge of anguish and urgency. Hastily retrieving a curved dagger from the ground and sprinting towards her, despite his frantic efforts, he was ultimately a moment too late. The serpent opened its gaping mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and without hesitation, lunged for Lin Shuer's thigh. Her piercing scream echoed in the air, chilling to the bone. Upon hearing her agonizing cry, Lu Fan's heart twisted in torment, his eyes bloodshot with fury. In that moment, he transformed into a frenzied beast, swinging the dagger with all his might towards the serpent. With a sharp crack, the black serpent's body was severed in two by Lu Fan's blade. The two halves writhed in a futile struggle upon the ground, desperately thrashing about. Yet, Lu Fan's wrath did not abate. He continued to unleash a relentless assault on the now disjointed serpent, each strike infused with his fury and hatred. Blood splattered around him, and the serpent was reduced to fragmented pieces, scattered across the earth like chopped cucumbers. Finally, Lu Fan ceased his onslaught. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like raindrops. He then discarded the dagger and rushed to assess Lin Shuer's injuries. With urgency, he tore open her pants and fashioned a makeshift bandage from a strip of fabric, tying it tightly around her thigh. "Lu Fan, what are you doing?" Lin Shuer was evidently taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Her voice trembled with a hint of terror and unease as she instinctively attempted to shield herself from Lu Fan's relentless tugging at her pants. "Don't move. At a time like this, how can you still think of such things?" His tone brimmed with urgency and reproach, leaving Lin Shuer momentarily stunned, paralyzed by Lu Fan's desperate shout. As the fabric was torn away further, her wound lay bare for all to see. Too dark. Gaping bite marks on the outer side of her thigh oozed foul, black blood, while the surrounding skin had turned a sickly shade of purple, releasing a nauseating stench. Her complexion paled further, her lips quivered weakly, as if she might faint at any moment. Lu Fan was frantic. He understood the venom of the snake was potent, and if the toxin were not extracted promptly, Lin Shuer's life would be in grave jeopardy. What could he do? As he gazed at the two festering wounds exuding a putrid, black pus, he found himself at a loss. If he did not act, Lin Shuer would likely perish. Yet if he were to suck out the venom, he too would face dire consequences. Watching Lin Shuer gradually slip into unconsciousness, her face growing ever paler, eyes tightly shut, and body beginning to tremble, Lu Fan was consumed with anxiety. His brow furrowed in deep thought, but ultimately, he resolved that saving her was of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself against the life-threatening stench and leaned down to begin drawing out the venom from her wounds. The area around the wounds had turned pitch black from the poison. Lu Fan vigorously sucked at the tainted blood. Each mouthful a fierce contest against death for Lin Shuer's life. His face was etched with pain and determination, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet he showed no intention of halting. As he continued, Lin Shuer's body quaked with discomfort, issuing anguished moans that pierced the stillness of the surroundings. The seductive sounds of her suffering ignited a tumult of emotions within Lu Fan, causing his face to flush. If one were to merely listen to the sounds without witnessing the scene, they might mistakenly believe something unspeakable was transpiring. At that moment, Lu Fan was consumed by a singular thought. He must save her. One gulp, two gulps. As the venom was gradually extracted, Lin Shuer's complexion began to regain a semblance of color. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Fan bend over her, drawing out the poison, her heart swelled with gratitude. She wished to utter something, her lips moved, but her frail condition rendered her voiceless. Just then, Lu Fan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, realizing he too might have been affected by the snake's venom. Yet, despite his body being in extreme discomfort, He gritted his teeth and persevered, continuing to extract the toxic black blood for Lin Shuer. Time ticked away. Each moment of suctioning felt like a battle against death itself. At last, as Lu Fan drew forth the blood, transitioning from an ominous black to a vivid red, he exhaled a sigh of relief, halting his actions as he beheld the bright crimson liquid flowing from the wound. In that moment, Lu Fan's lips had already been tainted a ghastly shade of dark blue by the venom, and a wave of dizziness began to engulf his mind. Yet, he dared not relax for even a moment, fully aware of the potency of the snake's poison, understanding that a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. He retrieved the blood orchid, placing it in his mouth, chewing it until it was pulverized, and applied it to the wound. Though he remained uncertain of the efficacy of the blood orchid in healing or detoxifying, in this life-and-death situation, he had no choice but to gamble on its potential. As dizziness continued to assail him, Lu Fan felt as though the very world were spinning around him. Recognizing he could not simply succumb, he shoved a generous handful of blood orchid into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it resolutely. Lin Shuer, witnessing all that Lu Fan had done for her, particularly the sight of his blackened, purplish lips, was overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. Lu Fan, have you also been poisoned? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Lu Fan compelled a faint smile, attempting to reassure Lin Shuer, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. This minor toxin poses no threat to me. However, his voice emerged weak and frail. Lin Shuer's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Lu Fan with a heart full of compassion, longing to reach out and support him, only to find her own body devoid of strength, utterly limp and feeble. Chapter 36. The King in the Cave. Lu Fan shook his dizzy head, striving to stand upright as he leaned on Lin Shuer to make their way back. His pallid complexion and feeble voice conveyed his exhaustion as he suggested, let us return to the wooden cabin first. Lin Shuer nodded in agreement. As they progressed, Lu Fan's steps grew increasingly unsteady, causing Lin Shuer to feel a pang of anguish as tears welled in her eyes. When they were merely a few dozen meters from the cabin, Lu Fan became overwhelmed by dizziness, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Fan, what has happened to you? Please do not frighten me, Lin Shuer cried, her voice laced with desperation. Yet, Lu Fan lay unresponsive, oblivious to her pleas. Anxiously, Lin Shuer tentatively placed her hand near Lu Fan's nose, relieved to find he was still breathing. Summoning her strength, she bent down to drape his arms over her shoulders, attempting to carry him back. However, as a frail woman with an injured leg, how could she possibly bear the weight of the tall and robust Lu Fan? After several fruitless attempts, she resigned herself to dragging him by his hands, inching closer to the wooden cabin. Ultimately, after an arduous struggle, she managed to pull Lu Fan back to the cabin, but the exertion left her utterly exhausted, and she too collapsed to the ground. Time passed, and when Lin Shuer regained consciousness, she was astonished to discover that her leg wound had begun to heal, and at a pace that surpassed her expectations. Cautiously, she attempted to rise and was pleasantly surprised to find herself moving with the same agility as before her injury, completely unimpeded. In her joy, she suddenly recalled Lu Fan, who still lay unconscious. She hurried to his side, anxiously calling his name, Lu Fan. Lu Fan, wake up! Lu Fan! Yet, no matter how fervently she cried out, he remained unresponsive, lying there in silence. Her heart grew heavier with concern as she scrutinized Lu Fan's condition. To her alarm, his face and body had taken on a peculiar blackish-purple hue, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, releasing wisps of smoke as they evaporated. This sight filled Lin Shuer with terror, her heart racing as she found herself at a loss. However, after a brief moment of panic, she regained her composure and began to devise a plan. Her gaze fell upon her own healing wound, and a thought flickered in her mind, blood orchid. With this realization, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. She surmised that the blood orchid must have played a significant role in her rapid recovery. Otherwise, her wound could not have healed so swiftly. Moreover, despite Lu Fan being in a deep slumber from snake venom, he was still alive. Lin Shuer believed this might be connected to the abundant blood orchid he had consumed earlier, for it was well known that a person afflicted by snake venom could not survive without medical intervention beyond half an hour. Realizing this, Lin Schwerer hastily crushed the remaining blood orchid, coaxing its essence into drops that fell into Lu Fan's mouth without a moment's hesitation. After completing this, she quickly fetched a basin of water, wetting a cloth to gently wipe the sweat from Lu Fan's brow. At that moment, within the unconscious Lu Fan, the blood orchid began to take effect, intertwining its medicinal properties with the venom of the snake, each battling against the other. It was akin to a raging inferno surging within him, causing Lu Fan to alternate between a flushed complexion, drenched in sweat, and a pallid, icy hue. Time slipped away, second by second, as Lin Schwerer remained vigilantly by his side, her gaze never wavering from Lu Fan. Although he lay in a state of unconsciousness, he provided her with a slender thread of hope amidst the desolation of the canyon. Meanwhile, within the cave, Wang Xiufang and Aunt Li grew increasingly anxious as days passed without a glimpse of Lu Fan or Lin Schwerer, despite their silent speculation that misfortune may have befallen them. Both chose to remain taciturn, unwilling to voice the grim reality. Especially for Wang Xiufang, a flicker of hope still resided deep within her heart. Each day, she would stand at the cave's entrance, gazing longingly toward the distant beach, yearning for a sight of Lu Fan. At times, she would disregard the perils and venture into the jungle alone, calling out for Lu Fan and Lin Schwerer while searching for their whereabouts. Her voice echoed through the silent forest, laden with endless anxiety and concern. She seemed resolute, determined to find them at any cost, embodying a spirit that demanded either their return or closure. However, this reckless pursuit eventually stirred Aunt Li's apprehensions. After much persuasion, Wang Xiufang came to recognize the folly of her actions. She understood that relying solely on her own strength in this perilous jungle would not only fail to locate Lu Fan and Lin Schwerer, but could also plunge her into danger. Aunt Li, it has been several days. Do you think they might have? Wang Xiufang's words lingered in her throat, but she could not restrain herself from uttering the dreadful conjecture. Recalling how Lu Fan would tease her daily, she realized that if he were to return now, she would gladly allow him to watch her bathe rather than retaliate. With this thought, tears streamed from her eyes like a torrent, cascading down her cheeks. Observing Wang Xiufang's sorrowful state, Aunt Li felt a pang of heartache. With a resigned sigh, she offered a comforting remark. Let's hope they are still alive. Though brief, her words carried a profound prayer and yearning for Lu Fan and Lin Schwerer. Just as Wang Xiufang and Aunt Li were engulfed in their worries, a sudden, urgent barking from the distant jungle pierced the air. This unexpected sound caused their nerves to tense instantaneously. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the fear and unease that gripped them both. Wang Xiufang's voice trembled involuntarily as she stammered. What? What is happening? Could Lu Fan and the others be there as well? Aunt Li's expression grew equally grave. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Do not panic. Let us assess the situation first. Nevertheless, despite Aunt Li's reassurances, both women were still engulfed in doubt and concern. The sudden barking of dogs on this desolate island was indeed peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Xiufang gritted her teeth and resolved to investigate further. Thus, the two made their way toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching the trap set by Lu Fan, Wang Xiufang abruptly halted. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Aunt Li and said, Aunt Li, given your age and limited mobility, please wait for me here. This spot is quite safe. Do not step outside this protective circle. Aunt Li glanced at Wang Xiufang, then surveyed the thorn-filled traps surrounding them, and nodded, advising, very well. But do take care. If anything seems amiss, return swiftly. Wang Xiufang nodded in agreement and cautiously proceeded toward the direction of the noise. With each step, her heart pounded like a drum, the sound of her blood coursing through her veins resonating in her ears. Chapter 37. Captured by pirates. As the distance closed, the voices of individuals ahead became discernible. Yet Wang Xiufang quickly recognized that none belonged to Lu Fan. Concealing herself within a thicket of grass, she peered cautiously to ascertain the situation. Before her lay a small band of several dozen individuals, clad in peculiar attire and armed with an array of weapons, unmistakably not of benevolent nature. A surge of alarm coursed through Wang Xiufang as she speculated that they might indeed be pirates. Suddenly, a familiar visage caught her eye among the crowd. This was a face that Wang Xiufang would never forget, that of Long Gu, the man who had nearly brought her to ruin. Long Gu, hunched over and ingratiating, was eagerly addressing the apparent leader of the group, exclaiming, "Brother, I assure you I have not deceived you. There are indeed 2 women on this island, and their beauty is nothing short of celestial." The leader, a burly man with a brutish countenance and eyes that gleamed with malice and avarice, scowled as he pointed a menacing finger at Long Ji's nose. "Remember your words," he growled. "Should you dare to deceive me, your fate is sealed." Concealed within the nearby brush, Wang Xiufang observed this unsettling scene, scarcely daring to breathe. She silently prayed for their swift departure, hoping desperately not to be discovered. At that moment, however, a dog suddenly bounded in her direction, causing her heart to leap into her throat. As the creature drew near, she seized a stone, trembling, and hurled it in the opposite direction, diverting the dog's attention. Nonetheless, the noise had attracted the pirate's attention. "What was that?" the pirate leader bellowed, his voice reverberating ominously through the stillness of the forest, imbued with an air of formidable authority. Long Gu, a glint of cunning in his eyes, quickly suggested, "Brother, could it be that pesky boy accompanying the 2 women? He seems elusive and might possess some skills." The pirate leader, issuing commands with an air of authority, instructed Long Gu, "Take a few men and investigate." "Certainly, brother, rest assured," Long Gu replied, bowing and nodding, before leading a handful of pirates towards Wang Xiufang's location, resembling a pack of hunting hounds in pursuit. Wang Xiufang's palms were slick with sweat, her heart racing perilously close to stopping. She desperately burrowed deeper into the underbrush, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. With each footfall of the approaching pirates, her heart clenched painfully, and she muttered incessantly, "Do not find me, do not find me." As the pirates drew ever closer, Wang Xiufang realized that remaining hidden would only delay the inevitable discovery. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang up and fled, forsaking all caution. In that instant, her escape betrayed her presence. Long Gu, a malicious grin spreading across his face, pointed at Wang Xiufang's retreating figure and exclaimed, "Brother, look, it's that woman, just as I said." The pirate leader, eyeing the fleeing Wang Xiufang, beheld her alluring form swaying enticingly with each stride. Instantly captivated, his eyes sparkled with lascivious intent as he waved his hand and commanded, "After her, do not let that woman escape." Wang Xiufang sprinted ahead with all her might, her heartbeat echoing like a drum, breaths coming in rapid gasps, her legs feeling as heavy as if laden with lead. Yet, the primal instinct for survival propelled her forward with reckless abandon. Behind her, Long Gu and his companions pursued relentlessly, occasionally erupting in malicious laughter. However, how could Wang Xiufang possibly outrun these agile pirates, seasoned by years of survival in the wilderness? Before long, she found herself encircled by the approaching band of pirates. Terror gripped her as she gazed at the ferocious faces surrounding her, her body trembling uncontrollably. She could scarcely fathom the dire fate that awaited her in the clutches of these predatory marauders. Long Gu stepped forward with an air of triumph. A lewd smile plastered across his face and taunted, "Beautiful lady, do you remember me?" Wang Xiufang glared at him, her eyes aflame with indignation and hatred, wishing nothing more than to rend him asunder. Yet, in her moment of despair, she found herself utterly alone. Lu Fan was nowhere to be seen, and she understood the gravity of her predicament. The pirate leader approached, extending a grimy, calloused hand towards her face. With disgust, Wang Xiufang swatted it away, glaring fiercely. Enraged, the pirate's features contorted with fury as he raised his hand and, with a sharp crack, delivered a resounding slap to her face. Instantly, her cheeks swelled, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. The pirate leader menacingly inquired, "Where are the others on the island?" "I don't know," Wang Xiufang stammered, her voice trembling with fear, her head bowed in submission. "Big brother, This girl not bad. Could we let the brothers have a little fun before selling her? One of the lower-ranking pirates suggested eagerly, his eyes glinting with lewd desire. The leader shot him a cold, piercing glance akin to a dagger, causing the subordinate to scurry back like a frightened rodent, abandoning any lascivious thoughts. With a gun aimed squarely at Wang Xiufang's head, the pirate leader growled, "Speak quickly, or I'll end you right now. I truly don't know." "I'm looking for them too," Wang Xiufang pleaded, tears brimming in her eyes. Frustrated by the lack of useful information, the pirate leader gritted his teeth and pointed at two of his crew members, barking, "You two, take this woman back. The rest of you keep searching. If you don't find anyone, don't even think about returning." In that moment, despair washed over Wang Xiufang. She could never have imagined such a fate awaiting her. Usually, she wouldn't even allow Lu Fan to touch her. Yet now she was at the mercy of this ruthless band of pirates. Resolute, she vowed silently that even if she were to perish, she would not allow them to succeed, a steely determination manifesting on her face. As the sun rose and set, time slipped by unnoticed. Lu Fan's complexion gradually regained some color, his brow unfurling. When he next awakened, his gaze fell upon Lin Shui, who was slumped beside his bed, her weary face etched with concern. Overwhelmed by emotion, Lu Fan took in the sight of her exhausted yet caring visage. He gently sat up, stretching his limbs and discovering that he had completely recovered, even feeling an unprecedented sense of lightness. It seemed that the blood orchid had played a significant role. Overcome by thirst, he rose to pour a glass of water. Lin Shui, groggy and disoriented, opened her eyes and, upon seeing Lu Fan awake, was momentarily taken aback. Then, overwhelmed with joy, she leapt into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You finally woke up. You scare me to death. Do you know? You were in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, she said, her voice choked with emotion, revealing her distress. Lu Fan gently patted her back and softly reassured her, "It's all right now. I'm perfectly fine." Once they had both calmed down, Lin Shui recounted the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. At that moment, Lu Fan suddenly remembered something and, with a look of deep concern, asked Sister Shui, "How is your leg injury? Has it improved at all?" With a faint smile, Lin Shui comforted him, "Don't worry, it's nearly healed." As she spoke, she unabashedly lifted her pants, which had been torn like a skirt, revealing her previously injured thigh. Lu Fan gazed in astonishment. The once ghastly and gaping wound had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In its place were merely 2 minuscule black dots, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. "Ah, how? How is this possible?" Lu Fan exclaimed, his voice echoing his shock. "It's only been a few days. This is utterly unbelievable." His face was a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 38. The cliff crevice. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's astonished expression, Lin Shui instinctively glanced down. To her amazement, her previously battered thigh had returned to its pristine state. She was utterly taken aback. Just yesterday, the wound had not fully healed. Yet today, not a trace remained. Could it be that the blood orchid had worked its wonders? How extraordinary! It was only when the blood orchid was mentioned that Lu Fan snapped back to reality and urgently inquired, "Sister Shui, what happened to the remaining blood orchids?" With a hint of resignation, Lin Shui replied, "They are all gone." "What? Gone? How was that possible?" Lu Fan's voice escalated by several octaves. "Wasn't there a substantial amount left?" Lin Shui calmly explained, "I ground them all for you to consume. Otherwise, how could you have awakened so swiftly?" Hearing this, Lu Fan inwardly cursed. This extravagant woman has no sense of moderation. She treated the blood orchid as casually as if it were broccoli. Nevertheless, the undeniable truth remained. The legendary blood orchid indeed possessed miraculous healing properties. Yet, what of the fabled great serpent? The creature they had encountered bore little resemblance to the legendary serpent. At best, it was merely a somewhat larger snake. In an instant, a cascade of questions surged through Lu Fan's mind. He began to contemplate various possibilities, striving to unravel this enigma. At present, only one explanation seemed plausible. The original great serpent had likely been dealt with by the previous occupant of the cottage, and the snake they had encountered was a newcomer. Noticing Lu Fan lost in thought, Lin Shuer felt a twinge of concern, worried that he might be feeling unwell again. With a look of genuine worry, she asked, Lu Fan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Awakened by her voice, Lu Fan returned to reality. He met Lin Shuer's anxious gaze with gratitude. However, he chose not to divulge his thoughts. Shaking his head, he feigned nonchalance and replied, No, I'm fine, just a moment of distraction. Oh, by the way, Sister Shuer, I believe our priority should be to fetch Aunt Xiufang and Aunt Li. The conditions here are far superior to those in the cave, and it will be safer for them. Lin Shuer found Lu Fan's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, I think so too. Moreover, it has been several days. They must be quite anxious. Thus, the two quickly gathered their belongings and prepared to set off. Lu Fan handed Lin Shuer a curved blade for her protection while he equipped himself with a fire-carrying apparatus, a dagger at his waist, and a machete in hand. Fully armed and ready. Together, they navigated the cliffside in search of the passage described in the ancient text that would lead them out of the gorge. Walking through the emerald mist of the canyon felt as though they had stepped into a realm of ethereal beauty. The refreshing air invigorates the soul, and the enchanting scenery captivates the senses, easing the previously tense emotions of the two individuals. In this tranquil ambience, Lu Fan, who is walking ahead, succumbs once more to his mischievous nature. He teasingly provokes Lin Shuer, his words laced with mockery and jest. Sister Shuer, I recall that when I was injured, you seemed rather hesitant to sleep alone, didn't you? Of course not. Lin Shuer retorts, her cheeks noticeably flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Lu Fan's remarks. A sly smile plays on Lu Fan's lips as he continues to press on with ill intent. Then how did you cope when I was poisoned and unconscious? At this, Lin Shuer seizes the opportunity to counter, her demeanor suddenly assertive. I was terrified. I wouldn't dare leave your side, fearing something might happen to you. You rascal. How do you intend to repay me for that? Hearing her words, Lu Fan's heart swells with delight, realizing that Lin Shuer has indeed fallen into his trap. With a cheeky grin, he replies, Your concern for me warrants nothing less than my devotion. He leans closer to Lin Shuer, whispering softly in that case. You need not fear the night anymore. You could sleep beside me every day. Chuckling at his own wit, he basks in his satisfaction. However, Lin Shuer's complexion reddens to the tips of her ears, her previously gentle smile vanishing, replaced by a stern expression. A woman's mood can shift as swiftly as the June weather. With her beautiful eyes glaring at Lu Fan as if to incinerate him, her once soft voice sharpens. You little rascal. And just when you're feeling better, you start to entertain such thoughts. Are you itching for trouble? Before the words leave her lips, Lin Shuer swiftly grasps Lu Fan's ear and twists it fiercely. Lu Fan winces in pain, nearly crying out, Ah, that hurts. He struggles to free himself from her grip, but she holds on tightly, gritting her teeth as she threatens, I'll tear your mouth apart if you keep babbling. As she pretends to reach for his mouth, Lu Fan, startled, quickly turns and seizes the chance to escape her grasp. In their playful banter, they unwittingly find themselves at the precipice described in ancient texts. The sight before them leaves them in awe. A colossal fissure gapes between two cliffs, as if the very mountain had been rent asunder. The crevice stretches from the base of the cliff to its summit, an astonishing height that elicits admiration for nature's artistry. The narrow width of the fissure permits only one person to pass at a time. However, what is even more astonishing is that within this narrow crevice lies an artificially carved staircase, which immediately fills Lu Fan with profound admiration for the dozens of predecessors who once resided in the wooden cabin. The staircase, hewn from the rock, possesses an air of mystery. It is constructed along one side of the mountain, so narrow that it accommodates only one person at a time. The surface of the stone steps is uneven and pockmarked, evidently the result of both the ravages of time and human endeavor. After ascending for a while, the staircase unexpectedly bends amidst the steep rock face, shifting to the opposite side of the mountain to continue its ascent, resembling a colossal dragon coiled within the crevice. Winding its way upward, the stone steps are adorned with a thick layer of moss, yet faint traces of irregular chisel marks remain visible, as if narrating the hardships endured by the original creators. The width of the staircase varies. At its narrowest, one must maneuver sideways with caution while at its widest. One can barely stand with both feet firmly planted. Even more remarkable is the way some of the steps form clever angles with the mountain wall, allowing climbers to leverage the rock for support. Witnessing such ingenious design, one cannot help but admire the craftsmanship of ancient artisans. Chapter 39. Antly in the cave, this should be the passage out, Lu Fan remarked. Lin Shuer nodded in agreement. Then let us ascend quickly. Lu Fan cautiously stepped on a first stone step, the moss beneath his feet emitting a faint creaking sound. He turned to Lin Shuer, advising, "Be careful, Shuer. These steps are quite slippery." She nodded and followed closely behind him. The pair treaded carefully upon the stone staircase, beginning their ascent. Halfway up, a sudden gust of mountain wind howled through, causing both to sway momentarily. Lin Shuer gasped in fright, instinctively clutching the hem of Lu Fan's clothing. Once he regained his balance, he reassured her, "Do not fear, hold on to me tightly." At that moment, several fist-sized stones came tumbling down from above, hurtling towards them. Lu Fan reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Shuer behind him just in time as the stones grazed a shoulder. Trembling with lingering fear, Lin Shuer grasped Lu Fan's arm tightly. Her voice quivering, "Lu Fan, is this really safe? I'm so scared." He gently patted her hand, softly declaring, "Shuer, with me here, nothing will happen." They continued their ascent, the staircase becoming increasingly steep, each step feeling more arduous than the last. Suddenly, Lu Fan's foot slipped, and he nearly fell. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a nearby crevice, stabilizing himself. Lin Shuer anxiously suggested, "Lu Fan, perhaps we should rest for a moment before continuing." Lu Fan looked at her in disbelief. "Rest here? Are you out of your mind? This place is unsafe. We must get out quickly." After climbing another 60 steps, they broke through the mist, looking down to see a vast expanse of fog blanketing the cliff below. Above them loomed a narrow cave layer, barely a meter high, appearing dark and confined. Bending low, they entered the layer. Deep within, there was a hole, with a glimmer of light seeping through the cracks of the stone slab above. Lu Fan excitedly pointed towards it, exclaiming, "Shuer, that should be the exit. Let us hurry." As they crouched in the layer, reaching the hole, Lu Fan raised his hands to attempt to push open the stone slab. However, due to years of neglect, it was covered in moss and entangled with dense underbrush above. Despite numerous attempts, he could only create small gaps. Lin Shuer peered through the opening, her gaze falling upon a labyrinth of plant roots, intertwining like a colossal spider's web, firmly fastening the slab above. Furrowing her brow in concern, she sighed. What are we to do now? At that moment, Lu Fan, drenched in sweat from his exertions, sat in the damp, stifling layer, taking a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he pulled out the machete from his waist. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Shuer asked, her expression tinged with anxiety. "What do you think?" "Of course, I'm finding a way out." Lin Shuer's sudden anxiety left Lu Fan momentarily perplexed, pondering the reason behind her startled demeanor. Without hesitation, Lu Fan sprang to his feet, bracing himself against the stone slab, exerting all his strength to pry it open, creating a gap over a foot high. He swiftly seized the machete and resolutely severed the roots entwined around the stone. With each crisp snap, the roots that had tightly bound the slab were mercilessly cut away. The obstruction posed by the stone diminished significantly, prompting Lu Fan to take a deep breath and muster his strength once more. At last, he succeeded in pushing the slab entirely aside, allowing a flood of blinding sunlight to pour in, illuminating the dark, confined space. The two squinted against the sudden brilliance, gradually adjusting to the light. Once their vision cleared, they exchanged smiles, their joy palpable, evoking a profound sense of having escaped from peril. Unable to contain her excitement, Lin Shuer grasped Lu Fan's hand tightly, exclaiming, "We are finally out. Let us hurry to find Sister Xiufang and Antly." "Indeed, let us go," Lu Fan replied, machete in hand, forging the path ahead, while Lin Shuer followed obediently like a dutiful wife. Antly, having waited anxiously since yesterday for Wang Xiufang's return, was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. A woman of seasoned years, She understood, well, that venturing recklessly into the jungle would only serve to provide a tempting feast for the beasts within. Reluctantly, she remained in the cave, her heart heavy with anxiety and unease. At that moment, she heard voices from the jungle outside, prompting her to cautiously peer out. As the voices drew nearer, she discerned the figures of Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, whom she had not seen for days. Lu Fan appeared shirtless, carrying a firearm on his back and a machete in hand, his pants in tatters, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Lin Shuer's state was little better. Her trousers were torn with a significant hole, and her top was equally disheveled. Seeing their disheveled appearance, Aunt Lee's tears flowed freely as she rushed towards them. "Thank heavens, you are finally back," she exclaimed, scanning around as if searching for something. "Where is Xiufang? Did she not return with you?" she inquired anxiously. Lu Fan and Lin Shuer exchanged startled glances, their faces reflecting shock. Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "Aunt Xiufang is not with us. Could she be here?" Lin Shuer mirrored his astonishment, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes. Aunt Lee, could it be that Sister Xiufang did not come back the day we were attacked by the Black Panther?" "Oh my, that—" Her words faltered as she clasped her hands tightly over her mouth, seemingly unable to continue. Aunt Lee looked at Lin Shuer, who was exhibiting such impatience, and felt a sense of helplessness within. She immediately retorted, "What are you talking about?" She returned, but upon seeing that you had not come back, she became anxious. Yesterday, when she heard barking from below, she assumed it was you all and insisted on going down to find you. No matter how I tried to dissuade her, I could not stop her. "What? Barking?" Lu Fan's brow furrowed deeply, his heart filled with concern. He pondered to himself, how could there be barking in this forest? Could there be wild dogs? Lin Shuer's expression also turned grave as she asked skeptically, "Aunt Lee, are you sure you didn't miss here? In such a desolate area. Where would dogs come from?" Aunt Lee shook her head, responding with unwavering certainty. It was indeed the sound of barking, and it seemed there was more than one. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a sudden sense of foreboding. "This is bad. Sister Shuer, you take Aunt Lee back to the cave. I will go look for Aunt Xiufang." At that moment, regardless of whether there were wild dogs or other beasts in the jungle, Lu Fan was resolutely determined to search for her the moment he learned that Wang Xiufang had yet to return since yesterday. It is worth noting that Wang Xiufang is not only Lu Fan's beloved village aunt, but also the goddess of his heart. Chapter 40. Pirates. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer hastily exclaimed, "I shall accompany you. I cannot allow you to venture into danger alone." Her voice betrayed a hint of urgency and concern. However, Lu Fan's demeanor was resolutely steadfast as he replied without hesitation, "No, sure, you should return to the cave with Aunt Lee and await my news." Without giving Lin Shuer a chance to respond, he swiftly turned and dashed in the direction indicated by Aunt Lee, exhibiting no sign of doubt. Navigating through the thicket, Lu Fan proceeded cautiously, his steps light and agile, striving to create no sound. His eyes were sharp as a hawk, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, fearful of any wild beast that might suddenly emerge. Suddenly, a faint sound reached Lu Fan's ears, prompting him to become alert. It was the conversation of two men. Though their voices were low, they were discernible in the stillness of the forest. Lu Fan's heart raced as he swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree, peering through the dense foliage to observe the two men's every move. The duo was clad in camouflage trousers and outlandish tops, hefting heavy weaponry, appearing to be pirates. They were engaged in a hushed discussion, and Lu Fan strained to catch the details of their conversation. As they drew nearer, he finally discerned their words. "What does the boss think? After all this trouble to find a woman, he doesn't even let us touch her. He keeps her all to himself," one pirate complained. "Shoo! You fool, keep your voice down. If he hears you, you're as good as dead," the other man admonished sharply. "What is there to fear? In this godforsaken place, who would hear us? Besides, why should he have all the good fortune?" The one referred to as the bald pirate retorted, a look of defiance on his face. Lu Fan's heart tightened. The woman they spoke of must be Wang Xiufang. As the pirates approached closer, Lu Fan resolved to take the initiative. Seizing the moment, he leaped from the tree, delivering a swift kick that sent the weapon flying from the grasp of the nearer pirate. In quick succession, he landed a powerful punch on the other pirate's face, rendering him unconscious. Lu Fan swiftly seized the firearm from the fallen pirate's grip. The bald pirate, still dazed, had yet to react when Lu Fan executed a sweeping kick, bringing him crashing to the ground. With his foot pressing firmly on the pirate's chest, he brandished a machete and demanded, "Describe the woman you captured. What does she look like, and where is she now?" At that moment, Lu Fan resembled an enraged lion. However, the pirate he had just knocked out was regaining consciousness, and, upon seeing Lu Fan standing over his comrade, sprang up to tackle Lu Fan. The bald pirate, upon noticing his companion's revival, grew emboldened. "You're asking for trouble. Let me go, or I'll skin you alive." Having consumed a substantial amount of blood orchid, Lu Fan had not only gained immense strength, but also unparalleled speed, running as if he were soaring across the earth. In the instant the pirate charged, he swiftly sidestepped and extended a hand, deftly seizing the pirate's arm. With a powerful throw, he hurled the pirate violently against a nearby tree, causing him to spit blood and slump beside the trunk. At that moment, the enraged Lu Fan realized that he could not afford to show mercy to these ruthless pirates, who had made a living from murder and plunder. He unsheathed the dagger at his waist, and with a decisive swing, the blade found its mark at the pirate's throat. After a few gurgling breaths, the pirate fell silent. Gazing upon Lu Fan, a formidable figure radiating lethal intent, the previously defiant bald pirate, now beneath his foot, turned pale, his bravado extinguished. "Quickly, tell me what she looks like, or else," Lu Fan demanded. The dagger pointed threateningly at the bald pirate. Stammering, the pirate replied, She is somewhat decent-looking, a bit older, around 40, of average height, but her figure is particularly appealing." "And where is she now?" Lu Fan's gaze turned frigid as he pressed down harder with his foot. "Our boss has already sent someone to take her back to the base." The bald pirate blurted out, drenched in cold sweat. "What?" Lu Fan's heart sank. He had never anticipated that Wang Xiufang had been relocated from the deserted island by the pirates. Increasing the pressure on the pirate, he demanded, "How many of you remain on this island? Speak." The bald pirate cried out in pain. "There are 12 of us in total. 2 took the woman back. So now there are 10 left." Lu Fan felt a surge of urgency. He knew time was of the essence and could not bear to contemplate the fate that awaited Wang Xiufang at the pirate's base. Realizing he could not afford to delay further, he resolved to eliminate the remaining pirates on the island before devising a plan to rescue Wang Xiufang. "Call them all over to save you, or else," he threatened, brandishing the machete near the pirate's face. "Please, spare me. I didn't capture the woman," the bald pirate begged, terrified of incurring the wrath of this formidable adversary, fearing a swift execution. "Enough of your excuses, just call them," Lu Fan commanded, his words leaving no room for negotiation. Without hesitation, he slashed the pirate's face, a crimson line appearing that stained his cheek. Then, Lu Fan swiftly concealed the gun he found on the ground within the underbrush, leaving the bald pirate to cry out in desperation. As his cries echoed, 2 pirates soon rushed to the scene. Upon seeing their trembling comrade, they were taken aback, initially believing he had encountered some wild beast. "What happened, Baldy?" one of the pirates inquired, but before he could finish his sentence, a machete flew from the bushes, striking him in the chest and claiming his life. In that moment, Lu Fan surged forth from the underbrush like a specter. Drawing his machete, he swiftly struck down upon another pirate, who was momentarily stunned, before the latter could even draw his weapon. The pirate clutched his throat with both hands and fell backwards, lifeless. A pirate known as Bald witnessed this terrifying display of skill, paralyzed with fear as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Lu Fan quickly advanced, kicking the weapons of both men into a nearby thicket. He refrained from using firearms, wary of startling the remaining pirates, as he intended to lure them all into the open. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. The sound was dense, suggesting more than just 2 individuals. Lu Fan calmly positioned himself in a concealed spot, awaiting the pirates' approach. As the remaining 7 pirates rushed towards him, he seized the opportunity and unleashed a volley of bullets, which rained down upon them like a tempest. Chapter 41. Entering the pirate camp, the once arrogant pirates, under the sudden and ferocious assault, found themselves utterly powerless, collapsing like sheaves of wheat severed from their stalks. In that moment, Lu Fan emerged from the dense underbrush like a specter. His strides were steady and composed, as if every unfolding event lay within his dominion. Meanwhile, the formerly invincible pirate captain found himself on the brink of death, a pitiful sight. One hand clutched his wounded abdomen tightly, blood seeping relentlessly through his fingers. With great difficulty, he attempted to raise his weapon against Lu Fan for one final act of defiance. Yet, Lu Fan afforded him no such opportunity. In a flash, he appeared before the pirate captain, his movements as swift as lightning. With a decisive flourish, he wielded his weapon with unyielding strength, executing the act with remarkable precision. Devoid of hesitation, in an instant, the captain's head rolled away, resembling a severed melon, coming to rest at the feet of the stunned Baldy. Baldy, frozen in place, was utterly horrified by the scene before him. His eyes widened in terror. He gasped, as if witnessing the apocalypse. Lu Fan's actions transpired with such breathtaking speed that there was no time for a reaction. Baldy bore witness to this gruesome spectacle, feeling as if all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unable to rise again. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of Lu Fan's methods left Baldy thoroughly intimidated. The arrogance that once characterized him evaporated in that moment, replaced by a profound fear and respect for Lu Fan. Amidst the fallen pirates, Lu Fan spotted a familiar face, Brother Long. He approached Brother Long's lifeless body, lying in a pool of blood, and in that instant, he comprehended why the pirates had suddenly appeared there. "I had warned you before. If I see you here again, it will be your demise." Lu Fan's voice was cold and merciless, his gaze imbued with a chilling, murderous intent, as if capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. He then turned his attention to the crumpled Baldy beside him. His next objective was clear: to hasten to the pirate camp and rescue Wang Xiufang. "Get up. Take me to your pirate camp," Lu Fan commanded coldly. Baldy trembled in fear, his legs quaking, unable to stand. Please don't kill me. I'll take you there right away," he pleaded, his voice thick with desperation. "Move quickly, or you shall meet your end." Lu Fan's eyes glinted with an unassailable ferocity. With a shudder, Baldy managed to rise. Lu Fan swiftly donned the garments stripped from the pirates, a wide-brimmed cowboy hat atop his head and a black scarf concealing his face, leaving only his piercing eyes visible, rendering him both mysterious and imposing. At that moment, Lu Fan noticed Baldy rummaging through the fallen pirate's belongings. It seemed this fellow possessed a certain cleverness after all. Upon witnessing the silence of his fellow pirates, he unhesitatingly extracted all the gold coins from their pockets. "What are these?" Lu Fan inquired, gazing at the pile of coins in the bald man's hands with a puzzled expression. The bald man, sensing the moment, immediately offered a sycophantic smile and swiftly handed over all the gold coins he had gathered, along with a mere 2 coins from his own pocket, declaring with a beaming face, "Brother, these are all for your honor." Lu Fan accepted the heavy pouch of coins, noting their substantial weight. He casually pulled out 1 coin and examined it closely. Under the sunlight, the coin gleamed with a brilliant golden radiance. One side bore the image of an island, while the other depicted a tumultuous sea. Weighing it in his hand, Lu Fan discerned that the coin was quite hefty, approximately weighing around 10 grams. Through the bald man's explanations, Lu Fan learned that these pirates had long operated in this vast ocean, utilizing these pure gold coins as their currency. Such coins could be employed not only to procure various supplies and weaponry at pirate camps, but could also buy the beautiful captives seized by the pirates. This revelation underscored the undeniable worth of these coins. Moreover, being crafted from pure gold undoubtedly augmented their value. Once ashore, these coins could be conveniently exchanged for currencies of different nations, offering immense convenience to those engaging in trade across borders. However, for a minor pirate like the bald man, the fruits of his labor amounted to a mere 5 coins each month, a stark contrast to the wealth of the more formidable pirates. For instance, the small pirate captain could effortlessly produce dozens of such coins. Nonetheless, Lu Fan exhibited his generosity in that moment. He returned the bald man's original 5 coins intact and generously bestowed an additional 5 coins upon him. This act filled the bald man with profound gratitude. Under the bald man's guidance, Lu Fan boarded the speedboat that had brought the pirates, setting sail towards the island housing the pirate camp. Throughout the journey, the bald man appeared exceedingly anxious, trembling at the thought that Lu Fan might take his life if displeased. Observing the bald man's timorous demeanor, Lu Fan felt a twinge of exasperation. Concerned that the bald man's excessive nervousness might lead to an unfortunate incident, he resolved to reassure him. "Steer your boat steadily. There is no need for fear. As long as you assist me in rescuing that woman successfully, I assure you, your life will be spared." Lu Fan's voice resonated with calmness and resolve. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the bald man felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, his heart finally at ease. The speedboat raced across the waves like a missile, and after a lengthy journey, they reached, just before dusk, the pirate camp that the bald man had mentioned. Upon the island, the pirate flag fluttered in the breeze, and a cacophony of sounds emanated from within the encampment. The bald man cautiously docked the speedboat at the shore and then proceeded toward the camp alongside Lu Fan. As they entered the encampment, a few pirates approached with wary expressions. The bald man quickly donned a conciliatory smile and gestured toward Lu Fan, saying, "This is our newly recruited brother, here to share in the fortunes." The pirates scrutinized Lu Fan from head to toe. Noting his attire of pirate garb, they ceased their inquiries and allowed them passage. As Lu Fan traversed the camp with the bald man, he keenly observed his surroundings. Chapter 42. A scene unbearable to witness before us stood the headquarters of the pirates. A grand luxury yacht, rusted and marooned upon the island, towering 7 or 8 stories high. Its immense hull appeared strikingly out of place amidst the serene landscape of the small isle. A colossal, corroded anchor was lodged at an angle in the sandy shore, symbolizing its last tether to the land and hinting at its irrevocable estrangement from the vast ocean. 3 skull and crossbones flags fluttered defiantly from the yacht's mast, their tattered fabric flapping in the sea breeze, as if recounting the storms and tribulations they had endured. The skeletal designs, illuminated by the flickering light, emitted a ghastly phosphorescence, instilling a chill in the heart, as though these flags had drifted forth from the very depths of hell. According to the informant, the chamber where hostages were imprisoned resided in the cargo hold at the bottom of the yacht, guarded by personnel who made entry exceedingly difficult. Those of his lowly status, like him, were deemed unworthy of access. Only the pirate captain and the leaders of each crew were permitted to enter and select their preferred women. The unfortunate captives, most often auctioned off, were subjected to the whims of chieftains or high-ranking officials from nearby nations, their dignity and freedom stripped away, treated as mere commodities. At that moment, a group of pirates emerged from the cargo hold, escorting several terrified women, their garments tattered, their eyes reflecting despair and fear. Suddenly, one young girl broke free from her captors and sprinted toward the beach, crying out for help. Yet, in this den of lawlessness teeming with pirates, who would come to her rescue? A pirate quickly pursued her, tackling her to the ground and dragging her back. As thoughts of his beloved aunt, the village beauty, suffering a similar fate, flooded Lu Fan's mind, a seething rage ignited within him. Clenching his dagger tightly, he yearned to charge forth and rend the pirates asunder. The informant, sensing the peril, broke into a cold sweat and grasped Lu Fan's hand, urging, "Do not act impulsively. If you expose yourself, you may never rescue the woman you seek." He understood all too well that should the captain discover he had brought Lu Fan, his own life would be forfeit. Once he regained his composure, Lu Fan approached the cargo hold where the women were confined. The informant, anxious, called out softly from behind, "Come back. We cannot enter there." Upon reaching the entrance of the cargo hold, 2 burly pirate guards blocked his path, demanding, "What do you want here, kid?" Lu Fan suppressed his fury and feigned a sycophantic demeanor, saying, "Boss, I've heard that many beautiful women have recently arrived in the cargo hold, and I wish to select one for myself." As he spoke, he produced several gleaming gold coins from his pocket and handed them to one of the guards. The pirate leader scrutinized him, weighing the heavy coins in his hand, and, with a haughty air, proclaimed, "Ordinarily, you lot aren't allowed in, but today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you take a look." He then permitted the two to enter the cargo hold. The informant, witnessing Lu Fan's maneuver, was taken aback, thinking, indeed, money makes the world go round. He then eagerly followed Lu Fan into the cargo hold. One side of the warehouse was partitioned into individual cells, while the other side was heaped with various goods. A pungent stench pervaded the corridor of the warehouse, and under the dim lighting, the women in the cells huddled in the corners, weeping and trembling, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Witnessing this harrowing scene stirred a deep unease within Lu Fan, intensifying his concern for Wang Xiufang's safety. He hurriedly searched for Aunt Hua's figure in front of each cell, but scoured the entire warehouse without catching a glimpse of Wang Xiufang. Just then, Lu Fan suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him. His heart raced, and he quickly turned to see several burly pirates striding hastily towards the warehouse. The bald pirate evidently heard the footsteps as well. His expression shifted, and he swiftly grasped Lu Fan's arm, whispering urgently, "Quick, hide!" With that, the two of them darted behind a pile of goods like startled rabbits. As the footsteps grew nearer, Lu Fan and the bald pirate held their breath, daring not to make sound. They pressed closely against the pile of goods, fearful that even the slightest noise would attract the pirates' attention. The pirates conversed as they walked, their voices low yet discernible. "The quality of the women we've captured this time is quite good. We should fetch a handsome price later," one pirate remarked with excitement. "Indeed, I heard a few are daughters of noble families." "Huh, this time we've struck it rich," another pirate concurred. Their words echoed in Lu Fan's ears, heightening his anxiety. He silently prayed for the pirates to depart quickly so he could continue his search for the imprisoned individuals. After selecting a few attractive women from cells, the pirates escorted them out of the warehouse. As their footsteps gradually faded, disappearing into the depths of the warehouse, Lu Fan and the bald pirate finally exhaled in relief and cautiously emerged from behind the pile of goods. "Aren't they all supposed to be locked up here? Why isn't she here?" Lu Fan furrowed his brow, anxiety etched on his face. The bald pirate scratched his head and pondered for a moment before responding. "Could it be they've already been taken upstairs? Perhaps we should check the upper levels." Lu Fan found some merit in the bald pirate's suggestion, and without hesitation, the two exited the warehouse, trailing behind the pirates. They carefully ascended the stairs. Were the other women being held? Lu Fan inquired urgently, fearing that if they delayed any longer, Wang Xiufang would fall victim to the merciless pirates. After a moment of contemplation, the bald pirate replied, "They're all locked up here. If they're not here, it's highly likely they're being auctioned off on the upper deck." Lu Fan was taken aback by this revelation. "What? Hurry, take me there." Under the bald pirate's guidance, the two hurriedly made their way towards the deck. They climbed 4 flights of stairs and traversed a corridor, the exit at the end leading to the deck, with hotel suites lining either side. As they passed one room, Lu Fan heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream emanating from within. Lu Fan halted his steps, realizing that the door was slightly ajar, which explained the sounds emanating from within the room. He gently pushed the door open and, through the narrow opening, beheld 2 pirates assaulting a woman clad in form-fitting yoga pants, her cascading waves of hair framing her face. The woman, pinned to the bed, struggled desperately, yet her efforts were futile against the strength and brutality of her 2 assailants. One of the naked pirates, akin to a frenzied beast, rained punches and kicks upon her. Her anguished screams echoed throughout the room, laden with despair and helplessness. "We should leave." Quickly, Tulu's voice trembled, revealing his fear of the pirates. As he worried that Lu Fan might provoke them and unwittingly invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. Chapter 43. An unexpected rescue of a wealthy young lady, however. Lu Fan did not heed the advice of the bald man. His gaze remained fixed on the woman being assaulted. He had never witnessed such a scene of inhuman brutality. A sense of justice surged within him, compelling him to act. He could not stand idly by. "No, I must save her." Lu Fan's voice was resolute and unwavering. "What? Are you out of your mind?" The bald man stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Lu Fan. "Do you know who they are?" He pointed at the naked pirate and continued. "He is the most formidable captain in the entire camp. commanding the largest and fiercest crew. And that bald fellow is his right-hand man. If we provoke them, we shall face dire consequences. Yet Lu Fan remained undeterred, gritting his teeth as he retorted. They committed far worse deeds. They're truly deserving of punishment. Just as the two were embroiled in their heated argument, the pirates inside the room were drawn to their voices. The bald pirate, cursing under his breath, strode toward the door, clearly displeased by the interruption of his amusement. Seeing this, the bald man hastily reached out to pull Lu Fan away in a bid to escape. However, Lu Fan swiftly drew a sharp obsidian dagger from his waist, gripping it tightly. The moment the bald pirate opened the door, Lu Fan struck like lightning, the dagger slicing through the air with a glint, precisely cutting across the pirate's throat. The pirate's body jolted as he instinctively clutched his gushing wound, his mouth agape in a futile attempt to scream for help, only to produce a series of low, choking sounds before collapsing against the wall, eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. In swift succession, Lu Fan bent down and seized the pistol from the pirate's belt. As the small pirate leader turned at the noise, Lu Fan lunged forward, plunging the dagger deep into his chest. The wound gaped open like a gaping maw, blood pouring forth. The pirate's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Fan before he fell heavily to the ground. The woman on the bed watched in horror, her eyes filled with the relief of having survived such an ordeal. Her name was Su Miyun, a scion of a prominent family in a city of the Summer Kingdom. During her vacation, she had set out to sea with a few close friends, expecting a delightful adventure, only to find fate had other plans. They had been targeted by this gang of pirates without warning. Completely unprepared, they fell victim to these rogues amidst the vast ocean. After a fierce struggle, they unfortunately succumbed to the pirates' grasp, ending up in such a dire predicament. At this moment, Su Muyun was engulfed by fear and helplessness. "Don't be afraid, miss. I'm here to find someone. I will not harm you. Have you seen a woman wearing a floral dress, slightly plump, around 40 years old?" Lu Fan asked earnestly. Su Miyun strained to recall, her mind racing as she envisioned every woman she had seen in the cell where she was imprisoned. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It seems there is someone, but she was taken away before I was brought out. As for her exact whereabouts, I truly do not know." Lu Fan furrowed his brow tightly. After a brief moment of reflection, he decisively declared, "There is no time to waste, Baldy. Take me to the deck to rescue her." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Although Baldy felt some reluctance in his heart, he found himself powerless against Lu Fan's unwavering demeanor. He could only silently pray that this formidable figure would depart the camp soon, lest he too be implicated. As the two prepared to exit the room, suddenly, Su Muyun leapt from the bed like a nimble rabbit, tightly grasping Lu Fan's hand as if it were the last lifeline in her life. Her voice trembled with fear and despair as she pleaded, "Elder brother, I beg you to save me. If you can take me away from here, I am willing to serve you loyally." Baldy, witnessing this scene, immediately adopted a pitiful expression and implored Lu Fan, "Sir, I beseech you, do not meddle in this matter. If I am discovered, I will be in dire straits." Upon hearing Baldy's words, Su Muyun's heart raced with panic, fearing that Lu Fan might abandon her for being a burden. Thus, she knelt before him, desperately pleading, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. "Elder brother, please, save me. My family is quite wealthy. I will pay any amount you desire if you can rescue me." However, for Lu Fan, who found himself stranded on a deserted island, money had lost all significance. He understood Baldy's concerns were not unfounded. If anything were to go awry while attempting to save her, not only would he fail to rescue Wang Xiufang, but he himself might also be in peril. Yet, when he beheld Su Muyun's pitiful visage, her tear-streaked face and beseeching eyes, his heart was ultimately stirred by compassion. "Very well, we shall go to rescue her now, but you must remain in this room and not move. I will take you with me when I leave," he said. Su Muyun nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Lu Fan and Baldy cautiously stepped out of the room, ensuring the door was securely closed as they made their way toward the deck, deliberately avoiding the gaze of other pirates along the way. However, just as they had traversed half the distance, a group of fully armed pirate patrols happened to pass by. Baldy turned pale with fear, his body trembling involuntarily, terrified that they might recognize Lu Fan. Fortunately, clad in pirate garb with his face obscured by a cloth that revealed only his eyes, Lu Fan raised no suspicion among the patrolling pirates, and they ultimately brushed past without incident. Upon reaching the deck, Lu Fan was taken aback by the scene before him. In front of the deck stood an abandoned stage, beneath which sat a multitude of men of various appearances and ethnicities. On the stage, a group of imprisoned women were being forced to dance, among them Wang Xiufang, dressed in a floral dress and slightly plump. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, her body trembling, each movement appearing stiff and unnatural. Lu Fan gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, ready to charge forward, but the bald man abruptly seized him, lowering his voice to caution, "My dear sir, do not act impulsively. It is futile to confront so many at once." The bald man stroked the few stray hairs of Lu Fan's beard thoughtfully and had a sudden inspiration. "I have an idea. These women will soon be auctioned off, and you possess a considerable amount of gold coins, do you not? You could bid for them and then discreetly escort them away." At that moment, a pirate beside the stage bellowed for the women to dance with greater fervor, threatening that otherwise he would not be so lenient. Chapter 44. The Pirate Leader. Bossu at that moment, a man exuding an unmistakable aura of a pirate overlord, emerged slowly from behind the stage. He was of medium height, sporting an unkempt mane, pronounced eyebrows, slanted eyes, a hooked nose, and a catfish-like mouth, all complemented by sparse, yellowed facial hair. His visage was, quite frankly, difficult to command. Just a glance would elicit a powerful wave of revulsion and discomfort. Observing this, the bald man beside him promptly pointed at the long-haired figure on stage, introducing him to Lu Fan. "He is our leader and the master of this camp, revered by all as Boss Hu." Lu Fan regarded Boss Hu with skepticism, then turned to the bald man, expressing his doubts. "Him? I find him less appealing than you." Continuing to fixate on the bald man, Lu Fan suggested, "I believe it would be better to eliminate him now and have you take over as the leader." In a startling move, Lu Fan placed a handgun directly into the bald man's hand, nodding for him to act. This action left the bald man visibly shaken. His complexion turned pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably as he protested, "Big brother, please don't scare me. Do you know how many subordinates he has? If each one just slapped us, we'd be dead in no time." Lu Fan, considering the bald man's words, did not respond immediately, but instead surveyed the crowd below the stage. He noticed several well-dressed individuals among them, and turned to the bald man, inquiring, "How far is the nearest land from here?" "I'm not entirely sure, but if we were to take a cruise ship, it would take about 10 days, was the reply. Lu Fan pressed eagerly, "What if we use a yacht? Would that be any faster?" "Don't be ridiculous, a yacht can't travel that far, and it has to pass through deep sea. Taking a yacht would be akin to courting death." Lu Fan had originally contemplated acquiring a yacht to bring Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer home, but hearing the bald man's words extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited within him. At that moment, Boss Hu announced from the stage that these lovely ladies had just arrived and encouraged everyone to bid, with the highest bidder winning. The first to be presented was a stunning blonde woman, her eyes filled with terror as she was flanked by two burly men, stumbling in fear. The chiefs and the well-dressed individuals in the crowd were immediately intrigued, and bidding commenced. 20 gold coins, shouted a hefty chief. "I bid 30. Another chief, adorned with a turban and sunglasses, retorted fiercely. As the price soared, it ultimately concluded with a disheveled, dark-skinned chief winning the bid for 60 gold coins. Upon taking the stage, he began to manhandle the terrified blonde, who screamed in horror, desperately swatting at him. In a fit of anger, the dark-skinned chief struck her twice, provoking roars of laughter from the audience. At this juncture, Boss Hu stepped forward, assuring the chief, "Don't fret, she is yours now. Take her away and do as you please." In the end, the golden-haired beauty was despondently hoisted onto the shoulder of the dark chieftain and carried away. Lu Fan, witnessing yet another pitiable woman being taken from the stage, felt a pang of sympathy, yet his solitary resolve left him utterly powerless. Clenching his fists, fury ignited in his eyes. At that moment, Another woman was brought forth, and to his shock, it was Wang Xiufang. The instant he laid eyes on her, his heart tightened painfully. "I bid 10 gold coins," shouted a pirate lackey from the audience, drawing the astonished and disdainful gazes of the crowd. "Only 10 gold coins? What a paltry sum!" Someone jeered from the throng. "I bid 20 gold coins," declared a sharply dressed gentleman. Though this woman may not be young or strikingly beautiful, she still possesses a certain charm, especially with her ample figure, capable of bearing children, remarked a man with slick back hair, who appeared to be a local tough. And he called out, "I bid 30. However, these affluent gentlemen dismissed such sums with contempt, and the bidding escalated. 30 gold coins. "I bid 40. As Wang Xiufang gazed at the array of unappealing, aged chieftains below, the thought of being subjected to their long-term degradation filled her with dread, causing her to tremble and tears to well in her eyes. Just as the price approached 50 gold coins, Lu Fan suddenly rose, exclaiming, "I bid 100 gold coins." Instantly, all eyes turned to him, filled with disbelief and astonishment. The bald man, taken aback, turned pale and grasped Lu Fan's sleeve tightly, his voice quivering. "Brother, have you lost your mind? This is 100 gold coins. How can you so readily part with such an amount for a mere woman?" Observing this, Bossu's lips curled into a sly grin, revealing his greed. He languidly remarked, "Oh, this brother is quite generous indeed. However, 100 gold coins is no trifling matter. Do you truly possess such wealth?" Unbeknownst to them, Lu Fan had acquired this fortune by vanquishing 2 of his leaders and a band of pirates. At that moment, someone nearby began to mock him. "Who is this fool? Are you here to cause trouble? You, capable of producing 100 gold coins? You must be a pauper." Yet, Lu Fan remained impervious to their derision and skepticism. With unwavering composure, he retrieved a heavy package from his cloak and without hesitation, tossed it to Bossu. Upon receiving the package and opening it, Bossu's eyes widened in delight at the sight of it filled with gleaming gold coins. His interest piqued. His smile radiated even more brightly. "Ha, not bad at all, brother. Here, as long as you possess sufficient funds, I assure you, you can procure anything your heart desires," Bossu proclaimed with pride. He then weighed the bag of coins in his hand, relishing its substantial heft. Observing Lu Fan's confident demeanor, Bossu mused that this man did not seem to be deceiving him. "Very well, given your earnestness, this woman shall be yours." With a wave of his hand, Hu Laoda signaled his subordinates to bring Wang Xiufang over. Lu Fan promptly stepped forward and embraced Wang Xiufang tightly. However, at that moment, how could Wang Xiufang recognize Lu Fan? As she was seized by the pirate-clad Lu Fan, her delicate body jolted, and she began to struggle fiercely, inadvertently thrusting her leg toward Lu Fan's groin. This unexpected action left Lu Fan pale with pain, grimacing as he clutched his groin, spinning in circles on the spot. Chapter 45. From now on, I shall be your husband. This scene brought immense joy to the gathered chiefs and dignitaries, who erupted into hearty laughter, as if witnessing an exceedingly comical spectacle. Hu, the leader, was even more exhilarated by the sight, his wide mouth resembling that of a catfish as he burst into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha, my dear brother, you seem rather impatient. This lady is yours now. You may treat her as you wish, and the guest room is always available for your convenience." Recovering his composure, Lu Fan noticed Wang Xiufang attempting to flee. He surged forward like an eagle swooping down on its prey, seizing her arm with a firm grip and yanking her back. Wang Xiufang was startled by Lu Fan's sudden action, her eyes wide with fear as she regarded the man before her, clad in a cap and obscured by a black cloth. A sense of déjà vu washed over her, especially as she beheld the familiar glint in his eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Lu Fan's. Unbeknownst to her, this enigmatic figure was indeed Lu Fan himself. She had never anticipated that he would come to her rescue. Previously, she had thought that Lu Fan and Lin Schwerer had been devoured by the Black Panther. Just as she was about to discern the man's true visage, Lu Fan abruptly hoisted her onto his shoulder with a swift and forceful motion, leaving her no time to react. Following this, he audaciously smacked her rear end and, with purposeful strides, made his way back to the suite. The bald man following closely behind witnessed Lu Fan hastily carrying Wang Xiufang and quickly caught up. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face. "Boss, if you're in a hurry, the suite is at your disposal," he remarked, his expression betraying a lascivious anticipation of the unfolding drama. However, Lu Fan remained entirely indifferent to the bald man's words, not even casting a glance in his direction. He continued on, carrying Wang Xiufang until he reached the door of Su Muyun's suite, where he finally paused. Upon entering the room, Lu Fan unhesitatingly tossed Wang Xiufang onto the bed as if she were a sack of potatoes, then turned to close the door behind him. Su Muyun stood by the window, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Though her heart brimmed with confusion and unease, she dared not voice her inquiries. Instead, she stood there quietly, anxiously observing Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang, contemplating what his next move might be. Would he, like those pirates she had observed before, pounce upon her prey with ravenous fervor? Wang Xiufang, having been unceremoniously thrown onto the bed, was evidently shaken, curling up in the corner with wide, fearful eyes that brimmed with vigilance and terror, as if Lu Fan were a fearsome demon. Seeing this, Lu Fan swiftly removed the black cloth obscuring his face, revealing his true identity. He then reassured Wang Xiufang, saying, "Do not be afraid, it is I, Lu Fan." Upon hearing his voice, Wang Xiufang regained her composure. When she focused her gaze, she was astonished to find that it was indeed Lu Fan standing before her, her initial terror swiftly replaced by elation. Overcome with emotion, she began to weep, exclaiming, "Lu Fan, it truly is you." Oh. As she spoke, she rushed into Lu Fan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably like a child. Between her tears, she choked out, "Do you understand? If you hadn't come to rescue me, I would have been sold to those grotesque, elderly men." Her voice was laden with fear and despair, as though she had already envisioned her grim fate. After uttering these words, her cries intensified, her body trembling from the strain of her anxiety. Witnessing her anguish, Lu Fan felt a pang of empathy. He resolved to employ his silver tongue, hoping to alleviate her distress. With a smile, he said, "Haha, enough of the tears. I have indeed come to save you. And weren't you always calling me a child? Look, I've arranged for you to marry a chieftain. You should be delighted, not discontent." However, Wang Xiufang was not amused by Lu Fan's jest. Instead, her face flushed with indignation. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring at him, and delivered a firm punch to his chest, rebuking, "You scoundrel! How can you jest at a time like this? If it weren't for my search for you, would I be in this predicament?" Standing at the doorway, the bald man observed the scene with confusion and interjected, "So, this is your sister-in-law. No wonder my brother is so anxious. Indeed, she is now my woman, a fact for which I exchanged 100 gold coins." Lu Fan replied with a mischievous grin directed at Wang Xiufang. "From now on, you must obey me, for I am your husband." "Stop your nonsense." Wang Xiufang cast an annoyed glance at Lu Fan, clearly displeased with his words. The bald man, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Folks, since she is safe now, we must depart swiftly. If Old Who discovers us here, we will be in grave danger. Escaping then would be nearly impossible." He gestured towards the two fallen pirates, as if to remind Lu Fan of their perilous situation. Lu Fan glanced at the pirates, understanding that their circumstances were indeed dire. He promptly assisted Wang Xiufang, stating, "Aunt, I shall take you home at once." Wang Xiufang, still shaken from her harrowing experience, merely nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Su Muyun, who had been watching from the window, feared being left behind. She suddenly fell to her knees, pleading, "Brother, sister-in-law, please take me with you. Otherwise, I will be tortured to death by these brutes. Please, I beg of you, save me." The way Su Muyun addressed her as sister-in-law brought a rush of joy to Lu Fan's heart. He had already harbored some affection for this little girl, and hearing her refer to Wang Xiufang in such a manner made him think she was quite perceptive. Suppressing his inner delight, Lu Fan feigned a calm demeanor as he gazed at Wang Xiufang, privately contemplating. This clever little girl, Su Muyun, knows how to address Wang Xiufang appropriately, which is particularly advantageous for Lu Fan, who had long been enamored by her. Wang Xiufang, observing Su Muyun, who was enduring a similar plight, felt an immediate surge of compassion. "Why don't we let her accompany us?" Lu Fan pretended to be reluctant and said, "Very well, since you have spoken. We shall reluctantly allow her to join us." With that, Lu Fan turned to embrace Wang Xiufang as they stepped outside, not forgetting to give Su Miyun an encouraging okay gesture. Chapter 46. Return to the deserted island. A few individuals hurriedly made their way to the shore, their footsteps quick and frantic. Their hearts raced like the relentless beat of a drum, seemingly on the verge of bursting from their chests. Under the guidance of the bald man, they discovered a speedboat. The moment Su Miyun laid eyes on it, she felt as if she had grasped a lifeline and hastily climbed aboard. Just as they prepared to board the vessel, two patrolling pirates appeared before them like phantoms. These pirates were imposing figures, armed and exuding a menacing aura. "Stop! What are you doing? Do you not know that women are not permitted to leave the island?" One of the pirates bellowed, his voice grating and harsh. It turned out that they mistakenly believed that Lu Fan and the bald man intended to take the women away for illicit pleasures, hence their intervention. Seeing this, the bald man inwardly cursed his misfortune. Fearful of their intentions being uncovered, he stepped forward with a forced smile and said, "Gentlemen, it is like this." However, before he could finish his sentence, a deafening air raid siren erupted, resonating throughout the camp like a clap of thunder. Upon hearing the siren, the bald man's face drained of color, his anxiety causing him to stomp his feet as he muttered, "This is bad. This is bad." Lu Fan, noticing the bald man's panic-stricken demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest and urgently inquired, "What is happening? What does this siren mean?" The bald man quickly lowered his voice to explain, "Whenever the air raid siren sounds, no one is allowed to leave the island. It is a rule. Could it be that we have been discovered?" As they spoke, the two patrolling pirates had begun to advance, roughly grabbing Wang Xiufang and Su Miyun, showing no regard for the women's feelings. Seeing this, rage ignited within Lu Fan, and he shouted, "Stop!" In a flash, he lunged forward, swiftly disarming the pirates. With a single, fluid motion, his obsidian dagger sliced through the throats of the two men. Blood sprayed forth as they widened their eyes in shock, letting out a scream before collapsing slowly to the ground. Yet, the commotion had drawn the attention of other pirates, and soon a throng of armed marauders rushed toward them. The bald man turned pale with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lu Fan, frantic, called out to Wang Xiufang and Su Miyun, urging them to board the boat. "Quick! Get on the boat!" His voice carried an unmistakable urgency. Heeding Lu Fan's call, Wang Xiufang and Su Miyun scrambled onto the speedboat. "Baikman, which direction should we head? Do we have a compass?" Lu Fan asked anxiously. The bald man, however, appeared dismissive, a scornful expression crossing his face. "Brother, who needs a compass? What era are we in?" With that, he expertly climbed aboard the speedboat, quickly setting the navigation according to his memory of the route to the island on the GPS. Without hesitation, he leapt from the vessel. "What about you? What are your plans now?" Lu Fan gazed at the bald man who had just leapt from the ship, his heart brimming with confusion and uncertainty. The bald man's expression turned serious as he anxiously implored, "They should not have discovered me yet. Please, for the sake of our ancestors, let us depart swiftly." At that moment, he feared that others might realize it was he who had brought Lu Fan to the camp. Lu Fan fixed his gaze on the bald man, seemingly contemplating something profound. After a brief pause, he suddenly struck, wielding his dagger with force against the bald man's head. A muffled thud echoed as the bald man collapsed, blood seeping from his forehead. In Lu Fan's eyes, although the bald man was somewhat detestable, he had not entirely forsaken his conscience. Perhaps he could still serve a purpose in the future. Having completed his task without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan swiftly boarded the yacht, igniting the engine and accelerating with fervor. Like an arrow released from its bow, they sped towards the boundless sea. Su Miyun, watching the pirate camp recede into the distance, felt a slight alleviation of her fear and anxiety. However, as the realization dawned that she had finally escaped that dreadful den, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her, and she could no longer suppress her tears, bursting into heartfelt sobs. Wang Xiufang, who had also evaded the clutches of danger alongside Su Miyun, despite experiencing the same harrowing ordeal, felt an inexplicable sense of security with Lu Fan by her side. Witnessing Su Yun's profound distress, Wang Xiufang's compassionate heart swelled, and without hesitation, she stepped forward to embrace her tightly, softly reassuring, "My dear, do not weep. We're safe now." Through her sobs, Su Yun recounted the plight of their group, revealing that they originally consisted of 5 individuals, including 2 men and 3 close friends. Tragically, her 2 friends remained imprisoned in the cargo hold of the pirates, their fates uncertain. As for the 2 male companions, their whereabouts were as mysterious as ever. The mere thought of this deepened Su Yun's sorrow, her cries growing ever more heart-wrenching, as if all the pent-up grievances and fears of the past days were being released in that moment. Wang Xiufang gently patted her back, offering soft words of comfort, hoping to soothe her troubled spirit. Meanwhile, Lu Fan piloted the speedboat, glancing back intermittently. His own heart raced with tension, fearing that the ruthless pirates might give chase. Yet, upon noticing the empty expanse of the sea behind him, the heavy weight of anxiety finally lifted from his chest. The speedboat raced across the vast ocean, akin to a swift arrow slicing through the clouds, leaving a long, white trail in its wake. Lu Fan observed that Su Yun appeared to be of similar age to himself, and with a smile, he remarked, "Su Yun, is it? How about we call you Xiaoyan from now on?" Su Yun nodded in agreement with a smile. "Oh, by the way, Xiaoyan, what did you call her back in the pirate camp suite?" "It seemed to be sister-in-law, if I recall correctly." Su Yun looked at Lu Fan with a puzzled expression, unsure of the intentions behind his words. "Indeed, Brother Lu, did I call you incorrectly?" "No, not at all. It's perfectly fine for you to address me as brother and her as sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She shot a reproachful glance at Lu Fan, while her heart raced as if a little deer were prancing about within her. Turning to Su Yun, she said, "Xiao Yun, don't listen to his nonsense. From now on, just call me Sister Xiufang." At this moment, Lu Fan feigned a look of injustice and exclaimed, "Oh, that is not right. You are my wife for whom I expended 100 gold coins. You cannot deny that." Chapter 47. A Fateful Night. Lu Fan. Just as you escape danger, you begin to harbor intentions towards me. Watch as I do not kick you to oblivion. With these words, Wang Xiufang staggered forward, aiming a kick at Lu Fan's backside. However, she lost her balance and nearly fell. Quick as a flash, Lu Fan caught her in his arms. Wang Xiufang's face flushed even deeper. She struggled momentarily, but could not break free. Summoning his courage, Lu Fan placed a gentle kiss upon her cheek and teasingly suggested, "How about we consummate our union tonight?" Haha. Wang Xiufang, both embarrassed and irate, raised her leg, poised to deliver a decisive blow to Lu Fan, but he deftly sidestepped her attack. "I'm just curious. Did you and Lin Shuer share the same mentor? Why do you both seem to target my vulnerabilities?" Lu Fan's playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Su Yun glanced at Lu Fan and then at Wang Xiufang, suddenly bursting into laughter. "So, Brother Lu has a fondness for Sister Xiufang. How delightful. I always thought you two were a perfect match. Xiaoyan, why are you joining in the teasing?" Wang Xiufang shot a shy glance at Su Yun. Just then, the speedboat jolted violently as if it had collided with something. Lu Fan quickly steadied himself and peered over the edge, only to behold a gigantic shark circling the vessel, its fins slicing through the water, sending waves erupting around them. "Not good. We encountered shark," Lu Fan shouted, swiftly adjusting the boat's course in an attempt to evade the predator. The shark, relentless, pursued closely behind, its gaping maw revealing rows of sharp teeth, poised to leap aboard and rend them to pieces. Su Yun screamed in terror, her face paling as she clutched Lu Fan's arm tightly. Remaining calm, Lu Fan pressed the throttle, striving to distance themselves from the ferocious creature. Yet, the shark was remarkably swift, trailing closely in their wake. Just as the shark seemed poised to pounce, Lu Fan spotted a cluster of reefs nearby. In a split second, he decided to steer the speedboat towards the rocks. The shark, sensing impending peril, attempted to turn away, but it was too late. It collided headlong into the reef, blood instantly staining the surrounding waters. The creature thrashed in agony for a brief moment before sinking into the depths. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, their tense nerves finally easing. That was close. We nearly became fish food, Su Muyun remarked, still shaken. It's all right now. Let us continue our journey, Lu Fan said as he adjusted their course, guiding the speedboat onward across the vast sea. After a lengthy voyage, they finally beheld the familiar island that was their sanctuary. Look, there's our little island, Wang Xiufang exclaimed, excitedly grasping Su Muyun's hand and eagerly sharing details about their home, mentioning two other residents, Aunt Li and Lin Shuer. Once we arrive, I'll introduce you. As the speedboat gradually approached the shore, Lu Fan carefully docked it, first allowing Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun to disembark. He then maneuvered the boat around to the side of the island, concealing it from view. Meanwhile, within the cavern on the island, Aunt Li and Lin Shuer anxiously awaited the return of Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang. Shuer, why do you think Xiao Fan and the others haven't returned yet? Aunt Li inquired, her face etched with worry as she paced restlessly, uncertain if he had found Xiufang. Lin Shuer, equally troubled, offered reassurance. Auntie, do not fret too much. Lu Fan will surely find Sister Xiufang and bring her back. Perhaps they have encountered some delays along the way. Unbeknownst to them, the trio, traveling together, shared laughter and joy, completely unaware of the anxiety that gripped Lin Shuer and Aunt Li in the cave. When Lin Shuer spotted Lu Fan returning, she rushed over to greet him, her words brimming with concern. However, upon hearing such affectionate words that transcended the bounds of ordinary friendship, Wang Xiufang, standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy, a sensation she could not quite articulate. She silently pondered whether anything had transpired between the two during their absence. At that moment, Aunt Li, noticing an additional presence, was taken aback. What is the story with this young lady, Xiufang? Wang Xiufang quickly elucidated the situation, and both Aunt Li and Lin Shuer expressed their sympathy for Su Muyun's plight, approaching her to offer comfort. As night fell, they gathered around the campfire, feasting on grilled fish while recounting the events that unfolded at the pirate camp. When Lin Shuer and Aunt Li learned that Lu Fan had slain numerous foes to rescue Wang Xiufang, they were left in utter astonishment, instantly re-evaluating their perception of him. Simultaneously, they felt a wave of trepidation for Wang Xiufang's ordeal. So, according to your words, Sister Xiufang was essentially bought? Lin Shuer remarked disdainfully. What other option is there? Should she marry those elderly men? Lu Fan paused, gauging Wang Xiufang's reaction, wary of a potential outburst. I'm not concerned. After dinner, you all should step outside first. I intend to spend the night with her, he declared, pointing at Wang Xiufang with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang raised her fist, ready to retaliate. So, Lu Fan, you saved me merely to make me your wife? You truly view me as a mere commodity. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Lu Fan quickly retreated, chuckling nervously. I was just joking. How could I dare? Rescuing you was entirely voluntary. After all, you are my village flower, my goddess. The group erupted into hearty laughter. Su Muyun listened to their banter, envious of their camaraderie, never expecting that the ruthless Lu Fan, known for his violent ways, could possess such a playful side in this secluded island camp. You all are wonderful like a family, she remarked. Aunt Li affectionately patted her head, saying, from now on, you are one of us. This island is our shared home. Gratefulness washed over Su Muyun as she gazed at these kind-hearted individuals. She silently vowed to foster a harmonious relationship with them and to begin anew in this place. As they encircled the fire, eating and conversing, Lu Fan suddenly appeared pensive, contemplating their future plans. He was acutely aware that once the notorious pirate, Captain Hu, discovered the slain pirate, he was likely to seek vengeance. Thus, it was imperative to prepare in advance, just in case. At that moment, the observant Wang Xiufang noticed the troubled expression on Lu Fan's face and inquired with genuine concern, Lu Fan, what troubles you? You seem to be preoccupied. She mistakenly assumed that Lu Fan was saddened by her earlier rejection. Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating that we can no longer remain here. Tomorrow we must relocate to beneath the cliff. Chapter 48. Do you still wish to walk two paths? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang, her face etched with confusion, inquired, Why? Isn't it quite pleasant here? It feels rather secure. Lu Fan elucidated, Indeed, this place is presently safe. However, the pirates have become aware of our whereabouts. Residing in such an overt location will inevitably lead to our discovery. A few days prior, Lin Schwerer and I stumbled upon a far superior locale, one that not only boasts ready-made wooden cabins, but also an abundance of wheat. What? Wheat? How could that possibly be? Aunt Lee exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment, for this was an island. How could there be wheat? Elena Schwe, noticing only shock. Interjected, there truly is wheat, along with wild fruit trees. Moreover, the scenery there is exquisite. You will understand once you visit. As night deepened, the campfire slowly dwindled, and with hearts filled with contentment and anticipation, everyone retreated into slumber. The following day, as dawn's first light crept upon the horizon, Lu Fan rose, shouldering his weapon, and made his way towards the location of the previous pirate assault. He distinctly remembered that the pirates had been armed with a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition, which were crucial for his survival on this desolate island. However, upon arriving at the scene with eager anticipation, he was taken aback to discover that one of the 9 pirate corpses was inexplicably absent. This unforeseen development left Lu Fan astounded, pondering, could it be that one pirate had not perished completely and had seized the opportunity to escape during my absence? He meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment, noticing evident drag marks on the ground and chaotic footprints. These signs suggested that the missing body had likely been carried away by some large beast. Fortunately, it appeared that the weapons belonging to the pirate had not been taken. They lay undisturbed, as if awaiting Lu Fan's arrival. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the nauseating stench of decay and cautiously ventured into this place thick with the aura of death. The acrid odor was reminiscent of months-old refuse, intermingled with the intense scent of blood and decay, surging into his nostrils and inducing a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Nonetheless, Lu Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the physical discomfort, and meticulously gathered all usable items. These included not only the weapons and ammunition left behind by the pirates, but also cigarettes, lighters, and chewing gum, precious commodities on this isolated island. At that moment, Lu Fan lit a cigarette for himself, savoring the smoke as it curled upwards. After completing this endeavor, he stood still, gazing at the once nefarious pirate corpses. Initially, he had contemplated digging a grave for them, allowing them to rest in peace. Yet, confronted with the suffocating stench and the ghastly scene before him, he ultimately altered his decision. Let the beasts of the jungle take care of them. Lu Fan contemplated that this could be considered their just retribution. Consequently, he shouldered the gathered weapons and belongings, racing towards the cave without a backward glance, as if eager to flee from this place rife with death and decay. Upon his return to the cave, Wang Xiufang and the others had already prepared all the necessary items. As they were about to depart, Wang Xiufang gazed at the cave, once a refuge from the wind and rain, feeling a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Eventually, spurred on by Lu Fan, she followed him, albeit reluctantly, towards the base of the cliff where he had mentioned a wooden cabin. After a strenuous journey of nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the cliff's base. For Wang Xiufang and her companions, it was their first visit, and they were utterly awestruck by the enchanting sights within the gorge. She had never witnessed sunlight streaming down to the earth like beams of light. Moreover, she was astonished by the wheat fields visible behind the wooden cabin. Subsequently, Lu Fan instructed them to tidy up the rooms while he took up a machete and ventured into the jungle, intending to chop down some tree stumps to repair the damaged parts of the cabin. Since ingesting a considerable amount of blood orchid, Lu Fan's physique had undergone remarkable changes, his strength becoming extraordinarily immense. Furthermore, with a sharp machete in hand, his prowess ascended to new heights. Before long, Lu Fan, like an unflagging machine, tirelessly returned with dozens of robust tree stumps. What would have required significant time and effort for an ordinary person was remarkably effortless for Lu Fan in his current state. Ultimately, with the assistance of Lin Schwerer and the others, he successfully replaced the decayed sections of the cabin's walls with the stumps. Next, he gathered some dry grass and wove it together with thin branches, covering the roof to shield it from the elements. Having completed the roof's repair, Lu Fan did not pause. He continued his industrious efforts. He then transported some stones from a nearby stream and constructed a rudimentary earthen stove. Although it appeared somewhat crude, it was exceedingly functional. After considerable effort, the interior of the cabin was thoroughly improved, becoming clean and tidy. Standing before the cabin, Lu Fan murmured to himself, "From this day forth, this shall be our home. I am the head of this household, and Lin Schwerer and Aunt Xiufang are both my women." Ha. Just then, Lin Schwerer, who had been busy, overheard Lu Fan's shameless declaration, and her face instantly turned ashen, a surge of anger rising from within. With wide eyes and hands gripping her kitchen utensils tightly, she abruptly hurled them to the ground with a loud clatter. Following this, she pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fan and scolded him without reservation. Lu Fan, do you have no shame? You little rascal. How dare you think of having your cake and eating it too? Her sharp and piercing voice startled Lu Fan, who felt as if he'd been struck by a chill, instantly deflating like a wilted eggplant. He stood rooted to the spot, his head hung low, scarcely daring to exhale, let alone retaliate. After a considerable pause, Lin Schwerer finally exhausted her tirade, panting heavily as she glared at Lu Fan. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan immediately donned a lewd smile and whispered, "Then I shall not be greedy. I shall only board your vessel. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Lin Schwerer nearly fainted from indignation. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she erupted, "Get lost." Without hesitation, she bent down to retrieve the kitchenware scattered on the ground and hurled it at Lu Fan with unyielding resolve. Chapter 49. Aunt Xiufang, may we share a room? Li Auntie and Wang Xiufang had long grown accustomed to Lu Fan's glib tongue, no longer finding it remarkable. However, the newly arrived Su Miyun felt somewhat at a loss in the face of this sudden situation. Watching Lu Fan and Lin Schwerer bicker incessantly, she grew anxious and prepared to intervene to mediate. Quick-witted Wang Xiufang seized Su Miyun by the arm and admonished sharply, "Enough, Lu Fan. Are you done yet?" Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's reprimand, Lu Fan finally realized he had gone too far and promptly closed his mouth, ceasing his chatter. Lin Schwerer, too, halted her tirade due to Wang Xiufang's intervention. Thus, their verbal sparring temporarily subsided. Yet at that moment, a new dilemma arose. There were 5 of them, but only 4 rooms available. How should they allocate them? Faced with this conundrum, Lu Fan stepped forward and unhesitatingly proposed, "No need for discussion. Aunt Xiufang and I shall share a room, and the rest of you can each have one. After all, she is my..." Silence. Wang Xiufang abruptly interrupted Lu Fan, pointing at him with an expression of anger. "This matter is not settled yet. You keep saying..." Seeing Wang Xiufang's displeasure, Lu Fan stammered, "But you are indeed my..." However, his words were cut short as Wang Xiufang refused to grant him the opportunity, raising her voice once more. "What more do you have to say? If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will truly be angry." At that moment, Li Auntie, standing to the side, revealed a knowing smile, her gaze finally resting on Lu Fan. She extended her hand, pointing at him. You. I hardly know how to address you." Li Auntie paused, seemingly contemplating something, then continued, "How about this? Since Xiaoyan is new here and might not yet be accustomed, let her share a room with me. As for the rest of you, each can have your own room." Lu Fan understood Li Auntie's kind intentions. He recognized that she was older and required ample rest. He quickly replied, "No need, Li Auntie, I was merely joking. In truth, having each person in a separate room is quite fine. I am rather resilient. Sleeping in the common area poses no issue for me. Besides, it would be unreasonable to inconvenience both of you for my sake. That would be quite ungrateful." Li Auntie was well aware that everything they had, including this comfortable abode, was the fruit of Lu Fan's hard work. She could not bear to see him sleep in the common area. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up, "But you..." Yet, Lu Fan seemed to have anticipated Li Auntie's concerns. He interjected before she could finish, "It's fine, Li Auntie. let us settle it this way. His tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for dissent. Once the arrangement was agreed upon, everyone began to tidy and organize their rooms, which was a relatively simple task for Lu Fan. In the absence of beds in the wooden cabin's hall, he opted to gather a substantial amount of hay and spread it in a corner, thus completing his makeshift resting place. Closest to him was Lin Shuer's room. After accomplishing this task, Lu Fan handed the ancient book he had previously discovered to the erudite Aunt Li, requesting her to decipher the unfamiliar characters and ascertain the content recorded within. Aunt Li accepted the tome and began to peruse its pages with great care. At times, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, and at others, she nodded gently in understanding. After a considerable interval, she looked up, her eyes alight with excitement. Xiufang, this is indeed a treasure. It contains numerous insights into survival on this desolate island, as well as the characteristics and uses of various wild herbs. Upon hearing Aunt Li's words, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Is that true? Aunt Li, does this mean we have stumbled upon a manual for surviving on the island? This is simply splendid. Aunt Li, observing Lu Fan's fervor, smiled and nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, one could regard it as a manual. At that moment, standing nearby, Su Miyun and Lin Shuer could no longer contain their curiosity and approached, their eyes wide with intrigue. Lin Shuer, brimming with impatience, inquired, Aunt Li, please check if there are any references to the great serpent and the blood orchid within. Her voice betrayed a sense of urgency, as if she were eagerly anticipating the connection between the two. Aunt Li, smiling reassuringly, replied, do not rush. Such a thick book will indeed require time to read thoroughly. I will do my utmost to finish it. However, Lu Fan soon realized that they had all been occupied throughout the day without so much as a meal. He resolved to seek out some food to satiate his hunger. As he turned to step outside the wooden cabin, he was surprised to find Lin Shuer closely following him. A wave of apprehension washed over him, and he instinctively adopted a defensive stance, questioning suspiciously, what do you want? Lu Fan silently wondered if she had come to confront him over earlier events, causing his nerves to tighten. Lin Shuer, noticing his demeanor, smirked slightly, her expression laced with disdain as she mockingly replied, what are you afraid of? I'm not a tiger, ready to devour you. Her tone was light, seemingly unfazed by Lu Fan's tension. Then Lin Shuer took a step forward, standing alongside Lu Fan with a sense of camaraderie, stating boldly, let us go together. Two heads are better than one when it comes to searching. Lu Fan sauntered along leisurely, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he suddenly remarked, aren't you afraid that in a deserted place, I might just eat you? At this, Lin Shuer halted abruptly, turning to face him with a perplexed expression. What? Eat me? I am hardly a delicacy worth feasting upon. With that, she deliberately puffed out her chest, as if to assert that she possessed no extraordinary qualities. However, Lu Fan chuckled slyly, revealing a row of pristine teeth. What shall we eat? Why, of course, it is you I intend to tease, he laughed. No sooner had the words left his lips than he darted away with remarkable speed, swiftly creating distance between himself and Lin Shuer, for he had no desire to endure another kick. Lin Shuer's delicate face flushed crimson in an instant, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her features. She pointed at Lu Fan's retreating figure and playfully exclaimed, stop right there. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. With that, she abandoned all notions of maintaining her ladylike demeanor, lifting her skirt and striding determinedly after Lu Fan. Chapter 50. A spark ignites the two of them engaged in a delightful chase, filled with laughter and joy, and before they knew it, they had arrived beside a babbling brook. With a swift movement, Lu Fan leaped into the stream, eagerly exploring the crevices between the stones. After a considerable search, he emerged with a medium-sized crab in hand, presenting it to Lin Shuer with a hint of exasperation. Sister Shuer, look, the crabs here are rather scarce. Shall we continue along the brook to see if there are more ahead? Lin Shuer glanced at the crab and nodded in agreement. All right, let us venture further. As Lu Fan waded through the water, he discovered a few more crabs and small fish. Yet these were far from sufficient to meet the culinary needs of their group of 5. As they progressed upstream, The water grew deeper and the variety of fish increased. Ahead lay the waterfall where they had once been swept away by the current. Below the waterfall, the relentless flow of water had carved out a deep pool. The overflow from this pool fed the brook, nourishing the flora and fauna at the cliff's base. Observing the schools of fish in the pool, Lu Fan quickly shed his shirt and dove in with vigor. From ashore, Lin Shuer called out with concern, "Lu Fan, be careful." In the water, Lu Fan swam with agility, soon catching several plump fish. He tossed them onto the bank, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Sister Shuer, with these fish, we have our meal for today." Lin Shuer smiled as she collected the fish into a basket, complimenting him. "You are truly impressive." After securing an ample catch, Lu Fan leisurely swam in the pool, refreshing himself in the cool water. As he observed Lin Shuer on the shore, dressed in a flowing dress that danced with the breeze, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He swam closer, splashing water toward her with both hands. Caught off guard, Lin Shuer was drenched and shivered in surprise. She quickly composed herself, narrowing her eyes at Lu Fan, playfully accusing him. "Are you asking for a beating?" The water clung to her dress, accentuating her graceful figure. Lu Fan, captivated by her curves, found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, Lin Shuer bent down, cupping a handful of water and splashing it back at him with force. Lu Fan, unable to evade in time, was met with a splash to the face. Wiping the water from his eyes, he feigned anger and lunged toward her. Lin Shuer let out a startled shriek and turned to flee, but her foot slipped, sending her tumbling toward the water. Quick as a flash, Lu Fan caught her, their bodies pressed closely together. For a fleeting moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, and the sound of their heartbeats became distinctly audible. Sensing Lin Shuer's fluster, Lu Fan softly reassured her, "Sister Shuer, it's all right. I'm here." Lin Shuer grasped Lu Fan's shoulders tightly, her heart still racing, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. At that moment, their bodies were pressed closely together. Lu Fan felt the softness of Lin Shuer's body, a gentle sensation that made him unconsciously squirm against her chest. Realizing Lu Fan's unusual behavior, Lin Shuer's face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly attempted to push him away. However, Lu Fan, aware that they were still in the water, did not loosen his grip. Instead, he teased, "Sister Shuer, you initiated this embrace. You can't blame me." Lin Shuer shot him an indignant glare, though it lacked her usual fierceness. At that moment, Lu Fan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Shuer's tantalizingly close red lips. Those cherry-like lips, slightly parted, seemed to be beckoning him. Unable to suppress his inner urge any longer, Lu Fan leaned forward, intent on kissing those alluring lips. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, Lin Shuer suddenly raised a hand to block his mouth. "What do you think you're doing?" Her voice carried a hint of annoyance. Caught off guard by this unexpected barrier, Lu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly remarked, "Sister Shuer, your hands are truly beautiful." He hoped to alleviate the tense atmosphere with this playful comment. After a moment of stalemate in the water, Lu Fan ultimately decided to hoist Lin Shuer onto the shore first. He carefully cradled her with one arm, while using the other to paddle through the water towards the bank. Once at the shore, he positioned Lin Shuer to lie on the ground, then lifted her with both hands beneath her hips. Just as Lin Shuer was about to ascend the bank, Lu Fan could not resist giving her rear a playful squeeze. Lin Shuer exclaimed, her face reflecting a mixture of anger and embarrassment, leaving her momentarily flustered and speechless. Her hair, disheveled from their struggle in the water, clung wetly to her cheeks. As she attempted to tidy her hair, she feigned composure, saying, "It's all your fault for making me fall into the water." Seeing her flustered state, Lu Fan scratched his head and replied with a grin, "Yes, you're absolutely right. It's my fault. But this pond is quite refreshing. Consider a bath, Sister Shuer. It's rather pleasant." Lin Shuer, unable to resist his charming demeanor, found her previous irritation dissipating, as she couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Lu Fan was entirely captivated by Lin Shuer before him. Her cheeks glowed with a radiant blush like the evening sky, and her cherry-red lips shimmered enticingly, as if inviting him to taste their sweetness. Lu Fan felt a fierce blaze of desire igniting within him. Long since enamored by Lin Shuai, he could no longer contain the fervent flames of his longing. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled the still bashful Lin Shuai tightly into his embrace. The suddenness of his action startled Lin Shuai, causing her delicate form to tremble, leaving her momentarily bewildered and utterly at a loss. Before she could even react, Lu Fan's kiss descended upon her like a tempest, forcefully capturing her lips, rendering her unable to utter a word. This sudden kiss caught Lin Shuai completely off guard. Her eyes widened in terror, her face a portrait of shock and embarrassment. She pushed against Lu Fan's chest with both hands, attempting to break free. Yet, Lu Fan's embrace was as unyielding as a vice, holding her captive with no hope of escape. Consumed by desire, Lu Fan had lost all semblance of reason. His mind was solely occupied with an overwhelming longing for Lin Shuai. His lips greedily explored hers, while his hands boldly roamed over her body. At this moment, Lin Shuai felt a tumult of confusion intertwined with an inexplicable anticipation, for she harbored her own feelings for Lu Fan. However, the presence of Wang Xiufang and Aunt Li had always restrained her from crossing any boundaries. Lu Fan, let me go. We cannot continue like this. Chapter 51. She is your sister-in-law. Despite Lin Shuai's verbal protests, she gradually succumbed to Lu Fan's ardent caresses and kisses, allowing her body to soften and begin relishing his fervor. Noticing that Lin Shuai had ceased to resist, Lu Fan grew increasingly audacious. Just as the atmosphere between them intensified, a sudden shout echoed from afar. "Brother Lu, Zistuk Suya, where are you?" It was the voice of Su Muyun. This exclamation was akin to a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of desire within Lu Fan. He abruptly regained his composure, realizing his indiscretion. "Let go." Lin Shuai, fearing that Su Muyun would discover her awkward situation with Lu Fan, forcefully pushed him away as soon as he released her. She hurriedly tidied her disheveled attire, her face flushed with shame and confusion. "We're over here." Lu Fan responded loudly, his voice trembling slightly. Su Muyun soon appeared before them, and upon witnessing their damp and somewhat disheveled state, she could not help but inquire, "What happened to you two?" Lu Fan scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, "We accidentally fell into the water." Lin Shuai kept her gaze lowered, afraid to meet Su Muyun's eyes, lest she discern any hint of the truth. However, Su Muyun was no fool. She sensed a hint of something unusual from their tense demeanor. To avoid further awkwardness, she refrained from probing and said, "All right, let us hurry back. Sister Xiufang is waiting anxiously." "Okay, let us go." Although Lu Fan did not voice his thoughts, he inwardly cursed Su Muyun 1,000 times. This troublesome girl could not have arrived at a more inconvenient time, ruining his moment entirely. Soon the three of them, carrying a basket of fish, made their way to the wooden cabin. Along the way, Lu Fan stole glances at Lin Shuai, who remained blushing and averted her gaze. This unexpected intimate encounter had rendered their relationship even more delicate. As Lu Fan contemplated Su Muyun, his irritation grew, thinking, had she not appeared so suddenly, Lin Shuai might have already been his woman. It was all that troublesome girl's fault. Thus, Lu Fan resolved to confront her, his expression darkening as he spoke sternly. "Xiao Yun, what did you just call me?" Su Muyun turned her head, puzzled by Lu Fan's serious demeanor, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Yet she mustered the courage to respond. "I called you Brother Lu. Is there something wrong with that?" Seeing her reaction, Lu Fan's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he continued. "Then what do you call Lin Shuai?" Su Muyun blinked her large eyes, seemingly perplexed by Lu Fan's question. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Of course, I call her Sister Shuai. What else would I call her?" "Xiao Yun, do you realize that is incorrect? If you call me brother, then you ought to refer to her as sister-in-law, for Shuai is my girlfriend, understand?" Lu Fan's voice suddenly rose by an octave, taking on a more authoritative tone. Su Muyun was evidently startled by Lu Fan's declaration. She paused momentarily, then quickly processed his words, staring at him in astonishment. "Brother Lu, didn't you just tell me to call Sister Xiufang sister-in-law? How has everything changed so suddenly? You are quite fickle, she remarked. Lu Fan, noticing Su Muyun growing increasingly agitated, feared that her voice might reach Lin Shuer. He quickly stepped forward, covering her mouth with his hand, while softly cautioning, Xiaoyun, please don't say any more. However, despite Lu Fan's swift action, their conversation was still overheard by Lin Shuer. An immediate wave of fury surged within her as she glared at Lu Fan, exclaiming, I knew you were trying to play both sides, Humph. At that moment, Su Muyun forcefully pried Lu Fan's hand away, lowering her voice to say, Lu Ge, you really shouldn't T-Sai. If Sister Xiufang finds out, she will certainly be heartbroken. Lu Fan, with an expression of helplessness, replied, but you know how I usually address Sister Xiufang, right? Su Muyun blinked as she attempted to recall, and after a brief moment, confidently responded, of course, I call her Annie. Lu Fan nodded eagerly. Exactly, that is correct. When I previously joked about you calling her sister, it was merely a jest. In truth, she is indeed your real sister-in-law. As he spoke, he pointed towards a still irate Lin Shuer standing nearby. Su Muyun seemed to grasp part of the situation, yet remained somewhat bewildered, nodding with a confused expression. Oh, so that is how it is. However, Lin Shuer interrupted, Xiaoyun, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just a childish brat. I would never be his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan immediately pointed to himself in disbelief, retorting, What? A brat? I am already 25 years old. How can a 25-year-old be a brat? Just as Lu Fan finished speaking, before Lin Shuer could respond, Su Muyun interjected, What? You're only 25? I've been calling you Lu Ge all this time. And I'm already 28. Lu Fan was completely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, standing there in shock, unsure of how to react. Regaining his composure, he sheepishly scratched his head and offered a slightly awkward smile, saying, So you're older than me? That is quite surprising. In that case, you should stop calling me Lu Ge. Let us go with Xiaoyunjia. How does that sound? Hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Muyun felt a surge of joy in her heart and nodded in satisfaction, softly responding, yes, that sounds good. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer, observing this exchange, let out a cold huff, seemingly unimpressed by Lu Fan's earlier comments. She bluntly stated, what if you're 25? Now you finally realize, don't you? In our presence, you're nothing more than an unrefined rookie. Lu Fan, feeling a sense of indignation at Lin Shuer's words, promptly retorted, At my age, how could I possibly be considered a brat? I'm merely a tender sprout. Don't you, as an old cow, wish to savor the taste of this tender grass? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer's face flushed with anger, and she shot a fierce glare at Lu Fan, exclaiming, Get lost. Who would want to eat you tender grass? Su Muyun observed the playful exchange between the two, finding it rather amusing, and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. She quickly waved her hands and said, All right, you two stop bickering and hurry back. I'm about to starve. With that, Su Muyun took the lead and stepped forward. Seeing this, Lin Shuer decided not to argue with Lu Fan any longer. She stole a glance at him, only to find him grinning mischievously in her direction, which caused the corners of her mouth to lift slightly, her mood seemingly less tense than before. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Wang Xiufang hurried over and, noticing the two were drenched, asked with concern, What happened to you both? Chapter 52. How did Lu Fan's clothes end up in your room? Lu Fan pondered silently in his heart, reluctant to divulge the truth to Wang Xiufang for fear of her reproach. Thus, he mustered his courage and recounted the same fabricated story he had previously told Su Muyun. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Wang Xiufang's face as she scrutinized Lu Fan, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. However, the cunning Lu Fan managed to maintain his composure, and Wang Xiufang noticed nothing amiss, though she sensed a certain awkwardness between him and Lin Shuer. Despite her lingering suspicions, she refrained from pressing further and merely urged Lu Fan and Lin Shuer to change into dry clothes to avoid catching a chill. Feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, Lu Fan seized the opportunity to withdraw. Wang Xiufang took the fish basket and began preparing a delightful grilled fish feast. During dinner, Lu Fan found himself distracted, his gaze frequently drifting toward Lin Shuer. Although she feigned calmness, the faint blush on her ears betrayed her inner shyness. The meal concluded amidst this somewhat awkward atmosphere. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lu Fan lay on the hay-strewn floor, yet his mind was awash with vivid recollections of the tender moments shared with Lin Shuai. These memories burned within him like flames, intensifying his restlessness. Just as he tossed and turned, struggling to find sleep, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, prompting him to close his eyes and feign slumber. It was Lin Shuai, rising to drink water. Dressed in loose sleepwear, she moved quietly, bathed in moonlight, resembling a serene painting. Unaware of Lu Fan's pretense, she passed by him and headed toward the kitchen. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, and Lu Fan discreetly opened his eyes, captivated by her silhouette, his heart racing uncontrollably. After filling her cup, Lin Shuai turned to return to her room, inadvertently meeting Lu Fan's gaze. A moment of surprise froze her in place, and the atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with unspoken tension. Lin Shuai's face flushed deeper, her hands trembling slightly as she struggled to steady the bowl of water. Lu Fan felt a wave of panic and decided to sit up. You're still awake?" Lin Shuai broke the silence first, her voice soft and tinged with shyness. Lu Fan scratched his head, standing up and slowly approaching her. "I can't sleep," he replied, his voice deep and slightly magnetic. As they stood closer, they could each hear the rapid rhythm of the other's breath. Lin Shuai lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. Observing her bashful demeanor ignited a fervor within Lu Fan. At last, he could no longer resist the impulse to reach out, gently lifting Lin Shuai's chin to meet his gaze. She shut her eyes tightly, her long lashes quivering like a startled fawn. Lu Fan inched closer, their lips nearly touching when, suddenly, a soft cough echoed from Wang Xiufang's room. Though faint, the sound felt jarringly intrusive in the tranquil setting. Upon hearing the sudden cough, Lin Shuai and Lu Fan froze as if struck by lightning, their bodies trembling before they swiftly separated like startled rabbits. Lin Shuai's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She bowed her head, unable to meet Lu Fan's gaze, and hurriedly retreated to her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Lu Fan remained rooted in place, watching Lin Shuai's retreating figure, a sense of reluctance stirring within him. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and dashed into Lin Shuai's room, shutting the door behind him with urgency. Lin Shuai, clearly taken aback by Lu Fan's audacity, jumped in surprise, her body involuntarily shivering. "Why you? How did you get in here? Hurry, get out before they see you." Her voice trembled with a mix of panic and shyness. Yet, at that moment, Lu Fan was entirely consumed by his emotions. His face flushed and his eyes gleaming with fervor, oblivious to her concerns. He stepped forward, enveloping Lin Shuai in his embrace, as though fearing she might vanish at any moment. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered fervently, "Shuai, I can no longer suppress my feelings. I adore you, and I want you to be mine." His voice quivered with excitement. Unable to contain his impulse any longer, he suddenly leaned down and pressed his lips against Lin Shuai's delicate cheek. Caught completely off guard by Lu Fan's boldness, Lin Shuai's eyes widened in shock. Her face flushed with embarrassment, rendering her even more enchanting. She attempted to push him away, but Lu Fan's hold was as unyielding as iron, rendering her motionless. "Lu Fan, this is too sudden. I'm not ready." Her voice trembled, revealing her internal conflict, a mix of anxiety and bewilderment. The intimacy shared earlier in the day had awakened a primal urge within Lu Fan, making him bolder and more reckless. He lifted Lin Shuai and fell onto the bed, her protests becoming increasingly feeble as her own desires surged to the surface, leaving her less resistant. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two of them. Lu Fan awoke slowly, his gaze falling upon the slumbering Lin Shuai beside him, his heart brimming with tenderness and contentment. However, in the next instant, his expression turned ashen upon hearing the familiar call of Wang Xiufang from outside. "Shuai, it's time for breakfast." Panic surged through Lu Fan as he hurriedly scrambled out of bed, clumsily pulling on his trousers. Lin Schwerer, startled awake by the voice, turned to see the scene before her face instantly flushing a deep shade of red as she frantically searched for her clothes. "Quick, jump out the window," she urged in a hushed tone. Just then, the door creaked open, and Wang Xiufang's voice echoed again. "Why is there no response?" "I'm coming in." Realizing that climbing out the window was no longer an option, they were left in a state of frantic urgency. In a moment of desperation, Lu Fan swiftly concealed himself beneath the bed. Just then, Wang Xiufang entered the room. Upon noticing the flustered Lin Schwerer, a wave of suspicion washed over her. "Schwerer, what troubles you? Why are you so flustered so early in the morning?" Wang Xiufang inquired as she approached the edge of the bed. L'anxieuse face flushed de peur. Her gaze evasive as she stammered. "Nothing. I just woke up and feel a bit disoriented." Wang Xiufang scrutinized her with skepticism, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the vest that Lu Fan had hastily left behind. Chapter 53. Wang Xiufang agreed to be my girlfriend, her brow furrowed. Wang Xiufang bent down to pick up the tank top. "How did Lu Fan's tank top end up in your room?" she asked, holding it aloft with a perplexed expression directed at Lin Schwerer. A wave of anxiety surged through Lin Schwerer, and beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lu Fan, hidden beneath the bed, accidentally kicked the bed leg, producing a sharp sound. Wang Xiufang's expression changed instantly. She leaned down to peer into the bed, their eyes meeting, and she shouted, "Lu Fan, it's you little rascal." Realizing he could no longer remain hidden, Lu Fan emerged from beneath the bed with a sheepish grin. Upon seeing him, Wang Xiufang was momentarily taken aback before her expression darkened with anger. "How dare you spy on Xue? Just wait until I deal with you." "Auntie, would you believe me if I said I was here to catch mice?" Lu Fan replied with a playful grin. Wang Xiufang, hands on her hips, snorted in disbelief. "Don't try to fool me. Who goes into a girl's room to catch mice at such an early hour? You think you're some sort of tabby cat? I see you as nothing more than a lecherous wolf." Lin Schwerer, wanting to defend Lu Fan, struggled to find the right words, ultimately opting for silence. As the awkwardness escalated, Lu Fan stealthily edged towards the door, disregarding his clothes, and bolted outside. Wang Xiufang, upon noticing, immediately pursued him, shouting, "You little brat. Stop right there." At that moment, Su Myun, hearing the commotion, entered with a puzzled expression and quietly inquired of Lin Schwerer what was happening. With a flushed face, Lin Schwerer whispered a few words, causing Su Myun to gasp in surprise before a smile crept onto her lips. As they chased one another, Lu Fan finally halted beside a small creek, with Wang Xiufang panting behind him, pointing an accusatory finger. "You little rascal, after doing something so outrageous, you still think you can run away?" Lu Fan quickly attempted to placate her with a smile. "Auntie, I'm merely piqued. I didn't do anything inappropriate. Besides, I've caught glimpses of you bathing before, and you didn't react this way. Why now?" Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had misspoken, and he hastily covered his mouth, ceasing his words. Wang Xiufang, incensed, jabbed a finger at Lu Fan. "You still have the audacity to say that." She reached out to twist his ear. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan decided to catch Wang Xiufang off guard. He deftly sidestepped, wrapping his arms around her, and without hesitation, leaned in to kiss her. This kiss struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Wang Xiufang utterly stunned. Her eyes widened as if witnessing the apocalypse. Her body froze, and her mind went blank. In that fleeting moment when their lips met, Lu Fan, already ignited by desire, let his hands roam over Wang Xiufang's figure without hesitation. As she regained her senses, her first instinct was to push Lu Fan away. However, no matter how hard she struggled, Lu Fan's body remained as immovable as a mountain, exhibiting no signs of being shaken. "You, let me go." Wang Xiufang, filled with both shame and anger, spoke with a voice that quivered in desperation. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, while her eyes brimmed with disbelief and fury. Yet, Lu Fan appeared oblivious to her struggles, his hands becoming increasingly audacious. In an instant, Wang Xiufang felt an electric surge coursing through her body, causing her to shudder violently, utterly flustered. Xiaofan, Lu Fan, you cannot do this. I am your aunt, she implored, her voice tinged with a sob, as she fought desperately to escape his grasp. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remained unmoved, planting a forceful kiss on her lips before teasingly remarking, Aunt Xiufang, since you won't let me pursue Lin Shuer, I suppose I must turn my attention to you. After all, I am a man with certain needs. With that, he continued to kiss her, seemingly disregarding her protests entirely. Wang Xiufang was taken aback by Lu Fan's audacious words. She had never anticipated he would utter such a thing. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to retort, allowing him to continue his advances. Just as Lu Fan was about to overpower her, she seized the opportunity to break free from his hold. However, as she turned to flee, Lu Fan swiftly reached out, grabbing her arm with lightning speed. Wang Xiufang was abruptly yanked back, her heart swelling with fear and helplessness. Lu Fan, have you lost your mind? Let me go. What do you want from me? Her voice was laced with urgency and distress. A sly smile crept across Lu Fan's lips as he replied, Fear not, Aunt Xiufang. I have no intention of harming you. However, if you wish for me to release you, it is not impossible unless... He deliberately elongated his words, leaning closer to her ear, whispering softly, Unless you agree to be my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang's face turned an even deeper shade of red, as if blood might spill forth. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Fan, unable to fathom that he would make such a proposition. No, absolutely not. I'm your aunt. She resolutely rejected. Lu Fan, undeterred, maintained his grin, growing more self-satisfied. He tugged her back into his embrace, holding her tightly, saying, But I know you are a woman too. Since you are unwilling, there is little I can do. However, do not regret this decision. Wang Xiufang, confined in his tight hold, felt utterly immobilized, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing Lu Fan might cross an unacceptable line. She realized that with her strength, she could not break free from his grasp. All right, fine, I agree. Just let me go. Ultimately, Wang Xiufang resigned herself to the situation, thinking it best to placate him for now. Upon hearing her response, Lu Fan was filled with elation. He immediately released his grip, yet did not entirely let go of Wang Xiufang. Instead, he gently encircled her waist with one hand while raising her chin with the other, ensuring her face was aligned with his. Since you're now my girlfriend, may I steal a kiss? Lu Fan's voice was laced with a hint of teasing and anticipation. Wang Xiufang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly covered her face with her hands, attempting to evade Lu Fan's kiss. Chapter 54. I see you're not bad either, however. Lu Fan did not afford Wang Xiufang any time to react. In a flash, he lowered his head and boldly captured her soft lips in a kiss. This sudden embrace sent a jolt through Wang Xiufang's body, as though she had been electrified. She had not anticipated Lu Fan's audacity, and her mind momentarily blanked, as if stripped of the ability to think. She had thought that by merely shielding her cheeks, she could evade this fate, completely overlooking her delicate, enticing red lips. Lu Fan's kiss was as fierce and overwhelming as a tempest, and he was entirely absorbed in the sweetness of the moment, reveling in the exquisite sensation. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Fan slowly released Wang Xiufang. His gaze fell upon her flushed face, now crimson from embarrassment, and a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. The taste is rather delightful, Lu Fan murmured, still lost in the enchantment of that captivating kiss. At this moment, Wang Xiufang's face resembled a ripe apple, as she hurriedly wiped her lips, which Lu Fan had just kissed, with her hand, a look of disdain crossing her features as she exclaimed, Is that enough now? Let go. Yet, Lu Fan seemed unwilling to relinquish her so easily. He inhaled deeply the alluring fragrance that emanated from her, savoring it before finally releasing her. Though his gaze remained fixated on her. I must tell you, you cannot let anyone know about this, especially not in front of the others. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Wang Xiufang's voice trembled, laced with a hint of panic. Seeing the flustered woman before him, Lu Fan felt a surge of tenderness. He stepped closer and gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Aunt Xiufang, you are being overly sensitive." However, Lu Fan's words of comfort did little to ease her discomfort. She kept her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Noticing her distress, Lu Fan felt compelled to speak again. "Aunt Xiufang, I have always liked you. I do not merely wish for you to be my girlfriend. I want you to be my woman." With that, he attempted to draw her into another embrace. Yet, the bashful Wang Xiufang evaded him like a startled rabbit, swiftly avoiding his arms. "Xiaofan, do not take advantage of this situation. After all, I am your aunt." Her voice quivered, and she remained with her head down, unable to meet Lu Fan's eyes. Lu Fan felt a wave of exasperation at her words, thinking to himself, what does social hierarchy matter at a time like this? Thus, he ceased calling her Aunt Xiufang and addressed her directly by her name. "Xiufang, what do you have to worry about? On this deserted island, are we not destined to be together?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had misspoken. He quickly amended, "I mean, you're destined to be my woman, sooner or later." Wang Xiufang lifted her gaze to Lu Fan and spoke in a calm tone. "You need not conceal anything. I am aware that you entered Lin Schwecker's room last night. Am I correct?" This revelation caught Lu Fan off guard, for he had not anticipated that Wang Xiufang was privy to his affair with Lin Schwer. This implied that the lies he had previously uttered were already known to her, which undoubtedly explained the ire she felt today. "Actually, Lu Fan hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, he finally responded, "So, you were jealous, which is why you reacted so angrily, correct?" Wang Xiufang's face flushed deeper. She turned her head away and retorted, "Who is jealous? I merely cannot abide your flirtatious demeanor." Yet, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her true feelings. Lu Fan chuckled gently and stepped closer to take her hand. "Aunt Xiufang, I genuinely care for you, and I will take responsibility for Lin Schwer. On this isolated island, isn't it better for us to support one another?" In truth, Wang Xiufang felt a flicker of uncertainty. She harbored some affection for Lu Fan, but the constraints of morality left her conflicted. What would people think if this were to become known? She murmured softly. Lu Fan embraced her tightly, whispering, "This desolate island is devoid of societal norms. Let go of your reservations. I promise to protect you both." Leaning against Lu Fan's warm embrace, Wang Xiufang felt her defenses crumbling. She nodded gently and said, "Well, all right then, but you must not pursue any other women." A smile danced on Lu Fan's lips as he pressed a tender kiss on her forehead. "Rest assured, having you both is more than sufficient." At that moment, the sound of Su Muyun's voice broke through. "What you two up to? Dinner's getting cold." Su Muyun approached, her curious eyes scanning the pair. Wang Xiufang, startled as though she had been stepped on, extricated herself from Lu Fan's arms, her cheeks burning, and she hurriedly adjusted her clothing. In nothing, she stammered, her voice barely audible. Lu Fan, however, remained composed and smiled at Su Muyun, explaining. Aunt Xiufang nearly stumbled. "And I caught her." Su Muyun regarded them with a hint of suspicion, but refrained from pressing further. "Oh, I see. Let us hurry back for dinner," she encouraged with a smile, then turned to Lu Fan with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Upon hearing Su Muyun's words, Wang Xiufang felt as if a great weight had been lifted, resembling a little rabbit set free, as she swiftly made her way toward the wooden cabin. Lu Fan observed her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a knowing expression illuminating his face. Su Muyun, noticing this, found her curiosity intensifying. She approached Lu Fan, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue, and asked, "Lu Fan, you haven't really won over Sister Xiufang, have you? You are truly remarkable." With that, she gave him a thumbs up. Lu Fan regarded Su Muyun with a playful glimmer in his eyes. She was clad in form-fitting yoga pants that exquisitely accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her long, alluring legs that captured attention. He unabashedly allowed his gaze to roam over her, his eyes brazenly appraising her from head to toe. With an unmistakable smirk, he quipped, "I must say, you're not any less striking than those two. Perhaps we should give it a try." Startled by Lu Fan's gaze and words, Su Muyun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. In her flustered state, she hastily waved her hands, stammering, And no, that's not for me. I think I'll just head back for dinner. With that, she dashed away like a frightened fawn, retreating to the small wooden cabin, leaving Lu Fan behind, his grin growing increasingly lecherous as he watched her retreating figure. Chapter 55. Harvesting wheat. Lu Fan observed Su Mu Yun fleeing in haste, resembling a startled rabbit. Unable to contain himself any longer, he erupted into laughter. As he chuckled, he leisurely made his way toward the wooden cabin. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Wang Xiufang, who was voraciously devouring her meal with her head bowed. It seemed she sensed Lu Fan's arrival, as her body quivered slightly before she hastily lowered her head, continuing to eat without daring to glance at him. Seated nearby, Lin Shui's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, akin to a ripened apple. Her eyes flickered, deliberately avoiding Lu Fan's gaze. At that moment, Aunt Li warmly beckoned Lu Fan, saying, "Xiaofan, come and eat. The grilled fish will lose its flavor if it cools down." Lu Fan responded with a smile and promptly took a seat at the dining table, indulging heartily in the meal. After finishing, Lu Fan suddenly proposed, "I believe we should harvest the tangled wheat behind the cabin and turn it into flour. This way, everyone can enjoy steamed buns and noodles." "Really? That would be wonderful," Su Mu Yun exclaimed with excitement, but her brow furrowed in concern. "However, we have no sickles. How can we harvest the wheat?" The others looked to Lu Fan, their expressions reflecting a shared perplexity. Noticing their hesitation, Lu Fan's lips curled into a confident smile. He leisurely retrieved a curved knife from his modest arsenal, waved it slightly, and declared, "What is the difficulty? We can simply use this." The sight of the curved knife brightened Wang Xiufang and the others' expressions, though it appeared somewhat worn. The blade was exceptionally sharp, clearly more than adequate for harvesting wheat. Witnessing Lu Fan's assured demeanor dispelled their doubts, replacing them with a sense of confidence. As they stood beside the golden fields of wheat, a wave of harvest joy surged within them. The gentle breeze swept through the crops, creating rippling waves that seemed to herald nature's triumphant song of abundance. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Fan. He deliberately positioned himself between Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui. With a flourish of an emperor, he gestured grandly toward the vast expanse of wheat, proclaiming in a booming voice, "Look, behold." He then swiftly spread his arms, embracing the waists of both ladies from behind, and boasted, "Ladies, this is the kingdom I have secured for you." Afterward, Lu Fan turned to Lin Shui, sporting a mischievous grin as he leaned in for a kiss. Yet his attempt was thwarted. However, after exchanging a knowing glance, both Lin Shui and Wang Xiufang simultaneously raised their hands and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Fan's face. The unexpected blows caught Lu Fan off guard, and he felt stars dance before his eyes, his cheek ablaze with pain. He muttered in disbelief, "Really? Not again. You two certainly coordinate well in this regard." While speaking, he clutched his reddened cheeks, rubbing them incessantly in an attempt to alleviate the sting. Aunt Li witnessed the scene before her, her eyes widening with concern etched across her face. In a tone laced with reproach, she sternly exclaimed, "Xiufang Shui, what on earth is happening? Xiaofan was merely jesting with you. How could you strike him so mercilessly?" As she spoke, she extended her hand, pointing at Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui. Her voice tinged with a hint of anger as she continued, "If you truly injure Xiaofan, what will you do in the future? Don't come to me in tears when that time comes." To her astonishment, both Xiufang and Shui replied in unison, "What can we do? If he gets hurt, I'll just take care of him." The moment those words left their lips, everyone present, including Lu Fan himself, was taken aback. Though he had been feeling a fiery pain on his face, he instantly dismissed it, excitement bubbling forth as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wonderful, splendid. I absolutely adore living off others." Lu Fan's reaction left the crowd momentarily stunned, before erupting into hearty laughter. Particularly, Su Mian found herself doubled over with laughter, nearly on the verge of tears. She had not anticipated such a bold Lu Fan to possess such a humorous side, which significantly altered her perception of him. Aunt Li, observing Lu Fan's carefree demeanor, shook her head in resignation, sighing, "Alas, this rascal. Can't you aspire for something greater?" After the laughter subsided, The group began harvesting the wheat. Lu Fan swung the sickle with deft precision, quickly cutting down a vast swath. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang and her companions busied themselves, placing the harvested wheat into bags fashioned from old clothes. They then placed the bags on the ground and relentlessly beat them with branches to separate the grains from the chaff. A short while later, Aunt Li grasped a handful of the threshed wheat in her palm. Gazing at the mature grains, which radiated a golden glow, tears of joy shimmered in her eyes. She never anticipated such a bountiful yield on this isolated island, undoubtedly providing a new assurance for their future survival. However, as Aunt Li reveled in the joy of her harvest, a frown suddenly creased her brow. A new concern arose in her mind. Though they had the grains, how would they grind them into flour? Aunt Li found herself lost in thought, scanning her surroundings but finding no sign of a millstone or similar apparatus. She pondered, I wonder what method the former owner of this ancient cabin employed to turn grains into flour. With these questions swirling in her mind, Aunt Li turned to Lu Fan. Her face clouded with worry, and asked Xiaofan, now that we have the wheat, how can we grind it into flour? Upon hearing Aunt Li's query, Lu Fan recognized that he had been so focused on harvesting the wheat that he had overlooked this crucial step. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and admitted, this is indeed a problem. However, I am not deterred by such a challenge. With unwavering confidence, he reassured Aunt Li, there is no need to worry, Aunt Li. I have a solution. After all, Lu Fan had been raised in the countryside and was quite familiar with agricultural practices. Without hesitation, he cast aside the machete he had been wielding and darted towards the stream like a gust of wind. His objective was clear, to find a suitable stone for grinding the wheat grains. Before long, Lu Fan arrived at the stream's edge. He scanned the surroundings until his gaze settled upon a peculiar stone. This particular stone featured a depression resembling the bottom of a frying pan, and from a distance, it seemed almost comparable in size to a boulder. Its exterior was an irregular square shape, and it appeared to weigh no less than 600 or 700 pounds. Gazing at such a cumbersome stone, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. How on earth am I going to move this back? Chapter 56. Will you not become a widow if I exhaust myself? Lu Fan stood beside the stone, gently nudging it with his foot, causing it to wobble slightly. After assessing the stone's weight and his own current state, he felt confident that he could move it. Thus, Lu Fan resolved to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he bent his knees and adjusted his posture, with one hand firmly grasping the top of the stone and the other pulling at its base. He focused intently on regulating his breathing, preparing to exert force. Suddenly, he exerted a powerful thrust, channeling all his strength into his arms and shoulders. With a grunt, he successfully hoisted the stone onto his shoulder. However, the weight of the stone caused Lu Fan to grimace in discomfort. Goodness, this stone is excessively heavy, he exclaimed. At that moment, Lu Fan's face turned crimson from the strain, the veins in his neck bulging from excessive effort, and even tears of exertion streamed from his eyes. The combined weight of the stone and Lu Fan himself bore down heavily on his feet, which, due to their limited contact with the ground, sank deeply into the earth, over half a foot deep. Nevertheless, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and slowly trudged toward the wooden cabin, each step requiring immense effort, leaving a profound imprint in the soil. When Wang Xiufang and the others spotted Lu Fan laboriously carrying the massive stone from a distance, their eyes widened in disbelief. Mouths agape, as if they could swallow a whole egg. Lu Fan, are you trying to kill yourself? Lin Schwerer cried out, her voice laced with concern. As a doctor, Aunt Li was acutely aware that such excessive exertion could easily lead to increased intracranial pressure, risking the rupture of capillaries. That would be perilous. Thus, she urgently gestured for Lu Fan to set the stone down. Xiaofan quickly put it down. It's dangerous. Finally, when Lu Fan managed to reach the cabin and slammed the heavy stone down, he felt as though a tremendous weight had pressed upon his shoulders, leaving them achingly sore. Aunt Li rushed over, her heart racing, to examine his condition. Upon seeing the large, bruised mark on his shoulder, she gasped in shock. You foolish child. Your recklessness is truly unwarranted. Aunt Li reproached him tenderly. How could you carry such a heavy stone all by yourself? Overexertion can be extremely dangerous. Wang Xiufang, standing nearby, could not refrain from interjecting. Indeed, Xiaofan, you must not be so impulsive in the future. If there are challenges, we can all work together to find solution. What if you injure yourself while trying to prove your strength? Listening to Aunt Li and Wang Xiufang's concerned admonitions, Lu Fan felt a warm sense of happiness. Only, perplexed by the large stone before her, inquired, Xiaofan, does this stone really have the potential to grind into flour after all this effort? At this moment, Lu Fan took a deep breath, striving to calm his breath, and then explained to everyone. Do you see the groove in the middle of this stone? If we can find a smaller round stone to use as a pestle, we can grind the wheat grains into flour. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the crowd seemed to grasp the concept somewhat, yet their understanding remained incomplete. They exchanged glances, revealing expressions of partial comprehension. After resting for a while, Lu Fan felt his strength returning somewhat, so he stood up and walked toward the nearby stream. Seeing Lu Fan hurriedly approach the stream, Lin Shui'er felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might overexert himself again, and quickly followed suit. Lu Fan, what are you rushing to the stream for? Lin Shui'er called out anxiously while jogging. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Fan paused momentarily, turned to her with a look of confusion, and replied, I want to see if I can find a suitable round stone to use as a pestle. Why did you come along? Lin Shui'er, panting as she reached Lu Fan, pouted her lips and playfully chided, I was just worried about you, so I came to see if I could help. Observing Lin Shui'er es adorable de mi honor. Lu Fan felt his heart soften, and a smile graced his lips as he said, You're the best. Come here. Let me reward you with a kiss. With that, he opened his arms, feigning an approach to kiss her. However, Lin Shui'er, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly stepped back, pushing Lu Fan away with both hands, and admonished, Oh, you silly Lu Fan. Can you be a bit more serious? Stop acting so foolishly. Hurry up and find the stones. Seeing her reaction, a hint of disappointment flickered across Lu Fan's face, yet he obediently replied, All right then, let's search together and see if we can find a suitable round stone. With that, the two made their way to the stream, walking alongside the water's edge while carefully examining each stone that protruded from the surface, hoping to find one the right size and shape. Suddenly, Lin Shui'er's eyes brightened as she pointed to a smooth, round stone the size of a soccer ball across the stream, exclaiming, Lu Fan, what do you think of that one? Lu Fan waded through the water to the stone, inspected it, and found its weight and shape quite satisfactory. He nodded in approval. Not bad, this one will do. Just as he bent down to lift the stone, Lin Shui'er suddenly shouted, Weit. Lu Fan was perplexed by her abrupt command. What now? Without hesitation, Lin Shui'er retorted, Did Aunt Li not say that we shouldn't use brute force? Didn't you hear her? Or is your hearing stuffed with donkey fur? Her words left Lu Fan speechless, and he scratched his head. This stone probably weighs only about 100 to 200 pounds. Is it really that serious? However, when he met Lin Shui'er's fierce gaze, he lost his resolve. All right. What do you suggest we do? With her hands on her hips, Lin Shui'er pondered for a moment and proposed. How about we lift it together? That way, you won't tire yourself out too much. Lu Fan gazed at Lin Shui'er, who wore a serious expression, and, unwilling to dampen her spirits, reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right, let us lift it together. As they positioned themselves, Lu Fan's attention was abruptly drawn to Lin Shui'er, who was bent over, her loose collar swaying gently, revealing glimpses of her fair skin that captivated Lu Fan's gaze. He found himself momentarily entranced, the events of the previous night lingering in his thoughts. His eyes sparkled with desire, fixated on Lin Shui'er, and he mused internally, Is this not a perilous situation? How can one focus on work under such circumstances? Noticing his prolonged silence, Lin Shui'er straightened up only to discover Lu Fan staring intently at her chest. She was rendered speechless and immediately covered her bosom with her hand, indignantly scolding him. Lu Fan, you truly are incorrigible. It seems you can never change this dreadful habit of yours. Chapter 57. How to leaven dough without yeast. Lu Fan hastily averted his gaze, stammering, In no such thing. Come on, let's begin. However, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the earlier scene. Both individuals lifted the stone with their hands, but as soon as they exerted force, Lin Shuer let out a yelp. The stone was far heavier than she had anticipated, and she nearly stumbled. Lu Fan quickly reached out, supporting her from behind, preventing her from falling. With concern, Lu Fan remarked, "You should not overexert yourself. The stone isn't that heavy. I can manage it alone. Your efforts are merely complicating matters." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly caressed Lin Shuer's back, as if to comfort her. Lin Shuer bit her lip tightly, feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment. She recognized her own weakness and dreaded the inevitable mockery from Lu Fan. Just as she simmered with dissatisfaction, she realized that Lu Fan was taking advantage of the situation. This realization ignited her already smoldering anger. She retorted sharply, "Have you finished groping? If you're done, then hurry and move it yourself. I'm not interested in your antics here." Seeing her reaction, Lu Fan quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly explaining, "I was merely trying to prevent you from falling." However, Lin Shuer was evidently unimpressed by his explanation. She glared at him fiercely, snapping, "Fine, touch away. If that satisfies you, then consider it my encouragement. When it comes time to move that stone, if you tire yourself out, it'll be your own fault. Is it really necessary? Moreover, we just spent our wedding night together. If I were to exhaust myself, wouldn't you become a widow?" Lu Fan replied with a cheeky grin. Lin Shuer's face flushed with fury. Her finger pointed accusingly at him as if she intended to pierce through his facade. "You need to shut up," she growled. Recognizing her genuine ire, Lu Fan wisely decided to refrain from further provoking her. He hoisted the hefty stone onto his shoulder and strode toward the wooden cabin. Before long, they returned to the cabin, carrying the round stone. Lu Fan carefully placed it into the recess of a larger stone, inspecting it closely. He discovered that the round stone was slightly smaller than the recess, thus creating a significant space around it. At that moment, Aunt Lee and others, noticing their return, approached to witness the unfolding spectacle. Lu Fan seized a handful of wheat and placed it into the hollow. Then, steadying the ends of the round stone with both hands, he began to roll it back and forth, attempting to grind the grains. With each vigorous motion, the wheat gradually transformed under the relentless pressure of the stone. The onlookers were filled with wonder. "Wow, it's really turned into powder," Wang Xiufang exclaimed in excitement. "Lu Fan, you are truly remarkable." Others expressed their admiration for Lu Fan, their eyes brimming with reverence. Observing the joy on their faces, a proud smile graced Lu Fan's countenance. "Do not be hasty. This is merely a preliminary creation." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan rose and proceeded to Lin Shuer's room, retrieving the vest he had forgotten there the previous night. He first procured a branch to prop up the vest, fashioning it into a sieve. Then, he placed the ground wheat atop it, grasped the sides with both hands, and began to sift vigorously. In a brief span, a cascade of white flour descended. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the flour. Lin Shuer, unable to resist, leaned closer to observe the wondrous result, her earlier ire dissipating considerably. "I did not anticipate you possessed such ingenuity," she murmured softly. Lu Fan's lips curled into a radiant smile as he replied gently, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of you?" His gaze lingered on Lin Shuer, revealing a glimmer of anticipation, before he added playfully, "How about a small reward now?" He gestured to his cheek, indicating his desire for a kiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer couldn't help but smile faintly. She raised her hand and gently tapped Lu Fan's shoulder, teasingly admonishing, "You're always so smooth-tongued," dreaming rather grandly. "I want to fall for your charms." Nearby, Wang Xiufang felt an inexplicable sense of unease at the display of intimacy between the two, yet she maintained a subtle smile on her face. At that moment, Lu Fan turned to Aunt Lee, explaining in detail the method for sifting flour. "Aunt Lee, please follow this procedure to sift the flour. In the future, we shall certainly be able to create more delectable dishes." With that, he pinched a small handful of flour, savoring it with satisfaction, and added, "You see, the flour sifted this way will yield delightful steamed buns, noodles, or bread." Hearing this, a wave of anticipation surged within everyone. After all, they had subsisted on roasted fish and wild vegetables for several days, growing weary of such fare. The mere thought of soon indulging in fragrant steamed buns invigorated their spirits. Subsequently, Lu Fan seized a machete and strode confidently into the wheat field, skillfully harvesting the grain. Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer followed closely, threshing the freshly cut wheat. Meanwhile, Su Yun tirelessly pushed a round stone, grinding the grains into a fine powder. Finally, Aunt Li took charge of sifting, removing the bran impurities to retain only the purest flour. Each person diligently performed their role. Though the work was arduous, enthusiasm permeated the atmosphere. After a long day of labor, Aunt Li successfully sifted a wooden basin brimming with flour. Simultaneously, Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang remained industrious, carefully storing the surplus wheat in the wooden cabin to ensure a daily supply of steamed buns in the future. At this moment, Aunt Li, already drenched in sweat, exclaimed with excitement, "Xiao Yun, let us hasten to try making steamed buns." Her voice was imbued with anticipation and enthusiasm for the culinary endeavor. Su Yun, her heart brimming with expectation, nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and eagerness. Thus, the two began their bustling preparations, first pouring water, then adding flour into a basin, and subsequently mixing it by hand until it formed a smooth dough. The next step involved the patient waiting for the dough to ferment. They sat beside it, eagerly anticipating its magical transformation as it slowly expanded. However, as seconds turned into minutes, the dough remained utterly inert, showing no signs of life. When Aunt Li was about to knead the dough into buns, she was taken aback to discover that it had not fermented at all. With a sudden realization, she smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten to add the yeast? But there is no yeast here. What shall we do?" Su Yun, equally anxious, blinked her eyes and pondered deeply. Yet as a young lady of privilege, she had never set foot in a kitchen and knew little of such matters. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, fortuitously, Wang Xiufang happened to stroll by. Chapter 58. How to steam buns on this deserted island suddenly. Su Yun was struck by a brilliant idea and exclaimed, "Ah, how about we turn it into pancakes, Aunt Li? What do you think?" Upon hearing Su Yun's suggestion, Aunt Li hesitated for a moment, grappling with her inner reluctance which made her uncertain. It could work, but she trailed off. After all, the process of making pancakes necessitates the addition of salt to the flour to enhance the flavor, ensuring a delightful taste. Wang Xiufang, passing by, raised the corners of her mouth into a faint smile as she grasped the situation. With confidence, she declared, "Oh, it's no big deal. Don't worry. I have a solution to this problem." However, Aunt Li and Su Yun regarded her with skeptical eyes, seemingly doubtful of her words. After all, on this desolate island, the notion of producing yeast seemed utterly far-fetched. Wang Xiufang, noticing their dubious expressions, quickly clarified, "Please, don't be skeptical. Back in the countryside, there was no ready-made yeast. Everyone had to ferment it themselves. So just wait and see." With that, Wang Xiufang began her task. She first scooped a handful of flour from the wooden basin and gently placed it into a clean, dry bowl. Next, she carefully poured in a suitable amount of warm water and mixed the flour and water with her hands, gradually forming a dough that was neither too soft nor too hard. Once the dough was kneaded, she took a smaller bowl, inverted it over the larger bowl, ensuring a tight seal, and then placed it in a warm spot to allow it to ferment naturally. "Xiufang, can this really work?" "I just did it the same way," Aunt Li questioned, her face etched with doubt as she gazed at the small bowl of flour. "Isn't this too little? Even if it does work, it won't be enough for all of us." Wang Xiufang smiled gently and patiently explained, "It must be warm water in a sealed environment. Additionally, Aunt Li, you might have misunderstood. Once the fermentation is complete, we will incorporate it into the dough as yeast, not knead it directly into the buns." Aunt Li still seemed unconvinced and pressed on. "How long will it take before we can use it?" Wang Xiufang lifted her head, thoughtfully arranging a few strands of hair at her temple. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "The fermentation time largely depends on the temperature. Generally, when the dough noticeably expands and bubbles appear on the surface, revealing a honeycomb structure inside, it indicates successful fermentation." "Oh, I see now," Aunt Li exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. "All right, let us check back later." She then turned to Su Mu Yun and said, Xiao Yun, let us sift some more flour to save for later. Okay, Su Mu Yun replied softly, following Aunt Li to sift more flour. After a while, having sifted a sufficient amount of flour, Su Mu Yun and Aunt Li hurried back to see how the dough was fermenting. At this moment, the dough in a large bowl indeed swelled significantly, just as Wang Xiufang had described, even lifting the bowl that covered it. Upon removing the inverted bowl, Su Mu Yun discovered numerous air holes on the surface. Excitedly, she dug into the dough, and true to Wang Xiufang's words, it revealed a honeycomb structure within. She exclaimed to Aunt Li, "It worked." Both Su Mu Yun and Aunt Li displayed expressions of delight, their admiration for Wang Xiufang deepening. Next, Aunt Li combined the fermented dough with the previously prepared dough, added an appropriate amount of warm water, and kneaded it into a smooth, large dough, awaiting the second fermentation. While waiting, the two did not remain idle. Su Mu Yun rushed off to gather some fresh wild vegetables, intending to use them as a side dish for the steamed buns. Meanwhile, Aunt Li stood beside the dough, cleaning the wild boar bacon made earlier in the cave, occasionally pressing the dough gently to check its fermentation progress. As time passed, the dough finally completed its fermentation. Aunt Li gazed at the large bowl filled with risen dough, a satisfied smile blossoming on her face. She skillfully divided the dough into small portions, then gently rolled them on a clean stone slab, shaping them into smooth, steamed buns. Su Mu Yun diligently washed the wild vegetables she had gathered, chopping them finely in preparation for stir-frying to accompany the buns. Just as Aunt Li had finished shaping the buns and was about to steam them, a new dilemma arose. She realized she had forgotten to prepare a steamer. How would they steam the buns? Would they have to boil them directly in the pot? Patting her forehead, Aunt Li exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'm really getting old. My mind keeps forgetting one thing after another." Watching Aunt Li's anxious demeanor, Su Mu Yun felt a sense of helplessness. She inwardly lamented, wondering why it was so complicated to enjoy a steamed bun here. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Li's eyes suddenly lit up as if an idea struck her. She turned to Su Mu Yun and said, "Xiao Yun, quickly go to the back of the house and call Lu Fan over. Let him weave a steamer from some branches. That will solve the problem." Upon hearing this, Su Mu Yun hurriedly dashed to the back of the house. When Lu Fan learned of the situation, he appeared relaxed and said, "I thought it was something serious." "No problem, just watch me." He swiftly gathered some suitable branches and began to weave with practiced ease. His fingers danced gracefully among the branches, as if performing a ballet. In no time, a simple yet sturdy round steamer was completed. Aunt Li accepted the steamer and placed it atop the large iron pot. Upon seeing the perfect fit between the steamer and the pot, a look of contentment spread across her face. She quickly arranged the buns neatly in the steamer, each placed with meticulous care. However, at that moment, Lu Fan unexpectedly made a surprising move. Without warning, he picked up one of the kneaded buns and, without hesitation, tossed it into a nearby wooden basin filled with flour. Aunt Li and Su Mu Yun were both taken aback by the scene before them, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Lu Fan, as if he had committed an utterly absurd act. "Xiao Fan, what on earth are you doing?" Aunt Li's voice carried a hint of surprise and reproach. "Do you have any idea how much effort we expended to prepare these doughs? How could you simply discard them like this?" Instead of feeling embarrassed by the astonished expressions on Aunt Li and Su Mu Yun's faces, Lu Fan unexpectedly burst into laughter. Chapter 59. The Old Starter. "Dear Aunt Li, please do not fret. There is a reason for my actions," Lu Fan explained with a smile. "This small dough is actually reserved for our next use. When we prepare the dough again, we can simply knead it into the new mixture. It's a wonderful ingredient known as Old Starter." Upon hearing Lu Fan's explanation, Aunt Li nodded, her understanding still somewhat elusive, and she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Oh, is that so? I was unaware of such a method." Lu Fan patiently elaborated. "This is a traditional technique for leavening dough. The Old Starter is akin to what we now refer to as baking powder. It ensures that the steamed buns emerge delightfully soft and palatable." At last, Aunt Li's expression transformed into one of enlightenment, and she chuckled. "So that's how it is. I thought you were simply being mischievous." Subsequently, Lu Fan, with a keen sense of responsibility, tended to the fire while Aunt Lee busied herself with the preparation of cured meat and wild vegetables, aided by Su Muyun. As wisps of white smoke began to rise from the pot, an enticing aroma of steaming buns wafted through the air after half an hour. The trio gathered around the pot, hearts brimming with anticipation for the buns to be ready. When the buns were finally steamed to perfection, Aunt Lee cautiously lifted the lid, revealing plump, white buns steaming vigorously and exuding an inviting sweetness. Starved and eager, Lu Fan could hardly contain himself as he reached for one of the buns and took a bite. "Careful, it's hot." Aunt Lee's warning was interrupted as Lu Fan grimaced from the scalding heat, quickly dropping the bun as if it were a hot potato. "Honestly, can't you wait a moment before indulging?" Aunt Lee chided gently. "Now, why don't you go call Xiufang and Schwer to join us for a meal?" "All right, understood. I shall go at once," Lu Fan replied casually, then strolled leisurely towards the wheat field behind the wooden cabin. Upon reaching the field, Lu Fan spotted Wang Xiufang and Lin Schwer, both bent over, sweat glistening as they thrashed the wheat in their bags. Their garments were soaked, accentuating their delicate yet robust figures, which immediately piqued Lu Fan's interest. As the rays of the setting sun bathed them in a gentle golden light, it seemed as though they were cloaked in a veil of shimmering gold. Yet, Lu Fan did not rush to call them for dinner. Instead, he stealthily crouched behind them, chin resting on his hand, gazing at them with a mischievous grin, surveying the scene like a rogue. His eyes wandered over the graceful forms of Wang Xiufang and Lin Schwer, relishing the delightful sight before him. Lu Fan couldn't help but muse to himself. This life of shared labor between men and women is truly splendid and blissful. If I could secure both of them entirely, I would no longer have to sneak around. That would be even better. Just as Lu Fan was lost in his reverie, Wang Xiufang suddenly caught sight of his smirking face. She halted her work, straightened up, and quipped with feigned annoyance, "You rascal. While we toil here with the wheat, you stand there like an idle bystander, daring to spy on us." Lu Fan was startled by Wang Xiufang's voice. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly clarified, "No, Aunt Xiufang, you misunderstand. The steamed buns are ready, and Aunt Lee asked me to call you for dinner." Lin Schwer, who had been glaring at Lu Fan with a face full of anger, perked up upon hearing that the buns were ready. "The buns are really done? That's wonderful. I'm starving." Wang Xiufang, aware of Lu Fan's silver-tongued demeanor, chose not to engage in a lengthy dispute and instead inquired, "How did they turn out? They must be decent, right?" Observing the softening of Wang Xiufang's demeanor, Lu Fan instantly brightened. With animated enthusiasm, he replied, "Those buns are plump and white, almost akin to your size." As he spoke, he pointed playfully at Wang Xiufang's prominent curves. He continued, "They even emit the delightful aroma of wheat. They're simply delicious." I took a bite, and now I can't help but salivate just thinking about it. Realizing the implication, Wang Xiufang, now irked, pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fan and said, "Words are one thing, but where are you pointing? You mischievous brat, are you feeling cheeky again?" Lin Schwer, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and, after a moment, took Wang Xiufang's hand, saying, "Sister Xiufang, don't stoop to his level. You know him well enough. Come on, let's hurry and eat those buns." Wang Xiufang nodded, dismissing Lu Fan, and, as the three returned indoors, they found Su Miyun and Aunt Lee had already set the table. The sight of the bountiful spread made their mouths water. The aroma of stir-fried, cured meat mingled with the fragrance of the steamed buns, enhancing their appetites. Aunt Lee had also thoughtfully prepared a pot of delicious fish soup while steaming the buns. Gathered around the table, they began to feast heartily. Lin Schwer took a bite of a bun, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is incredible. It's the best bun I've ever had in my life." Her words resonated with the others, who shared her joy. In this small island setting, the rarity of enjoying a warm meal together brought a profound sense of comfort and warmth akin to home. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. After satisfying their hunger, Lu Fan reclined leisurely on his makeshift bed of hay, contemplating a trip to the jungle above the cliff the following day to explore hunting for some wild delicacies. Just as he was lost in thoughts of the hunt, he noticed Wang Xiufang passing by with a basin of water. A flicker of excitement stirred within him. Surely, She was off to bathe. With this thought igniting his adventurous spirit, he stealthily followed her. Upon entering the bathing area, Wang Xiufang shut the wooden door with a sharp clap. This so-called bathing area was nothing more than a rudimentary hut hastily constructed from wooden stakes and straw beside the wooden house. Lu Fan approached quietly, treading lightly towards the small wooden structure. Although he could hear the sound of water splashing inside, the dim light rendered the interior invisible through the narrow gaps, shrouding it in darkness. As Lu Fan anxiously searched for a better vantage point, he suddenly lost his footing and tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud. The commotion was quite significant, prompting Wang Xiufang inside to become immediately alert, barking, "Who is out there?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed back to the wooden cabin, feigning sleep. With the silence that followed, Wang Xiufang, fully aware, surmised that it was indeed Lu Fan once again attempting to peep at her while she bathed. Back in the wooden cabin, Lu Fan lay on the bed, his heart racing, staring at the ceiling, feeling a mix of frustration and fear, dreading the moment when the village beauty would come to confront him. Chapter 60. Peeking after quite some time, Wang Xiufang finally finished her bath. She returned with a light step, carrying an empty basin. As she passed by Lu Fan's bed, she suddenly halted, her gaze suspiciously fixed upon him. Lu Fan lay there, eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a deep slumber. However, Wang Xiufang sensed something amiss. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, prompting her to gently nudge Lu Fan with her foot, declaring, "Stop pretending. I know it's you. Who else would engage in such antics here? You are truly a coward, bold in action, yet timid in acknowledgement." Having spoken, Wang Xiufang disregarded Lu Fan and turned astride towards her room. Upon hearing her words, a surge of fury ignited within Lu Fan. He inwardly lamented. Had his kindness toward her been so abundant that it emboldened her to mock him so audaciously? Lu Fan's anger intensified with each passing moment, causing him to abruptly sit up in bed. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze firmly upon the graceful silhouette of Wang Xiufang. Gradually, the fury within him was supplanted by a daring notion. Lu Fan murmured to himself, "What does it matter? Today, she must be captured at all costs." With resolute determination, the moment Wang Xiufang stepped into the room and prepared to close the door, Lu Fan surged in like a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. Before Wang Xiufang could comprehend the situation, she found herself swept into his arms. "What are you doing? Put me down at once," she exclaimed in a hushed tone, fearful of being overheard by the others in the wooden cabin. "My dear aunt, did you not already promise to be my girlfriend? What is this? Are you having second thoughts?" Without waiting for Wang Xiufang's response, Lu Fan suddenly threw her onto the bed and began to fervently kiss her cheeks. Wang Xiufang's hands were firmly restrained by Lu Fan, and despite her attempts to break free, his strength rendered her powerless to escape. His hands roamed indiscriminately over her delicate form, instilling a sudden wave of fear within Wang Xiufang, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. "Lu Fan, please stop." Wang Xiufang's voice trembled slightly, her complexion turning crimson. However, Lu Fan appeared utterly oblivious to her cries, boldly reaching into the confines of Wang Xiufang's undergarments. Instantly, she felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lu Fan, no, we cannot do this." Wang Xiufang's voice ascended an octave, and her heart raced with urgency. However, Lu Fan remained unfazed, boldly asserting, "Why not? Did you not already promise to be my girlfriend? Is it not quite common to engage in such matters?" Wang Xiufang's heart was filled with turmoil and inner conflict. She found herself at a loss on how to respond to Lu Fan's erratic behavior. She was torn between adhering to her principles and fearing that provoking Lu Fan would incite him to act with even greater irrationality. "Lu Fan, please rise." Wang Xiufang's tone softened slightly, yet her heart remained in a state of agitation. However, Lu Fan persisted in his actions, continuing to subject Wang Xiufang to unbearable conduct, even beginning to remove her. Wang Xiufang was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes. With a helpless sigh, she understood that if this continued, the consequences could be unimaginable. Therefore, she decided to take a step back and stabilize Lu Fan first. All right, I promise you. As long as you refrain from such actions, we can be as affectionate as you wish. That should suffice, right? Now get up. Otherwise, I will call for help. Her voice bore a hint of resignation and compromise. Upon hearing her words, Lu Fan finally leaped off her, ceasing his caresses. He realized that Wang Xiufang was, after all, his aunt from the same village, and he could not be too demanding. Moreover, he certainly did not want Lin Shuer and Aunt Li to discover his sordid behavior. Seeing Lu Fan release her, Wang Xiufang hurriedly got off the bed and adjusted her flimsy clothing. Lu Fan, what is wrong with you today? Have you gone mad? This is utterly excessive. Lu Fan scratched his head and replied with a cheeky grin, Aunt Xiufang, I just like you too much and couldn't help myself. Besides, you already agreed to be my girlfriend, so it was only a matter of time. As he spoke, he attempted to embrace Wang Xiufang once more. Wang Xiufang pushed him away, her face flushed with anger, and scolded, You little rascal, how can you act like this? You must not be so reckless in the future. But you just said I could be affectionate at will. Have you forgotten? Lu Fan grumbled with a displeased expression, his eyes fixed on Wang Xiufang as if awaiting her response. However, Wang Xiufang shot him a fierce glare and retorted, Don't push your luck. Let's pretend today never happened. And from now on, adhere to the rules. Wait, how can you not keep your word? Wang Xiufang, upon hearing his complaint, found herself both amused and exasperated. Countering, aren't you also guilty of not keeping your word? How can I? Lu Fan began, but just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hall. Startling both of them, they exchanged a glance, both alarmed. Wang Xiufang quickly urged, Let's go. Be careful not to be seen by them. Though Lu Fan felt reluctant, he could only suppress his inner turmoil and reluctantly chose to give up. Before leaving, he took the chance to ask for a kiss. Before I go, just one kiss. All right? Seeing Wang Xiufang's lack of response, Lu Fan, in a moment of impulsiveness, played the rogue. If you refuse, then I won't leave. I'll stay in your room tonight and sleep holding you. His lips curled into a mischievous grin. Faced with his antics, Wang Xiufang, in her helplessness, could only concede. She tiptoed and quickly pecked him on the cheek. However, cunning Lu Fan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Just as Wang Xiufang leaned in, he swiftly turned his head to meet her luscious lips. He cradled her neck, fervently kissing her twice before finally releasing the flustered Wang Xiufang. Now that has settled, let us hurry, she urged, her face flushed with shyness. Lu Fan extended his tongue to savor the lingering taste on his lips, his face radiant with triumph, and he left her room, thoroughly satisfied. Wang Xiufang gazed at Lu Fan's departing figure, a mixture of embarrassment and anger swelling within her. She raised her hand and lightly struck her forehead, silently cursing herself for allowing this young man to manipulate her so easily. Yet, as is the nature of humanity, physical needs are inescapable. Although Wang Xiufang verbally resisted, her mind was inundated with vivid images of the tender moments shared with Lu Fan. Drawing a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself, striving to dismiss such thoughts. In the cool embrace of the night within the canyon, a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Lu Fan lay curled upon the straw mattress on the floor, seeking warmth in his compact position. His only covering was a thin jacket, which felt utterly inadequate against the biting cold of the night. In truth, it was not merely Lu Fan who faced this predicament. All individuals in this place endured the same hardship. None possessed blankets. Consequently, during the night, they could only make do with their clothing to shield their bodies from the brisk winds. While Lu Fan had initially been contemplating his plans for tomorrow's hunt in the jungle, a bolder idea suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. Chapter 61. Re-entering the pirate camp suddenly, Lu Fan thought to himself, Do I not possess a speedboat? I could stealthily infiltrate the pirate camp and procure some bedding. It is worth noting that the accommodations within that camp boast beddings of a star-rated standard. The more Lu Fan contemplated, the more he deemed this idea feasible. He mused. After all, everything these pirates possess was acquired through forceful plunder. Surely, taking a few beddings would not be too excessive, would it? Resolute in his decision, Lu Fan arose at dawn, preparing to set forth. Just then, Lin Shuer, who was nearby, heard the commotion and stepped out to investigate. Upon opening the door, she beheld Lu Fan meticulously organizing his weaponry. A dagger was sheathed at his waist, a machete was grasped in his hand, and a pistol was tucked at his lower back. Lin Shuer rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired, "Lu Fan, where are you off to so early?" "I'm going hunting," Lu Fan replied, taking a step forward only to halt abruptly. He turned to Lin Shuer and asked, "Sister Shuer, if I were to procure bedding and adorn your room like a bridal chamber, would you allow me to stay in your room every night for our intimate evenings?" Upon uttering this, Lu Fan mischievously winked at her. Lin Shuer, taken aback, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "What are you saying? Are you feeling frisky this early in the morning?" As she spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she shot Lu Fan an admonishing glare. However, Lin Shuer was oblivious to the true meaning behind Lu Fan's words and mistakenly thought he was attempting to take advantage of her again. Thus, she retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Always fixated on such trivial matters. I know you're going hunting. Hurry along. Remember to return quickly." After pondering for a moment, Lu Fan deliberated whether to disclose his plan to venture to the pirate camp to Lin Shuer. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to keep it to himself for the time being, wishing to spare her any unnecessary anxiety. "Sister Shuer, I might return a bit late. Please let Aunt Xiufang know not to worry about me," Lu Fan said with a smile, striving to maintain a light-hearted tone. "Lin Shuer observed Lu Fan." A hint of concern etched on her face. She nodded gently and replied, "Yes, you must be cautious. We will await your return." Noticing her expression, Lu Fan's lips curled into a sly smile, and he playfully remarked, "Sister Shuer, rest assured, when I return, I shall bring you a plethora of delightful treasures, and then we can enjoy another intimate evening together. How about that?" However, the moment Lin Shuer heard those words, her countenance darkened, her previous worry swiftly replaced by a surge of indignation. Her eyes widened as she glared fiercely at Lu Fan, exclaiming, You always have ulterior motives? Are you feeling particularly mischievous?" Seeing Lin Shuer on the verge of anger, Lu Fan sensed impending doom and hastily prepared to make his escape. He had no desire to be caught and subjected to her wrath. Thus, he swiftly turned and fled like a startled rabbit, fearing that any delay would result in Lin Shuer capturing him. Observing Lu Fan's retreating figure, Lin Shuer revealed a knowing smile at the corners of her mouth. Upon reaching the seaside, Lu Fan inhaled deeply the refreshing sea breeze, savoring the essence of the ocean. He hastened to the concealed location of the speedboat, adeptly untied the ropes, and then leaped aboard. At the moment he turned the key to ignite the engine, it emitted a deep, rumbling growl, akin to a giant beast being awakened. Lu Fan pressed the throttle, and the speedboat surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the waves and sending up white sprays of water. The waves relentlessly crashed against the boat, producing a rhythmic sound, as if cheering for Lu Fan's adventurous journey. The vast expanse of the sea unfolded before him, rendering the speedboat diminutive in this azure realm, akin to a mere insignificant ant. Yet, Lu Fan felt no trepidation. He gripped the steering wheel firmly, his gaze resolutely directed towards the pirate camp. After a lengthy journey, Lu Fan finally beheld the island where a colossal cruise ship was docked. The cruise ship stood out brightly under the sun, its contours sharply defined. Lu Fan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, for he knew he was drawing nearer to his objective. As the speedboat approached the island, Lu Fan did not charge directly towards the sandy shore. Instead, he cautiously reduced his speed and maneuvered the boat to the opposite side of the island to conceal it. He disembarked, crouched low, and stealthily peered towards the shoreline. There, he observed several pirates gathered around a fire, roasting meat and drinking, completely oblivious to Lu Fan's presence. To avoid alarming them, Lu Fan resolved to alter his course, circumventing the shoreline and plunging into the dense jungle. The forest was dark and damp, with the ground strewn with fallen leaves and branches, compelling Lu Fan to tread carefully with each step, lest he make any noise to attract the pirates' attention. He navigated through the underbrush with great difficulty, gradually drawing closer to the cruise ship. Just as he neared the vessel, he was dismayed to find that the entrance was guarded by pirates, all clad in uniform and armed with AKs. It appeared that gaining entry would be rather troublesome. An assault could easily result in a disastrous outcome. Frustration welled within him as he grappled with his current predicament. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise reached Lu Fan's ears, causing his heart to race as he swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree, peering through the foliage. To his astonishment, he discovered a group of fearsome pirates escorting several abducted women towards the cruise ship. The women appeared utterly terrified. Some wept while others wore expressions of hopelessness. Yet their beauty and figures were striking. A thought flickered through Lu Fan's mind. These women might serve as his gateway to infiltrate the cruise ship. Thus, he circled to the rear of the line, patiently biding his time until the pirates moved a bit further away, ensuring that his presence went unnoticed. He then stealthily followed in their wake. Upon reaching a corner, Lu Fan felt the moment had arrived. He took a deep breath and suddenly charged forward, swiftly incapacitating the last pirate in the line with a speed that could scarcely be comprehended. Subsequently, he hurriedly donned the pirate-esque attire, bound the unconscious brigand, and dragged him into the jungle before seamlessly integrating himself back into the procession. With his head bowed, Lu Fan endeavored to avoid attracting the attention of the other pirates. At that moment, his heartbeat quickened, for this was an act of peril. Should he be discovered, he would be mercilessly riddled with bullets by the multitude of armed pirates surrounding him. Chapter 62. The long-haired pirate captain Mao Lu Fan pondered for a moment, reminding himself to remain calm. Yet, as he gazed upon the trembling women before him, his heart ached with an indescribable discomfort. He yearned to spring into action and rescue them immediately, but he also recognized that, given his currently precarious situation, it was nearly impossible to effect their liberation successfully. Upon entering the cruise ship, Lu Fan had already observed the pirates escorting these women toward the cargo hold. He calculated silently that he needed to devise a means to first evade this band of pirates before seeking an opportunity to procure supplies. Upon reaching a corner, he seized the moment and swiftly concealed himself. Once the group had moved on, he crept stealthily toward the staircase like a nimble cat. At that moment, a long-haired figure, bearing the unmistakable demeanor of a pirate captain, approached. The man scrutinized Lu Fan with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Which crew are you from, and what brings you here?" Lu Fan's heart raced, but he maintained a facade of composure. A sudden idea struck him, and he feigned annoyance, replying, "I'm new here and not yet familiar with the place. I intended to go to the storeroom to collect some blankets, but I'm not sure where it is." The long-haired pirate furrowed his brow, suspicion evident in his gaze as he appraised Lu Fan. "New? I wasn't aware we had new recruits. Who sent you?" Lu Fan felt a tightening in his chest, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, keeping a serene expression. He blurted out, "Baldy." "Baldy?" The long-haired pirate, taken aback by this name, instinctively touched his forehead, seeming unfamiliar with it. However, he furrowed his brow slightly, as if he had heard the name before, but could not recall specifically who Baldy was. Seeing this, Lu Fan felt a surge of triumph and seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Yes, Baldy introduced me. He is my cousin. Today is my first day on the job, and I haven't had the chance to get acquainted with you yet." As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a few gold coins from his pocket, carefully presenting them to the long-haired pirate, his face alight with flattery. "I hope you will look after me from now on, brother." This tactic proved effective, for as the saying goes, a man is beholden to those who give him gifts. The long-haired pirate's expression transformed instantly as he regarded the cigarettes and coins, his previously tense countenance relaxing into a greedy smile. He clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder, his tone growing amiable. "All right then, since you're Baldy's relative, we'll let this slide. You're in the wrong place. The storeroom is in the cargo hold." Upon hearing cargo hold, Lu Fan paused, astonished that his mere fabrication had turned out to be true. The long-haired pirate, mistaking Lu Fan's momentary daze for ignorance of the cargo hold's location, continued, "You do know where the prison is, right?" Lu Fan nodded vigorously. Yes. I know. I've been there before." Yet there stood a guard at the entrance, preventing my entry. Upon hearing this, the long-haired pirate burst into a triumphant laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, with your status, It is indeed impossible for you to enter. However, considering your perceptiveness, I shall generously lend you a hand today. When you arrive, simply mention my name and say that Captain Mao has sent you to collect new blankets. Rest assured, no one will dare to stop you." Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan felt a surge of joy within, aware that half of his plan had already succeeded. He continued to flatter the long-haired pirate, extolling him with extravagant praise. This shower of compliments delighted the long-haired pirate, lifting his spirits to the clouds. "Oh, Brother Mao, you are truly remarkable. With a figure as imposing as yours backing me, I shall surely stride through this camp with confidence in the future. I am indeed fortunate," Lu Fan said with feigned admiration. "By the way, Brother Mao, the nights on this small island can be quite chilly. May I request a few more sets of blankets? As you know, if I do not cover myself properly at night, my frail frame cannot withstand the cold." The long-haired pirate pondered Lu Fan's request. How many could this lad possibly need? After all, it was merely a few more blankets, not a significant matter for him. Thus, he waved his hand generously and declared, "Go ahead. No problem. Take as many as you like. Such trivialities need not be discussed with me." Lu Fan was elated. He had not anticipated matters would unfold so smoothly, finding the long-haired pirate rather easy to manipulate. He promptly expressed his gratitude and hurriedly dashed towards the warehouse, as if propelled by oil beneath his feet. Upon arriving at the warehouse entrance, he was halted by a guard. "What business do you have here? This place is not meant for lowly scum like you. Begone." At that moment, Lu Fan thought to himself, with Captain Mao's endorsement, he must not show any signs of weakness. Otherwise, these contemptible pirates would surely take advantage of him. Thus, he spoke with an air of authority. "I am here on Captain Mao's orders to retrieve blankets. If you refuse me entry, then I shall forego my request and let Captain Mao come himself. But what should I say if he becomes enraged?" With that, Lu Fan pretended to turn away. Upon hearing that he was affiliated with Captain Mao, the guards immediately changed their demeanor. One guard remarked, "He is with Captain Mao. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let him enter. If Captain Mao truly arrives, we would surely face dire consequences." Indeed, another guard contemplated for a moment, agreeing, and said to Lu Fan, "Since you are with Captain Mao, you may proceed." It was well known that Captain Mao commanded the largest number of pirates in the entire camp. He often boasted of his strength, showing little regard for anyone within the camp. Even the pirate leader, Old Hu, would grant him some leeway, let alone these insignificant guards. Ultimately, under the guidance of one guard, Lu Fan stepped into the familiar confines of the warehouse. On one side of the warehouse, there were cells partitioned into cramped quarters, while the opposite side was piled high with an assortment of goods. The corridor of the warehouse was still permeated with a pungent odor, and the women huddled in the corners of their cells were incessantly sobbing and shivering, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Witnessing such a harrowing scene stirred a profound discomfort within Lu Fan. They traversed the lengthy corridor until they reached its end, where a guard stood stoically before a heavy iron door. With an impassive expression, he regarded Lu Fan before slowly opening the door. "This is the warehouse," the guard stated coldly. "Find what you need on your own, and remember to close the door upon your exit." With that, he scarcely cast another glance at Lu Fan and turned away, striding back towards the entrance of the warehouse without a backward glance. As Lu Fan gazed at the slowly opening iron door, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. He eagerly stepped into the warehouse. Yet as his eyes swept across the interior, he was instantly captivated, rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before him. Chapter 63: The Warehouse. Resembling the size of a basketball court, was brimming with supplies, towering like mountains, and seemingly without end. It housed not only bags of snacks and canned goods, but also a comprehensive array of medications, alongside various essential items such as clothing, bedding, and tools. Resembling a miniature department store with an abundance of goods, Lu Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "How many cargo ships did these rascals plunder to amass such a bounty?" He felt as though he had stepped into a paradise of provisions, a stark contrast to the desolate conditions of the island he inhabited. One was akin to the heavens, the other to the depths of the earth. As Lu Fan's frustration grew, he muttered to himself, "Today, I shall take as much as I can. Otherwise, It would be a disservice to those robbed cargo ships. Resolutely, he decided to seize this opportunity, determined to carry away as much as possible. Rationalizing that since these items were originally stolen, taking a bit more would not be unjust. He first rummaged through the warehouse and unearthed a sizable black bag, then began to stuff the bedding he had found inside. However, after only a few pieces, the bag was already bulging, unable to accommodate any more, and appeared cumbersome and heavy. What to do now? Lu Fan contemplated, acutely aware that this was his sole chance to transport everything he could. A second opportunity would not present itself. After some reflection, Lu Fan resolved to search the warehouse for any useful tools. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a length of rope and two enormous burlap sacks tucked away in a corner. Grasping the rope, he securely bound the bedding within the bag and transferred it into the burlap sacks, thus conserving space for additional provisions. Yet, Lu Fan was not content to stop there. He continued to scavenge for other useful supplies within the warehouse. In the end, he managed to gather clothing, shoes, and various necessities, all of which he stuffed into another large sack. As he surveyed the two bulging burlap sacks filled to the brim with supplies, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. However, when he attempted to lift the sacks, he was taken aback by their weight. He had not anticipated that they would be so heavy. Together, they must weigh several hundred pounds. To Lu Fan, the amount he had collected felt insufficient, even rather paltry. Perplexed, he pondered, how could these few items weigh so much? Just as he was fretting over how to transport the two hefty sacks, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside. Panic surged through him. Had he been discovered? His heart raced as he swiftly concealed the two sacks behind a large box and stealthily approached the door, cautiously peeking outside to assess the situation. As he focused his gaze, he was taken aback to discover that the very women who had recently been captured were being forcibly dragged by a group of pirates, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere toward the cell door. Each of these pirates bore a menacing countenance, their mouths spewing vile curses. Wretched women, don't take kindness for granted. I'm merely offering you a better fate, yet you show me ingratitude. Delay any longer, and I shall strike you down. With that, one of the pirates, embodying brutality, lashed out with a whip, striking the women mercilessly. The sharp crack echoed as the whip landed on their tender skin, leaving behind ghastly welts of blood. The ladies, tormented by this sudden agony, screamed in despair and fell to their knees, pleading, "Please, spare us. We beg you." Witnessing this horrifying scene ignited a fierce rage within Lu Fan. His body trembled with fury, wishing he could charge forth and tear these heartless brutes to shreds. However, after a fleeting moment of impulsiveness, he gradually regained his composure. He understood all too well that with his solitary strength, it was utterly impossible to rescue these unfortunate women from the clutches of such ruthless pirates. Helplessly, he could only watch as this abhorrent spectacle unfolded before him, powerless to intervene. Once they departed, Lu Fan returned to the place where he had hidden the burlap sacks, staring at the two enormous and heavy sacks. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, with a determined grit, he resolved to take a chance. He grasped one sack firmly and hoisted it upward, simultaneously driving his knee upward. With a shout of exertion, the sack was securely balanced on his shoulder. He employed the same method to lift the other sack onto his shoulder, one on each side, firmly securing them in place while his head was wedged between the two. The weight of the sacks made each step a grueling endeavor, and sweat drenched his garments. As Lu Fan passed by the cell where the women were held, his peripheral vision caught sight of one woman inside. Just a fleeting glance made his heart leap. Her face was strikingly familiar. His feet seemed rooted to the spot as he abruptly halted, eyes wide open, fixating on the woman, striving to ascertain if he had mistaken her identity. Indeed, it was her. The alluring guide from the cruise ship left an indelible impression on Lu Fan. He vividly recalled how he had rebuffed her suggestions for gambling games, only to be mocked as a pauper. How the tides had turned. The once vibrant tour guide now appeared dazed, her hair disheveled, her face marred with dirt and tear stains. Her lips cracked from dehydration, and her clothing tattered, cowering in a corner. It was unimaginable that the glamorous, seductive tour guide he once knew had fallen to such depths. evoking a profound sense of sorrow within Lu Fan. Yet, the guide seemed oblivious to Lu Fan's gaze. Her gaze wandered aimlessly, completely failing to recognize Lu Fan standing outside the cell. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Lu Fan. He was uncertain whether to feel relief or despair. The other women in the cell noticed Lu Fan's gaze and mistakenly assumed he was one of those detestable pirates. The thought that he might take an interest in them, potentially subjecting them to inhumane torment, sent shivers down their spines. They immediately bowed their heads, too frightened to meet Lu Fan's eyes. The weight of the sack on Lu Fan's shoulder served as a harsh reminder that he could no longer linger in this place. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart before turning abruptly and striding towards the cargo hold. Each hurried step seemed imbued with a desperate desire to escape this suffocating environment. Just as he was about to exit the cargo hold, a pirate guard suddenly materialized before him like a specter, blocking his path. The guard was tall and menacing, and upon seeing him, Lu Fan's heart sank, instinctively sensing trouble ahead. Chapter 64. Captain Mao, the pirate guard, scrutinized Lu Fan, his gaze filled with suspicion. In a gruff voice, he inquired, "Aren't you here for blankets? Why are you carrying so much? What do you intend to do with it?" At that moment, Lu Fan's heart raced wildly, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, terrified that his true intentions would be discerned. He strove to maintain his composure, hesitating for a full 3 seconds before taking a deep breath and feigning an air of calm. With a dismissive tone, he replied, "These are all items that Captain Mao requested I deliver to his quarters. Surely, you wouldn't deny Captain Mao the use of these necessities? Or must he consult you for permission on every item he requires?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the pirate guard's face reflected a hint of uncertainty. Clearly, he did not wholly trust Lu Fan's claims, but the thought of Captain Mao's formidable authority ultimately swayed him to avoid provoking the captain's wrath. After all, these supplies were not his own. Reluctantly, he stepped aside, allowing Lu Fan to pass. A wave of relief washed over Lu Fan as he hastily carried the 2 large sacks of supplies out of the cargo hold. He dared not linger, feeling as though a pack of malevolent spirits pursued him, and he sprinted towards the cruise ship's exit. However, upon reaching the ship's exit, he was abruptly confronted by several more pirates who barred his path. Lu Fan's heart raced to an alarming tempo, and his mind went blank, leaving him utterly unprepared for the situation at hand. Anxiously, Lu Fan thought, "I can't possibly say I'm delivering these to Captain Mao now. That would expose my ruse. What should I do?" Just as panic surged within him, a loud voice echoed from behind, "Let him pass. These are items requested by Captain Mao." It was the same pirate guard whom Lu Fan had previously intimidated in the cargo hold, who had come to inform the guards at the exit to prevent any offense against Captain Mao. Upon hearing that the supplies were for Captain Mao, the pirates blocking Lu Fan's way, though still skeptical, dared not impede him further. After all, this was not the first instance. There had been occasions when various squad leaders would send their subordinates to discreetly trade goods for gold, leveraging their status. Such occurrences had rendered the guards impotent, forced to turn a blind eye. Upon realizing Lu Fan was affiliated with Captain Mao, they reluctantly stepped aside, allowing him to proceed. "Hey, brother," called the pirate guard who had rushed to catch up with Lu Fan, his demeanor now friendly. "I didn't mean to block you earlier. Just make sure Captain Mao doesn't find out. If you need anything next time, just come to me directly." He then discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into Lu Fan's pocket. It is well known that these pirates are ruthless, and those who ascend to leadership, like Captain Mao, are often mercilessly brutal. The guard, fearing repercussions from Captain Mao, hurried over to console Lu Fan, ensuring he would not disclose anything to the captain. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude for the cigarette, assuring the guard that he understood. Once granted passage, Lu Fan dare not linger, hastening to exit the cruise ship with the heavy sack, as if a moment's delay would render all his efforts futile. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Fan, having escaped the cruise ship, noticed the absence of anyone around. Seizing the cover of night, he swiftly slipped back into the jungle from whence he came, making his way toward the concealed location of the boat at the shoreline. When he painstakingly placed the sack onto the boat, he felt an immense relief wash over him as the weight was lifted from his shoulders. After a brief respite, Lu Fan initially intended to depart immediately. However, thoughts of the women who had just been taken, especially that alluring tour guide, stirred a conflict within him. He realized that he lacked the capacity to rescue them at present, but the distance he had traveled urged him to learn more about the pirate camp and ascertain the fate of Baldy. Resolutely, he steeled himself for another risk. Upon returning to the cruise ship, Lu Fan found that the pirates at the entrance posed no obstruction, seemingly unaware of his presence, as if he were invisible. Once aboard, he did not head for the cargo hold to rescue anyone. Instead, he ascended the staircase directly toward the deck. After all, he could hardly save so many women. Rescuing one, Su Miyun, had already forced him to sleep on the floor. If he were to save another, he might very well end up sleeping by the creek. Moreover, with Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer already in his life, he felt adequately accompanied, and Su Miyun was still an option. Just as he was about to traverse the suite's corridor, he heard a faint sound of a woman weeping. The sound was barely discernible, drifting from a corner. Instantly alert, Lu Fan halted, straining to catch the surrounding sounds. After careful listening, he finally pinpointed the source of the noise. Stealthily, he approached the room, his steps as light as a cat's, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Upon reaching the door from which the sound emanated, Lu Fan peered through the crack. The sight within tightened his chest. A young woman huddled in a corner, her body trembling incessantly, arms tightly wrapped around her legs, her head buried deep within her arms. Though she stifled her sobs, they resonated clearly. Lu Fan surmised that this woman had likely been brought to this room by the pirates and subjected to unspeakable indignities, prompting her sorrowful cries. His anger ignited at the thought of such brutality perpetrated by the pirates. However, just as he prepared to take action, a drunken pirate stumbled toward him unsteadily. Realizing the imminent danger, Lu Fan cursed his luck. Escape was no longer an option. His mind raced, and a sudden idea struck him. He swiftly darted into the room and concealed himself within the suite's bathroom. The bathroom door was not securely shut, and Lu Fan anxiously peered through the crack, observing the unfolding scene outside. Before him, a pirate strode into the room, muttering incoherent phrases. "Damn wench. I'm about to indulge myself." With that, he advanced towards the woman. Upon hearing his voice, she trembled violently, as if gripped by sheer terror. Slowly, she raised her head, her eyes wide with fright, streaked with the marks of tears. "Please, let me go." Her voice quivered, laced with desperation, as if this were her final glimmer of hope. Chapter 65. The Devil's Revelry on the cruise ship. She desperately shrank into the corner of the room, yearning to distance herself from the terrifying pirate. However, the confines of the room were limited, and soon her back pressed against the cold wall. Her eyes were filled with a profound fear, one that evoked a deep sense of pity for the unknown and the despair that enveloped her. Yet, in response to her pleas, the pirate displayed no semblance of compassion. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he abruptly seized her by the hair and yanked it forcefully. Help me." The woman's screams echoed through the room, a haunting and desperate sound that sent chills down one's spine. Lu Fan, listening from the bathroom, felt a surge of rage ignite within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He understood all too well that stepping outside could reveal his true identity, but witnessing the woman's plight made it impossible for him to remain passive. "Shout! Yell loudly, and see if anyone comes to your rescue. Let me tell you, it is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you. Do not be ungrateful." With that, the pirate tore at her clothing and, gripping her hair, pushed her onto the bed. Just as he was about to assault her, Lu Fan, hidden in the bathroom, could no longer bear the woman's agonizing screams, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. He burst forth from the bathroom like an enraged lion, his speed akin to lightning, and in an instant, he was before the pirate. With a powerful kick fueled by pent-up energy, he struck the pirate in the lower back. The drunken pirate was utterly unprepared for the sudden assault, and the ferocity of the blow caught him off guard. He stumbled, losing his balance and crashing to the ground like a sack of sand. Seeing this, Lu Fan rushed forward without hesitation, delivering several more punches while the pirate lay incapacitated, ensuring he had lost consciousness. Only then did Lu Fan turn his attention to the woman, gently reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you." Her face, once etched with terror, now flickered with a hint of surprise at his words. Nevertheless, her body continued to tremble, and her voice quivered as she asked, "Thank you. Who are you? Why did you come to save me?" Lu Fan chose not to respond to her inquiries, but remained composed, instructing her, "Do not speak. First, put on your clothes." He swiftly dragged the unconscious pirate into the bathroom. Upon emerging, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the woman's chest, where he noticed a trickle of blood seeping through. Alarmed, he pointed at her chest, concern etched across his features as he asked, "You are injured? What happened?" Hearing his question, the woman began to weep even more fervently, her tears flowing like a torrential flood. As she wept softly, her trembling voice responded, "It was that beast who bit me." Upon uttering these words, a hint of embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to lower her gaze. Unable to meet Lu Fan's eyes, Lu Fan, taken aback by her revelation, could scarcely fathom the depths of depravity to which the despicable pirate had sunk. In an instant, a fierce rage ignited within him. With uncontainable fury, he unsheathed his dagger from his waist and, like a maddened lion, charged into the restroom. Upon entering, Lu Fan's gaze fell upon the pirate, still unconscious on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, and with a swift motion, he slashed the pirate's throat. Blood gushed forth from the wound, but the unconscious pirate emitted not a sound as he succumbed to his fate. Lu Fan, his expression impassive, regarded the lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, then spoke in a calm tone, "Remember to be a good person in your next life." He withdrew all the currency from his person and exited the restroom. Observing the still sobbing woman, he gently reassured her, "It is over. He will no longer harm you." Her cries gradually subsided as she lifted her gaze to Lu Fan, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough. My name is Lin Yu, and once I am free, I shall repay your kindness." Her voice trembled still. Lu Fan nodded slightly. "Stay here. Do not wander off. I must find someone and will return shortly." Lin Yu, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, hesitated to respond, her timid gaze flickering towards the restroom, seemingly fearful that the pirate might awaken and resume his torment. Noticing her distress, Lu Fan quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. I have killed him. He poses no threat to you any longer." At his words, Lin Yu turned pale, her body shaking violently as she covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with terror. "What? You killed him?" Her voice was nearly incoherent. Lu Fan, observing her reaction with a mix of sympathy and resolve, gently comforted her. "He got what he deserved. You need not fear." Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. "But what if we're discovered?" she asked anxiously. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "For now, it is unlikely. Remember, stay here and do not wander." With that, he carefully opened the door to assess the situation outside. Once he confirmed it was safe, he slipped out, gently closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, Lin Yu curled up on the bed, hugging her knees with an expression full of anxiety and dread, her fingers tightly clenching the fabric of her clothes. Lu Fan made his way swiftly to the deck, where the raucous revelry of the pirates unfolded. The stage was already crowded with various influential figures who had come to procure supplies and women from the pirate camp, including several familiar faces from Lu Fan's previous visit. As he approached the edge of the deck, he heard Boss Hu bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's grand finale features several exquisite beauties who have just arrived, still warm to the touch." As the command was issued, several women standing on stage, already trembling with fear, were compelled to dance. These beauties, caught in a predicament, could only awkwardly sway their bodies for the amusement and selection of the equally deranged audience below. At that moment, a cacophony of chatter and whistles erupted from the crowd. Lu Fan gazed around, seemingly searching for something, and ultimately spotted a familiar figure in an inconspicuous spot at the back of the crowd, Baldy. Initially, he had worried that after he had helped Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun escape, Boss Hu would inevitably seek retribution upon discovering that it was he who had led them to the camp. However, Baldy appeared unchanged, no limbs missing, indicating that his concerns were unfounded. Lu Fan navigated through the throng and circled behind Baldy, who, oblivious to Lu Fan's arrival, stood on tiptoe, eagerly captivated by the dancing beauties on stage. A slight smile crept across Lu Fan's lips as he thought to himself, "It seems this fellow remains a lecherous soul." He reached out and tapped Baldy on the shoulder. Startled, Baldy turned around, and upon seeing Lu Fan, was taken aback, stammering, "Lu, big brother, what brings you here?" Chapter 66, Encountering the Bald Man. With a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips, Lu Fan remarked, "I find myself with some leisure time lately, hence my visit. What, am I not welcome?" The Bald Man, taken aback by Lu Fan's audacity in appearing so brazenly on deck, quickly tugged him aside and whispered, "Brother Lu, I am fortunate that last time nothing was revealed. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits." Noticing Lu Fan's impassive demeanor, he hesitated momentarily before continuing, "But why have you returned? I implore you, spare me this time. Will you?" Lu Fan reassuringly patted his shoulder, exuding confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, I know my limits. What do you think of those lovely ladies on stage?" He gestured towards the dancers with a tilt of his head. Following Lu Fan's gaze, the bald man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swallowed hard and nodded. "Beautiful. Do you desire them?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's inquiry, the bald man looked at him incredulously. "What? Brother Lu, please do not jest with me. I earn but a few gold coins a month. The women on that stage must cost at least 10 gold coins, and I am left with merely 3. A grin spread across Lu Fan's face. "Fear not. I just encountered a woman even more exquisite than them. I shall present her to you shortly. Ah, by the way, go to the western reef of the island and fill the fuel tank of that speedboat for me." The bald man's expression shifted to one of concern. "Brother Lu, this might not be wise. The camp is rather strict now. I fear that I—" Lu Fan shot him an irritated glare. "I said go. Quit your prattling. You surely have a way to manage this trivial task." Seeing the discontent etched on the bald man's face, Lu Fan lightheartedly patted his shoulder again. "Once you've filled the tank, head to room 108. I have a beautiful lady waiting for you." The mention of a lady lit up the bald man's eyes instantly. Disregarding the difficulties with the fuel, he eagerly nodded. "Really? Very well. Brother Lu, I shall go at once." With that, he darted away. Lu Fan watched the retreating figure of the bald man, a smile gracing his lips, indeed. Beauty holds sway over men. Amidst the haze and cacophony surrounding him, Lu Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His stomach had grumbled incessantly after a day of hunger. Thus, he turned towards the second floor in search of a dining hall, hoping to satiate his appetite. Upon reaching the second floor, he was met with a clamor of voices. Following the sound, he soon discovered a vast dining hall where several pirates were engaged in revelry. Dressed in a pirate's attire, Lu Fan faced no hindrance as he smoothly entered the hall. Upon crossing the threshold, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The dining hall was adorned with an array of delectable dishes and fine wines, a dazzling display that surpassed even the restaurant aboard the luxurious cruise he had once traveled on. However, the demeanor of the serving staff contrasted sharply with the sumptuous feast laid out before him. Although the attendants were clad in neat attire, their expressions and demeanor revealed a distinct lack of vitality. Their eyes were filled with timidity and fear. As they served the drunken pirates, they moved with utmost caution, terrified of provoking them and incurring a violent wrath. Lu Fan observed these servers, pondering silently. He surmised that they were akin to the women confined in the cargo hold, all abducted by the pirates. After the pirates had exploited the beauty of those women for their own amusement, they exchanged them for gold coins, while the plain-looking women remained behind, serving as caretakers for the pirates' daily needs. Having endured the luxury of a mere bun on the desolate island, Lu Fan could hardly contain himself upon seeing such an abundance of food. He devoured it ravenously, savoring each bite of meat and sip of wine with great delight. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he let out a few contented burps and then slowly rose, preparing to leave the dining area. Just as he stepped out, a woman's voice suddenly rang out behind him. It was crisp and resonant, as if it pierced through the entire corridor and directly into Lu Fan's ears. "Hey, come here." Lu Fan halted, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. He turned slowly, his gaze falling upon the woman. She appeared to be around 40, with an attractive visage. Though she had surpassed the age of confusion, time had left but few traces on her face, instead adding an air of mature charm. Her shoulder-length hair was expertly layered, exuding a sharp and capable demeanor, indicative of a woman of substance. She donned a black dress, with slits on either side that gracefully revealed her fair and voluptuous thighs, igniting the imagination. On her feet were black high-heeled shoes, the elegant arches accentuating her pale skin with a hint of blush, a sight that would surely stir the heart of any man. Even more striking was the semi-transparent black floral cardigan she wore, under which her curvaceous figure appeared even more alluring. Lu Fan, captivated by the enchanting woman before him, felt a stir of emotions. He mused to himself, what is happening? Am I to experience a stroke of romantic fortune today? With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode towards the woman, brimming with anticipation for what might unfold. However, the woman regarded him with a disdainful gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her eyes betraying an unmistakable contempt. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she pointed toward a cart laden with gourmet food and fine wine, commanding imperiously, "Why are you dawdling like an old hag? Hurry and take this cart to my room." Before Lu Fan could respond, she turned on her heel and strode away with swift confidence, leaving him standing in bewilderment. A flicker of displeasure surged within Lu Fan as he felt unjustly belittled by this woman. Yet, just as he was about to erupt, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This woman, so audacious and domineering, must surely possess an extraordinary identity. Contemplating this, Lu Fan resolved to temporarily set aside his discontent and seek an audience with this enigmatic woman. However, when he took a step forward to pursue her, he was astonished to discover that the arrogant woman had vanished without a trace. Stunned, Lu Fan found himself rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, two pirates at the entrance of the restaurant noticed his unusual demeanor. They exchanged glances and approached him, kindly advising him, "Why are you standing here like a fool? Madam who has no patience to wait for you. If you provoke her ire, you will surely regret it." "Madam who?" Lu Fan gazed at the two pirates with a look of skepticism, evidently unfamiliar with this title. One of the pirates, upon noticing his confusion, displayed a look of incredulity and retorted, "You do not know she is Boss Hu's woman?" Suddenly enlightened, Lu Fan mused to himself, "Ah, that explains it. No wonder this woman is so unreasonable. She is indeed the formidable consort of Boss Hu. How intriguing." Chapter 67. The Lady of the Stronghold. Madam Hu thus. Lu Fan feigned great difficulty and remarked, "I know she is Madam Hu, but I am unaware of the location of her chamber." The two pirates exchanged glances, a knowing smile passing between them. One, rather impatiently, gestured in a direction and said, "Continue down this corridor. The first room on your left, room 201, is it. Hurry along and deliver it. Do not dawdle." With a resigned shrug, Lu Fan pushed the dining cart toward Madame Hu's room. Along the way, he pondered that since this woman was the consort of the notorious Hu, she was surely not a virtuous character. He resolved to seize an opportunity to toy with her. Upon reaching the door, Lu Fan took a deep breath and gently knocked. "Come in," came the haughty voice of Madame Hu from within. He opened the door and wheeled the cart inside. Just as he turned to leave, Madame Hu called out to him, "You, stay and pour me some wine." Initially taken aback, Lu Fan felt a surge of discontent but suppressed it, moving forward to pour her a drink. Madame Hu lifted the glass to her lips, taking a delicate sip while appraising him with her gaze. Suddenly, she sneered, "You, young man, possess a modicum of charm, yet you are relegated to the role of a mere lackey." Lu Fan forced a smile, slowly edging towards the door, observing his intent to depart. Madame Hu abruptly smashed her glass, exclaiming, "Did I permit you to leave? Come here and massage my shoulders." Internally cursing, Lu Fan thought this insufferable woman was truly overstepping her bounds. Nonetheless, he swallowed his indignation and approached to knead her shoulders. Madame Hu reclined in her chair, reveling in the attention, her flawless curves on full display before Lu Fan. Already captivated by her beauty, Lu Fan felt an insatiable thirst welling within him, his throat tightening with anticipation. Unconsciously, he applied more pressure in his ministrations. Madame Hu winced in pain and shrieked. What are you doing? Are you attempting to murder me? Faced with her aggressive demeanor, the hot-blooded Lu Fan could no longer endure such indignity. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, Wretched woman, do you truly consider yourself of such importance? I shall no longer serve you. Startled by Lu Fan's outburst, Madame Hu's expression darkened, and she shrieked, You insolent wretch! Dare you insult me? She rose, intent on calling for help. Feeling a surge of urgency, Lu Fan swiftly dashed forward, locking the door. Then, he seized her wrist with a grip as fierce as iron, his countenance dark and menacing, resembling an enraged lion. With a piercing glare, he threatened through clenched teeth. If you dare to call for assistance, I shall strangle you this instant. Madame Hu, completely unprepared for the audacity of this seemingly insignificant lackey, was taken aback by Lu Fan's formidable presence, her body trembling involuntarily in fear. Since she aligned herself with Boss Hu, no one has dared to show anger in her presence, let alone raise their voice at her. In that moment, fear rendered them so silent that they scarcely dared to breathe, much less move. During his days on the deserted island, Lu Fan had often felt an undeniable attraction towards Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, frequently casting them furtive glances. However, due to his inner moral compass and ethical constraints, he refrained from crossing any boundaries and never engaged in any overtly inappropriate actions towards them. Yet, ever since that fateful encounter with Lin Shuer, it was as if a Pandora's box had been opened within him, intensifying his desires for matters of intimacy. Having savored the pleasures, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress such thoughts. Now, gazing upon the alluring and voluptuous figure of Madame Hu is so tantalizingly close, his desires ignited like a powder keg, exploding uncontrollably. He pondered, is it not Boss who typically revels in taking the women of others? Today, I shall seize his woman, and I am eager to witness his reaction. His heartbeat quickens dramatically, as if 1,000 fawns were careening wildly within him, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. Driven by this surging desire, Lu Fan unhesitatingly envelopes Madame Hu in his arms, yearning to merge her essence with his own. His lips, possessed by an insatiable fervor, recklessly press against her heavily made-up visage, utterly disregarding her feelings in the moment. Madame Hu stands stunned by Lu Fan's audacious act, her mind rendered blank, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before her. She never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous man could possess such brazen audacity, daring to lay hands upon her, the matriarch of the stronghold, even attempting to encroach upon her very being. Suddenly regaining her senses, a wave of panic and fury surges within her. She begins to struggle fiercely, her hands igniting like flames, pushing against Lu Fan with all her might, while her voice resounds with vehement curses. You wretched beast, release me at once. If you dare to lay a hand on me, once Boss Hu finds out, your fate will be sealed. However, consumed by an overwhelming desire, Lu Fan had long since lost all reason. He was utterly indifferent to Madame Hu's threats and curses. His eyes blazed with an intense fire of passion as he spat out a venomous retort. Spare me your meaningless chatter. You are hardly virtuous yourself. It matters not if it is Boss Hu or even the King of Heaven who appears today. It will make no difference. Driven by an overwhelming desire, Lu Fan's hands clamped around Madame Hu like iron pincers, rendering her utterly incapable of escape. Moreover, his hands grew increasingly audacious, roving wantonly across her form. Madame Hu's body reacted as if electrified, her fear intensifying with every passing moment. She yearned to utter a word, to awaken Lu Fan from his trance. Yet, in the very instant she parted her lips, Lu Fan's powerful mouth descended upon hers like a ravenous beast, silencing her words with a fierce kiss that threatened to consume her entirely. Madame Hu's lips were firmly sealed by him, rendering her utterly voiceless, as she futilely struggled in his embrace. As desire intensified, Lu Fan's kisses grew increasingly fervent. With each passionate kiss, fueled by longing, he ultimately lifted the still resisting Madame Hu and cast her onto the bed, beginning to recklessly tear at her garments. Simultaneously, his tongue, like a sinuous serpent, roamed freely within her mouth, exploring every recess. A sudden shiver coursed through Madame Hu, her body gradually succumbing, and her initial resistance waned into feebleness. Just as Lu Fan was about to strip away her clothing, she seemed to awaken to a realization, suddenly thrashing wildly in a desperate struggle. Chapter 68. Capturing Madame Hu was acutely aware that once Big Hu discovered her liaison with another man, her days of comfort would come to a swift and brutal end, leaving her to face the relentless abandonment that awaited her. In her current state, however, her feeble resistance was utterly futile against Lu Fan's overpowering dominance. As the last remnants of her strength dwindled, she resigned herself to Lu Fan's whims, turning her head aside as tears of regret streamed down her face. In her heart, she silently prayed for an end to this harrowing ordeal that filled her with dread. Yet, the robust Lu Fan had no intention of letting such a captivating beauty slip away easily. After nearly 2 hours, he finally dismounted with a sense of satisfaction. Madame Hu lay limply on the bed, overwhelmed by feelings of remorse and helplessness, her vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling as she whispered, "This must remain a secret. If anyone finds out, we are doomed." "Rest assured, I shall keep your secret," Lu Fan replied, donning his clothes while observing her distressed state, a flicker of guilt stirring within him. Just then, a loud and urgent knocking echoed from outside. "Sister-in-law, open the door." Her eyes widened in terror as she turned to Lu Fan. "Quick, hide." That's a Bao, one of Big Hu's most trusted aides and personal bodyguard. "If he discovers our affair, we will be in grave danger." Hearing this, Lu Fan's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure. He swiftly tidied the area and, like a slippery eel, darted beneath the bed. Seeing Lu Fan hide, Madame Hu, despite her discomfort, composed herself and approached the door. Bao scrutinized her with a puzzled expression. "Sister-in-law, what were you doing? It took you so long to open the door." Nervously, Madame Hu stammered, I was just resting for a moment." Bao scanned the room with suspicion. Apart from the disheveled bedclothes, he noticed nothing amiss. He then turned to Madame Hu and said, "Oh, sister-in-law, I came to inform you that the boss wants you to join a gathering in the dining hall shortly." "All right, I understand. You go ahead. I'll tidy up and join you soon." Madame Hu felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that Bao had not detected anything unusual. At that moment, however, a slight noise escaped from beneath the bed. Bao's expression shifted, and he approached the source of the sound. Seeing this, Madame Hu's face drained of color. She knew Bao's unwavering loyalty to Big Hu and his formidable skills made him deeply trusted by her husband. If Lu Fan were to be discovered by Bao, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, and she would be dragged down with him. Bao swiftly reached the bedside, and just as Madame Hu attempted to intervene, it was too late. He yanked the sheets aside, and upon spotting Lu Fan, his eyes widened in fury, roaring, well, you dare to engage in such acts behind the boss's back." With that, he lunged forward to seize Lu Fan, who quickly reacted. He swiftly emerged from beneath the bed, deftly evading the outstretched hand of Bao, and immediately pivoted to deliver a swift kick to Bao's abdomen. Bao let out a muffled grunt, momentarily staggering before regaining his balance and preparing to retaliate. Mrs. Hu, witnessing the scene, screamed in terror. Enraged, Bao lunged forward, swinging a fist towards Lu Fan. With agility, Lu Fan dodged the blow, simultaneously grasping Bao's arm and forcefully tossing him aside, causing Bao to stumble precariously. Regaining his footing, Bao sneered, "You're quite the little rascal. No wonder you dare to betray your brother and steal his wife. It seems you possess some skill. Today, you've met your match. To dare lay hands on boss whose woman means your end is nigh." Lu Fan smirked disdainfully in response. "Is that so? Enough with the bluster. If you have the ability, come and prove it." Meanwhile, Mrs. Hu, filled with anxiety and fear, was at a loss for how to intervene. Just as Bao lunged at Lu Fan once more, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, delivering a kick to Bao's knee, causing him to collapse onto one knee in pain. Lu Fan capitalized on the moment, landing an elbow strike on Bao's back, forcing him to stumble forward. Seeing a brief respite in the conflict, Mrs. Hu hastily implored, "Bao, please pretend you didn't see this. I promise to reward you." Gritting his teeth, A Bao glared at Lu Fan, sister-in-law. My loyalty to the boss is unwavering. I cannot let this slide. As for you, just wait for the boss to deal with it. A Bao charged again, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Though Lu Fan was skilled, a Bao, being boss whose personal bodyguard, was no less formidable. After several rounds, Lu Fan began to feel the strain. In the midst of their tussle, a Bao suddenly drew a dagger from his waist, slicing a deep gash across Lu Fan's chest. Blood instantly soaked through his clothing. As Lu Fan lowered his gaze to assess the wound, a Bao seized the moment, using the dagger to inflict another cut on Lu Fan. The pain ignited Lu Fan's fighting spirit. He understood that a Bao sought to eliminate him and struck back with ruthless precision, determined not to hold back any longer. Lu Fan waited for a Bao to swing the dagger again. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped a Bao's wrist and twisted it forcefully, causing a Bao to cry out in pain as the dagger fell to the ground. Lu Fan quickly kicked the dagger away, then delivered a powerful punch to a Bao's face, leaving him dazed. Mrs. Hu, paralyzed with fear, could only watch anxiously. As a Bao regained his senses, he charged forward once more, and the two resumed their fierce struggle. Lu Fan realized that he could not afford to remain in a stalemate, for if discovered, his escape would be nearly impossible. Spotting a flaw in a Bao's defenses, he sidestepped and slammed his shoulder into a Bao's abdomen, forcing him to retreat. As a Bao steadied himself and charged again, Lu Fan deftly sidestepped, grasping his shoulder and executing a powerful throw that sent a Bao crashing to the ground. A Bao attempted to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with fury. Just as he prepared to advance again, Lu Fan bent low, gathering all his strength to thrust the dagger towards a Bao's throat with deadly intent. The dagger plunged straight into a Bao's throat, his eyes widening in disbelief as he clutched at his neck. A series of choking sounds escaped from his throat, blood gushing through his fingers, and his body swayed before collapsing lifelessly to the ground in an instant. Mrs. Hu, startled, covered her mouth in shock, unable to utter a sound. She had never anticipated that a Bao, the most skilled fighter in the pirate camp, could be so easily dispatched by Lu Fan. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. Lu Fan, panting heavily, gazed at the lifeless form on the ground, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Yet, now was not the time for fear. He had to dispose of the body swiftly. He turned to Mrs. Hu, intending to open the window and heave the body out, for it was imperative to eliminate any evidence before anyone else could discover it. Otherwise, should it be found in her room, there would be no way to provide a plausible explanation. Chapter 69. A connection between the bald man and Lin Yu Mrs. Who was utterly terrified, her composure shattered. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, she mechanically nodded and hurried to open the window. The two of them worked in unison to hoist a Bao's lifeless body to the edge of the window. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan gave a forceful shove, and the corpse tumbled out into the abyss below. Subsequently, Mrs. Hu retrieved a towel and swiftly began to erase the remnants of their struggle, striving to eliminate any potential clues that could expose them. In that moment, Mrs. Hu was engulfed by a profound sense of panic. Her face etched with anxiety as she implored, "What shall we do next? A Bao's disappearance will surely arouse Boss Hu's suspicions." Observing her distress, Lu Fan felt a surge of relief, thinking to himself, "She has finally become an ally in this precarious endeavor." With a calm demeanor, he replied, "You should proceed to the dining hall and join the gathering. Remember to act as if nothing has transpired. No one will suspect you. As for me, I will seek an opportunity to vacate this place. As long as you remain silent, and I do not speak, no third party will be privy to our secret." Mrs. Hu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced with a nod. She understood that this was their only viable option for the time being, and with a heavy heart, she exited the room. Seizing the moment while Mrs. Hu was occupied in the dining hall, Lu Fan cleaned the bloodstains from his wounds before slipping out of the room. He strode confidently towards room 108, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. However, just as Lu Fan reached the threshold of the room, he heard Lin Yu's voice emanating from within. "Get out, I don't know you." Immediately following was the bald man's voice. "Miss Lin, I am not a bad person. Lu Fan sent me." At that moment, Lu Fan pushed the door open and walked in, witnessing the bald man attempting to approach Lin Yu with ill intentions. With a thunderous shout, he commanded stop. The force of his voice reverberated through the room, causing the bald man to tremble in fear. Startled by Lu Fan's outburst, the bald man abruptly released Lin Yu, his face betraying a look of panic. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, plastering a sycophantic smile upon his face as he addressed Lu Fan. Brother Lu, the beauty you mentioned is indeed her. Wow, she is absolutely stunning. Noticing the grim expression on Lu Fan's face, the bald man, fearing retribution, quickly added, "Oh, by the way, Brother Lu, I've completed the task you assigned. You need not worry." Lu Fan regarded the bald man with a mix of amusement and irritation. Internally, he chided, "This fellow is far too hasty." In their initial meeting, one should at least strive to leave a favorable impression on the lady. Yet he has the audacity to be so forward. What a rogue. Nonetheless, Lu Fan refrained from expressing his anger, understanding that the priority was to soothe Lin Yu's distress. He quickly approached her side and softly reassured, "Miss Lin, do not be afraid. He is here to protect you." His approach, however, leaves much to be desired. Lin Yu, her expression one of astonishment, retorted loudly, "He is nothing but a rogue. I do not want his protection." The bald man scratched his head, an awkward expression crossing his face as he said, "Brother Lu, I apologize. I was too hasty just now. I couldn't restrain myself." Lu Fan shot him a glare and then addressed Lin Yu, saying, "Though he may appear to be a pirate lacking reliability, as long as you follow him, he can at least ensure that you are not bullied by other pirates here. With him around, your safety is guaranteed." Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, deep in thought, but eventually nodded, her gaze still filled with caution. Seeing her agreement, Lu Fan smiled contentedly and remarked, "Miss Lin, this is all I can do for you." Noticing Lin Yu's troubled expression, he added, "Rest assured, if he dares to bully you in the future, I will not let him off easily." At that moment, the bald man wore a troubled expression. He had initially thought this would be a simple and enjoyable experience. He never anticipated that Lu Fan intended for Lin Yu to be his wife, leaving him in a quandary. It is known that within this pirate camp, all pirates have the privilege of selecting their desired women, provided they pay at least 10 gold coins. Unfortunately, the bald man only possessed a mere 3 gold coins, far from enough to secure a long-term companion. Upon learning the details, Lu Fan did not react with anger. Instead, he pulled out 15 gold coins, which he had obtained from a drunken pirate, and handed them to the bald man. "Here are 15 gold coins. Consider the extra 5 as my contribution to your dowry." The bald man's eyes widened at the sight of the coins, and he hurriedly accepted them, bowing and expressing, "Brother Lu, you are truly generous. Rest assured, I will treat her well and ensure she suffers no grievances." Lin Yu observed this scene, feeling a mix of reluctance, but also understanding that this might be the best arrangement for the moment. Just then, a sudden image of Madame Hu flashed through Lu Fan's mind, prompting him to casually inquire of the bald man, "Do you know about Madame Hu? What is her situation?" The bald man displayed a hint of surprise, looking at Lu Fan with a puzzled expression regarding his newfound interest in Madame Hu. After a brief silence, he replied, "Why are you suddenly interested in Madame Hu? Let me tell you, you mustn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. She is the original wife of Big Hu." Lu Fan was taken aback by the bald man's words, his face displaying a look of bewilderment. "What? The original wife? I always thought she was merely the captive wife taken by Big Hu." He muttered to himself, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Noticing Lu Fan's reaction, the bald man chuckled and continued, "Although they are married, everyone knows that Madame Hu lives a life of nominal status. As for the reason, well, you know our camp is never short of beautiful women, so Big Hu naturally has little interest in her." He then inquired, "What is Madame Hu's status in the camp? And how do others regard her?" The bald man stroked his chin and replied, "Madame Hu holds a significant position. Although she and Big Hu had long been a mere facade, the fortune amassed by Big Hu across the globe was intricately tied to her, implying that all of his wealth was under her name. One might ponder her true standing in such a scenario. Yet, as a laborer by origin, Lu Fan was utterly oblivious to the concept of money laundering. He expressed his confusion, inquiring if Big Hu no longer cares for her, why not transfer the funds into his own name? The bald man, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, his expression one of utter desolation. Brother, you cannot be serious. Do you comprehend who Big Who is? He is a pirate leader, a notorious criminal wanted worldwide. Not only is he unable to store his wealth, but he cannot even set foot on land. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? Lu Fan, somewhat understanding, nodded and replied, I think I am beginning to see. After listening to the bald man's words, a wave of unease washed over him. He had initially entertained the notion that if Madame, who were merely a captive, he might still have the chance to rescue her from the encampment and bring her to his side. However, it now appeared that the relationship between Madame Hu and Big Hu was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. With this realization, Lu Fan let out a resigned sigh, his hopes dashed in an instant. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside, suggesting that something significant had transpired. The bald man, fearing for Lu Fan's safety, hurried out to investigate and returned with a drastically altered expression, exclaiming, This is bad. We are in deep trouble. Chapter 70. The watered electric box. Lu Fan maintained an air of calmness, leisurely inquiring, What's the matter? Why the fluster? The bald man, panting heavily and with a face etched in terror, responded, Biao, who top enforcer, has been killed by someone. His body was just discovered by the patrolling guards beneath the cruise ship, who was in a furious rage, demanding a thorough investigation to uncover the murderer. Upon hearing this news, Lu Fan's heart tightened unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that Biao would be found so swiftly. He pondered to himself that trouble was imminent. Once exposed, escaping from this camp would be exceedingly difficult. As Lu Fan contemplated, the bald man suddenly sensed his unease. His eyes widened, mouth agape in shock as he pointed at Lu Fan and stuttered, Brother, you haven't done something to Biao, have you? As he spoke, he made a gesture across his neck, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. In response to the bald man's inquiry, Lu Fan displayed no excessive panic. Sitting calmly on the edge of the bed, he fixed his gaze on him and slowly nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed killed Biao. Ah, ancestor, it truly is you. The bald man exclaimed in astonishment, Brother, you shouldn't have. Do you realize how crucial Biao is to who? He is U's right-hand man. At that moment, Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, Lu Fan, what about the drunken pirate in the bathroom? If they come to check this room, won't we be discovered? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the bald man felt a sudden jolt of fear. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? There's another one? Before he could finish, he dashed into the bathroom like an arrow released from a bow. As the bald man rushed into the bathroom, a pungent smell of blood assaulted his senses. Fixing his gaze, he rushed forward, shouting, Captain Lu, wake up! Yet the drunken pirate lay sprawled on the floor, his body cold, clearly devoid of life. It turned out this pirate was none other than the captain of the small team the bald man belonged to. No, how could this happen? The bald man was evidently struck speechless by the scene before him, his words faltering. Lu Fan, observing the situation, immediately retorted, You truly lack gratitude. Just moments ago, Lin Yu was nearly harmed by this beast. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, the gold coins intended for your bride were all retrieved from him. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the bald man stood frozen as if struck by lightning. His intended rebuttal instantly caught in his throat, rendering him speechless. He stared at Lu Fan in disbelief, as if gazing upon a complete stranger. After a lengthy pause, the bald man finally regained his senses, taking a deep breath in an effort to steady his emotions. However, the fear and anxiety within him surged like wild weeds, causing his voice to tremble uncontrollably. We must leave. Seizing the moment before they could uncover this layer, we must swiftly retreat to my room to hide. Otherwise, if they discover us, it could lead to significant trouble. With that, the bald man turned and departed, and Lu Fan and Lin Yu exchanged a glance before hastily following suit. The bald man's chamber was situated on the 4th level of the cruise ship. Although it was a hotel suite like those on the 1st and 2nd floors, its condition was starkly dissimilar to the opulent accommodations below. Upon opening the door, They were greeted by the sight of a dilapidated bed and a solitary clothes rack, devoid of any other furnishings. The room was permeated with an unpleasant odor of foot odor mingled with the scent of smoke and alcohol, prompting Lu Fan and Lin Yu to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. "This is my room. It's a bit messy," the bald man remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. As Lu Fan and Lin Yu surveyed their surroundings, a sense of disdain washed over them. Yet, considering that the bald man was merely a minor pirate, having a space of his own was quite commendable. Unable to endure the stench any longer, Lu Fan suddenly declared, "All right, you two stay here and make yourselves comfortable. I must take my leave." As soon as he spoke, the bald man and Lin Yu appeared frozen in shock, staring at him with disbelief. "Brother Lu, have you lost your mind? Going out now is tantamount to walking into a trap." The bald man's voice quivered, unable to fathom why Lu Fan would choose this moment to exit. With an air of calmness, Lu Fan replied, "Rest assured, I have my methods, and you should tidy up your bedding. Do you really think this is habitable?" The bald man was unfazed by Lu Fan's disdain. Instead, he was filled with concern, fearing that Lu Fan's exposure could bring trouble upon himself. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that with Lu Fan's prowess, even if the pirates discovered him, capturing him would not be an easy feat. The bald man had witnessed Lu Fan's decisive skills firsthand. He was well aware that Lu Fan never hesitated when dealing with these ruthless pirates, which quickly instilled confidence in the bald man regarding Lu Fan's abilities. With this thought, his anxious heart began to settle. Meanwhile, Lu Fan located an empty bottle within the room and proceeded directly to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, filling a cup to the brim before resolutely turning to leave the room, not even casting a backward glance at the bald man and Lin Yu. They, in turn, were left bewildered by Lu Fan's actions, unable to comprehend why he would fetch a cup of water when there was already water in the room. The bald man, who had initially worried about Lu Fan's potential exposure, suddenly forgot about it upon recalling the presence of the breathtaking Lin Yu, approaching her with a flattering demeanor. After exiting the room, Lu Fan swiftly arrived at the staircase in the corridor and paused. At that moment, a cacophony of pirate voices echoed from below. Based on the direction and intensity of the sounds, he deduced that they were likely conducting an inspection on the third floor. Lu Fan turned to survey his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the electrical box adjacent to the staircase. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached and opened the door to the electrical room. Subsequently, Lu Fan retreated to a distance of approximately 3 meters from the electrical box. He took a deep breath, then, with a sudden and vigorous motion, he swung his arm and exerted all his strength to hurl the water-filled bottle towards the circuit breaker. With a resounding crash, the bottle struck the circuit breaker with precision. Instantly, sparks ignited, and the entire cruise ship was engulfed in darkness. The clamor from below escalated abruptly, as the pirates' panicked shouts echoed in disarray. Chapter 71. The complete collapse of Hu Laoda at this moment. Hu Laoda, situated on the third floor, retrieved a lighter from his pocket and flicked it to life. Yet, that feeble flame appeared almost insignificant in the pitch-black corridor. Using the flickering light, Hu Laoda beheld his disordered subordinates, and an overwhelming surge of anger coursed through him. "What a mess! Stand in line, all of you!" he bellowed, pointing with exasperation at one particularly scrawny underling. "You, yes you, go and find out what is happening." Amidst the chaos, Lu Fan moved like a specter, cloaked by the enveloping darkness, swiftly racing down the stairs towards the cruise ship's exit. Meanwhile, Hu Laoda stood in the shadows, his fury erupting in a cacophony of shouts, his voice piercing through the tumult. "You worthless fools! Restore the power at once." However, just as Lu Fan was on the verge of reaching the exit, 2 pirate guards stationed there suddenly seemed to sense an anomaly. Their eyes scanned the darkened surroundings, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure advancing towards them. One guard instinctively reached out a hand, attempting to intercept the mysterious silhouette. Yet in that fleeting moment, Lu Fan, akin to a whirlwind, swiftly drew a sharp dagger from his waist while continuing to run. With a swift motion of his arm, the dagger gleamed in the air, slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at the guard's forehead. In an instant, the guard's body jolted violently, as though his very soul had been extracted, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The other guard stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with terror, as if witnessing the most horrifying sight imaginable. Paralyzed with fear, he lost all capacity to react. Unfazed, Lu Fan pressed on, resembling a fierce leopard as he sprinted towards the exit with astonishing speed. As he passed the fallen guard, he swiftly bent down and extracted the dagger from the guard's forehead. The blade flashed once more, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly slashing across the throat of the remaining guard. The guard barely had time to utter a sound before his throat was severed. Instinctively, his hands flew to his neck, desperately attempting to staunch the torrent of blood that erupted. Yet, the blood gushed forth like a fountain through his fingers, pooling on the ground in a horrifying crimson puddle. The guard's body swayed unsteadily before toppling backwards like a fallen statue, producing a dull thud upon impact. Lu Fan did not dare to linger. Upon escaping the cruise ship, he dashed into the jungle like a frightened rabbit, each step laden with anxiety and trepidation, as if some dreadful beast were pursuing him. When he finally burst into the thicket, he exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he was momentarily safe. Nevertheless, his senses remained taut, unwilling to lower his guard. Just as Lu Fan momentarily relaxed his vigilance, a sudden buzzing sound emanated from the cruise ship behind him. Almost instantaneously, the previously pitch-black vessel was illuminated with brilliant lights. The intense radiance not only brightened the entire island, but also provided Lu Fan with a glimmer of hope amidst the dark jungle. Having run frantically moments earlier, Lu Fan felt the wound on his chest, inflicted during his struggle with a bow, reopen, and blood began to seep from it, staining his clothing. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, yet he dared not pause. He could only press his hand firmly against the wound and continue to navigate through the dense foliage with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Bosu had searched the cruise ship for an extended period without uncovering any clues. His agitation over Abao's death had already reached a boiling point. Now further inflamed by his mounting fury, he glared at his band of underlings, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You bunch of useless fools. Find him. If you fail to capture the murderer today, none of you will escape unscathed." At that moment, a panicked pirate patrolling the first floor rushed over, breathless, and stammered, "Boss, it's terrible. Captain Lu. He has been found murdered in the bathroom of room 108. Upon hearing this, Bosu's eyes widened in shock, resembling copper bells, and the flesh on his face quivered with rage. "What?" he bellowed, kicking a nearby chair across the room. "Whoever you are, once I find you, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end." With that, he stormed towards room 108, accompanied by his cadre of henchmen. Meanwhile, Lu Fan continued to sprint through the jungle, the pain from his wound weighing heavily upon him. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the agony and quickened his pace, fully aware that if the pirates caught up with him, his fate would be sealed. When Bosu laid eyes upon Captain Lu's lifeless body sprawled on the cold bathroom floor, an overwhelming tide of anger and despair engulfed him. The loss of Captain Lu, compounded by Abao's unexpected demise, dealt a severe blow to Bosu as he found himself bereft of two of his most capable subordinates in such a brief span. In that moment, the dam of Bosu's emotions finally broke. He released a heart-wrenching scream that seemed capable of piercing through walls, echoing throughout the cruise ship. "Quick! Damn it! Notify the guards at the exit. From this moment on, no one is to leave the ship." His voice, filled with fury and anxiety, left his subordinates in shock at his loss of control. Yet, as one crisis unfolded, another emerged. While Bosu remained mired in grief and confusion, the patrolling pirates outside the cruise ship stumbled upon two guards lying in a pool of blood at the entrance. The sight left them astounded, as they realized the murderer had likely managed to escape the vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, they hurried to report this urgent situation to Bosu. At this moment, Bosu was still utterly stunned by the news of Captain Lu's demise, remaining blissfully unaware of the murders of the guards at the exit. When he received this shocking revelation, he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. However, being a seasoned pirate leader who had braved many storms, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. He immediately commanded his crew to rush toward the exit, his mind fixated on a singular thought: the perpetrator must not escape. Upon reaching the exit, he crouched down to examine the wounds of the two guards, and his astonishment deepened. To his surprise, the injuries bore an uncanny resemblance to those inflicted upon Bao and Captain Liu, clearly the work of the same hand. Basu furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze fixed upon the gruesome wounds as myriad possibilities raced through his mind. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "It seems the killer is indeed the same person." He then rose to his feet, gazing out at the tranquil sea in the distance. After a brief contemplation, he addressed his loyal subordinates, saying, "The murderer has likely not yet fled. He must be hiding in a nearby thicket. Split up and search diligently. We must uncover his whereabouts. I will ensure he does not return." Chapter 72. The triumph of returning to the deserted island. When Lu Fan finally arrived at the hidden speedboat's location, he was met with the cacophony of pirates trampling through the jungle behind him. Realizing that the pirates were hastening toward him and would soon uncover his presence, he acted without a moment's hesitation. He leaped onto the speedboat and ignited the engine. In an instant, the vessel surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing into the obsidian depths of the sea. The roar of the engine reverberated through the air, and upon hearing the thunderous sound, Basu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Enraged, he stomped his feet and shouted, "What are you fools waiting for? Hurry up and pursue him. Don't let that brat escape." A throng of pirates erupted from the jungle in a frenzy, resembling a disturbed swarm of bees, their movements chaotic and disordered. However, when they finally reached the shoreline, they discovered that Lu Fan's speedboat had vanished like a specter upon the darkened waters, leaving behind only an empty expanse and the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore. Basu soon followed, arriving at the water's edge with widened eyes. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed upon the tranquil sea, his heart aflame with fury and frustration. His complexion darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. He ground his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! How could he have escaped?" Although he knew it was too late to give chase, the fire of rage within him could not be quelled. He furiously swung his fist, striking the yacht moored at the shore, producing a resounding thud. This blow seemed to drain him of all his strength, causing the yacht to rock slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was piloting the speedboat across the pitch-black waters, his heart pounding and breath quickening, the pain from his wounds causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet he dared not relent, fearing that Basu and his crew would not relent either. Should they catch up, his fate would be dire. Gritting his teeth, he endured the searing pain from his injuries and increased the boat's power. The engine emitted a deep growl, harmonizing with the roar of the waves around him. As his speed escalated, the speedboat glided across the surface like an arrow, leaving behind a long trail of white foam, the only mark of its passage. The following morning, the sun had yet to fully rise, and dawn was just breaking. Wang Xiufang awoke early from her slumber, her unease preventing her from returning to sleep. She hastily donned her clothes and strode out of her room, making her way directly to the hall. Upon arriving at Lu Fan's bed, she was struck by the sight of the empty bedding, devoid of his presence. Her heart raced at this moment, eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the vacant straw mattress, as if the entire world had frozen in that instant. Since the previous day, Wang Xiufang had been plagued with worry over Lu Fan's safety. Now, her concern had intensified, heavy as the clouds before a tempest, pressing down upon her heart. She could not help but let her imagination run wild, and various ominous speculations about Lu Fan's current predicament began to plague her mind. For a moment, she stood frozen, tears streaming down her face like a flood unleashed from a dam, her sobs echoing in the stillness of the hall. Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's cries, Lin Schwerer and the others were roused from their slumber and emerged from their respective rooms. As they beheld the emptiness of Lu Fan's bed, they immediately comprehended the reason for Wang Xiufang's weeping, and anxious expressions clouded their faces. Lin Schwerer, burning with concern, addressed the group. "What shall we do? Lu Fan has yet to return. Should we not venture out to seek him?" Her voice betrayed a palpable unease. Wang Xiufang, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded in agreement with Lin Schwerer's suggestion. However, at that moment, Aunt Lee intervened, her demeanor stern as she firmly stated, "No. Lu Fan has instructed that none of us should venture into the woods alone without him." In an instant, Aunt Lee's words doused the flickering hope within the two young women like a bucket of cold water. She cast a glance at the tearful Wang Xiufang and calmly added, "Xiufang, have you forgotten how you were captured by pirates last time?" The mere mention of pirates sent a wave of fear across Su Muyun, who had remained silent until now. Haunted by her past experiences, she stepped forward and implored, "Indeed, Xiufang, sure, you mustn't go. There are not only wild beasts but also pirates up there. It's far too perilous." Yet Lin Shuer, somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, "But we cannot simply remain idle, can we?" Seeing that her counsel fell on deaf ears, Aunt Lee reprimanded them with a grave expression. "We must trust in Lu Fan's abilities. Moreover, should he encounter a beast he cannot handle, your presence would only complicate matters rather than assist him. Do you understand?" Though Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang felt reluctant, they recognized the wisdom in Aunt Lee's words and reluctantly acquiesced, just as everyone felt despondent and at a loss. Lin Shuer suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and suggested, "Why not we check the climbing ladder at the cliff? If Lu Fan returns, we will be the first to notice him." Wang Xiufang, enlightened by the suggestion, quickly nodded in agreement. "Excellent idea. Let us hurry there at once." However, as the two prepared to set off for the climbing ladder, Aunt Lee did not deter them this time. With a look of concern, she cautioned, "Wait. If you are merely going to the climbing ladder, I shall not hinder you. However, you must promise me that you will not ascend. It is quite dangerous up there." After exchanging a knowing glance, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer responded in unison, "Yes, rest assured. We shall not wander off. We are merely going to take a look." Even so, Aunt Lee's heart remained uneasy. After the two turned to leave, she pondered for a moment before addressing Su Muyun. "Xiao Yun, I still harbor concerns. Perhaps you should accompany them as well, ensuring their safety and preventing them from ascending. The dangers lurking within the jungle above are not to be trifled with." Su Muyun understood that Aunt Lee's worries were well-founded, and without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. "Certainly, Aunt Lee. Rest assured that I shall keep a vigilant watch over them." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Fan, after enduring a protracted and perilous journey, finally arrived at the deserted island, albeit without incident. However, his condition was far from favorable. Having been drenched by the torrents of seawater splashed up by the speeding boat, he found himself completely soaked. To exacerbate matters, the highly saline seawater, upon coming into contact with his wounds, acted as fuel to the flames, intensifying the excruciating pain and causing Lu Fan to involuntarily gasp in distress. Chapter 73. Plummeting from the cliff at this moment, Lu Fan's brow furrowed deeply, his lips as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Beads of sweat, resembling small pearls, emerged on his forehead, as if every drop of moisture within him had been utterly extracted. After concealing the speedboat, he dragged his weary body, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, laboriously hoisting two enormous burlap sacks, step by step, toward the precipice. Each footfall was heavy, as though he trod upon cotton, rendering him incapable of exerting any force. Yet, he gritted his teeth, expending every ounce of energy to bear the weight of those two massive sacks. To Lu Fan, they felt akin to two burdensome mountains, suffocating him with their weight. He trudged toward the cliff, each step a fierce struggle against the specter of death. His legs felt as though they were filled with lead, tremendously heavy, requiring immense effort to lift. At last, he reached the stone staircase, the sole passage leading to the abyss below. However, a dilemma arose. Due to the sack's unwieldy size and weight, it was impossible to carry them both down the narrow, steep staircase simultaneously. Standing at the staircase's entrance, Lu Fan gazed at the daunting ascent, an overwhelming sense of helplessness welling up within him. He was on the brink of collapse, his body having reached its limit. Yet he was compelled to make two arduous trips up and down the 100-meter cliff. With no superior alternatives at hand, Lu Fan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and placed both sacks in the crevice at the top of the staircase. He then exerted all his strength to cautiously cover them with a concealed stone slab. ensuring they would not be taken by wild beasts. With everything in place, Lu Fan unhesitatingly hoisted the heavier sack and began his descent down the staircase. Each step was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal plunge. After enduring tremendous hardship, he finally reached the base of the cliff with the first sack, his body utterly drained. He collapsed onto the ground like a heap of mud, gasping for breath, as if the entire world were spinning around him. After a brief respite, Lu Fan lay exhausted upon the sack, gazing up at the towering cliff face, a wave of powerlessness washing over him. Initially, he contemplated abandoning the task, considering the daunting height of the cliff and his overwhelming fatigue. It would not be too late to return tomorrow after resting. Yet, as images of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui's delighted expressions upon seeing the pristine bedding and various supplies filled his mind, a surge of determination suddenly ignited within him. In an instant, Lu Fan felt an infusion of strength coursing through his body. He moistened his cracked, pale lips with his tongue, gritted his teeth once more, and charged up the stone staircase that soared 100 meters high. With unwavering resolve, he clung tightly to the staircase, using both hands and feet, akin to a tenacious gecko, as he ascended with great struggle. With each arduous step, his body protested vehemently. Muscles ached and breaths grew short. Yet, the radiant smiles of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui lingered in his mind, becoming his sole source of motivation. At last, after considerable effort, Lu Fan reached the summit of the stone steps once more. He scarcely paused for respite before hoisting the burlap sack filled with bedding over his shoulder, turning resolutely toward the descent. This time, he felt as if his legs had lost all sensation, detached from his will. Each step was accompanied by tremors, as if they might collapse under the weight of his body at any moment. The sack, bulky with its contents, forced him to constantly adjust his stance to navigate the narrow turns of the stone stairway. Laboring under the weight of the sack, each descent required immense exertion. His body was utterly fatigued, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. However, when he was approximately 10 meters from the cliff's edge, his strength finally reached its limit. His legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering each stride excruciatingly difficult. Ultimately, he could no longer sustain his body. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. As his support vanished, his feet slipped, and he lost his balance, plummeting like a kite severed from its string, cascading toward the abyss below. In that harrowing moment of his fall, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui, rushing to the scene, bore witness to this heart-stopping spectacle. Ah! Lu Fan! Wang Xiufang's piercing scream shattered the air, echoing throughout the gorge. Her voice was steeped in terror and despair, as if the world had crumbled around her in that instant. Lin Shui, pale with fright, covered her mouth with trembling hands, unable to fathom the unfolding tragedy. Her eyes widened in horror, reflecting her helplessness. As Lu Fan fell, both women seemed propelled by an unseen force, running frantically toward him, their gazes fixated on Lu Fan, who lay with eyes tightly shut, devoid of consciousness. His complexion a ghastly gray, bloodless and ashen. His once pale lips now oozed crimson, leaving a shocking trail of red. Lu Fan, please don't scare me. Wang Xiufang's voice trembled with fear and desperation as she called his name, attempting to rouse him, but Lu Fan remained unresponsive, as if he had entirely slipped from life. Lin Shui stood nearby, her heart heavy with anxiety and dread. Her eyes were wide, brows furrowed, her face a mask of terror. Sister Xiufang, do you think, after falling from such a height, he might already? Lin Shui's voice quavered, yet she dared not utter the dreadful word. Wang Xiufang, upon hearing Lin Shui, felt the weight of grave concern settle upon her features. Cheryl, do not speak nonsense. Yet at that moment, she too felt an unsettling uncertainty within her. Hastily, she reached out to feel Lu Fan's pulse, her fingers trembling slightly, fearful of not detecting any signs of his life. After what seemed like an eternity, Wang Xiufang finally exhaled in relief, stating, "There's still a pulse. We must swiftly carry him back for Aunt Li to treat him." Her voice bore a trace of gratitude, yet it was predominantly tinged with urgency. Just then, A hurried sound of footsteps approached from behind. Su Muyun rushed over, breathless, and upon seeing the unconscious Lu Fan, her complexion instantly turned pale as she anxiously inquired, "What happened to Lu Fan? Is he all right?" Wang Xiufang, frantic and desperate, replied, "He just fell from the cliff. Come, let us assist in carrying him back without delay." Her words conveyed an undeniable sense of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Miyun immediately stepped forward to help. They disregarded the two enormous sacks before them, joining forces to lift Lu Fan. Without a trace of hesitation, they hurried towards the small wooden cabin. Aunt Li, upon witnessing Lu Fan, bloodied and battered as he was brought back, felt a sharp pang in her heart, her eyes brimming with tears. Nevertheless, she understood that this was not the time for sorrow. She promptly retrieved the first aid kit and meticulously examined Lu Fan's injuries, leaving no wound unattended. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang and the others anxiously watched from the side, even holding their breath in tension. Chapter 74. The harvesting of the blood orchid. Once again, their gaze was fixated on Aunt Li, who was diligently treating Lu Fan. At that moment, Aunt Li's brow was furrowed, her expression grave. His injuries are severe. Not only is the wound on his chest inflamed and infected, but there is also internal bleeding. I will stop the bleeding for now, but given our shortage of medical supplies, whether he can endure this will depend on his own fortune. As she spoke, Aunt Li skillfully tended to the wound. Her voice, low and serious, sent a chill through everyone present. Her words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of those listening. Instantly, fear gripped them. They thought, without medicine, relying solely on luck with such severe injuries, it seems unlikely he will survive. Just as despair settled over them, Lin Shui's eyes brightened as if a sudden realization had struck her. Without hesitation, she dashed out of the wooden cabin. With urgency, she raced to the base of the cliff, fervently searching for something. She recalled the miraculous blood orchid they had consumed when attacked by the venomous snake. Striving to remember the scene, she followed the path imprinted in her memory, arriving at the location where they had previously gathered the blood orchids. From a distance, she spotted the vine Lu Fan had used to climb. It still hung from a small tree on the cliff, seemingly awaiting her return. Upon seeing this familiar sight, a complex wave of emotions surged within Lin Shui. The perilous moment replayed in her mind like a film, stirring remnants of trepidation. Particularly vivid was the instant when the snake lunged at her, its menacing visage and sharp fangs still evoking a shiver of fear. Yet, as thoughts of Lu Fan's condition surfaced, her dread was swiftly eclipsed by concern. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she resolutely grasped the vine and began her arduous ascent. Compared to Lu Fan, Lin Shui's physique was evidently less agile and robust. Moreover, the limited footholds on the cliff rendered her climb exceedingly challenging, bordering on clumsy. The 10-meter-high cliff loomed before her like an insurmountable chasm. With each meter she ascended, immense effort and bravery were required. Several times, she nearly lost her grip and slipped, but fortunately, she clung tightly to the vine, averting disaster. Despite these challenges, Lin Shui refused to relent. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, inching closer to the blood orchid with each painstaking step. After a grueling 15 minutes, she finally reached the spot where the blood orchids grew. Though the journey had been nerve-wracking, she emerged unscathed. At that moment, tears of excitement streamed down her face. She had never imagined herself capable of such feats. Could it be related to the blood orchid I consumed last time? She pondered. Yet, as Lin Shui turned to gaze down from the dizzying height of several dozen meters, a wave of intense fear surged within her once more. Her heart raced wildly, and her legs felt weak, as if the entire world were spinning around her. Fearing for her safety in this perilous place, she unhesitatingly reached out to pluck the flowers that were within her grasp. After gathering several blooms, Lin Shui glanced down at her attire, searching for a pocket to hold the blood orchids. She wore a yellow t-shirt on top and a pair of snug yoga pants below, but to her dismay, she found no pockets to accommodate her precious finds. A cloud of worry settled on her face as she anxiously pondered how to resolve this dilemma. What should she do? She muttered to herself. Should she simply discard the blood orchids? But looking down from her height, she realized that tossing them would surely result in their destruction, shattering them into mere petals. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. With the swiftness of lightning, she swiftly tucked the freshly picked blood orchids into the chest area of her shirt, executing the action with a fluidity that suggested it had been premeditated. This method proved to be quite effective, she mused to herself, feeling a swell of pride in her cleverness. Thus, she continued her task, carefully stowing each blood orchid into her clothing until it was so stuffed that it threatened to burst. Gazing at her bulging shirt, she thought, this should suffice. She resolved to take these blood orchids back, for after all, Lu Fan was counting on them to save his life. However, as the saying goes, it is easier to ascend a mountain than to descend it. Faced with the daunting height of several dozen meters, she encountered challenge. The exertion from her earlier climb, compounded by the prolonged gathering of flowers, had left her utterly exhausted, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Her legs ached as if they were cramping, and even her hands, gripping the vines, began to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, she was acutely aware that Lu Fan's life hung in the balance, and these blood orchids were vital for his survival. Thus, she dared not delay for even a moment. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength, clamping her legs tightly around the vine and gripping it firmly with her hands as she began to slide down. The rough texture of the vine chafed against her delicate hands, bringing waves of pain. Soon, her palms were raw and bloody, with crimson droplets trickling down her fingertips. Nevertheless, Lin Schwerer bore the agony, continuing her arduous descent. Her face contorted in pain, beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down her forehead. Yet she persevered, fixated on a single thought. She must safely bring the blood orchids back to save Lu Fan's life. Fortunately, she eventually landed safely, not allowing the pain to delay her for long. Enduring her discomfort, she staggered towards the wooden cabin. When she breathlessly returned to the cabin, Aunt Lee and the others turned their heads upon hearing the commotion. Their faces were etched with surprise and concern as they beheld Lin Schwerer in such a disheveled state. "Schwerer, what happened to you?" Wang Xiufang inquired anxiously, fearing that she might have been attacked by some wild beast. At that moment, Lin Schwerer's hair was in disarray, and her form-fitting yoga pants were torn by thorns, resembling a makeshift dress. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and she appeared exceedingly frail. The sight of her bulging clothing piqued their curiosity. "Schwerer, what happened to your hands?" As Aunt Lee's gaze fell upon Lin Schwerer's bloodied hands, her voice grew tense. "Why is there so much blood? Let me tend to your wounds immediately." Chapter 75. A unique method of administration. As she spoke, Aunt Lee hurried forward, eager to assess Lin Schwerer's injuries. Just then, Lin Schwerer suddenly spoke up. "Aunt Lee, this blood orchid can save lives. When Lu Fan and I were attacked by a venomous snake, we consumed it and recovered swiftly." Lin Schwerer's voice quivered slightly, her eyes fixed intently on Aunt Lee. Urgency etched across her face. Aunt Lee accepted the blood orchid, scrutinizing it closely. The petals of the orchid displayed a striking crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, glistening faintly under the sunlight streaming through the window. Although Aunt Lee, as a physician, had heard the legends surrounding the blood orchid, she had never witnessed this enigmatic plant with her own eyes. This led her to question the efficacy of the blood orchid. Yet she ultimately took it from Lin Schwerer with a sense of cautious skepticism. Gazing at the blood orchid in her hand, she hesitated, contemplating there were no better alternatives at this moment, and it was a case of trying anything in desperation. Thus, she swiftly crushed the herb and applied it to Lu Fan's wound. Miraculously, it appeared to take effect. Moments later, the wound, which had been seeping blood, astonishingly ceased its bleeding upon contact with the blood orchid. This revelation left everyone astounded. At that moment, Lin Schwerer spoke again. "Last time, I fed Lu Fan a substantial amount of blood orchid, and that is how he recovered. Why don't we give him the rest of the blood orchid? That way, he will surely awaken swiftly." Aunt Lee nodded slightly in agreement, conceding, "Very well. We have no other viable options at this point." However, just as everyone thought a breakthrough was at hand, a new dilemma arose. Lu Fan lay with his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of response. let alone the ability to chew or swallow the medicine. Lin Schwerer recalled how she had expended a considerable quantity of blood orchid last time, painstakingly crushing it to extract a few precious drops of juice to administer to Lu Fan. Yet, it was evident that the quantity she had gathered this time was insufficient. A sense of despair enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. Lin Schwerer, with an expression of helplessness, remarked, Lu Fan once mentioned that the blood orchid must be swallowed whole to achieve optimal results. But now what can we do? She gestured towards Lu Fan, who remained utterly unresponsive. Just as everyone felt utterly at a loss, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, Wang Xiufang stepped forward, unabashedly snatching the remaining blood orchid from Lin Schwerer's hand, and without a moment's hesitation, placed it directly into her mouth, beginning to chew voraciously. The taste of the blood orchid was overwhelming, leaving Wang Xiufang with a look of utter despair, yet she persevered for Lu Fan's sake. Regardless of the unpleasant flavor, she grimaced and continued to chew, determined to save him. This sudden act left Lin Schwerer and the others in a state of shock, as if they had been struck by a spell, staring wide-eyed at Wang Xiufang, utterly bewildered by her intentions. At this critical juncture, standing beside Wang Xiufang, Su Miyun was taken aback upon witnessing the unfolding events and hurriedly attempted to intervene and halt Wang Xiufang's actions. However, her movement was swiftly obstructed by Aunt Li, who seemed to have an uncanny insight into Wang Xiufang's intentions, as if she was aware of what was about to transpire. Without hesitation, Wang Xiufang thoroughly chewed the blood orchid in her mouth before striding over to Lu Fan's side. She bent down, gently grasped his lips, and carefully pried his mouth open. What followed was a breathtaking scene. Wang Xiufang, with utter disregard for propriety, unhesitatingly expelled the chewed blood orchid, along with its juices and saliva, into Lu Fan's mouth, akin to feeding a child. This spectacle evoked memories of the 1980s, when elders frequently employed such methods to nourish their young ones. Yet in this moment, such actions seemed rather unacceptable. Nevertheless, the events did not conclude there. After depositing the chewed blood orchid into Lu Fan's mouth, Wang Xiufang did not cease her efforts. Schwerer came to assist in propping him up. With Lin Schwerer as help, they cautiously raised the previously supine Lu Fan into a sitting position, allowing him to lean against Lin Schwerer's embrace. Subsequently, Wang Xiufang promptly adjusted Lu Fan's head, elevating it while supporting his chin to keep his mouth ajar. Having completed this series of motions, Wang Xiufang took a deep breath and firmly pressed her lips against Lu Fan's, forcefully blowing air into him. After blowing for what felt like an eternity, as if her brain were nearing oxygen deprivation, she finally observed that the blood orchid had successfully traversed into his throat. With a sense of relief, she ceased the flow of air and, panting heavily, gazed with concern at the still unconscious Lu Fan. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, while everyone remained anxiously focused on Lu Fan, a miracle occurred. His previously pallid complexion began to regain a hint of color, and his breathing steadied. The collective tension among the onlookers dissipated, and they cast grateful glances toward Lin Schwerer, expressing admiration for Wang Xiufang's actions. A sigh of relief swept through the group, slightly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. However, amidst this fleeting tranquility, Wang Xiufang suddenly seemed to recall something significant. She furrowed her brow slightly and thoughtfully addressed the crowd. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. When we carried Lu Fan back, he appeared to be clutching a burlap sack tightly. I had quite the struggle to pry it from his grasp. I wonder what could be inside. Her words piqued the interest of Lin Schwerer and Su Miyun, who turned their gazes toward her, reflective of the moment they had experienced. At that moment, Su Miyun chimed in, echoing, yes, I remember there were indeed 2 burlap sacks, and they were quite sizable. Aunt Li, with a perplexed expression, inquired, didn't Ti Xiao Fan say he went hunting? Surely the sacks contain the game he has captured. Her speculation appeared plausible. However, Wang Xiufang shook her head in disagreement, asserting, that cannot be the case. Where would he have procured 2 sacks? Moreover, those sacks appear quite bulging, unlike any game. Besides, what sort of creature could be so large? Are we to presume he hunted a tiger? And two of them at that. Wang Xiufang's remarks plunged the group into contemplation, igniting a flurry of conjectures regarding the contents of the sacks. The atmosphere, once relaxed, grew decidedly tense. After a moment of reflection, Wang Xiufang turned to Aunt Li, who was tending to Lin Shui's injured hand, and proposed, "How about this? Aunt Li, you and Shui remain here to look after Lu Fan, while Xiaoyan and I retrieve those two sacks. Once we return, we shall unveil their contents, and all will be clarified." Aunt Li nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, but do exercise caution." Without further ado, Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun sprang into action, hastily departing towards the direction of the mountain steps. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Yet, upon witnessing the sight before them, their hearts sank. The two enormous sacks loomed ominously, sending waves of unease coursing through them. Chapter 76. The craving for delicacies. After all, no one knew what lay within those two burlap sacks. Wang Xiufang pondered quietly. What if they contained wild beasts or small animals? The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. This contemplation gave rise to an inexplicable sense of fear towards the unknown. Thus, she took a deep breath, steadied her nerves, and mustered the courage to cautiously kick the burlap sack that Lu Fan had clutched tightly when he fell. Upon contact, she found the sack to be soft and yielding, seemingly devoid of any prey. Behind her, Su Miyun, armed with a twig, bent low and assumed a defensive posture, keeping a vigilant watch on the sack's movements. Noticing no unusual reaction from the sack, Wang Xiufang felt emboldened and prodded it further with her foot. To her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Hey, this sack is surprisingly soft and even bouncy, much like a pillow." Hearing this, Su Muyun's courage also grew, and she pressed down on it, feeling as though her hand sank into cotton. Indeed, it appeared to be a pillow. As their fears gradually dissipated, they were overtaken by an overwhelming curiosity. The two wasted no time in untying the burlap sack, eager to discover its contents. The moment the sack was opened, a fresh aroma wafted toward them. Inside, they found an array of brand new quilts, each exuding a crisp scent as if they had just been purchased from store. This revelation filled them with uncontainable joy, their faces radiating excitement. However, they were not satisfied with this alone and immediately turned to unravel the second burlap sack. This sack appeared uneven at the bottom and seemed somewhat heavy, standing in stark contrast to the previously plump sack filled with quilts. The two cautiously propped it upright on the ground and eagerly reached for the opening. Upon fully unveiling the sack, they were greeted once again by two pristine quilts and several pieces of women's clothing. Yet, as their gaze fell toward the bottom of the sack, they noticed what appeared to be an assortment of boxes of varying sizes. This discovery intensified their curiosity, prompting them to act without hesitation, driven by the desire to delve deeper. Gently, they removed the quilts and garments, setting them aside. As they did so, a bounty of food and medicine revealed itself, filling the majority of the sack. The assortment of food was diverse, including bread, cookies, canned goods, and even an entire box of instant noodles at the very bottom. This scene left them utterly astonished. They had never anticipated such a wealth of supplies hidden within the sack. Wang Xiufang, with a face full of skepticism, remarked, "Didn't Lu Fan go hunting? Where on earth did these items come from?" Countless possible explanations flashed through her mind, yet she could not fathom how Lu Fan had procured such an abundance of resources. The two individuals exchanged glances, each discerning a shared sense of bewilderment and astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. At that moment, Su Muyun jested, "There are no supermarkets on this deserted island. If there were, I would firmly believe that Lu Fan had robbed one. Otherwise, how could there be so much food?" However, for the two of them, who had long been deprived of modern cuisine, the sight of such an abundance of delectable dishes instantly ignited a fierce hunger within. Disregarding all else, they instinctively reached for the snacks in their bags and began to indulge heartily. Wang Xiufang tore open a packet of compressed biscuits and promptly stuffed them in her mouth. With a single bite, the sweetness of the biscuits enveloped her palate, and this long-forgotten delicacy plunged her into a state of sheer contentment. Not to be outdone, Su Muyun, after opening a can of fruit, cast aside any semblance of ladylike decorum and eagerly poured its contents in her mouth, as if she had never tasted such delights before. The refreshing juice and succulent fruit instantly tantalized her taste buds, causing her to squint in satisfaction, relishing this long-lost sweetness. The two devoured their feast voraciously, completely oblivious to Aunt Li and Lin Shui air in the wooden cabin. However, being women with modest appetites, it wasn't long before their bellies swelled. Only then did they set down their food in contentment, recalling the oblivious Aunt Li and Lin Shui air still in the cabin. Wang Xiufang slapped her forehead, feeling a bit sheepish as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, in our eagerness to eat, we completely forgot about them." Su Muyun chuckled awkwardly in agreement. They hastily repacked the blankets and clothes, planning to return and share their bounty. Yet, as they prepared to lift the heavy sack filled with food, they were astonished to find it unusually burdensome, as if 1,000-pound weight pressed upon them, making it exceedingly laborious. Su Muyun's brow furrowed, a troubled expression spreading across her face, and she lamented, "Why is this sack so heavy? How can we possibly lift it? What are we to do?" Wang Xiufang, equally perplexed by the weight of the sack before her, pondered for a moment before suggesting to the frowning Su Muyun, "How about this? Let's first carry back the lighter sack filled with blankets, and then we can fetch a stick and some rope to help us transport the heavier one. What do you think?" Su Muyun shrugged her shoulders in resignation, seemingly dissatisfied with the proposal. However, lacking a better alternative, she reluctantly acquiesced. "It appears we have no choice but to proceed this way." Thus, the two resolved to first carry back the sack containing the lighter load of blankets. Each grasping an end of the sack, they united their efforts to lift it and began the arduous journey back to the cabin. Along the way, they paused frequently, as the sack's weight proved to be quite taxing, causing their hands to grow sore. To alleviate the discomfort, they had to frequently switch positions, allowing each other brief moments of respite from the strain on their hands. After much effort, the two finally returned to the wooden cabin, carrying a burlap sack. They were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Upon noticing their condition, Aunt Li hurriedly approached to wipe their brows and offer them water, her eyes filled with concern. When she glanced at the sack they had brought back, a wave of curiosity washed over her, and she was taken aback. "Xiufang, what on earth is inside? You both look utterly exhausted." Wang Xiufang wiped her forehead and, with excitement in her voice, replied, "Aunt Li, this sack contains blankets and clothing, all brand new." As she spoke, she reached to untie the sack. Lin Shui air, catching sight of the pristine bedding, was immediately drawn closer, her face a picture of astonishment. "Where on earth did Lu Fan acquire such new blankets? This is wonderful. No more will we have to endure those flimsy clothes at night." Chapter 77. The stick has two ends. How can 3 people carry it? In a moment of sheer joy, Lin Shui danced around like a child, her exuberance palpable. Aunt Li was equally astonished. She never imagined that on this desolate island, she would one day have the luxury of bedding. Amidst her delight, Lin Shui glanced around, searching for the elusive second sack, but after a thorough search, it remained elusive. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Wasn't there supposed to be 2 sacks? Where's the other one?" Wang Xiufang wiped the sweat from her brow and replied with a hint of resignation, "The other sack is simply too heavy for the 2 of us to lift. We plan to bring this one back first, then return with a stick and some rope to carry the other." Upon hearing this, Aunt Li pondered for a moment and declared, "I will accompany you. 3 of us will be more effective than just the 2 of you." Lin Shui, sensing the excitement, eagerly chimed in, "I want to go too. The more hands, the better." However, Su Muyun, observing Lin Shui's hands, bandaged like a rice dumpling due to her injuries, quickly interjected, "As for you, perhaps it's best if you stay behind. With your hands in that condition, how can you assist us? Remain here and keep an eye on Lu Fan." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Shui nodded in agreement. "All right then, just be careful." After a brief respite, Wang Xiufang, Su Muyun, and Aunt Li took up the stick and rope and made their way back towards the mountain steps. Upon reaching the sack, Wang Xiufang first divided the rope into 2 strands, laying them on the grass beside the sack. In unison, the 3 of them heaved the heavy sack, gently placing it onto the rope. Once the sack was securely positioned, Wang Xiufang quickly wrapped the rope around it, tying a sturdy cross knot. At that moment, Su Miyun deftly threaded a thick stick through the center of the rope. With everything in place, Wang Xiufang and Su Miyun exchanged a glance, each understanding the unspoken agreement in the other's eyes. They simultaneously bent down, gripping the stick firmly, and with a sudden exertion of strength, they lifted. With a grunt, the heavy sack was hoisted into the air. However, they had clearly underestimated its weight. At that moment, it felt as though 2 mountains were pressing down upon their shoulders. An unbearable burden. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and expressions of pain creased their faces, even causing them to grimace. Seeing this, Aunt Lee hurried over to offer assistance. Yet her age weighed heavily upon her. Her frail limbs were no match for such a task. Moreover, the stick could only be carried by 2 individuals, leaving no room for her to join. Witnessing their struggle, Aunt Lee felt a pang of sympathy and without hesitation bent down, grasping the sack firmly, summoning all her strength to help lift it, hoping to alleviate some of the burden for the 2 young women. However, the weight of the burlap sack was simply too burdensome. Despite Aunt Lee's utmost efforts, both Wang Xiufang and Su Miyun felt an overwhelming pressure. Their legs felt as though they were laden with lead, requiring tremendous effort to take each step. The strain on their shoulders grew increasingly intense, as if their bones might be crushed under the weight. Not much farther along, the pampered young lady, Su Miyun, having reached her limit, could endure no more. Her breath quickened, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she gasped. "I can't go on. This sack is unbearably heavy. My shoulders feel as if they might break." "Xiufang, perhaps we should take a break before continuing." Wang Xiufang, equally exhausted, immediately responded without hesitation. "Very well. Let us rest for a moment. We can switch shoulders, which may alleviate some of the burden." Aunt Lee, observing the 2 drenched in sweat, felt a wave of guilt and self-reproach wash over her. She lamented her age and diminishing strength, feeling utterly useless in this moment. Faced with this predicament, she could only shake her head in silent dismay, casting a remorseful glance at Wang Xiufang and Su Miyun. Meanwhile, Lin Xuya, who remained in the wooden cabin tending to Lu Fan, was not faring any better. The earlier exertion of picking the blood orchid had drained her energy and even left her hand injured. Yet, she persevered through her fatigue and pain, steadfastly watching over Lu Fan. Upon confirming that he showed no signs of distress, she felt a slight alleviation of her worries. Eventually, Lin Xuya could no longer hold on. Her hands, devoid of strength, slumped beside the bed, and her head rested upon her arm, leading her to drift off into slumber. Shortly after she fell asleep, Lu Fan, who had been unconscious, seemed to exhibit the faintest sign of response. His eyelashes fluttered, as if he were striving to open his eyes. Following this, his hands stirred gently, almost as if attempting to grasp something. After a moment, Lu Fan managed to crack his eyes open slightly, his gaze appearing bewildered, as though he had not fully awakened. He struggled to swallow, his throat parched, and with what seemed like the last remnants of his strength, he closed his eyes once more, succumbing to sleep. Remarquably, Lin Xuya, resting beside the bed, remained completely unaware of this. On the other side, during their brief respite, Wang Xiufang expressed her confusion. "How did Lu Fan manage to carry these 2 heavy sacks back? We are utterly exhausted after only a short distance. The sack filled with blankets is one thing, but this one contains not only blankets and clothes, but so many other items as well. It must weigh at least 200 pounds. With a sudden spark of realization, Aunt Lee, who had been silent until now, sprang to her feet and approached the 2, exclaiming, "What? Are you saying there are blankets and clothes here? If we were to extract the quilts and clothes, and I were to carry them, you 2 could simply manage the remaining items in the sack. Wouldn't that make things considerably easier?" "Ah, indeed." Wang Xiufang suddenly realized the practicality of this approach. Upon further reflection, she deemed it feasible. Although Aunt Lee was advanced in years, carrying a couple of quilts and a few garments should not pose a significant challenge. Consequently, the 3 of them hastily set to work, removing all the quilts and clothes from the sack, leaving only the food and medicine behind. while Aunt Li found it somewhat strenuous to hold the fluffy and soft quilts and garments. It was certainly a far lighter burden compared to the sacks being hefted by Su Muyun and Wang Xiufang. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun grasped the wooden sticks and hoisted the sack once more, this time feeling markedly lighter. Gritting their teeth, they trudged step by step towards the wooden cabin. Moments later, they finally returned the sack to the cabin. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shuer awoke and rushed over to investigate the contents of the sack. Upon opening it, she was immediately struck dumb by the astonishing sight before her. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, pointing at the items within the sack, Lin Shuer gazed incredulously at Wang Xiufang and the others, stammering this is Xiufang. Am I seeing this correctly? Chapter 78. Awakening with restlessness, Wang Xiufang's lips curled into a faint smile as she gently nodded and remarked, "You are not mistaken. Within this bag lies not only an abundance of food, but also a considerable supply of medicinal items." One cannot help but wonder where Lu Fan sourced such treasures. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer felt a surge of excitement and eagerly plunged her hand into the sack. Rummaging through its contents, her eyes sparkled with delight as she uncovered an entire box of instant noodles, canned goods, and various essential medications, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. With a heart brimming with joy, she turned to gaze at the still slumbering Lu Fan, her expression filled with admiration. At that moment, Aunt Li, having overheard the mention of medicines, approached quickly with a look of astonishment on her face, her background as a doctor evident. She spoke urgently. "Given that we have so many supplies, we should promptly organize them, separating the food from the medicines for easier storage and access." Aunt Li was acutely aware of the significance of these medications on this deserted island, and without hesitation, she set to work. The others eagerly heeded her suggestion, swiftly mobilizing to assist. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. In no time, the previously chaotic assortment of items was neatly arranged and organized beside them. Aunt Li surveyed the neatly arranged supplies and medicines, and couldn't help but express her gratitude. With these medications, our health on this desolate island is assured. For Aunt Li, the efficacy of the blood orchid remained uncertain, as Lu Fan had yet to awaken. However, she knew with certainty that the medications were reliable. Wang Xiufang nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her features as she added, "Indeed, we owe this all to Lu Fan. Who would have thought he was so capable?" As they conversed, Lu Fan stirred once more. The previously comatose figure began to snore thunderously, the sound reverberating like thunder in the ears of those present. The others stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock as they gazed at the still sleeping Lu Fan. Lin Shuer was the first to recover, covering her mouth in astonishment as she exclaimed, "He can snore even while in a coma." Aunt Li shook her head in exasperation, then explained to Lin Shuer, "Dear girl, it is impossible for someone in a coma to snore. Lu Fan must have recovered. He is simply in a deep sleep again, which is why he is snoring." Upon hearing Aunt Li's words, the group understood immediately, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. Wang Xiufang chuckled with relief, saying, "This boy cannot even sleep peacefully. Now that he is all right, let us not dawdle. We should quickly spread the bedding Lu Fan brought back onto our respective beds, so we can all enjoy a restful night's sleep." The others nodded in agreement, their faces lighting up with joy, even beginning to anticipate the comfort of the soft bedding. Just as they busied themselves with fervor, suddenly, Lu Fan's incessant snoring ceased abruptly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes converging on Lu Fan. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, blinking in a dazed manner at the group before him. Lin Shuer was the first to rush over, her voice ringing with exuberance as she exclaimed, "Lu Fan, you finally awakened. You truly frightened us all." Upon hearing her call, the others paused their activities, gathering around Lu Fan like moths drawn to a flame. Wang Xiufang, her face alight with relief, remarked, "You finally come to. We were all terribly worried about you. I never anticipated that you would bring back such wonderful treasures." Lu Fan shook his still groggy head, appearing as if he had not fully emerged from his stupor. Observing this, Aunt Li quickly approached, her expression filled with concern as she inquired, "Xiaofan, How do you feel now? Is there anywhere you still feel unwell? Regaining his composure, Lu Fan tentatively moved his arms and replied, I think I'm all right now. After a good sleep, I feel much better. At that moment, Aunt Li murmured to herself, it appears the blood orchid is indeed effective. Her voice carried a hint of astonishment and unexpected joy. However, as Lin Shui glanced at her hands, which were bandaged like Zongzi, she spoke with a hint of jealousy. This is all thanks to Sister Xiufang, who chewed the medicine and fed it to Lu Fan mouth to mouth. Otherwise, the results might not have been as remarkable. Her words dripped with playful teasing. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. A wave of panic surged within her, and she quickly retorted, Shui, don't say such nonsense. That is not true. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating her embarrassment at Lin Shui's remarks. Lu Fan, too, felt his cheeks warm at Lin Shui's words. He sheepishly scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for what to say. His mind involuntarily conjured the image of Wang Xiufang feeding him medicine mouth to mouth, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Aunt Li interjected, All right, you two, let Lu Fan rest a bit more. We should continue making the beds. Her tone was calm, yet decisive, seemingly aiming to alleviate the tension in the air. Wang Xiufang, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, dashed back to her room like a startled rabbit, as if it were her sanctuary. At this moment, Su Miyun approached Lu Fan and whispered in his ear, Sister Shui hurt her hands while picking the blood orchid to save you. You can see for yourself. Upon hearing Su Miyun's words, Lu Fan felt a jolt of realization, as if struck by lightning. He turned to look at Lin Shui's bandaged hands, once delicate and smooth, now swathed in thick gauze, revealing only a few fingers. A wave of intense guilt washed over him, for he understood that her hands had come to be in this state entirely due to her efforts to save him. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, then sat up and called out to Lin Shui, who was about to return to her room. Sister Shui, wait a moment. Upon hearing Lu Fan's call, Lin Shui paused, turned to face him. At that moment, Lu Fan's eyes were filled with sincerity and gratitude as he softly said, Sister Shui, thank you for everything you have done for me. When Lin Shui gazed into Lu Fan's deeply affectionate eyes, the flicker of jealousy in her heart dissipated. She smiled gently, gesturing with her bandaged hand, and replied, It's nothing. I'm just glad I could save you. Chapter 79. I knew you couldn't hold it, and although Lin Shui spoke in a calm tone, her heart was anything but serene. Lu Fan's heartfelt call of Sister Shui sent ripples through her emotions. Stealing a glance at Lu Fan, she found him gazing back at her. Her heart raced unexpectedly, prompting her to avert her eyes, yet she sensed his gaze lingering upon her. Perhaps it was due to Lu Fan's usual teasing smirk when he looked at her, but at that moment, his expression of gratitude felt strangely unsettling to Lin Shui. She imagined him as a ravenous wolf with gleaming eyes, greedily fixated on her, a sensation that made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Her cheeks flushed crimson, reaching her ears, and she promptly turned away, fleeing like a startled rabbit. Lu Fan's eyes followed her, observing the sway of her hips and the motion of her form as she ran, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Just as Lin Shui reached the door, Lu Fan's teasing laughter erupted behind her like a thunderclap. Startled, her body jolted, halting her in her tracks. Anger surged within her, and she silently cursed. That little rascal Lu Fan is an unabashed lecher, just waking up and already revealing his true colors. With that, she swiftly turned around, glaring at Lu Fan with a face full of indignation, her eyes seemingly ready to unleash flames. What are you laughing at? She demanded. Lu Fan was taken aback by her sudden accusation, quickly suppressing his grin. Adopting his serious demeanor, he hastily explained, I was just amused by how fast you ran. Like a little rabbit. It was simply adorable. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shui's blush deepened, and she stamped her foot in playful reproach. Who wants you to find me adorable? Stop with your flattery. Do you believe I could render you unconscious again right now? With that, she raised her bandaged fist in a mock threat. Lu Fan's heart raced at the sight. He knew there was nothing Lin Schwerer would shy away from. Thus, he quickly lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, muttering, all right. You truly are a formidable lady. I concede. His voice was filled with resignation and surrender. At that moment, Aunt Lee emerged from her room, observing the scene with a shake of her head. She pointed at Lu Fan, sighing, You know Schwener's temper is volatile, yet you persist in teasing her. I truly don't know what to say. Hearing Aunt Lee's words, Lu Fan managed an awkward smile, shyly explaining, I merely wished to joke with her, not anticipating that she would become so irate. She can really be a bit of a hothead. You still dare to say that? Lin Schwerer interjected, pointing at Lu Fan with indignation. Only, naturally aware of Lu Fan's character, understood that he did not intend to provoke Lin Schwerer. Therefore, she refrained from further remarks. Turning, she entered the makeshift kitchen outside the wooden cabin and soon emerged with a steaming bowl of instant noodles. Lu Fan took the bowl, but before he could express his gratitude, his stomach audibly rumbled in agreement. His face flushed a deep crimson, and he sheepishly scratched his head. Observing his demeanor, Lin Schwerer's anger diminished considerably. However, she continued to grumble, just look at yourself, instead of focusing on your recovery. You're merely indulging in idle chatter and scheming against us. Noticing Aunt Lee standing nearby, Lu Fan ignored Lin Schwerer's retort and, as if starved for days, began to devour the noodles voraciously. He slurped audibly, seemingly fearful that someone might attempt to snatch his meal away. Aunt Lee, watching Lu Fan's gluttonous consumption, smiled with satisfaction and remarked, Take your time, don't choke, no one is competing with you. With his mouth full, Lu Fan mumbled indistinctly, Only, your cooking is exceptional. This instant noodle is simply delightful. Before long, Lu Fan had polished off the bowl entirely, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Sated, he let out a contented burp and patted his round belly, feeling invigorated and much more spirited than before. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly, relishing the movement as he declared, I feel so much better. As night fell, the sky gradually darkened. The anticipation of sinking into soft beds and warm blankets filled Lin Schwerer and her companions with eager excitement. Just as they prepared to retreat to their respective rooms, Lu Fan suddenly called out to them, Hey, wait a moment. You're not seriously planning to leave me here alone, are you? That would be quite inconsiderate. Lin Schwerer and Wang Xiufang exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Lu Fan's words. Wang Xiufang pointed at him and inquired, Lu Fan, what exactly are you trying to say? Feigning seriousness, Lu Fan replied, I've just recovered from serious illness and am still quite weak. Could you bear to leave me to sleep on this cold floor all alone? His tone carried a hint of grievance and helplessness. Wang Xiufang, realizing Lu Fan's antics, understood he was up to no good. With a huff, she turned and picked up a wooden basin nearby, striding out without another word. Observing this, a mischievous grin spread across Lu Fan's face as he slowly approached Lin Schwerer, whispering, Sister Schwerer, seeing me in such a pitiful state, why not let me stay with you tonight? I promise to be very well behaved. Upon hearing his words, Lin Schwerer was overtaken by goosebumps. She glared fiercely, casting a piercing look at Lu Fan and scolded Leave. You little rogue, so, you were waiting for me here. As if startled by something, she swiftly turned and dashed into the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. The sudden noise made Lu Fan flinch, leaving him awkwardly standing in place. He gazed at the closed door with a sense of disappointment creeping into his heart. It was then that he noticed Su Muyun still standing there, watching him with keen interest. A subtle smile played at the corners of her lips, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mockery, as if she were anticipating his embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Fan's attention shifted to her, thinking, Su Muyun is rather attractive. A naturally beautiful heiress, she rivals both Wang Xiufang and Lin Schwerer. She wore a pair of form-fitting yoga pants that perfectly accentuated the graceful lines of her long legs. Her upper body was clad in a snug purple t-shirt, which not only highlighted her slender waist, but also showcased her alluring curves. Unable to resist the charm of the captivating Su Muyun, Lu Fan swallowed hard and began to inch closer to her. Chapter 80. No one is willing to accept Lu Fan. Just as Lu Fan was about to utter a word, he was preemptively interrupted by Su Muyun. who had regained her composure. "All right, I just remembered that my bed doesn't seem to be made yet," she exclaimed, feigning surprise as she tapped her forehead. With that, she swiftly turned and hurried into her room, leaving Lu Fan standing alone in the empty hall, enveloped in a sense of desolation. Ultimately, with no other option, Lu Fan resigned himself to sleeping on the floor of the hall. He was well aware that they would never allow him to share a bed with them. It was merely a ploy to tease him out of boredom. However, the only difference this time was that the straw originally laid on the floor had, unbeknownst to him, been covered with a thick blanket by Wang Xiufang. Moreover, neatly folded atop the blanket was a brand new quilt. As Lu Fan gazed at this clean and orderly bedding, a warm current surged within him. He could not help but admire, my dear Aunt Xiufang. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she is also incredibly virtuous, and more importantly, she cares for me. Alas, how unfortunate that she's not entirely mine. As he spoke, he slowly reclined onto the soft bedding. The gentle sensation enveloped him in unparalleled comfort, as if all his weariness had dissipated in an instant. Sighing contentedly, he murmured to himself, "When I have the time, I should make myself a proper bed. It would surely be even more comfortable." Suddenly, another thought struck him. "Oh, wait, I can't make a bed. Besides, I can't be sleeping alone forever, can I? After all, they will all be mine someday." At that moment, the sound of rushing water from the bathing shed outside the wooden cabin caught Lu Fan's attention, instantly invigorating him. His mind conjured images of various beautiful women bathing. He couldn't help but swallow hard, pondering, could it be that a beautiful woman is washing herself? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him as he slapped his forehead. Oh, right? It must be Aunt Xiufang. She seemed to have taken a wooden basin outside just now. Thinking of Wang Xiufang bathing sent Lu Fan's heart racing, as if someone had suddenly pressed the accelerator. His pulse quickened, threatening to burst from his chest. He felt as though he had been ignited. With every vein surging with fervor, an overwhelming impulse surging within him. Lu Fan's curiosity towards Wang Xiufang was not a fleeting fancy. He had often stolen glances at her in secret. This ingrained allure rendered him unable to suppress his inquisitiveness. Despite having just recovered from an illness, he found himself inexplicably compelled to rise quietly, stealthily making his way toward the bathing shed like a cat. His footsteps were exceptionally light, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid alerting Wang Xiufang. With every stride, he felt the rhythmic pounding of his heart echoing in his ears, as if the entire world had been reduced to that singular sound. He was so tense that he dared not even breathe, terrified that the slightest sound would betray his presence. After much effort, Lu Fan finally approached the bathing shed. At this moment, his heart raced intensely, as if it were about to leap from his throat. He cautiously extended his hand, eager to peer through the narrow gap and catch a glimpse of Wang Xiufang's bathing scene. However, just as he was about to succeed, a voice of impatience emanated from within. "Oh dear, why has it taken so long? My hair is still so greasy. Sigh, if only I had a bottle of shampoo." This sudden exclamation struck Lu Fan like a bolt from the blue, causing him to tremble with fear. His heart surged to its zenith, terrified of being discovered in his sordid act. In a panic, Lu Fan turned and fled back to the wooden cabin, resembling a startled rabbit in his haste. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed starkly in the stillness of the night. The noise reached Wang Xiufang's ears, prompting her to halt her hair washing and call out, "Who is it? Who's outside?" After several unanswered calls, she wondered if she had misheard and resumed her ablutions. Lu Fan returned to the wooden cabin, his heart still thundering. He quickly lay back down on the floor, shutting his eyes in an attempt to calm himself. Yet, despite his closed eyelids, his mind replayed the heart-stopping moment, thinking how close he had come to being discovered. As time slowly ticked by, silence finally enveloped the bathing shed, leading Lu Fan to surmise that Wang Xiufang had finished her washing. He dared not delay any further, immediately closing his eyes tightly and feigning deep sleep. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached, causing Lu Fan's heart to leap to his throat. He hunched his back, cautiously lifting his head to glance toward the entrance. Wang Xiufang entered, draped in a loose garment, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders as if she had just emerged from the water. The instant she stepped into the wooden cabin, she seemed to sense something, abruptly halting in her tracks and gazing directly at Lu Fan. This unexpected action startled him, making his body shudder. He quickly buried his head beneath the covers, fearing that she might discover he was still awake. In the darkness, Wang Xiufang appeared to notice the rustling of the blanket. A subtle smile crept onto her lips. Lu Fan's anxiety deepened, and after a long wait to confirm her departure, he finally lifted the covers and stared at the ceiling, his mind still echoing with the enchanting image of Wang Xiufang as she returned to the cabin, resembling a lotus emerging from the water. As Lu Fan reveled in his memories, he suddenly recalled her earlier complaint about the lack of shampoo. He smacked his forehead, berating himself. How could I have forgotten to bring back some shampoo and cosmetics for women? What was I thinking? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that there had been no such items visible in the pirate's warehouse. It seemed he would need to make another trip soon. Upon contemplating the pirate camp, the shadow of Mrs. Hu immediately materialized in his mind, her alluring figure and captivating demeanor incessantly flickering through his thoughts. The mere recollection of their intimate encounters sent a tingling sensation coursing through Lu Fan, akin to the scratch of a cat's paw, leaving him in a state of unbearable yearning. He pondered the possibility of returning to the pirate camp, contemplating that perhaps he might win over Mrs. Hu. Doing so would liberate him from the daily entanglements with the formidable Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, as it appeared that securing Mrs. Hu's affections might prove to be a more attainable endeavor. Lost in such reverie, he unwittingly drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Lu Fan's face as he remained ensconced in the sweetness of his dreams. In a hazy state, he sensed a multitude of eyes fixated upon him, an unsettling awareness that made him feel rather uncomfortable. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and the scene before him startled him profoundly, causing him to shudder involuntarily, instantly awakening him from his reverie. Chapter 81. Awakened from a dream, to his astonishment, Wang Xiufang and others stood at the foot of his bed, gazing at him with expressions of bewilderment. They occasionally whispered to one another, as if deliberating on some matter. Memories of the previous night raced through Lu Fan's mind, and he suddenly realized that perhaps they had discovered his clandestine peeking at Wang Xiufang while she bathed. The thought sent his heart racing, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. In an attempt to mask his anxiety, he propped himself up on his hands and sat upright. Lin Shuer regarded Lu Fan with a calm demeanor and softly remarked, "You are finally awake." Lu Fan feigned composure and, adopting an air of nonchalance, inquired, "Why are you all staring at me so early in the morning?" As he spoke, he lifted the blanket, preparing to rise. However, in that moment, he completely forgot that he was clad only in a flimsy pair of undergarments. This scene unfolded without reservation before the close proximity of Wang Xiufang and the others, leaving them momentarily stunned, their eyes wide and faces flushed with embarrassment. Yet, as they scrutinized further, their jaws dropped in disbelief. The undergarment he wore was a pair of red lace women's panties. This revelation shocked Lin Shuer profoundly. "Lu Fan, do you have some peculiar penchant that emboldens you to steal our underwear? Speak up, whose is it?" Lu Fan glanced down and, overwhelmed with a rush of humiliation, turned beet red, realizing he had completely forgotten about this. He hastily pulled the blanket to cover himself, his heart racing in panic. "No, it's not what you think," he stammered in explanation. When Wang Xiufang recognized the stolen garment as her own, which had gone missing days prior, her fury ignited. "Well, you are becoming increasingly audacious. I wondered why my underwear had vanished so mysteriously. So it was you, you little rascal. Who took it?" Lu Fan's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as he quickly covered himself with the blanket, his heart pounding in his chest. Once adequately concealed, he brazenly declared, "I only have that one pair. I don't wear yours. Whose would I wear? I couldn't possibly fit into yours." He then shamelessly added, "To be honest, having a larger backside has its advantages. This pair fits me just right after you stretched it out." "Thank you, my dear aunt." Wang Xiufang trembled with rage upon hearing this, raising her hand to strike Lu Fan. "You audacious little rascal. Dare you continue your nonsense? I will teach you a lesson." Just as her hand was about to descend, Lu Fan swiftly seized her wrist. "Aunt Xiufang, do not be angry. I will return it to you shortly." Meanwhile, Lin Shui'er and Su Muyun, who had been waiting to witness the unfolding drama, erupted into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing Lu Fan's intent to return the shorts to Wang Xiufang. In a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Wang Xiufang forcefully wrenched her wrist free from Lu Fan's grasp, stamping her foot in frustration. "Who wants it back? It's utterly disgusting." After the reaction, Lu Fan seemed to suddenly realize something, and a sly smile crept upon his face. He then calmly retorted, "Oh, wait a minute. I was sleeping soundly. How could I have disturbed you? Clearly, it is you who have been spying on me, and now you dare to accuse me? Is this not the villain's first complaint?" As he spoke, he fumbled through the quilt in a hasty manner, as if intentionally stalling for time. He mumbled incessantly, moreover, "When I didn't have a blanket, I was afraid of the cold, which is why I slept in my clothes. Now that I have a blanket, who would still wear clothes? I don't even want to wear my underwear." Listening to Lu Fan's incessant ramblings, Lin Shui'er could hardly contain her frustration. She turned her head and shot Lu Fan a furious glare, retorting, "What? We were spying on you? Please, spare me the self-aggrandizement." However, just as she spoke, Lu Fan's half-clothed body caught her eye once again. His upper body was completely bare, clad only in a pair of red shorts, revealing his firm chest and abdominal muscles. "You, put on your clothes quickly." Lin Shui'er's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she shyly turned her head away, unable to bear looking at Lu Fan any longer. Yet Lu Fan leisurely donned his clothes, deliberately raising his voice to say, "Oh, look at you all staring at me. So early in the morning, are you feeling shy now? No need to be embarrassed. Let me make a declaration. If anyone wishes to see me, just tell me directly, and I will show you privately, anywhere you desire." Wang Xiufang felt utterly speechless at Lu Fan's shameless remarks, thinking, "Who would be interested in seeing you? We only came out of curiosity to ask where you acquired that blanket." Lu Fan inwardly rejoiced that they were not there to catch him bathing. He feigned nonchalance and said, "Ah, I thought it was something serious. You startled me." Originally, Lu Fan had intended to tease Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui'er further. But when his gaze fell upon Aunt Li, who stood not far away, his heart sank. Aunt Li was quietly observing him, her expression inscrutable. Lu Fan silently lamented, "What should I do? After all, Aunt Li is an elder, and it would not be appropriate to speak too explicitly in her presence." He quickly adjusted his demeanor, putting on a smug smile, and declared loudly, "Haha, it's really nothing much. I merely made a clandestine trip to the pirate camp and brought these items back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Fan felt a twinge of unease, as if he had misspoken. He hastily corrected himself. No. To be precise, I should say I retrieved them, since their belongings were not obtained through legitimate means." Upon hearing Lu Fan's explanation, everyone finally understood. It made sense now. They thought, no wonder there was so much food and medicine besides the bedding. Wang Xiufang observed Lu Fan's self-satisfied demeanor and couldn't help but roll her eyes, exclaiming with a hint of irritation, "You must refrain from such recklessness in the future. It is perilous." At that moment, Su Muyun, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was soft and melodious, yet it seemed to carry a trace of concern. "Lu Fan, the pirate camp is certainly guarded by numerous individuals. Your impulsive approach is exceedingly hazardous." Aunt Li, standing nearby, echoed her worries, saying, "This child is indeed bold, but he must not act so rashly in the future. What if something were to happen?" With that, she turned and led Su Muyun into the kitchen. Watching their departing figures, Lu Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He composed himself slightly, then lowered his voice and leaned closer to Wang Xiufang, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Aunt Xiufang, can you guess whom I saw over there?" This statement was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of curiosity. Wang Xiufang's interest was thoroughly piqued. Her eyes widened and her face flushed with eagerness as she implored, "Who is it? Do I know them?" Chapter 82. Hunting in the forest, Lu Fan's gaze swept across Wang Xiufang and the equally curious Lin Shui'er, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he teased. "Heh, I believe you two must be acquainted, right?" Upon noticing his demeanor, Wang Xiufang could no longer contain her impatience and urged, "Oh, come now. Stop keeping us in suspense and just tell us." Seeing her eagerness, Lu Fan finally relented and revealed the mystery. "It's that tour guide from the cruise ship I joined. Do you remember? She kept insisting that I try my luck at gambling, but I saw through her ploy and firmly declined." He then observed Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer's reactions, only to find them both shaking their heads in unison, indicating they had no recollection of the guide. There were countless guides on that cruise, and we weren't in the same group, so it's hardly surprising that we don't remember her. Just tell us directly what happened. Lin Shuer stated with her characteristic candor. Caught off guard by her directness, Lu Fan momentarily faltered, scratching his head in embarrassment before continuing. She was captured by pirates and imprisoned in their camp. Alas, those pirates have left her in a deplorable state. Wang Xiufang furrowed her brow. Recalling her own visit to the pirate's cell, understanding the grim circumstances there, it was indeed a pity for the young woman. Isn't that the truth? I remember how flamboyantly dressed that guide was on the cruise, her figure quite striking, especially her. Well, her posterior. It was almost more pronounced than yours. Lu Fan remarked, playfully slapping Lin Shuer's backside. Taken aback by his sudden gesture, Lin Shuer froze for a moment, her face flushing crimson as she glared at Lu Fan in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You could have just said it. What kind of rogue behavior is that? Wang Xiufang, wide-eyed, chided him. Lu Fan, how can you lack such decorum? Surprised by Lin Shuer's reaction, Lu Fan quickly retreated, a playful grin on his face. I was just joking, no need to be so touchy. Refusing to let it go, Lin Shuer pursued him, attempting to retaliate. The two of them dashed around the room, creating a ruckus. After a brief moment, Wang Xiufang, with a maternal concern, turned to Lu Fan, her expression serious as she asked, "Given that you know her, didn't you ever consider rescuing her? You could have brought her along." Lin Shuer nodded in agreement, echoing Wang Xiufang's sentiments. At their words, Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter incredulity. He reached out to touch Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer's foreheads, as if to verify their sanity. However, as soon as his hand brushed against Lin Shuer's forehead, she promptly swatted it away. What on earth is wrong with you two? Have you lost your minds? Do you have any idea how many women are trapped in there? If we were to rescue them all, how would we sustain ourselves? Our own provisions are already scarce. I was planning to venture into the forest later to hunt for some game. And here you are. Lu Fan lamented helplessly. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer were rendered speechless, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Lu Fan's tone shifted abruptly, a mischievous smile appearing on his face as he insidiously remarked, "Even if we were to rescue those women, what of it? With both of you here, I can't even dare to touch them, not even a mere brush." Alas, being a man is truly a challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiufang's expression darkened, and she lifted her foot, poised to kick Lu Fan. Noticing her intent, Lu Fan promptly leaped nimbly to the doorway, akin to a rabbit. Turning back, he wore a grin that was undeniably irksome. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I'm off to hunt. Who among you wishes to join me?" Just then, Lin Shuer raised her injured, delicate hand, her face aglow with excitement as she exclaimed, I will. Staying in this canyon is becoming unbearable. I need to get some fresh air." However, upon observing her bandaged hands, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, concern etched across his features as he dejectedly replied, "Just you. Perhaps it's best you refrain from joining. This is hunting, not a leisurely stroll. With your hand in such a state, how could you manage?" Lin Shuer, feeling somewhat displeased by his words, straightened her posture defiantly and retorted, "Don't underestimate me. Though my hand is injured, I still have my feet." At this, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Lu Fan's eyes, and he laughed heartily. "So you think having feet is enough to run away?" "Ha." Enraged by his laughter, Lin Shuer was about to explode when Wang Xiufang intervened just in time. Wang Xiufang gently counseled Shuer, "Let it be. Your hand is injured. You should rest. Hunting is not an easy task, so don't push yourself. I shall accompany him instead." Although Lin Shuer was reluctant, She reluctantly nodded in agreement upon seeing her wounded hands. Subsequently, Lu Fan handed a pistol to Wang Xiufang, saying, "Take this. It may serve as protection in critical moments." Surprised, Wang Xiufang accepted the pistol, a wave of complex emotions surging within her. Then, Lu Fan turned and led Wang Xiufang toward the jungle atop the cliff. His steps were firm and purposeful, suggesting a familiarity with the terrain. Wang Xiufang trailed closely behind, gripping the pistol tightly, yet feeling a sense of unease. Throughout the journey, she remained largely silent. Lu Fan, perceptive to her unusual demeanor, inquired with concern, "Aunt Xiufang, what troubles you? Are you still upset over my earlier remarks?" Wang Xiufang, dismissing his concern with a glance, replied coolly, "Who is upset? I merely find myself missing home." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a stirring in his heart. He understood Wang Xiufang's sentiment. After all, being stranded on a deserted island would naturally evoke feelings of homesickness. He hastily reassured her, "I was wondering what it could be. Don't be disheartened. Let us first embark on a hunting expedition, and later, I shall take you for a delightful ride on my speedboat, ensuring your spirits are lifted." Lu Fan's words exuded a hint of confidence and optimism, which brightened Wang Xiufang's mood somewhat. Although deep within, Lu Fan longed for home. The presence of the village beauty beside him and the enchanting Lin Shuer made the thought of returning home seem foolish. The two continued their journey, delving into the dense jungle. Armed with a machete, Lu Fan skillfully forged a path ahead, clearing away the obstructive branches and underbrush to facilitate Wang Xiufang's passage. Aware of the myriad dangers concealed within the thicket, Wang Xiufang prudently stayed close behind Lu Fan, not daring to let her guard down for a moment. Shortly after, a wild rabbit suddenly darted from the underbrush, moving with such swiftness that it resembled a flash of gray lightning. Chapter 83. Are you hunting the rabbit or targeting me? A flicker of excitement ignited in Lu Fan's eyes, as though he had stumbled upon something thrilling. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, Wang Xiufang's nerves tensed, her grip tightening around her pistol, her palm slick with perspiration from her anxious grasp. She dared not relax for a moment, trailing closely behind Lu Fan, fearful of losing sight of their quarry. Yet, the rabbit proved to be exceptionally cunning. It zigzagged through the dense underbrush, maneuvering like a seasoned explorer, skillfully utilizing its surroundings to evade Lu Fan's pursuit. Despite Lu Fan's relentless efforts, he gradually found himself outmatched, breathless and weary from the chase. Just as he feared he might lose sight of the rabbit, an unexpected event unfolded. The rabbit abruptly halted without warning. Lu Fan focused intently, realizing that ahead lay a steep cliff, leaving the rabbit seemingly cornered. A wave of triumph surged within him as he cautiously approached, intent on not startling it. The rabbit, however, remained vigilant, its ears perked as it observed Lu Fan's every move. Just as Lu Fan prepared to pounce and seize the rabbit, an unforeseen twist occurred. The rabbit, sensing his intent, suddenly charged toward him. Caught completely off guard, Lu Fan could hardly react as the rabbit dashed past him like a flash of lightning. Observing this from the side, Wang Xiufang felt a surge of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her pistol and aimed at the rabbit. Unfortunately, the suddenness of the moment compromised her accuracy. The bullet merely grazed Lu Fan's trousers at the thigh. This misfire not only failed to hit the rabbit, but also startled Lu Fan immensely, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Regaining his composure, he couldn't help but sweat for a moment, pondering how, had the bullet veered just an inch higher, he might have lost his manhood that day. Was this divine retribution aimed at him? His voice trembled with a mix of fear and indignation as he glared at Wang Xiufang. At that moment, she still held her gun aloft, the dark muzzle ominously pointed at him. Lu Fan's heart raced. He was acutely aware of the gun's potential lethality. Without a moment to spare, he lunged forward, gripping the firearm tightly to restrain it. "Enough! You should put that gun away," Lu Fan urged urgently, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. However, Wang Xiufang appeared unfazed by his actions, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips as she retorted, "What is wrong? Can I take a second shot if I miss the first?" Upon hearing those words, Lu Fan felt a tightening in his heart. He realized that had Wang Xiufang fired a second shot, the consequences would have been utterly disastrous. He silently rejoiced that she had not acted impulsively. "Please put that away. I truly fear you now." A hint of helplessness and trepidation laced Lu Fan's voice. Wang Xiufang, seemingly dissatisfied with Lu Fan's plea, let out a cold snort but ultimately began to slowly retract her firearm. At that moment, the wild rabbit seemed to sense that the danger had passed. Seizing the opportunity, it swiftly turned and darted away like a flash of lightning into the denser thicket nearby. Just as Lu Fan prepared to pursue, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the bullet had grazed him, tearing a hole in his trousers and breaking the skin on his thigh, for which a trickle of blood was seeping. "Ouch!" Lu Fan involuntarily exclaimed. "I'm bleeding." Standing nearby, Wang Xiufang, upon hearing his exclamation, realized that her earlier shot had nearly led to a calamity. A flicker of guilt crossed her face. "Let me see how serious it is," she said hurriedly, stepping forward to inspect Lu Fan's wound. However, Lu Fan recoiled as if struck by electricity, extending his hands in a frantic gesture. No. It's just a minor scrape. Nothing to worry about. Please, keep your distance." He inwardly muttered to himself. "This woman is far too reckless. Her shot nearly cost me my life." "Well then, since you insist it's nothing, I shall take your word for it," Wang Xiufang replied, sensing that further insistence would be inappropriate, especially given the awkwardness of the injury. She scratched her head awkwardly and continued, "But honestly, your skills at chasing rabbits leave much to be desired." At her remark, Lu Fan rolled his eyes and retorted with a hint of irritation. "And what about you? If it weren't for your near-fatal shot, I would have caught that rabbit long ago." Their banter continued, creating a surprisingly amiable atmosphere. Meanwhile, the rabbit had long since taken advantage of their quarrel, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the forest. "What shall we do now?" Wang Xiufang asked, her expression reflecting a blend of anxiety and helplessness. Lu Fan did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked while deep in thought, his brow furrowed, as if searching for a way to find more game. Suddenly, he halted abruptly as if struck by a revelation. His eyes widened, as though he had recalled something significant. "Oh, right, I've remembered," Lu Fan exclaimed, his voice echoing through the tranquil forest. Wang Xiufang, trailing behind, was startled by Lu Fan's sudden outburst, her heart nearly stopping. She looked at him in terror, fearing that a fierce beast had suddenly appeared before them. "You little rascal, must you always startle me like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack," Wang Xiufang scolded, her tone imbued with both reproach and a hint of relief. Lu Fan chuckled, seemingly indifferent to her reaction. With renewed enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "I just remembered. We can visit the cave where we previously stayed. I've set up numerous traps and mechanisms around there. Perhaps we shall reap substantial rewards." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Xiufang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go. It's the perfect opportunity to revisit the cave. It feels like returning home," she replied with a smile, her spirits lifting considerably. The two exchanged a knowing glance and promptly quickened their pace, racing towards the cave. As they approached the trap-laden wall Lu Fan had previously arranged, he noticed something peculiar about the surrounding underbrush. Upon closer inspection, he discerned signs of disturbance in the grass, and it appeared that the hunting traps he had set had already been triggered. Excitedly, he pointed to the evidence, saying, "Look, there must have been animals passing through. Perhaps they have already fallen victim to my traps." Consequently, they cautiously patrolled along the thorny barrier, wary of overlooking any prey that might have been injured by the traps. Suddenly, Wang Xiufang, gazing ahead with alarm, shouted, "Lu Fan, hurry, look over there." Chapter 84. How can you bear to eat such a small wild boar? Lu Fan followed the direction of Wang Xiufang's finger and soon laid eyes upon a massive wild boar lying not far ahead. However, the creature had evidently fallen victim to a trap, its body already beginning to decay and emit a foul odor, marked by the gnawing of some unknown beast. The scene was gruesome and repulsive. Surrounding the wild boar were traces of a struggle, leading Lu Fan to surmise that it had been attacked by another predator after sustaining injuries, which ultimately led to its demise. This realization caused Lu Fan to furrow his brow, as his earlier excitement dissipated into disappointment. What a stroke of bad luck, he muttered. Wang Xiufang, pinching her nose in distaste, remarked, "This smell is unbearable. We should leave quickly." Just as they prepared to turn away, Lu Fan noticed movement in the grass beside the trap. He gripped his machete more tightly and approached cautiously. Suddenly, a young wild boar darted out from the underbrush, appearing to be barely weaned and weighing only a few dozen pounds. The little creature, in a panic, scurried about wildly. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he whispered to Wang Xiufang, "Don't let it escape. This little wild boar is far more valuable than that dead one." The two swiftly closed in on the young boar, which dashed left and right. When it charged towards Wang Xiufang, she instinctively jumped aside in fear. Lu Fan stood in astonishment, letting out a resigned sigh. "My dear aunt, you hardly resemble a hunter. You've let a prime catch slip away." Wang Xiufang, realizing her mistake, hung her head in embarrassment, her face flushing crimson at Lu Fan's complaint. Despite his frustration, Lu Fan quickly pursued the fleeing boar. The young creature was not particularly swift, and he ultimately seized its hind leg. As Lu Fan held the little boar tightly, it struggled fiercely, emitting sharp cries, seemingly pleading for mercy. A triumphant smile spread across Lu Fan's face as he exclaimed, "Ha! At last, this trip has not been in vain. Tonight we shall feast on roasted suckling pig." Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiufang sighed in relief and approached to examine the young boar more closely. However, as she neared and observed the small, squirming creature in Lu Fan's grasp, a wave of compassion washed over her. "How can you bear to eat such a small wild boar?" She frowned, her heart heavy with pity. "Why don't we take it home and care for it instead?" Lu Fan, taken aback by her suggestion, retorted, "What? Xiufang, please don't let your maternal instincts overwhelm you. Do you realize how fierce this little creature will become when it grows up? Keeping it would be akin to inviting a wolf into our home." Though slightly embarrassed by Lu Fan's blunt response, Wang Xiufang countered, "But this little boar is lively and vibrant. Surely it was the larger boar that died protecting it." How tragic! As the two found themselves at an impasse, Lu Fan understood all too well that Wang Xiufang possessed a rather tender disposition, making it difficult for him to prevail in their discourse. Thus, he refrained from resorting to harsh or excessive words to undermine her. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, Lu Fan acquiesced, saying, "All right, very well, let us first heed your counsel and take this little piglet back for care." Nonetheless, he secretly mused to himself, "I shall observe how you manage when sustenance runs scarce." With that, Lu Fan proceeded to securely bind the piglet's legs with rope before carefully placing it into the basket slung across his back. Once this task was complete, the duo resumed their search along the path of previously set traps, hopeful of capturing additional prey. However, after an extended period of searching, they stumbled upon naught but a decayed and odorous wild rabbit ensnared in one of the traps, devoid of any further signs of wildlife. As time slipped away, Wang Xiufang's spirits sank further, prompting her to lament, "Our luck today is truly abysmal. After toiling for half the day, we have only managed to catch this solitary wild pig." In contrast, Lu Fan maintained a more composed demeanor. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, "Do not lose heart. Having this little wild pig is already quite commendable. Come, since the time is still early, let's pay a visit to the cave we explored earlier." With that, they made their way toward the cave, and as the familiar entrance came into view, a wave of nostalgia washed over Wang Xiufang, evoking bittersweet memories of their initial arrival. Upon entering the cave, Lu Fan set the basket containing the piglet on the ground and then walked toward the small pool within, its waters crystal clear, reflecting his somewhat weary visage. Kneeling beside the pool, he cupped his hands to drink deeply, the refreshing coolness invigorating him. He then splashed some water on his face, washing away the grime and sweat, instantly revitalizing his spirit. Rising to his feet, he flicked the droplets from his hands and proceeded to the cave's main chamber. As his gaze fell upon the enchanting, voluptuous figure of Wang Xiufang, an impish thought surged within him. What a rare opportunity to be alone with her. Without hesitation, Lu Fan approached Wang Xiufang, his heart racing and breath quickening. Gently, he reached out cautiously sliding his hand around her back to rest lightly on her opposite shoulder. At that moment, Wang Xiufang seemed oblivious to Lu Fan's intentions, her mind lost in reflections of their shared past within the cave's confines. She recalled the hardships they had endured together, interspersed with tender moments, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Just as Lu Fan's hand began to wander across her form, Wang Xiufang snapped back to reality, her body shuddering as she instinctively attempted to push him away. Yet, Lu Fan's grip tightened around her, akin to iron, rendering her unable to break free. Xiufang, have you not already promised to be my girlfriend? There is no need to be anxious. It is just the two of us here, and whatever we do now will remain our secret. Lu Fan's voice was deep and resonant, laced with a hint of temptation. With that, he lunged towards Wang Xiufang's delicate lips like a ravenous wolf. Wang Xiufang's eyes widened in shock and panic. She struggled fiercely, attempting to free herself. Lu Fan, are you out of your mind? I agreed to be your girlfriend only because the circumstances were exceptional. Please don't act recklessly. Her voice trembled, filled with both embarrassment and anger. However, driven by desire, Lu Fan disregarded her words. Xiufang, I've long harbored feelings for you. Besides, on this deserted island, aren't you destined to be mine sooner or later? I won't take no for an answer. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept up the still struggling Wang Xiufang and laid her down on the hay where she had previously slept in the cave. Just as Lu Fan began to tear at her clothing, Wang Xiufang's body jolted, her breath quickening, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 85. I know your ill intentions. She understood that if Lu Fan were to lose control, she would undoubtedly be unable to resist him. Thoughts raced through her mind. This time, that rascal Lu Fan would certainly have the upper hand. In a moment of desperation, tears streamed down Wang Xiufang's face. However, at that critical juncture, the piglet in the backpack let out an unexpectedly piercing scream. The sound echoed through the silent cave, jarringly loud and out of place. Wang Xiufang was startled, and in her panic, her hand instinctively swung out, landing a slap on Lu Fan's face. The sharp crack of the slap reverberated in the stillness, leaving Lu Fan momentarily dazed. He covered his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Aunt Xiufang, you clearly..." Lu Fan's words were abruptly interrupted by Wang Xiufang. "That was then, this is now." Her voice carried a hint of anger. "I only agreed to be your girlfriend, not to engage in such activities. How can you be so forceful? What do you take me for?" For a moment, Lu Fan was rendered speechless. He covered his face, feeling a mix of shame and anger. He had intended to pursue the matter further, as his desire for Wang Xiufang's body had long since grown. However, when he beheld the fierce and defiant look in her eyes, his confidence waned, and he dared not press forward with any further advances. Wang Xiufang's gaze bore an unprecedented weight, as if it could penetrate the depths of his soul. He realized that should he continue down this path, he would surely provoke her ire. At that moment, the piglet's cries ceased abruptly, as if it were relishing the spectacle of Lu Fan's embarrassment. The cave fell silent once more, with only the hurried breaths of Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang intertwining in the air. After all, Wang Xiufang had been Lu Fan's goddess since childhood, and he was reluctant to engage in any overly aggressive behavior. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to reluctantly abandon his absurd plans. Seeing this, Wang Xiufang quickly adjusted her attire, glaring at Lu Fan with a face full of fury. "I regarded you as my own nephew, and yet you treat me this way." She turned to retrieve the backpack, preparing to leave this place that filled her with both embarrassment and anger. Lu Fan watched her retreating figure, filled with regret. He hurried over. "Aunt Xiufang, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. Please don't be angry." At that moment, Wang Xiufang lowered her head, silent, tears of sorrow flowing quietly. Seeing this, Lu Fan's heart constricted with guilt. He quickly reached out, blocking her path as she attempted to leave. With a face full of remorse, he spoke softly. "All right, Aunt Xiufang, please don't be upset. It's all my fault. I was too hasty and made you unhappy." As he spoke, he feigned a look of deep regret and lightly slapped himself on the face. Wang Xiufang clearly did not anticipate this action from Lu Fan. She paused in surprise, then swiftly reached out to stop him. With a hint of resignation, she replied, "It's fine. I understand what you're thinking, but I'm just not ready to fully accept it yet." Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Fan quickly donned a playful expression, continuing, "I knew, Aunt Xiufang. You cherish me the most. Even when I fell ill, it was you who fed me my medicine mouth to mouth. To this day, I can still savor your taste." With that, Lu Fan deliberately licked his lips with his tongue. Hearing this, Wang Xiufang was instantly flushed with embarrassment, her words becoming somewhat stuttered. "You mustn't speak nonsense. That's not true." All right, I understand." Lu Fan promptly interjected, chuckling, "Let us not dwell on that any longer. Gulme, let me take you for a thrilling ride on the speedboat. I guarantee it will lift your spirits." With that, he took her hand without hesitation and headed towards the exit. Though Wang Xiufang felt a tinge of shyness and hesitation, she followed Lu Fan out of the cave towards the seaside. Upon arriving at the concealed spot for the speedboat, Lu Fan expertly untied it and helped Wang Xiufang aboard. He then started the engine, and the boat shot forth like an arrow into the vast ocean. The sea breeze howled, tousling Wang Xiufang's hair as she clutched the railing tightly, her face gradually lighting up with excitement. After an hour of exhilarating speed, a pod of dolphins suddenly appeared in the distance, joyfully leaping around the boat. Wang Xiufang gasped in delight, and Lu Fan turned to see her radiant expression, joining her in laughter, their camaraderie resembling that of a couple deeply in love. After a leisurely circuit on the water, Lu Fan anchored the boat in a tranquil area. He retrieved a bow and arrow from behind him, which he intended to use as a spear gun, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the sea. Wang Xiufang, watching anxiously from the boat, shouted, "Lu Fan, what are you doing? Come back." Floating in the water, Lu Fan waved his hand and called back, "Aunt Xiufang, I'm going fishing. Just wait." With that, he took a deep breath and dove beneath the surface. The underwater realm was a vivid spectacle of color, and upon spotting a plump grouper, Lu Fan stealthily approached, bow in hand. In a swift motion, as the fish darted, he skillfully shot and struck a sizable grouper. Realizing he was running low on breath, he quickly swam toward the surface. Emerging from the water, he triumphantly held the fish aloft and shouted excitedly to Wang Xiufang, "Hey, Aunt Xiufang, look what I caught." He waved the grouper in front of her, reveling in his catch. However, at that moment, a shark, lured by the scent of blood, silently approached Lu Fan. Wang Xiufang, witnessing this alarming sight from the boat, turned pale and cried out in panic, "Lu Fan, there's a shark. Hurry, get back." Lu Fan glanced around and finally spotted the approaching predator, immediately quickening his strokes. Yet in the water, his swimming speed was insignificant compared to that of the shark. As the shark drew closer, on the verge of sinking its teeth into his feet, Lu Fan swiftly executed a roll, deftly evading the impending attack. In a moment of instinctive action, he hurled the grouper he held into the distance. It remained uncertain whether the shark was lured by the scent of the fish's blood or deemed it an easier target than Lu Fan himself. But ultimately, it turned and swam towards the wounded grouper, from which the blood flowed profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan swam desperately towards the speedboat. Just as he reached its side, Wang Xiufang grasped him and pulled him aboard with urgency. Gripping his arms tightly, her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "You nearly terrified me to death. How could you be so reckless?" Observing her anxious demeanor warmed Lu Fan's heart, and he offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Aunt Xiufang, it's all right. See, I'm perfectly fine." Wang Xiufang playfully scolded him, the weight of worry finally lifting from her heart. The weather at sea shifted dramatically. The previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, and fierce winds began to howl, transforming the once tranquil waters into a tumultuous expanse. Lu Fan's expression changed as he hurriedly started the speedboat, intent on returning to the deserted island as swiftly as possible. However, as the waves grew increasingly violent, threatening to capsize the vessel, Wang Xiufang shut her eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight. Amidst his struggle to maintain control of the boat, Lu Fan shouted reassuringly, "Aunt Xiufang, do not be afraid. I will protect you." Chapter 86. Landing on the isle given the perilous circumstances, returning was undeniably too risky, as the tempestuous waves threatened to capsize the speedboat at any moment. With little time for contemplation, Lu Fan ultimately resolved to seek refuge on the nearest island, awaiting calmer seas to reassess their situation. Amidst the tumult of wind and waves, Lu Fan skillfully navigated the speedboat towards the small island, approximately 1 square kilometer in size. They successfully disembarked onto the sandy shore, despite the relentless onslaught of towering waves. Fearing that the turbulent waters might sweep the boat away, Lu Fan had no choice but to steer the vessel into the chaotic rocks on the island side, narrowly avoiding submerged reefs before securing the boat. As fierce winds howled and torrential rain battered down, Lu Fan grasped Wang Xiufang's hand, scouring the island for shelter. The downpour thickened the air with fog, severely limiting their visibility. Soaked to the skin, they flitted about like headless flies, anxiously searching for refuge from the storm. Eventually, they discovered a narrow recess beneath an outcropping of rock. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan pulled Wang Xiufang into the crevice, which provided a semblance of cover akin to a grand eve. Though the rock formation was low, forcing them to crouch, it served as a precious sanctuary from the tempest. Drenched by the torrential rain, Wang Xiufang's clothes clung to her form like a second skin, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Yet, the chill from her soaked attire caused her to shiver uncontrollably, and her once vibrant lips turned a dark shade of purple from the cold. Observing her pitiable state pierced Lu Fan's heart with 1,000 tiny daggers. In a swift motion, he removed his jacket and draped it over her, hoping to impart a modicum of warmth. Wang Xiufang, taken aback by Lu Fan's bare torso, felt a pang of guilt and contemplated refusing his gesture. However, he abruptly enveloped her in a tight embrace, rendering her unable to escape. Initially, she suspected his intentions were less than innocent, and she squirmed in an attempt to break free. Yet, her struggles proved futile, and Lu Fan's stern admonition silenced her. "What are you worrying about at a time like this?" His words left her momentarily speechless, and she ceased her movements. Instead, she savored the warmth emanating from Lu Fan's embrace, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, her heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, who remained focused on the storm before them, he softly reassured her, "Do not fear, Aunt Xiufang. Once this tempest passes, we shall return." Wang Xiufang nodded gently, gradually resting her head on Lu Fan's shoulder. Lu Fan gazed at Wang Xiufang, who appeared delicate and demure, a sense of pride swelling within him as a subtle smile graced his lips. He could not resist the urge to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. Outside, the tempest raged on, showing no signs of abating. The two found themselves trapped beneath the low-lying hillside, unable to escape for the moment. After a while, Lu Fan suddenly noticed that their current position was situated in a hollow that had begun to collect rainwater. At this rate, it would not be long before they were submerged. He quickly turned to survey the surroundings, hoping to discover a more suitable refuge. However, aside from shallow depression of the hillside, all that surrounded them was dense jungle and a distant stretch of beach. Lu Fan pondered to himself, "This cannot continue. It is only a matter of time before the encroaching rainwater envelopes us." Realizing there were no better alternatives nearby, he reluctantly released his tight embrace of Wang Xiufang and ventured out into the rain. As he emerged, a bone-chilling gust struck him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Where are you going?" Wang Xiufang asked urgently, her voice laced with evident anxiety and fear, as if she dreaded that Lu Fan might never return. Standing bare-chested in the torrential downpour, rain relentlessly battered him, obscuring his vision. He bore the discomfort of the cold and reassured her loudly, "Do not fear, Aunt Xiufang. I'm merely going to see if there is a better shelter nearby. Please wait for me here." Wang Xiufang, upon hearing his words, felt a slight sense of relief, though her lips remained tightly clenched, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry and trepidation for the unknown. Nevertheless, she nodded at Lu Fan, indicating that she would await his return. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan braced himself against the storm, trudging forward with great difficulty. Each step was met with the biting wind and icy rain that lashed against him, the pain akin to being pricked by countless fine needles, a torment hard to endure. Yet Lu Fan pressed on, determined to find a sanctuary from the tempest. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a faint opening in the grass beside the mountain ahead. A spark of hope ignited within him, and he hastened his pace, cautiously approaching the entrance. Upon closer inspection, Lu Fan discovered that it was a naturally formed small cave. Though modest in size, it was ample for their immediate needs. At the very least, it would provide them shelter from the wind and rain, allowing them to escape the drenching predicament. With excitement illuminating his face, Lu Fan raced back to the hollow, calling out to Wang Xiufang, "Aunt Xiufang, I found a place. Come quickly." His voice was somewhat muffled by the roaring storm, yet Wang Xiufang heard him clearly. She hastily rose to her feet, swiftly trailing behind Lu Fan. Lu Fan grasped Wang Xiufang's hand tightly, fearing she might get lost amidst the tempest, battling against the relentless winds and torrential rain. The two pressed onward in the direction Lu Fan had indicated. The roar of the crashing waves intertwined with the howling of the storm, as if nature itself were staging a demonstration against them. The cacophony was deafening, sending shivers down their spines. Yet, neither Lu Fan nor Wang Xiufang was daunted by the terrifying sounds. They supported each other, advancing step by step. At last, they arrived at the cave Lu Fan had mentioned, and upon entering, they exhaled a sigh of relief. The cave was dry, devoid of the threat of rainwater intrusion, and contained some dry grass and branches, suitable for kindling a fire for warmth. Lu Fan immediately set to work, gathering the dead grass and branches, and skillfully ignited a fire. The flames danced, illuminating the cave and gradually warming Wang Xiufang's body. However, despite the fire, she continued to tremble. Observing this, Lu Fan feared she might fall ill, and recognizing this rare opportunity to embrace the village beauty openly, he would not let it slip away. Without hesitation, he pulled Wang Xiufang into his arms, using his body heat to warm her. Initially, she resisted somewhat, yet she understood that Lu Fan acted out of concern for her well-being. Chapter 87. The uninvited guest on the island Wang Xiufang ceased a resistance, quietly leaning against Lu Fan's embrace, relishing the warmth he exuded. This sensation of being cherished enveloped her with a profound sense of security. Outside, the tempest raged unabated, with howling winds and crashing waves creating a cacophony of sound. Yet within the confines of the small cave, Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang nestled together, attuned to each other's heartbeat, as if they were the only two souls in existence. A unique warmth blossomed between them, a hopeful anticipation of returning to the cozy wooden cabin once the storm had passed. While the two remained immersed in this warmth, a sudden deep roar reverberated from outside the cave, sending chills coursing through them. Instantly alert, Lu Fan sprang to his feet, seizing a burning branch from the fire, gripping it tightly in preparation for the looming threat. Wang Xiufang, filled with trepidation, cowered behind him, clutching the hem of his garment, her body trembling slightly. As the roar grew closer, a massive shadow gradually emerged at the cave's entrance. Lu Fan focused intently, discerning that it was a disheveled black bear, its size not particularly imposing. Likely seeking refuge from the tempest, the bear had stumbled upon the cave, unaware of its human inhabitants. It stood at the entrance, drenched, glaring at them with eyes like brass bells, its throat emitting a series of low growls, seemingly asserting its dominance. Lu Fan, resolute, tightened his grip on the burning branch and cautiously advanced, attempting to intimidate the bear. Behind him, Wang Xiufang held her breath, her hands clutching Lu Fan's clothing tightly. The bear, forced back a few steps by the flaming branch, showed no inclination to retreat easily. Suddenly, it lunged forward, effortlessly swiping the branch from Lu Fan's grasp. In response, Lu Fan swiftly retrieved the branch, fiercely jabbing it at the bear. The bear, stung by the pain, roared in fury and charged back into the cave. In that critical moment, an idea struck Lu Fan. Disregarding everything else, he quickly crouched beside the fire, using his hands to scoop up the blazing embers and hurl them towards the bear at the cave's entrance. The searing coals struck the bear, causing it to emit a harrowing howl as it wildly rolled about, attempting to extinguish the flames on its fur. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan scanned the cave and noticed several loose stones embedded in the walls. He hurriedly pried one free and hurled it with force at the bear. The stone struck the bear squarely on the head, causing it to stagger momentarily. After finally extinguishing the flames on its body, the bear, now wounded, let out a pained cry and fled the cave. Watching the bear vanish into the storm, Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang exhaled deeply, their hearts still racing. They returned to the warmth of the fire, drawing closely together, shaken yet relieved. However, Lu Fan soon felt a sharp, searing pain in his hands. Raising his hands, he then realized that they were covered in blisters from the scorching coal fire, with some areas even broken and bleeding, the crimson mingling with the ash. Wang Xiufang, witnessing this, felt a surge of compassion that brought tears to her eyes. Hastily tearing a strip from her clothing, she gently took Lu Fan's hand and meticulously began to wipe away the soot from his wounds. As she tended to his injuries, she softly blew on them, as if her breath could alleviate his suffering. Does it hurt? It's all my fault for being unable to help, Wang Xiufang lamented regretfully. It's nothing, it doesn't hurt. Besides, what does this have to do with you? Lu Fan replied, bravely enduring the pain while managing a faint smile to reassure her. With her head slightly bowed, Wang Xiufang focused intently on bandaging Lu Fan's wounds, her fingers deftly and delicately attending to his injuries. Yet at that moment, Lu Fan found himself inexplicably drawn to the subtle allure of her bosom. His gaze seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, unable to divert from that mesmerizing sight. Despite the persistent pain in his hands, his attention was wholly consumed by the beauty before him. He forgot the agony, even swallowing nervously as he gazed, utterly entranced, as if he were about to leap forward and take a bite, lost in his own reverie. When Wang Xiufang sensed Lu Fan's unusual behavior, she raised her head in confusion, only to meet his fervent gaze. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple, embarrassment and irritation flooding her heart. She playfully tapped his forehead, scolding, "You mischievous boy, how can you be so undisciplined at a time like this? Truly hopeless." Lu Fan, shaken from his stupor, awkwardly scratched his head, hastily averting his gaze from her, stammering, I was just a bit distracted by the pain." Observing his flustered state, Wang Xiufang's irritation gradually melted into amusement. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of lightheartedness. Just as they basked in this fleeting moment of ease, sudden gunfire erupted from outside the cave, sending both into a state of alarm. Lu Fan, alert, sprang to his feet and swiftly retrieved the lone pistol from Wang Xiufang. Her smile vanished, and she instinctively sought refuge behind him, muttering, "We just chased away the black bear, and now what is happening outside?" Gripping the pistol tightly despite the pain in his hands, Lu Fan cautiously crawled out of the cave and lay in the grass, peering into the distance. Through his observation, he discerned dozens of individuals clad in matching red uniforms and raincoats, armed with firearms, encircling the very black bear that had just been shot. It was evident that the bear had met its demise at their hands. They were engaged in loud conversation, yet the distance, compounded by the howling wind and torrential rain, rendered Lu Fan unable to discern their words. The pirate ship bobbed on the nearby waves, swaying with the rhythm of the tumultuous sea. "Who are they? They can't possibly be pirates," Wang Xiufang whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know, but they clearly appear to be a well-trained group. Quite different from the pirates we encountered earlier," Lu Fan replied softly, his gaze fixed intently on the gathering. At that moment, a figure resembling a squad leader stood on the beach, directing several individuals to reinforce their vessels, while others systematically transported supplies from the ship, setting up windbreak tents upon the shore. Lu Fan realized that this group might have lost their way in the storm and inadvertently arrived here. He quickly urged Wang Xiufang to retreat back into the cave, cautioning her in a hushed tone, "Whatever you do, do not make a sound. This group seems formidable. We should hide until they leave." Wang Xiufang nodded in fear, not daring to exhibit the slightest carelessness. Inside the cave, silence reigned, broken only by the sound of their breaths as Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang huddled closely together. As time passed, the storm outside gradually subsided. Lu Fan resolved to venture out for a closer look, instructing Wang Xiufang to remain in the cave, and wait for him. Carefully, he stepped out, observing that the group had settled on the beach. Some were cooking, while others rested in their tents. He stealthily approached the dense underbrush behind them, eager to discern their conversation. Suddenly, he was startled by the desperate cries of two women pleading for mercy emanating from their yacht. Chapter 88. A band of seasoned pirates at that moment. Two women's anguished cries suddenly pierced the air from a yacht not far away. Their sounds starkly incongruous amidst the tempest. Yet, the group of individuals seemed oblivious, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. A tightening sensation gripped Lu Fan's heart as a foreboding premonition surged within him. He realized that this band of people must be dubious, pondering. Could they possibly be a crew of trained pirates? After all, what would compel women to wail aboard a yacht? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Fan resolved to take the risk of approaching the yacht to discern the truth. He moved cautiously, striving to make not a single sound, fearful of attracting the attention of those individuals. The yacht was approximately 30 meters long, gleaming white and strikingly ostentatious. Its opulent design was unmistakably extravagant, revealing its considerable worth at first glance. Utilizing the cover of the underbrush, Lu Fan stealthily navigated around the beach to one side. Here, a cliff descended into the boundless sea, creating a distance between the yacht and himself. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the water without hesitation. As the sea enveloped him, he remained composed, quickly regulating his breathing and utilizing the veil of rain and mist to swim silently towards the yacht. The bow of the yacht featured a spacious platform deck adorned with leisure tables and chairs. At the rear lay a shared hall for the cockpit and lounge, from which the layout of the forward deck was visible through the cockpit's window. Lu Fan approached the yacht quietly and carefully climbed aboard, his movements light to avoid creating the slightest noise. Once on deck, he stealthily made his way along the edge of the yacht towards the hall. Peering through the window, he observed the interior's ample layout. Inside the hall behind the cockpit, a circle of sofa booths encircled a large coffee table, laden with an array of delectable foods and fine wines, leading into two additional rooms. Hiding outside the window, Lu Fan noted that the tempest had cast darkness over the surroundings, yet the yacht was ablaze with light. From his vantage point, he could clearly see inside, where two bikini-clad women were bound to the sofa, one possessing striking blonde hair and blue eyes, unmistakably of European descent. Their faces were etched with terror, their mouths incessantly shouting. Perhaps due to the language barrier, Lu Fan could not comprehend their words, but it was evident they were pleading for mercy or begging for release. Surrounding them were several men clad in red combat uniforms, leering and behaving inappropriately, seemingly toying with the captive women. Lu Fan silently deliberated. It appeared that this group numbered far more than 10. Just as he continued to observe, a black man in a combat uniform approached the window without warning, as if sensing the presence of someone outside. Lu Fan's heart raced, and he hastily crouched, holding his breath in terror, afraid of being discovered by the man. The African man stood by the window, cautiously surveying the surroundings for a moment. Upon noticing no unusual circumstances, he turned and departed. Lu Fan inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not been discovered. However, just as he basked in the smugness of having narrowly escaped, a shocking scene unfolded. Two Asian men, their skin a striking yellow, brazenly stripped off their garments, revealing their tall, muscular physiques. To Lu Fan's horror, the next moment saw these two men each seize a beautiful woman and, with lewd expressions, stride towards the back room, utterly disregarding the anguished cries of the ladies. Meanwhile, the remaining tall men in the hall showed no signs of compassion. Instead, they erupted into malevolent laughter. Even more appalling, these individuals took their seats on the sofa, as if queuing for something sinister. Lu Fan's mind was beset by visions of the potential horrors that awaited the two women. He could hardly bear to contemplate the torment they would likely endure at the hands of these ruthless pirates. The anguished screams emanating from the room pierced Lu Fan's heart like a dagger, igniting an inferno of rage within him. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he unsheathed his machete, resolute to confront these marauders in a fight to the death. Yet, Upon glimpsing the towering, robust figures of the pirates, his resolve faltered. Doubts crept in, questioning whether he could indeed prevail against such formidable foes. Should he fail, not only would he be unable to rescue the two women, but he might also lose his own life in the process. What troubled him further was the knowledge that dozens of fully armed pirates awaited on the beach. Should they discover the misfortune befalling their comrades, they would undoubtedly descend like ravenous wolves. In such a scenario, escape would become an impossibility. The thought sent beads of sweat forming on Lu Fan's forehead. Yet, soon after, his thoughts turned to the village beauty still concealed within the cave. With her voluptuous and alluring figure, she was undeniably the most captivating presence on this desolate island. If she were to fall into the clutches of these pirates, the consequences would be unimaginably dire, subjecting her to inhumane torment. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan steeled his resolve and decided to return to the cave first. He turned and leapt into the tumultuous sea like a bird taking flight. Upon finally swimming back to the cave, he found Wang Xiufang anxiously awaiting his return. The moment she spotted Lu Fan, she rushed towards him like a beacon of hope, her face etched with worry. "What is going on outside?" she implored, concern radiating from her. Gasping for breath, Lu Fan recounted the dreadful situation he had just witnessed. "Those people are utterly despicable. We must hurry to save them." Wang Xiufang's brows knitted tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury as if they could emit flames. Standing beside her, Lu Fan gazed at Wang Xiufang in astonishment. While he recognized her innate kindness, he had never anticipated that her compassionate heart could overflow to such an extent. Lu Fan fell into a moment of silence before he slowly began to speak. "Are you not afraid? If our plan fails, those trapped in the yacht's room may very well become you. Moreover, just look at your alluring and voluptuous figure." He lightly patted Wang Xiufang's backside, continuing, "When they resort to violence, it will not be as gentle as I am." "Ah, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Xiufang's face instantly turned pale, devoid of color, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. She lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, and after a considerable pause, she whispered, I'm certainly afraid. I merely feel pity for those two girls. Whether to save them or not is, of course, your decision." Lu Fan gazed at Wang Xiufang, noticing her expression of terror and helplessness, which stirred something within him. At that moment, the storm outside seemed to wane slightly. However, Lu Fan's mood grew increasingly somber. He pondered quietly that should the downpour cease, those ruthless pirates would likely venture into the jungle. Their refuge within this cave would undoubtedly be discovered, and at that point, their situation would become exceedingly precarious. Chapter 89. The rescue mission, however, you must kiss me first. Lu Fan furrowed his brows tightly, as if he could crush a fly. The bandage that had been wrapped around his hand was now thoroughly soaked by the seawater, clinging damply to his blistered palm, intermittently sending sharp pangs of pain through him. Observing the rain beginning to lessen, Lu Fan was acutely aware that time was of the essence, compelling him to grasp Wang Xiufang's hand and plunge once more into the downpour. The pair arrived at the precipice, retracing Lu Fan's earlier steps. With a troubled expression, Lu Fan spoke to Wang Xiufang. "And Xiufang, we find ourselves in a truly precarious predicament." Sighing deeply, he continued, "If we were to brave the storm and set out in the speedboat now, we might evade detection. However, given the diminutive nature of the vessel amidst such ferocious winds and towering waves, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The boat could easily capsize, or worse, be shattered by the monstrous surf." Wang Xiufang, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, clutched her sodden clothing, her teeth chattering from the cold. After a brief moment of silence, she suggested, "Then shall we wait for the storm to pass before we depart?" Lu Fan, however, shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with her proposal. He explained, "If we wait for the rain to cease, the roar of the engine will undoubtedly attract the attention of the pirates on this tranquil island, placing us in grave danger once again." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang's anxiety intensified, her brow furrowed in distress. "This won't work, and that won't work either. What are we to do?" There was but one course of action for their escape: to take advantage of the pirates on the beach, return to the yacht, subdue the few pirates aboard, and then commandeer the yacht for their flight. With such a plan, even the most formidable of foes would be unable to pursue them. Lu Fan shared his thoughts with Wang Xiufang, yet she remained visibly anxious. Observing her panic, a subtle smile crept onto Lu Fan's lips. He spoke slowly, "Aunt Xiufang, do not fret. I have an idea. How about this, you go to the beach and draw their attention while I seize the opportunity to rescue the others? What do you think?" Wang Xiufang was utterly taken aback by Lu Fan's suggestion, her mouth agape in shock. For a moment, she stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. Lu Fan, noticing her astonishment, felt a surge of satisfaction. He jested, "Consider it, Aunt Xiufang. Since you do not allow me to touch you, since you do not fancy me, it will be perfect for me to rescue those two women and take them as my wives. But do not worry. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly come to your aid." Upon finishing, Lu Fan feigned a look of great difficulty. Wang Xiufang, bewildered by his words, began to believe he was being unfaithful, fearing he might abandon her for the allure of the others. "Ha ha!" Lu Fan's laughter finally snapped Wang Xiufang back to reality. Her face flushed crimson with anger as she gritted her teeth in frustration. In a fit of exasperation, she pinched Lu Fan's backside with force, exclaiming, "You little rascal. How can you still jest at a time like this? Ouch, that hurts. Ouch." Lu Fan suddenly jumped up as if struck by lightning, repeatedly shouting in pain. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Wang Xiufang wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and patted her racing heart, finally allowing her tense nerves to relax. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan threatened, "How about a kiss then? Otherwise, I might just refuse to leave." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang's cheeks flushed a deep red, her embarrassment mingling with anger as she glared at Lu Fan, reproaching, "Have you lost your mind? With everything going on, you still have the presence of mind to play the fool." At that moment, the timid Wang Xiufang felt as if a frightened rabbit was thumping in her chest, terrified that the pirates might discover their presence. As fate would have it, at that very moment, distant shouts from the pirates echoed through the air. Although the words were indistinct due to the distance, it seemed they were urging their comrades to take action, and the torrential rain had lessened considerably. Noticing Lu Fan's indifference to the distant pirate shouts, Wang Xiufang grew increasingly anxious. She understood that this audacious fellow was capable of anything. What if his antics truly drew the pirates' attention? In a moment of resignation, she bit her lip, took a deep breath, and leaned in to kiss Lu Fan's cheek. With a grin, Lu Fan replied, "All right then, let us commence our mission." As soon as he finished speaking, he too inhaled deeply and leaned in to kiss Wang Xiufang's luscious lips, wrapping his arms tightly around her before unhesitatingly plunging into the vast ocean. In truth, Lu Fan was well aware of the gravity of their situation and had no intention of intimidating Wang Xiufang. Yet he understood that she could not swim, and he needed to ensure her safety while guiding her to the yacht, making certain she had enough air. After considerable effort, they finally reached the side of the yacht. Lu Fan lifted Wang Xiufang onto the walkway at the rear of the yacht, urging her to hide. This time, he was even more cautious. He quietly approached the window outside the hull and paused. Peering through the glass, he noticed 3 pirates seated on the sofa inside, drinking red wine and laughing boisterously. Among them were 2 men with Asian features, the same ones he had encountered earlier. Taking advantage of their relaxed state, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, silently opening the window and slipping into the hall. The ruffians remained oblivious to the impending danger, lost in their lewd laughter. Like a ghost, Lu Fan swiftly darted behind the nearest black man, drawing his knife and expertly slashing the pirate's throat from behind. The black man's eyes widened in shock, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as he turned to grasp at Lu Fan, but he quickly succumbed to weakness, collapsing to the ground. The other 2 Asian pirates were caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Fan swiftly lunged towards the tattooed pirate closest to him, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. The tattooed man let out a piercing scream as he was sent reeling backward, crashing into the sofa. Meanwhile, another bald pirate, reacting slightly quicker, attempted to draw his gun from his waist. However, Lu Fan, with remarkable agility, hurled his dagger with precision, embedding it deep into the pirate's wrist. The bald pirate, wincing in pain, dropped his firearm onto the floor. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan dashed forward, kicked the gun away, and swiftly withdrew his dagger, plunging it into the pirate's abdomen multiple times. The bald pirate clutched his gaping wounds, stooping over, and with a spurt of blood, he succumbed to the ground, lifeless. The tattooed man, who had just been kicked aside, struggled to rise and grabbed a nearby bottle, hurling it at Lu Fan. Lu Fan deftly sidestepped, the bottle narrowly grazing his shoulder before shattering against the wall. Shards of glass embedded themselves deeply into Lu Fan's shoulder. Seeing this, the tattooed man charged at Lu Fan once more, his robust frame and surprising strength forcing Lu Fan to retreat repeatedly. However, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, grasping one of the man's arms and executing a powerful over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the tattooed brute to the ground. At that moment, anguished cries from two women echoed through the room, amplifying the chaos. Chapter 90. I am here to save you. Lu Fan's heart tightened suddenly, acutely aware that time was of the essence, leaving no room for even the slightest delay. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly extracted the sharp shard of glass from his shoulder. Following that, he firmly grasped the shard in his hand and, with all his might, inflicted several deep gashes across the tattooed man's grotesque face. In an instant, blood spattered forth, and the tattooed man emitted a piercing scream of agony, instinctively covering his mutilated visage with his hands, writhing in torment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity while the tattooed man was consumed by pain, Lu Fan swiftly liberated a gleaming dagger from the bald pirate's grasp. His movements were as rapid as lightning, uninterrupted, the dagger, akin to an arrow, plunged straight toward the tattooed man's heart. With a muffled thud, the dagger embedded itself deeply within the man's body. The tattooed man's form convulsed violently before he slowly collapsed to the ground, lifeless and still. With a sigh of relief, Lu Fan finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. After dispatching the three pirates, he disregarded the searing pain radiating from his shoulder. He quickly sheathed the dagger at his waist and drew a machete from his back, gripping it tightly. Like a gust of wind, he charged toward one of the rooms. Inside, the sounds of garbled English filled the air, yet Lu Fan did not falter. Like a frenzied beast, he kicked open the tightly shut door. Before him stood a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, her body pinned beneath a burly black man, whose muscular physique exuded raw power. The woman's face was etched with terror, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, indicating she had suffered considerable harm. This scene ignited a fierce blaze of anger within Lu Fan. He roared, "Let her go!" His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the room. The black man, evidently startled by the sudden outburst, trembled and turned to face Lu Fan, his expression one of disbelief. Before the black man could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Fan lunged forward like a released arrow. His speed was blinding as he raised the machete high, striking down with the force of a tempest. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed as the machete collided violently with the black man's arm. The sheer force of Lu Fan's strike cleaved through muscle and bone effortlessly, blood erupting like a fountain, splattering across the floor. The black man, grievously wounded, let out a gut-wrenching scream, releasing the woman and leaping off the bed as if electrocuted. He clutched the stub of his severed arm tightly with his remaining hand, blood streaming between his fingers, saturating the floor beneath him in crimson. Fixing Lu Fan with a glare filled with malice and rage, he began to curse vehemently in English, although Lu Fan could not comprehend the words being uttered. The ferocity etched on the man's face unmistakably suggested that they were anything but kind. However, Lu Fan had no time to heed the man's vitriol, for he was poised to deliver a fatal sentence. Seizing the moment, he launched a swift and powerful kick towards the man's groin, akin to a shooting star. The blow struck with precision, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the man, who hunched over in agony, clutching the source of his excruciating pain with his remaining hand. Without hesitation, Lu Fan raised his blade once more, ready to administer the final, lethal strike that would send the man on his way. As the weapon fell, a sickening crunch echoed through the air. The man's head burst open like a watermelon, sending a spray of blood that splattered across Lu Fan. The viscous substance that erupted was reminiscent of tofu pudding, evoking a chilling response from onlookers. With the life seemingly drained from him, the man collapsed to the ground, his body twitching momentarily before succumbing to stillness. Meanwhile, the blonde woman still on the bed bore witness to this gruesome spectacle, her scream reverberating in the confined space. Echoing like thunder, her complexion turned as pale as a sheet, her body trembling violently from sheer terror, nearly fainting from the horror. In a state of shock, she fixed her terrified gaze upon Lu Fan, her lips trembling as she uttered a stream of English words, seemingly pleading for mercy. Fearful that he might turn his wrath upon her. Observing her distress, Lu Fan quickly waved his hand, signaling his inability to understand her words. He then made a gesture for silence, softly saying, "Should you not cry out, I am here to save you." Upon hearing his words, the blonde woman clutched at the lifeline he offered, scrambling off the bed in haste. In her urgency, she had not even donned her clothing, standing before Lu Fan in her vulnerability. She hurriedly spoke in broken Summer Kingdom dialect. "Are you from the Summer Kingdom? Please, save me." The sight of the exposed blonde beauty standing unabashedly before him caused Lu Fan's heart to race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. He had never been so close to such an enchanting Western beauty, let alone in such an unbridled situation. His heart raced faster, his cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Furthermore, he found himself swallowing hard, a soft gurgling sound escaping his throat. Yet just as Lu Fan was lost in the mesmerizing scene, a wail more mournful than before erupted from the adjoining room. The cry pierced through the air like a sharp blade, striking Lu Fan's heart and jolting him back to reality. A wave of intense unease washed over him, tightening his chest. He immediately realized that the woman with the Asian features in the adjacent room might be enduring immense torment. Simultaneously, the blonde woman appeared to be greatly startled by the sudden cries. Like a frightened rabbit, she swiftly sought refuge behind Lu Fan, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with terror and helplessness. The moment her body brushed against Lu Fan's, he felt an electric jolt surge through him, and an overwhelming impulse to embrace her enveloped his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan endeavored to regain his composure. He gripped the machete firmly, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on the black man on the floor, then turned to the blonde woman and said, "Hurry and put on your clothes. Stay here and don't move. I will go to rescue her." The blonde woman nodded repeatedly, her hands fumbling as she hurriedly searched for garments to cover her exposed body. Observing her frantic state, Lu Fan felt a pang of concern. Yet he understood that this was not a moment for hesitation. Steeling himself, he cautiously approached the neighboring room, each step taken with utmost care. As he reached the doorway, a cacophony of noise erupted from within, the harshness of the white pirate's English piercing the air, intertwined with the woman's terrified screams. Chapter 91. Successfully rescuing two beauties, Lu Fan's brow furrowed tightly, his right hand gripping the machete with a slight sheen of sweat forming in his palm. He inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and without a moment's hesitation, lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the tightly shut door. With a resounding crash, the door splintered under his powerful kick, sending wood shards flying. As the door swung open, the scene within the room unfolded before him. Before his eyes, a white pirate was viciously pinning an Asian woman to the bed. His hand descended upon her face like a relentless storm, each strike accompanied by the sharp sound of slaps. The woman was tear-streaked, desperately struggling to resist the pirate's brutality, but her strength was utterly dwarfed by that of the assailant. Her face was swollen and bruised, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing the door crash open, the pirate spun around, his eyes filled with a mixture of fury and shock. Clearly caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, he momentarily hesitated. In an instant, he released the woman, leaping off the bed like a ferocious beast, intent on seizing the handgun resting nearby. However, Lu Fan would not grant him such an opportunity. In a flash, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his speed akin to a tempest. And in the blink of an eye, he was before the pirate. Just as the pirate's hand grazed the gun, Lu Fan's machete came slicing down with swift precision. A sharp crack echoed through the room as the pirate's wrist shattered, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The pirate let out a piercing scream, his face paling to a ghostly white, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Clutching his wound with his other hand, his eyes blazed with fury and fear. In a frenzied rage, he lunged at Lu Fan, heedless of his own safety, intent on delivering a savage blow. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Lu Fan remained remarkably composed. He deftly sidestepped the charge, effortlessly avoiding the collision. Simultaneously, his machete struck out with the swiftness of lightning, landing squarely on the pirate's back. The force of the blow sent the pirate staggering, his balance lost as he collapsed to the ground. Yet he did not yield easily. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he managed to rise once more. Lu Fan, refusing to grant him a moment's respite, acted swiftly. In a fluid motion, he executed a powerful kick to the pirate's knee, causing him to crumple to the ground with a thud, unable to rise again. At this juncture, Lu Fan had established complete dominance. He raised his machete high, poised to deliver a decapitating blow. However, in a sudden twist, the pirate inexplicably produced a sharp dagger, lunging fiercely toward Lu Fan's abdomen. This unforeseen turn of events caught Lu Fan off guard, yet his reflexes were nothing short of extraordinary. He instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The dagger grazed his clothing. Though it did not make direct contact, it sent a chill of cold sweat down Lu Fan's spine. Yet, he was not shaken by this sudden assault. Seizing the fleeting opportunity left by the white pirate's attack, he summoned all his strength and swung his machete fiercely towards the pirate's neck. With all his might behind the blow, the pirate's throat was severed in an instant. His head tumbled down like a fallen watermelon, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This gruesome scene left the woman nearby in a state of sheer terror. She let out a scream, quickly covering her eyes with her hands, unable to bear another glance, as if the splattering blood might reach her. Without hesitation, Lu Fan stepped forward, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear. I am here to rescue you." The woman, still in shock, slowly lifted her gaze. Disbelief etched across her features as she looked at Lu Fan. Her eyes, once clouded by fear, gradually transformed into a gaze filled with gratitude as that fear dissipated. Her eyelids glistened with tears, and with a quivering voice tinged with emotion, she asked, "Is this real? Are you truly here to save me?" It was evident that she found it hard to believe, given that she and Lu Fan were strangers. Lu Fan merely nodded gently, his eyes momentarily evasive, as he seemed hesitant to meet the gaze of the unclothed woman, swiftly turning his head aside. Clearly flustered, he urged, "Please put on your clothes. We must leave this place at once." A blush crept onto the woman's cheeks as she shyly lowered her head, instinctively rummaging through the bed for her clothes. At that moment, the blonde woman emerged from the room, fully dressed. Upon seeing the blonde unharmed, the woman finally believed that this man was indeed there to rescue them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan turned and exited the room, dashing towards the rear of the yacht like a gust of wind. His hurried steps suggested that something of great importance awaited his attention. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the yacht's main hall with Wang Xiufang. Upon entering the hall, Wang Xiufang noticed the Asian woman still searching for her clothes, and her gaze involuntarily fell upon Lu Fan. As she had anticipated, Lu Fan was intently fixated on the woman, his expression one of rapture, as if he were completely engrossed in the moment, even relishing it. Wang Xiufang raised her foot and playfully kicked him, admonishing, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. If that group on the beach spots us, it will be disastrous." Lu Fan snapped back to reality and immediately dashed to the helm, ready to start the yacht and escape this perilous situation. However, when he focused his gaze, he was astonished to discover that the yacht was not only firmly anchored, but was additionally secured by a thick rope, presumably due to the recent tumultuous weather. To make matters worse, a long wooden plank was precariously laid between the bow of the boat and the shore, providing the pirates with convenient access to board. "What is wrong? Hurry, set sail," Wang Xiufang urged Lu Fan, her voice laced with palpable panic, as if fearing that pirates might charge at them any moment. The two women behind her mirrored her terror, their eyes brimming with a desperate longing to escape their predicament. Lu Fan, in a state of frantic urgency, explained, "The anchor hasn't been pulled up yet. Moreover, the rope is still securing us. If we recklessly start the yacht now, it will undoubtedly draw their attention. In that case, we would have no chance to untie the rope. They will surely board via that wooden plank." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her mind was in turmoil. Gripping Lu Fan's arm tightly, she asked, her voice trembling slightly, "Then, what shall we do?" Chapter 92. Departure from the island. Lu Fan took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He began to ponder his current predicament and devise a strategy. After some contemplation, he suddenly turned, his gaze fixating on the two women behind him. His eyes gleamed with sharpness and determination, as if an idea had taken root in his mind. "Have either of you ever operated a yacht?" Lu Fan inquired, his voice low yet laced with urgency. The blonde woman hesitated for a moment before nodding in response. "I have once, but I'm not very familiar with it." Upon hearing this, a surge of hope welled up within Lu Fan. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he swiftly approached the blonde woman, pulling her close. "You won't need to navigate far," he explained rapidly. "I will untie the ropes while you start the yacht. Just a little more forward, and you can activate the anchor winch to lift the anchor. This way, even if they notice us, we will have ample time to escape. Do you understand?" The blonde woman blinked, seemingly grasping only part of Lu Fan's plan, yet she nodded in comprehension, responding, "I understand." However, at that moment, the situation on the beach shifted. A pirate was approaching the yacht, his hurried strides suggesting he had sensed something amiss aboard. Observing this, Lu Fan made a swift decision, saying to the blonde woman, "Quick, prepare yourself. I'm going to untie the ropes." Without hesitation, he turned and exited the yacht's cabin, crouching low to carefully make his way to the deck. As he watched the pirate draw closer, he thought to himself, it might already be too late to untie the ropes. Thus, he unsheathed the machete at his side, gripping the hilt tightly as if it were his last line of defense. Simultaneously, he signaled a resolute "okay" gesture to the blonde woman in the cockpit, indicating that everything was set. Understanding his intent, she promptly followed Lu Fan's earlier instructions and started the yacht's engine without hesitation. Wang Xiufang, standing nearby, urged her anxiously, "Hurry. Start the yacht." With a deep rumble, the yacht began to move forward slowly, akin to a colossal beast awakening, poised for action. Meanwhile, the anchor winch emitted a low hum, heralding the onset of this tense chase. Lu Fan gripped the machete firmly, his eyes fixed on the thick rope before him. Suddenly, like an enraged lion, he sprang to his feet and, summoning all his strength, brought the machete down forcefully upon the rope. With a resounding crack, the rope was severed, its broken end recoiling like a disturbed serpent back towards the beach. However, at that very moment, the pirate had closed the distance to within 50 meters of the yacht. He stood there, bewildered, staring at the yacht, clearly still trying to comprehend the unfolding events. On the beach, the remaining pirates heard the roar of the yacht's engine and rose from the sand, astonished, gazing at the thundering vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan turned sharply and exerted all his strength to violently overturn the gangplank. The plank arced through the air before crashing down onto the beach, sending a spray of sand and debris into the air. Having accomplished this, Lu Fan felt an immense sense of relief as he dashed back to the cockpit like a gust of wind. However, one of the pirates caught sight of Lu Fan in that very instant, and he immediately shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Just as Lu Fan entered the cockpit, the anchor winch began to slowly raise the anchor. It was then that the pirate seemed to awaken from his stupor. He sprinted towards the yacht while frantically calling out to his comrades, attempting to thwart the yacht's escape. The other pirates on the beach, hearing the shouts, quickly grasped the situation. They hurriedly dropped what they were holding, scrambling to retrieve their weapons, preparing to pursue Lu Fan and his companions. Lu Fan, unwilling to delay for even a moment, immediately increased the yacht's power upon entering the cockpit. The yacht emitted a deep rumble, retreating at breakneck speed like a wild stallion, swiftly moving into deeper waters. He then abruptly turned the steering wheel, and the yacht glided across the surface of the sea like a nimble fish. making a graceful arc as it turned toward the vast ocean. However, the pirates were evidently unwilling to let their only yacht be stolen so easily. They raised their firearms and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the receding vessel. In an instant, bullets rained down like a tempest, striking the yacht's steel hull with a series of deafening thuds, igniting brilliant sparks in their wake. Though the distance increased, the impact of the bullets still caused the yacht to resonate with loud bangs. Fortunately, the yacht's sturdy steel plating endured, leaving only a scattering of varying depth bullet marks on its surface. Amidst the hail of gunfire, Xiufang shouted, "Hold on tight, ladies, we're about to accelerate." The two blonde women clung to each other, their bodies trembling slightly, their hearts racing like drums, as if they might burst from their chests. They shut their eyes tightly, daring not to glance back at the vicious demons pursuing them, silently praying for a safe escape. Not far away, Wang Xiufang curled into a ball on the sofa, her face as pale as paper, her hands pressed tightly against her ears in an attempt to shield herself from the cacophony of gunfire. Yet, the deafening roar pierced through her eardrums like a demonic howl, filling her with overwhelming fear and helplessness. The yacht's speed intensified, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, plunging into the vast sea. As the distance between them and the island widened, the tension in everyone's hearts began to ease slightly. They gazed at the receding shoreline, a wave of relief washing over them as they emerged from the calamity. Yet, despite the rain's gradual abatement, the fierce winds continued to howl, and the waves crashed against the yacht like a ferocious beast, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. The thick fog enveloping the sea grew denser, resembling a heavy curtain that shrouded everything within its grasp. A group of pirates on the beach watched helplessly as the yacht vanished into the sea of swirling mist, despair flooding their hearts like an incoming tide. One pirate, in a fit of desperation, hurled his firearm onto the sand with great force and, in a voice laden with hopelessness, cried out, "What shall we do now? It seems we shall never return." His words echoed in the sea breeze, infused with boundless fear and desperation. Chapter 93. A true man never looks back upon hearing these words. The other pirates displayed expressions of anger and helplessness. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss regarding their next course of action. It is essential to understand that adrift in this vast ocean, without the yacht, they would be utterly stranded on this minuscule island of less than a square kilometer, devoid of any hope of return. Meanwhile, on the yacht, Wang Xiufang and the two women felt a sense of relief wash over them. However, it was then that Xiufang appeared to have a sudden epiphany. With a fierce turn of the wheel, as if bewitched, he steered the yacht back towards the island. This action horrified Wang Xiufang and her companions. Wang Xiufang screamed in terror, "Xiufang, have you lost your mind? Are you intending to return to seek death?" The blonde woman and the other lady were equally stricken with fear, unable to comprehend Xiufang's reckless decision. The blonde woman, in particular, was gripped by dread and despair, for she could not bear the thought of returning to the clutches of the pirates who had made her existence a living hell. Xiufang remained focused on navigating the yacht, disregarding their panicked cries. In a moment of desperation, the blonde woman dashed towards the yacht's steering wheel, attempting to reclaim control. Yet, Xiufang's response was swift and resolute. He forcefully pushed her away from the helm, his voice rising in a sharp reprimand. "Have you lost your senses? Do you realize how perilous this is? If the yacht capsizes, even if we do not drown, we will be battered into pulp by the monstrous waves." His tone exuded an undeniable authority, his expression dark and eyes wide with intensity, as if they might ignite. The blonde woman was taken aback by the ferocity in his gaze, her desire to resist dissipating in an instant. At that moment, she resembled a frightened rabbit, utterly bereft of the courage to fight back. She slumped onto the floor, her eyes shut tight, her face etched with terror and despair. She felt powerless to struggle further, resigned to await the whims of fate. Wang Xiufang, initially inclined to intervene, was rendered speechless by Xiufang's furious shout, paralyzed by fear. She stood frozen, her complexion pale, at a loss for what to do. After a moment of calm reflection, she understood that Xiufang must have his reasons for acting as he did. In this unfamiliar environment, He was the only one willing to sacrifice his own life for her safety. With this realization, her doubts gradually faded, and she resolved to remain silent, lest she add unnecessary complications to Lu Fan's predicament. Thus, she quietly returned to the sofa, casting a trusting glance towards him. Simultaneously, Lu Fan's focus was entirely on the approaching island. He had no time to elaborate on his decision, as the situation was urgent and allowed for no delay. He swiftly loaded his pistol, adopting a stance as if prepared to confront the pirates in a life-or-death battle. As the distance between the yacht and the island diminished, the tension in the air intensified. The once despondent pirates were visibly taken aback upon witnessing the returning yacht, yet their astonishment swiftly transformed into exhilaration. They howled with fervor, brandishing their weapons as if a pack of ravenous wolves had caught sight of their prey. Lu Fan was acutely aware of the ferocity and brutality of these pirates. He dared not let his guard down. Gripping his handgun tightly, his finger poised on the trigger, he was prepared to unleash a bullet at the slightest indication of danger. His gaze, akin to a blazing torch, remained fixed ahead, unwavering in vigilance. Meanwhile, he reminded Wang Xiufang and the others to brace themselves. Turning his head, he spoke in a low, resolute voice, urging them to steady themselves. However, just as everyone was anxiously focused on the approaching island, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Without warning, Lu Fan, in a fit of fervor, jerked the steering wheel, causing the yacht to veer sharply towards the opposite side of the island. This sudden maneuver left not only Wang Xiufang and her companions bewildered, but also momentarily stunned the pirates on the beach, who had been poised to confront the yacht. Having anticipated its arrival, some had even been eager to rush forward and rend Lu Fan to pieces. Yet now, the yacht raced away like a wild stallion, eluding their grasp. The pirates, clearly unprepared for such a twist, soon regained their composure, angrily exclaiming, "What the hell? Is this guy toying with us?" Furious, the pirates raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the retreating yacht. However, due to the considerable distance, their bullets inflicted no significant damage. The two blonde women aboard the yacht, along with Wang Xiufang, were left in a state of confusion by Lu Fan's erratic actions, utterly perplexed by his intentions. In that moment, they had no alternative but to place their trust in him. As Wang Xiufang and the others remained dazed, Lu Fan steered the yacht towards the rocky area adjacent to the island, a treacherous expanse strewn with sharp reefs, resembling a deadly trap where a single miscalculation could spell disaster. Witnessing this, their faces turned pale, and they stood up, frantically shouting, "Danger! Stop! The yacht will crash into the rocks." Yet, Lu Fan paid no heed to their cries, his focus unwavering on the rocky terrain ahead. His hands gripping the steering wheel with determination, his foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. As the yacht hurtled closer to the perilous rocks, the hearts of the passengers raced, nearly stopping in fear. Just as they braced for impending disaster, a miracle unfolded. In the nick of time, as the yacht was about to collide with the rocks, Lu Fan executed a deft maneuver, drifting the vessel with remarkable precision. The yacht glided through the water like a nimble fish, deftly avoiding the treacherous rocks and coming to a steady halt just 3 meters away from them. This series of maneuvers flowed seamlessly, leaving onlookers in awe. Meanwhile, a group of pirates on the beach watched in dismay as the yacht barreled towards the rocky area. Frustrated at the prospect of the vessel being damaged by Lu Fan, they seized their weapons and, undeterred by the torrential rain, trudged through the muddy waters like a pack of ravenous wolves, advancing menacingly toward their target. It seemed they were convinced that the yacht piloted by Lu Fan would inevitably collide with the rocks, leaving it unable to escape their pursuit. At that moment, Wang Xiufang finally grasped Lu Fan's intentions. A subtle smile graced her lips, a glimmer of understanding illuminating her expression. Just as the two blonde women remained in a state of confusion, Lu Fan, quick and decisive, raised his pistol and dashed towards the deck like a flash of lightning. Chapter 94. Having secured their marriage, he turned and fired several shots into the fuel tank of the speedboat hidden among the rocks, until the magazine was emptied. Satisfied, he returned to the helm. A true man never looks back. His stride was resolute and powerful, devoid of any hesitation. With deft skill, he maneuvered the steering wheel, driving the yacht boldly back into the vast sea. With a thunderous blast, the speedboat concealed among the rocks erupted like a powder keg set ablaze, igniting fiercely. Flames surged skyward, and debris scattered like raindrops. The pirates, charging aggressively toward their direction, were startled by the sudden explosion, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Shock and disbelief painted their faces, obscured by the dense foliage of the mountains, preventing them from discerning the source of the explosion. They mistakenly believed the yacht had detonated. Panicked, the band of pirates surged forth with frenzied desperation. Meanwhile, the two blonde women finally comprehended Lu Fan's intentions. Wang Xiufang, observing the scene, smiled and explained to the blondes that Lu Fan aimed to sever the pirates' retreat, rendering them incapable of pursuit. At that moment, admiration for Lu Fan illuminated their eyes, and they felt fortunate to have escaped the pirates' clutches. The yacht glided steadily through the waves, and the hearts of the passengers gradually calmed. Lu Fan cast a glance back at the receding island, his taut nerves finally relaxing. The tension on his face visibly eased. He understood that he had evaded the threat of the pirates. Yet, he was puzzled. These pirates, by their attire, were clearly not affiliated with the notorious Hu. Did this imply that other pirate factions lurked in these waters, apart from Hues? Pondering this, Lu Fan found himself perplexed. He mused that a visit to the pirate camp was necessary to inquire with the bald man for clarity. The mere thought of visiting Hues' pirate stronghold conjured an image of Madame Hu's exquisite features and alluring figure, eliciting a mischievous smile from his lips. Turning his gaze toward Wang Xiufang and the two blondes, his heart swelled with joy. He thought to himself that perhaps the blondes, too, might become his women in the future. This notion prompted a hearty laugh from him. Wang Xiufang, noticing Lu Fan's mischievous grin, inwardly chastised him, knowing that he was likely conjuring some lewd thoughts behind that smirk. During their return to the deserted island, through the descriptions provided by the blondes, Lu Fan learned a reason for their capture by the pirates. The Asian woman was named Song Linlin, age 29, hailing from a renowned family that produced high-end perfumes in the country. The middle-aged blonde woman was named Alina, a highly paid expert recruited from abroad for the company. The two individuals embarked on a voyage with the company's team aboard a yacht, journeying into the depths of the sea in search of a purely natural spice known as ambergris. Ambergris, also referred to as whale vomit, is a desiccated substance secreted from the intestines of sperm whales. Some of these majestic creatures expel it, while others pass it through their digestive system. The ambergris manifests as irregularly shaped, waxy lumps of varying sizes, igniting with a blue flame when burned, exuding a fragrance rich and reminiscent of musk. In ancient times, it was often utilized in perfumery. The project that Alina's team is currently engaged in focuses on how to incorporate the essence of ambergris into perfumes. Their pursuit of the finest and most authentic ambergris is the reason for their collaboration with the company's collection team. Song Linlin, as the future heir of the company, volunteered to accompany them to demonstrate her commitment. However, on their return journey, they encountered a band of ruthless pirates. With tears brimming in her eyes, Song Linlin recounted that their group consisted of 8 individuals, 5 men and 3 women. The 5 men were brutally slain on the spot by the pirates, while another girl, Li, had vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's brow furrowed, his heart seething with indignation at the pirates' heinous acts. He comforted Song Linlin, saying, "Do not weep. You are now safe. Let's escort you both back to our small island." Grateful, Song Linlin nodded, hope rekindling in her gaze. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan shifted the tone of the conversation, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing an inscrutable expression. Turning to Song Linlin and Alina, he cheerfully declared, "Miss Song, since you are both a few years my senior, I shall refer to you as Sister Linlin and Sister Lina from now on. Does that sound agreeable?" Caught off guard by Lu Fan's sudden change in demeanor, Song Linlin politely nodded, murmuring her consent. Satisfied with her response, Lu Fan continued, "Now that you are here, you may never return." Therefore, he deliberately elongated his words, causing a tightening in the hearts of both Song Linlin and Alina. Therefore, what Alina could no longer contain her anxiety and interjected in her rudimentary summer country dialect. Lu Fan's smile widened, and he replied leisurely, "Therefore, I shall be responsible for providing you with sustenance. However, since you both have arrived, you must agree to become my wives. Tonight, the three of us shall celebrate our wedding night. There shall be no reneging on this. I assure you." Upon hearing Lu Fan's proclamation, Song Linlin and Alina felt as though they had been struck by lightning, thinking to themselves, having just escaped one peril, they had now stumbled into another. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and indignation. Song Linlin's face turned crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she yearned to express her anger but hesitated, fearing Lu Fan. She could only timidly stammer, How can you say such a thing? It is true that you saved us, but we never agreed to be your wives." As Song Linlin spoke, her voice noticeably softened, as if she feared inciting displeasure in Lu Fan, having just witnessed his fierce and decisive prowess. Elena stood by, shaking her head repeatedly, her eyes brimming with resistance. "If you can ensure our safe return home, we are willing to pay any price," she implored. Lu Fan's response to the two was marked by evident dissatisfaction, his countenance darkening instantly. With a tone laced with irritation, he retorted, "What? Return home? How naive you are! Do you have any idea how far we are from land? Returning you is out of the question. It would be more likely that I would deliver you straight into the hands of pirates." His voice unmistakably conveyed a hint of anger and frustration. Chapter 95. Returning to the island, both women had witnessed Lu Fan's ruthless methods firsthand, and as they gazed at the lifeless pirates sprawled on the yacht's floor, the fear in their hearts lingered, not yet fully dissipated. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, their faces turned pale with terror, nearly bringing them to tears. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang, standing nearby, could no longer tolerate Lu Fan's demeanor. She approached him and gently patted his shoulder, reproaching him, "You mustn't frighten the young ladies. One ought not to behave like this." Her tone carried a hint of reprimand, yet there was an imperceptible trace of jealousy woven into her words. Observing her reaction, Lu Fan's lips curled into a sly smile. "I merely wish to lighten the mood and amuse you all. Look at how frightened you are." However, he added with a hint of reluctance, "Yet, in this vast ocean, it will be quite some time before we can return. So for now, you may find solace on our little island." Though his words were laced with jest, they also revealed an unmistakable sense of dissatisfaction. He mused to himself, could it be that they too, like Wang Xiufang, would be unattainable? What a downer that would be. Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's reassurances, Song Linlin and Alina felt a measure of comfort. Still, the sight of the scattered pirate corpses on the floor kept a tinge of fear lingering in their minds. It was then that Lu Fan recalled the pirate bodies that had yet to be dealt with. He called upon Alina to temporarily take charge of the yacht. Lu Fan dragged the dismembered remains of the pirate onto the deck, while Wang Xiufang covered her mouth and nose, turning her head away, unwilling to look. At this moment, the storm had passed, and the sky had cleared. After removing all usable items from the pirates, Lu Fan unhesitatingly tossed them into the sea, cigarettes, lighters, and a considerable amount of gold coins. He weighed the heavy coins in his hand and murmured to himself, "It appears these gold coins are indeed a form of currency among pirates. I must save more for the future." Lighting a cigarette, Lu Fan began to indulge in its smoke as time ticked by. Before long, the yacht successfully reached the deserted island. However, just as they prepared to disembark, a new dilemma arose, akin to a ghostly apparition. The size of the yacht made it nearly impossible to conceal, and docking it directly on the shore would undoubtedly draw the attention of passing pirates like a beacon in the night sky. As everyone was poised to leave the vessel for the island, Wang Xiufang noticed Lu Fan standing like a statue, motionless. Growing irritated, she called out sharply, "Hurry up! Why are you just standing there?" At her urging, Lu Fan snapped out of his stupor, scratching his head with a furrowed brow. "This yacht is far too large. There is no way to hide it. What if it's spotted by passing pirates?" Wang Xiufang. Upon hearing this, too fell into contemplation. However, rather than succumb to despair, she began to ponder potential solutions. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea, and she exclaimed with excitement, "Eureka! We can dismantle everything useful on this yacht. and then sail it out to the deep sea to dispose of it. Wouldn't that resolve all our issues? However, Lu Fan was evidently unimpressed by this suggestion. A sardonic smile crept onto his face as he teased, "You truly are my dear aunt. Sailing the yacht to the deep sea is indeed a plan, but have you considered how I would return?" Wang Xiufang was momentarily taken aback by Lu Fan's inquiry, her face flushing with embarrassment. After a brief silence, she retorted with some annoyance, "Then what do you propose we do?" Lu Fan scratched his head and rubbed his ear, pondering for a moment before suggesting to Wang Xiufang, "How about this? We first dismantle everything useful on the yacht and take it back to the cabin. Later, I will sail the yacht to the pirate camp and see if I can trade it for a speedboat." "Ah, really? Do you think they will trade with you?" Wang Xiufang gazed at Lu Fan with skepticism, clearly doubtful about his plan. Yet, Lu Fan, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and assured her, "Rest assured, Aunt Xiufang, I have my methods." In truth, Wang Xiufang's suggestion was not without merit. Lu Fan could indeed sail the yacht, then push the throttle to the maximum and leap off. However, doing so would leave him without any means of transport and possibly deprive him of the chance to see the woman he longed for, Mrs. Hu. Although Wang Xiufang was somewhat dubious of Lu Fan's words, she could not conjure a better idea, so she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Thus, everyone sprang into action, beginning to dismantle various supplies from the yacht. They packed food, wine, tools, weapons, and anything else useful in bed linens, preparing to return to the cabin. Just as a few of them reached the beach, poised to head back to the wooden house, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lu Fan dashed back to the yacht like a gust of wind, his movements alarmingly swift, as if he had some urgent matter to attend to. He first rushed to the sofa, and without a word, he began to dismantle it, throwing the cushions and pillows onto the beach. Next, he applied the same method to the bed. Even the table fell victim to his fervor, landing alongside the other items on the sand. Song Lin and Alina were taken aback by Lu Fan's series of actions. They stood there, dumbfounded, watching as he tossed the yacht's belongings onto the beach, completely caught off guard. Clearly, they had not anticipated Lu Fan's fervent desire for these items, going so far as to dismantle them all. At this moment, Wang Xiufang finally regained her composure, her face a mask of confusion as she asked, "What on earth are you doing? Do you intend to take all these things back to the cabin as well?" Lu Fan appeared somewhat taken aback by Wang Xiufang's inquiry. He responded dismissively, "Indeed, I have no desire to continue sleeping on that rigid hay. With these items, when we share a room, it will be much more." Suddenly, with a swift motion, Wang Xiufang delivered a kick to Lu Fan's backside. "Be silent, and do not speak nonsense." As she surveyed the scattered belongings, a frown creased her brow, and she expressed her concern, "But with so many things, when shall we ever finish moving them?" Lu Fan, however, maintained a remarkably carefree demeanor. He replied nonchalantly, "What is the rush? Let us first hide these larger items. We can gradually move them back when we have the time. After all, we are not in immediate need of them, so we can take our time." Observing Wang Xiufang's worried expression, he couldn't resist teasing her further. "Aunt Xiufang, why the long face? Are you so eager at the mere mention of sharing a room?" Embarrassed and irritated, Wang Xiufang raised her hand as if to strike again, prompting Lu Fan to leap back. All right, I shall cease my jesting. Let us quickly stash these items away to avoid being discovered by any passing pirates." Chapter 96. Transporting supplies back to the cabin, a few individuals busily scrambled to move their belongings into the woods, finally managing to conceal everything. Once all was prepared, Wang Xiufang and the others each shouldered various bundles. Lu Fan, however, hoisted a coffee table, and the group set forth towards the cliff, their silhouettes resembling a band of refugees fleeing from calamity. As they approached the precipice, Wang Xiufang's brows furrowed tightly, her face etched with concern as she regarded the narrow, climbing ladder before them. Internally lamenting, she thought, "Lu Fan, this ladder is far too narrow, and with so many items in tow, how shall we descend?" Yet, Lu Fan appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this predicament. Calmly, he set the table down and swiftly retrieved the rope slung over his shoulder. He then addressed Wang Xiufang, suggesting, "Aunt Xiufang, please set down your things first and descend the ladder." I will lower the items one by one with a rope. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Xiufang sighed in relief and nodded. Turning to Song Linlin and Alina, she called out, "Miss Song, let us descend first." As Alina bent to place her belongings down, a glimpse of her fair waist was exposed, causing Lu Fan to feign inspecting the rope while his gaze inadvertently lingered. Unfortunately, this moment was caught by Wang Xiufang, who shot him a disdainful glare. Embarrassed, Lu Fan quickly averted his gaze. The three women cautiously ascended the ladder, one after the other, slowly making their way down. Noticing the opportunity as they began their descent, Lu Fan swiftly turned back, cradling all the cushions tightly to his chest before hurriedly returning to the cliff's edge. He then began meticulously binding the items above with the rope. With each secure knot, he carefully lowered the items over the edge, ensuring their safe arrival below. Meanwhile, at the base of the cliff, Wang Xiufang and the others remained focused on the heights, poised to catch the items Lu Fan released. As the items neared the ground, they swiftly extended their hands to receive them, placing them aside. Thus, Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang's group worked in seamless coordination. After considerable effort, they successfully transported all the belongings back to the cabin, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. When Lin Shui, and the others beheld the multitude of items Lu Fan and the others had brought back, their eyes sparkled with curiosity, and they quickly gathered around. Lin Shui, her expression rife with suspicion, gazed at Lu Fan and exclaimed, "Lu Fan, weren't you and Sister Xiufang supposed to be hunting? How did you return with so many things?" She glanced at the table Lu Fan had carried back, her astonishment deepening. Surely this does not seem like something one would acquire while hunting. Pray tell, did you and Sister Xiufang venture to the pirate camp once more? Lu Fan did not respond immediately to Lin Shui's inquiry. He merely offered a wry smile and shook his head. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Song Linlin unfastening her damp jacket, revealing the fitted camisole beneath, adorned with glistening beads of perspiration upon her skin. He hastily turned his gaze away, only to meet the puzzled eyes of Aunt Li. At that moment, Aunt Li also noticed the presence of the unfamiliar figures, Song Linlin and Elena, following behind Lu Fan. Initially taken aback, she appeared somewhat surprised by the two unfamiliar faces, before inquiring, "What is the story with these young ladies?" Wang Xiufang quickly stepped forward to explain, "Oh, right. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Song Linlin, and this is Elena, who hails from abroad. We happened to encounter them, which is why Lu Fan came to their aid." Subsequently, Wang Xiufang recounted the entire sequence of events, including the pirates left stranded on the beach and the yacht still anchored on the shore. Upon hearing this, Su Muyun was immediately moved to tears, having experienced a similar ordeal herself, and thus empathized deeply with the plight of Song Linlin and Elena. The cabin soon filled with heartfelt sobs, creating a poignant atmosphere. Once emotions settled, the group began to organize the supplies they had brought back, as well as address the accommodation needs of Elena and Song Linlin. However, a pressing dilemma soon emerged. The already modest quarters were now suddenly burdened with 2 additional occupants. How could they possibly accommodate everyone? Lu Fan pondered for a moment, seemingly engaged in a rapid mental exercise to devise a solution. After a brief interval, he looked up and, with a hint of resignation, proposed, "How about this? For the next couple of nights, you can manage to make do. When I return in a few days, I will construct an additional cabin," thus resolving the issue. His suggestion received unanimous approval, with everyone nodding in agreement. Observing this, Aunt Li promptly interjected, "Then let us do it this way. Xiaoyun, you may share a room with me, allowing the other one for our new guests. Once Lu Fan has built the new cabin, we can rearrange accordingly." Although Su Miyun felt somewhat reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced, swayed by the current circumstances and her sympathy for Song Linlin and Elena. After all, before her arrival, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui had already been residing here, and given Lu Fan's evident regard for Wang Xiufang, it was clear that her position in his esteem was significant, and she did not wish to overshadow that. At that moment, Lin Shui seemed to have an epiphany, abruptly discarding the items in her hands. She approached Lu Fan and, with a questioning tone, asked Xiao Fan, "Wait a minute. I believe I heard you mention that you would build a cabin upon your return. Where exactly are you planning to go? Oh, I forgot to mention, I still need to make a trip to the pirate camp, Lu Fan replied. What? Lin Schwerer exclaimed, her face a canvas of astonishment as she gazed at Lu Fan. Aunt Li and Su Muyun, equally bewildered by Lu Fan's declaration, approached him, eager to clarify the situation. Lu Fan observed the astonished expressions of those around him and promptly clarified. Isn't it too conspicuous for us to return with such a large yacht? I fear it might attract the attention of passing pirates. So I considered sneaking to the pirate camp to discreetly exchange it for a speedboat. Aunt Li furrowed her brows, her face a portrait of concern as she replied. Xiufang, that seems exceedingly perilous. What if those pirates discover you? Lu Fan, brimming with confidence, chuckled reassuringly. Aunt Li, you need not worry. I have a plan. I will exercise caution, and they likely believe that I would not dare return after my last visit. Perhaps there will be no one guarding the camp. Lin Schwerer immediately rushed over, grasping Lu Fan's arm with apprehension. Lu Fan, perhaps you should reconsider. It's far too risky. Noticing Lin Schwerer's evident concern for him, Lu Fan leaned closer, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he whispered, If you truly worry about me, let me stay in your room tonight, and I shall forego the trip. At this, Lin Schwerer's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and indignation washing over her as she released Lu Fan's arm and stomped her foot, exclaiming, You are incorrigible. I shan't speak to you anymore. With that, she turned huffily and walked away. Chapter 97. My goodness, you can eat so much at that moment. Wang Xiufang approached with a graceful gait. Her face bore a look of concern as she gently patted Lu Fan's shoulder and softly said, Xiufang, your aunt knows you are a capable young man. But when you are out in the world, do exercise caution. Feeling the warmth of Wang Xiufang's care, Lu Fan's heart swelled with gratitude. He turned to look at her, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, Aunt Xiufang, you need not worry. I assure you I shall be just fine. See, I am perfectly well. He added with a playful tone, Besides, I am eagerly awaiting your return to share a room together. Before he could finish his sentence, Aunt Li, who was nearby, could hardly believe her ears at Lu Fan's unabashed declaration. Her face flushed crimson, and she hastily covered her mouth with her hand, pretending to cough in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Noticing her reaction, Lu Fan realized his words may have been inappropriate. He sheepishly scratched his head, a hint of awkwardness coloring his smile. However, he quickly regained his composure, donned a pirate costume, and tidied up his belongings, preparing to embark on his journey once more. As he finished packing and stood up, he surveyed the room and noticed the worried expressions on everyone's faces. With a radiant smile, he waved at them reassuringly, saying, Do not fret, I shall return shortly. Await my triumphant return aboard the speedboat. With that, Lu Fan turned and strode purposefully out of the wooden cabin. The individuals inside occasionally glanced towards the direction he had departed, silently praying for his safe return. Although Lin Schwerer scolded Lu Fan with her words, her eyes were furtively tracking his retreating figure, her heart quietly anxious for his well-being. After all, she was the only one among them who had shared a romantic connection with him. Despite the presence of numerous beautiful women in the cabin, Mrs. whose enchanting silhouette lingered in Lu Fan's mind. The thought of seeing her again and the possibility of rekindling their intimacy made him wish he could equip the stern of the yacht with a rocket booster. By the time Lu Fan reached the island, it was well past midnight. Though the hour was late, the pirate camp on the island shone brightly in the distance, a stark contrast to the dark desolation of his own deserted island. He muttered to himself, bemused by how these individuals seemed to revel in luxury, transforming the small island into a veritable city that never sleeps. Lu Fan turned off all the lights on the yacht in advance, using the cover of night to navigate around the island's harbor and approach the rear side of the island. He cautiously docked the yacht along the shore and stealthily made his way onto the island, although he was still a distance away from the pirate camp. The brilliant lights from the enormous ship within the camp illuminated his path. He hunched low, slowly making his way toward the camp, guided by the distant glow. As he approached the camp, he spotted a group of pirates gathered in a clearing beneath a cruise ship, jovially toasting with bottles of liquor while grilling meat over an open flame. The meat sizzled and dripped with juices, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma of cumin mingled with the scent of alcohol. He concealed himself behind a tree, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Really? This isn't a pirate den. It's clearly a seaside barbecue gathering, he thought. Had he known, he would have brought a packet of chili powder to enhance the feast. Having rushed over earlier, Lu Fan had not eaten all day, and his stomach growled in protest. The realization struck him. He was clad in pirate attire himself. Why not join them and partake in this culinary delight? With newfound courage, he stepped out from behind the tree and approached the group of pirates. Upon noticing Lu Fan's sudden appearance, the pirates paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, one with dyed yellow hair loudly inquired, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Lu Fan, playfully tugging at his clothes, replied with a grin, "What? Isn't it obvious? I was just passing by and couldn't resist the delicious aroma." As he spoke, he casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, distributing them among the pirates with practiced ease. The pirates exchanged glances, silently assessing his identity. At that moment, a burly man with a full beard strode forward, exuding a commanding presence that signaled he was the leader of the band. He scrutinized Lu Fan from head to toe before gruffly asking, "Which crew are you from, and what brings you here?" Lu Fan's mind raced as he concocted a response. "Oh, you must have heard of Captain Mao. I'm the one tasked with handling matters for him." He gestured with his hands, mimicking the act of counting money. The bearded pirate regarded Lu Fan skeptically for a moment, his faith wavering. However, being primarily responsible for patrolling outside the camp, he had heard whispers of Captain Mao's dealings. He knew that Captain Mao often sent underlings to secretly sell supplies from the camp to acquire gold coins. With this thought, the bearded pirate concluded that Lu Fan was indeed one of Captain Mao's lackeys. Seeing him offer cigarettes with a decent attitude further solidified this impression. Nodding, he said, "All right then, since you're here, join us for a bite. But once you're done eating, you'd best be on your way." Elated, Lu Fan expressed his gratitude and settled in with them around the grill. The nearby table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, the enticing scents enveloping him. Without hesitation, he seized a piece of golden brown grilled fish and savored it with hearty bites while engaging in casual conversation with the pirates. Through their chatter, he learned that Boss, who was currently absent from the camp, having ventured to another pirate crew's encampment to procure weapons. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement, thinking, "It seems I may have a chance to find Madame Hu tonight." Initially, he had worried that Boss Hu's presence would thwart his plans. At this moment, his mind was racing with wild imaginings. What if Mrs. Hu donned a spaghetti-strap nightgown tonight and the sea breeze? He could barely contain his excitement. With this thought, Lu Fan's appetite surged uncontrollably. Having fasted throughout the day, he resembled a famished wolf. The 5 pirates were sipping their drinks, and the meat on the grill had just reached perfection. Before they could savor more than a few bites, Lu Fan had devoured a substantial portion in a whirlwind of hunger. The pirates gazed at him in astonishment, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, one pirate could no longer restrain himself. He stood up, pointing at Lu Fan, and exclaimed, Hey, I say, buddy, you might want to ease up. Look, we've hardly taken a few bites, and you've consumed almost all the grilled meat." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Fan chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. I've gone an entire day without food and am utterly famished. How about this? I see I've eaten quite enough, so I won't intrude any longer. Please continue to enjoy your meal." With that, he rose, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it to the bearded pirate with a charming smile. As he turned to leave, he couldn't resist tearing off a golden brown rabbit leg from the grill, munching on it as he strolled toward the direction of the camp's cruise ship. Chapter 98. The shortcomings of human nature. As Lu Fan approached the cruise ship, he was intercepted at the entrance by the guards. "Halt! What do you want?" the guard demanded sternly. Lu Fan inwardly cursed his misfortune, anxiety gnawing at him. Yet he feigned composure, adopting a deliberately drunken demeanor. He swayed slightly and slurred. "What else could I be doing? You must be new here. Didn't you see me drinking with the big bearded fellows just now? Are you blind?" Lu Fan was acutely aware that he had previously dealt with the 2 pirate guards stationed here. Thus he felt emboldened by the newcomer's unfamiliarity. The guard scrutinized Lu Fan, noting his intoxicated state and the golden, crispy rabbit leg he held, grease glistening from his lips. They exchanged glances, each swallowing hard. One of the guards hesitated before speaking. "I don't think I've seen you before." Lu Fan, incensed, retorted with a string of curses. "What the hell? You two have only been here a few days and already claim not to know me?" He thrust the roasted rabbit leg toward the guard, slurring, "Here, have a bite. It's a delicacy, something rare that most people don't get to enjoy." At that moment, the big bearded man and a group of others happened to patrol past and caught sight of Lu Fan boasting animatedly. The big bearded man smirked, a hint of disdain flickering across his face, and gave Lu Fan a thumbs up. However, internally, he chastised himself, thinking this rascal is something else, daring to use my roasted meat to curry favor. He is quite the trickster, unbeknownst to the two oblivious guards. They misinterpreted the big bearded man's gesture as a friendly greeting towards Lu Fan. Consequently, their trust in Lu Fan surged, believing he must have a close relationship with the big bearded man. Caught in this exchange of insults and flattery, the guards found themselves momentarily at a loss. One guard, glancing at the offered rabbit leg, hesitated but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the savory morsel, instinctively opening his mouth for a bite. As the flavor burst upon his palate, his eyes widened, and he mumbled, "Hey, I must admit, this is quite delicious." Seeing this, the other guard relaxed his vigilance and approached, prompting Lu Fan to generously offer them the rabbit leg. With a beaming smile, he remarked, "So what do you think? Tasty, right? Remember my face. Don't claim you don't know me next time. I'll make sure to bring you both a share next time." As the saying goes, a mouthful of food can bind a relationship, and after tasting the rabbit leg Lu Fan had offered, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. One even patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, beaming as he said, "All right, my friend. From now on, we're on the same side. Remember to call us next time there's a feast." Lu Fan felt a surge of delight. He hadn't anticipated this ruse would prove so effective, winning the guard's trust in such a short span of time. He secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, then feigned composure as he swaggered towards the room on the fourth floor where the bald man resided, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Just as Lu Fan approached the door, poised to knock, he was suddenly enveloped by a cacophony emanating from within. The sounds fluctuated in pitch, occasionally interspersed with indistinct murmurs, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. Pausing momentarily, Lu Fan inhaled deeply, then held his breath, pressing his ear closely against the door in an attempt to discern the unfolding events inside. Initially, only faint noises reached his ears, but as time passed, the clamor grew louder and more distinct. His heartbeat quickened